What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Halo Championship Series. We are in beautiful Seattle as we're about to hop into the play-in bracket. I'm your host, Blaze, and this weekend we are about to find out who is the best in Halo. But I can't do it alone. To join me in today's play-in bracket, I got the fantastic Golden Boy and Tony in the building. And you've got the fantastic Golden Boy and Tony in the building. And
I think we're good.
yeah, we're good.
We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah. In any case, so doesn't really matter. Point is, this is going to be an exciting time. Obviously, the setup is going to be a little different from what we have, and Blaze is going to be swapping out headsets right now. Bear with us for a moment. In any case, so welcome everyone to the Halo World Championship Play-In Day. This is a very important thing to distinguish here, by the way, because this is the Play-In Day. This is not the start of the Halo World Championship. You're actually going to be seeing a ticker, like a timer, pop up somewhere around here that is going to have the information when the show's actually starting. There it is.
There it go.
Right there.
And I'm back. You guys can hear me. Okay?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Once again.
Hey, what's up, Blaze? All right, go ahead. It's your show.
No worries, G. Okay, that's why we got you here, for support, just in case something go wrong. He flips the switch on it, okay? But as I was saying, here in magnificent Seattle, as we got to kick it off with this play-in day. But what is today going to be all about? Well, we got 4 teams that we need to qualify for the World Championship, which is going to start tomorrow, all right? That's why that ticker is there. This is more so like the pregame show with your boys, but it's a lot on the line because we got, 8 awesome teams out there who have been battling out just to be here, just to make it into those pools, all right? Now, you guys are doing fantastic. Y'all having a good time. Tony, your first World Championship, all right?
Congratulations.
Yeah. Yo, guess what? Mine too for Halo, so shout me out as well. I want a round of applause.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't attended a World Championship before, so working here is absolutely incredible. It's an honor to be here, and I'm ready to see some amazing Halo.
I am too as well. Now, where you can watch Halo all weekend long, well, if you want to see the Alpha broadcast, go check that out at twitch.tv/Halo. Also on YouTube at Halo Esports. Now, on the flip side, we do got the Bravo stream. It just be just gameplay on that one at twitch.tv/HCS. And those will be where all the matches are being played. It's not nothing going to be happening off broadcast that you guys won't be able to see as it's happening. You got the direct feed at twitch.tv/Halo and twitch.tv/HCS. Now, when you tune in, well, don't worry about it. We want to hook y'all up, okay? Because we got the Twitch drops out there. And as you know, your resident stage host, I always love to be blinged out, looking good for you. You best believe I'm going to have that Diamond BR equipped at the end of the day. You excited for this, G?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I love the weapon charm there with the Halo World Championship, the trophy that is sitting behind us. And by the way, for those of you guys who are, doing watch-along streams and, you're checking out the action, you got that Bravo stream. It's gameplay only. And if you go and watch our fellow co-streamers, you can also win yourself some pretty dope, drops as well. And another thing to just let everyone know as well, Blaze, you got to watch on stream for 2 hours. In order for you to be able to be eligible to win these drops here, or to get the drops, not be eligible, to just get the drops. Make sure you link your accounts.
We want you all to get them, okay? It ain't nothing fugazi here. Watch the stream for at least 2 hours. Get blinged out.
But link your account.
Yeah, that
right
part,
there,
right?
aka.ms/drops.
In parentheses, link that sucker,
link
all right?
your account.
You got to do it now just so you're qualified all weekend long. Now, let's talk about today. What our team's playing for is to make it to the Halo World Championship, which starts tomorrow, okay? Now, this is the play-in, and you see pools A, B, C, and D. Tony, when it comes down to these 4 pools, as we've watched all these awesome teams qualify throughout the season, which pool do you not want to be in?
I don't want to be in Pool A. I mean, right off the rip, you got Optic right off the rip. Native Red and Oxygen Esports as well in there. I mean, that's just a pool that anybody can win. My favorite one, the one I'm going to be keeping my eye on.
Okay, yeah. Pool A, you don't want to be there with Optic. Native Red, we know how fire they are, but these are the teams that's going to be playing in today's tournament. We got Fnatic, Complexity, Ascend, J-Link, Space Station, Cruelty, the Chiefs, and Divine Mind out here to represent their different regions. And And speaking of regions, G, we got a lot being represented.
Yeah, that's right. You know, one of the beautiful things about Halo Esports is that we have representation, you know, across a variety of different regions, from North America, Mexico, Australia, as well as Europe here. And I think, you know, and just to let everyone know, Alter Esports is actually Cruelty now, just so that everyone is aware, in case you guys see the bracket and you see Alter, it's actually Cruelty, or Cruelty is now Alter, sorry.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and you know, these squads, right, they are going to be fighting for those final 4 spots in the Halo World Championship today. Something that we have never really done at the Halo World Championship is a play-in like this, and show the matches unfold and whatnot. So it is going to be very exciting to see these players kind of vie for that spot.
Let me add some extra detail in that too as well, because as Tony said, that Pool A was one that you didn't want to be in. Now, the way you get into Pool A is if you qualify from the elimination side of this double elimination bracket, okay? You go in from the bottom, that's how you make it into Pool A and B. But if you stay undefeated, you land yourself into Pool C and D. Ultimately, it's win 2 and progress on. Yep. Oh man, this bracket right here, Tony, looking at it, which matchup do you want to see first? Which one stands out to you?
It's funny because it's the first one we're going to see on stream. Space Station Gaming going up against J-Lings Esports. I mean, it's a rematch going back from Orlando where J-Lings were able to get the best of them. But ever since them in scrims, Space Station Gaming have really been doing their thing. They really have been coming into their own. And hey, Tapping Buns, he's like, he's probably the best shock rifle player in the game. Do not allow him to get away with that rifle.
Yeah. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the Space Station and J-Lings, because as you said, it is going to be our first matchup of the day. But I want to bring it back here just a bit too as well, because we got 8 awesome teams here, and you know, we see how they're going to be matched up, and those matchups are going to make a difference here. But what I really kind of want to dive into it with you guys is that, who do you guys think is going to make it to the next day? Okay, it's 4 possible teams that can progress, but who do you think is going to be undefeated and going in through the winner side of the bracket?
Yeah.
G, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah, for sure.
How you feeling on it?
Well, you know, I mean, honestly, it's a tough one, right? Because I feel like that we have very strong teams in the bracket, and I feel like we have teams that, you know, could surprise us, but I don't quite feel as comfortable picking them per se, even though we have had a decent amount of time from Orlando till now. But one of the teams that I think could actually shock us, so I'm going to go with a little bit of a shocking pick here, is actually going to be Space Station Gaming.
Okay.
You know, I'm a big fan of Tapping Buttons, even though this roster does not have Pello as a part of the team because of visa issues, and they had to play with their coach Nugget. Nugget is a great player. He has competed on this stage multiple times, and on top of which, you know, I think it's an important thing to note that, like, they have had time now to actually work together. Going into Orlando, this team had no time. They didn't know what was going on. Pello couldn't make it. Nugget came into the lineup. That was it. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what Space Station could do here, and I hope they don't let me down.
All right, yo, Space Station, that's a good first pick right there. And for me, I love the Latin American teams. And anytime a Latin American team, I promise you, if they're in yellow and black, they play 10 times better for the region. I don't know what it is, but when LATAM teams are wearing yellow and black,
this is true.
They are in their final form.
Trust
me, I know, okay? PK is always there for them.
PK all day.
Yeah, right? Now, that's your first team, but do you got a second team?
I do have a second team, and this was a tough one, but remember, this is who I think is going to qualify from the top portion of the bracket. So because of that, I'm actually going with Complexity.
Okay.
Because I like what this team has been doing. I've been very, very big on them. I'm a huge fan of Vetra. I feel like, you know, Monster's stepping it up. I want to see him finally hit that. He's always played exceptionally well, but I want to see him exceed to that next level. And I think if we end up getting that inevitable Complexity Ascend matchup, Ascend need to be careful, because I think Complexity have studied, prepped, and obviously Ascend have as well. But I feel really good about Cole.
Yeah, and you know what, in Cole, they have been trying to find that perfect piece for that roster here for a while, and they've been kind of just on the cusp of getting there with those top echelon teams. And we'll see if this event will be the roster for them to do it with. But like you said, they got to get across an Ascend team who doesn't even want to be here in this play-in bracket, Tony, okay? Now, when it comes down to your 2 picks, who do you got?
Well, there's no way, shape, or form I'm gonna agree with GB in anything. So
as is the case.
You're your
with
own
everyone.
man, okay?
I love that you picked SSG. You know, you talked about the black and gold. You know, from PK now signed to the SSG. So they were in the same color.
Yeah,
they still,
always.
They still
The whole
looking
fans is good.
regardless. However, give me Fnatic.
Oh, the black and orange.
Oh my! Since they stole Suppress and Arctic from that exit roster, that duo's been absolutely nasty. I know Fnatic have had a tough season. I really do. Up and down. But Septify's the real deal. Just Zero can pop off, and what we've seen what Suppressed and Arctic can do on Exit, give me Fnatic all day, every day, even over SSG. And then on that lower side of the bracket, you brought up Complexity. I'm not gonna lie. Complexity is nasty, and I can't wait to eventually see Fnatic and Complexity actually go at each other, because I mean they've done it before, and it's always exciting.
Feels like I'm watching a Counter-Strike game.
Yo, right, almost. And you know what? When it comes down to the fans of Fnatic, they are due. All right, they are due for a great tournament, and I think it could be right here, starting in with the play-in and building some hype.
I want to be very clear here. I am a big fan of Fnatic. Like I've enjoyed these players for a very long time. But, you know, I picked SSG because, honestly, I feel like Orlando, they were kind of like, you know, getting whipped around. And I think that they kind of took that to heart. And I think that this is a team that we know they have the talent and the skill. Same thing with Fnatic. So that's one of the reasons why I went that way. But I like your Fnatic pick.
Yeah, okay. Pretty much Golden Boy is saying is that when it comes down to the personalities of these players, they're not going to be down for that long before they can bounce back and have themselves that great tournament there. But, Tony, you gave me one pick. Who's the second one? We got 4 other awesome teams out here, 5 other awesome teams. You say you're not doubling up.
I had to pick another one.
You pick Fnatic again. Spoilers.
I love Complexity. I really do. I'm actually a big fan. I know these guys really well. Coach McRainey's going to make sure they're on point. I think Complexity make it out eventually. The problem is going to be on the lower half of the bracket because, like you said before, Ascend don't even belong here.
Yeah, they don't.
We're talking about a team that got top 8 back at Kansas City, was projected to possibly even get even better than that top 6 back at Orlando, and obviously had an abysmal performance.
Been on the downside a little bit.
Let's be real. However, I think now they're going to come in maybe a little bit more humble. They're going to come in a little bit more hungry because now you have players that are ready to be professional, ready to be top 8, but now with the motivation of a hungry amateur player, other amateur players, I'm saying you got that professional level skill with the hunger of a top AM. But you got a dangerous team. In a sense.
But, you know, in the past, we've also seen that type of demon on these players' shoulders where you're a top team, right? And you have all these expectations to do good, and you're the best of the region, but sometimes that pressure is a little bit too much, or sometimes you don't know how to perform under those type of stakes. So with them already, you know, coming here towards our 4th major event, they've already played through their majors, maybe it's a sigh of relief and say, hey, guys, let's just go out here and play some great Halo, get the monkey off our back, and go play our game. I definitely think that's going to be the Ascend that we see here coming into this week.
I think it'll be warm.
Yeah, right.
So.
They really need to be, you know. And they came in here a little bit early, and so hopefully, you know, they got a chance to rest, you know, hydrate, get themselves acclimated to the time, and they'll be good. But let's move on into our main matchup. It's Space Station Gaming going up against J-Lings. And Tony, I'll kick this question off to you. You know, we saw the Space Station Gaming and J-Lings matchup before here towards the last event, but what does SSG need to do to get past J-Lings this time?
They just need to keep that same energy that they've had online in scrims and keep that same energy on land. GB, you kind of mentioned it before. Nugget's been on this stage. Back in Halo 5, we saw him absolutely shred people. And now going to Halo Infinite, maybe he didn't have exactly the same experience as a player as he did with SSG, but now with those scrims, now they've been putting in the work. I think SSG know what they have to accomplish in order to succeed. Now it's about execution. Now it's about doing it on land, which they're very comfortable. There's a reason why NA scouted Tapping Buns back in the day, brought him over from Mexico to America. There's a reason why. The dude is nasty. I'm telling you, Tapping Buns might be one of the most underrated players that we have in our game, and he's playing with SSG.
I co-sign on everything that Tony just said. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
he ain't never lied. Tony ain't never lied. All right, you know, and so you know, SSG. We'll see if this Latin American squad, if they can get together on the same page and really progress here forward. Now, on the flip side, their opponents in J-Lings, this team here is a squad that kind of reminds me of the war that just got qualified before. You know, full of players who are just right there on the outskirts, you know, the best, not the best of the worst, but the best of the people who really didn't get picked up here towards the top teams, and now they want to make that super team. They wanted to do it for their region of Europe. Can Jaylings get it done, G?
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, if you have been following Halo for a while, you are very familiar with a lot of the names that are on this roster, right? Like guys like Morgan, guys like Septic, right? Lots of talent on that squad. But in the region, they've always been known as, you know, the other EU team,
the
right?
best of the rest.
It's always been like Ascend, Na'Vi, Quadrant, oh yeah, and Jaylings, you know. And so and that's not meant to be like disrespect to them, but I guess maybe in a way it kind of is, because like they have that that thing where like a lot of people just aren't really giving them the time of day here. And we should actually be talking about them being a serious contender in this bracket.
And we should, but let's be honest about it here. When it comes down to the skill of several different regions right there, right? When it comes down to the Euro region, you may have like a top 4 cap on. You used to look at the squads where it's like these guys can go across the pond and compete with the best of them that's there, right? But even so, you still get more reps against the top teams that's there in your region, so you should be able to be on that cusp and evolve. In the way that the program is set up, they come out to these events. They play against the best in the world, so they should have the practice that they need to say, you know what, in the past, maybe we didn't get as many reps as we should have, but now at the Halo World Championship, surely we got the experience to do it. Yeah, a lot of teams. I've been talking to a lot of squads coming into this, a lot of players, and, you know, they who you've been scrimming, how's the team feeling, and the work is being put in, right? It is. I really don't think that anyone should, you know, be sleeping on any team that is competing in this competition, because everyone's here for a reason. You know, they're some of the either the best teams in their region or have done really well at majors and big international events for Halo. So obviously we have ourselves quite the stacked bracket here. And this first matchup is just going to be a great tastemaker for the entirety of the weekend, because it's just going to show how competitive these teams are all in this competition. You said it's going to be a tastemaker, okay? We don't know what flavors we going to get, but hey, I got 2 awesome flavors that's about to come to your screen. Our cash is about to take it over. Shurzy,
ginger and spice.
Take it away. I like it.
Thanks so much, Blaze. I tell you something, we've got front row tickets out here. We've got the boys right behind us ready to jam.
Yeah, usually they don't let me in these kind of parts of the arena. They keep me as far away as possible from the players. I'm like, oh, tell me your statistics. But for once I get to see them. I can always high-five them after their games. It's going to be fun.
Well, Halo World Championship starts tomorrow, but we've got some appetizers. We've got some taste testers here, and it's going to be SSG up against Jaylings. Both these teams battling tooth and nail to make it to Worlds tomorrow. A great series layout that we have on our hands as well, starting off with Capture the Flag Aquarius. You would have heard them talking about it on the couches. Jaylings have not been doing that well in scrims against Space Station, but they have not played these 5 game types. They have purposely avoided them so they can keep their secrets under wraps, so they don't have to give away anything. And I will say, I think that Jaylings will be looking at this series layout saying we can get this done in 3, if not 4. Stronghold's live fire does feature. We saw that in Orlando when Jaylings took down Space Station. They beat them on it, very close mind, but they know they can beat these guys on some of these game types. And you spoke about wanting to do it in 3 or 4, and there's a reason for that as well. Slayer Recharge being game 5, and that has been a bit of a problem for them lately. Jaylings did not win any game on Recharge throughout Orlando. It is statistically their worst map. On the other side, Space Station, very good at Recharge. That shock rifle, you put it in any of their hands, oh my god, they are going to be frying, they are going to be taking faces. So if you're Jaylings, get this done in 4, avoid Recharge, but if it does go to game 5, it's not the be-all and end-all. It's not a guaranteed loss. We know full well that Septic, for example, on Jaylings, an amazing shock rifle player as well. This is a rematch from Orlando. That game finished 3-1 in favor of Jaylings, but it was too close for comfort. It was a 250 to 247 game on Strongholds in game 4. We could very well have gone to a game 5, and Jaylings will not want to do that here. And I think this is a really interesting series. We've got 4 teams that can qualify out of these 8, and I think that these 2 guys are kind of fighting for that 4th spot. When you look at who is amongst these 8 teams, this is going to mean everything. Win this one, get yourself 1 step closer to the Halo World Championships. It all starts here. Win 2 series and you qualify. Lose 2 and you are going home on a whimper. Game 1 though. SSG will want to start this one nice and hot. And Jaylings looking to do a very similar thing. It shields up, weapons hot, and we're underway. Already underway and already aggression from the Jaylings side. Just trying to
apply a little bit of pressure on this right-hand side of the map, try and get some control. Great grenades from Quadios. They know exactly where they want to play, where they want to be controlling. That side of the sizzle sticks is where you want to be aiming for. Those flag runs are going to be very important down that side.
Speaking of flag runs, Septic, he's not one to normally pick it up on Aquarius CTF. Only 8 times overall. And a player that they're going to be looking to maybe get those flags moving is going to be Morgan.
It's great that I do all these stats and then you say them. You just take them away from me. But you are right. Septic has not really been the objective player for this team. But suddenly, he's picking up that flag. He's already got more flag grabs today than he did in Orlando. He's one of these guys that just can do a little bit of everything, right? And maybe that was something Jaylings learned from Orlando. Were we putting too much pressure on the likes of Morga for those flag pulls?
Septic then up to stay back at home, trying to get this flag sent all the way back. He gets cleared out though, and perhaps Space Station are now knocking on the door of punching in their first flag. Drift though taken down to no shields and no longer in the equation, tapping buttons, the last man standing, but Jaylings have a flag on the move, and Nugget getting shot in the back. Morga has to stop for a moment.
And that's more like the normal approach from Jaylings. Morga getting those flag pulls. He had over double of any of his other teammates in Orlando, 80 odd flag grabs all in total. So he's going to be the guy getting in the face, getting those flag pulls. He won't always be the one getting the capture. Morga will put his body on the line, but now Flux, he continues to run this one home.
It was 2 dead for a moment, and it looked as though Jaylings had everything they needed, but all of a sudden, Space Station have flipped the script, and it's 3 dead for Jaylings. Morgan, the last man standing, trying to get touch tight with the flag, putting players down to no shields, but a double kill for Nugget. His back were against the wall. Nobody was happy about the situation in Orlando. He's trying to make amends.
That's huge from Nugget. That grenade, absolutely everything, keeps that flag in a situation where they can just manage to send it back home. And unfortunately for Jaylings, it means they have to go again. But already in game 1, Jersey, we can see how close these two teams are. Nothing to split the difference in the moment. Both getting flag pulls, both getting very close to a capture. How important is this first capture actually going to be?
First capture, pivotal here. Maybe will set the standard. Nugget in a 1v1 with Quadios. He's backed him down somehow, but that grenade spins up into the visor of Quadios and will eliminate him once more. It's tit for tat at the moment. Both these teams, it's a bit cagey, they're just trying to feel each other out.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of nerves at the moment. They know what's on the line. It's the first game of the day. These guys have been out scrimming in America. I think that, you know, Jaylings, they were out in Atlanta, actually in a LAN center, making sure that they could scrim and get underway. It's not like they're going to be completely under-practiced, but when you do arrive to the event, there's always going to be like a day or two where you just have to try and feel your way into it, and that first game's always going to be tough.
SSG then threatening to get a flag pull of their own. Nugget has it in hands, on the move. Has he got the support required though? Running over towards the closet and heading down Electric Avenue now. No players putting any damage down, but he has lost 2 teammates in the process. Are Jaylings in a situation where they can get the stop? A kill comes through. Morgan, the Dutchman, will get that all so important pick and make it 2 as he sends that flag home. And both these teams are pulling flags, but not yet able to break the deadlock.
A lack of structure from both teams, and sometimes that does happen when you are closely contested, and when one kill can make or break sometimes a flag pool completely. This is good from the moment at Jaylings, though, recognizing they can't just run a flag, like put their head down and hope to get it across the map. You have to slay as you go. So sometimes that's simply touching the flag, slaying, touching again. It can be a slow process, but as long as you can get it across the map, doesn't matter how quick it is.
Jaylings coming off the back of a top 16 finish at Orlando. How Septic would love to get himself into a Worlds conversation once more. Flux positioned over on this car side. Heat Wave though will absolutely fry him to a crisp. And Nugget descends on the enemy base. Quadios in a 1v1. Nugget takes care of him. That's something we're starting to see. They spoke about it to us. They wanted to try and challenge Nugget a little bit more, but he's winning them 1v1 engagements.
Yeah, Nugget is winning the 1v1s. It was something he wasn't doing in Orlando. He was targeted by both Jaylings and Na'Vi in their games, but now, a little bit of a fumble. Could that prove to be vital here? Looks like the team is still covering him, but look how far he could have got if he hadn't have fumbled that one. Is anyone in a position to stop this from Jaylings?
Such small margins can separate Nugget though, the coach before, but he's a player now and he punches in and breaks the deadlock, and SSG go 1-up.
A start that can really destroy confidence for Jaylings. If they were coming into this series thinking it was going to be a cakewalk, they know full well it is not going to be now. Space Station are here to play. I love what they spoke about on the couch. These guys were underestimated at Orlando, and for good reason. Nugget didn't have the practice. It was not where they wanted to be, but now they have had time to practice, and you really see it's paying off.
The adversity this team had to face at Orlando, replacing a teammate in the 11th hour. But now, They're starting to settle into those roles. Nugget has accepted what is required of him. And maybe with that practice and with the scrim results that they have had, things are looking much better now than they ever have before.
And now Space Station can slow things down a little bit. They can sit back, they can force J-Lings to come towards them, and then when they get those slays, hit them on that counter. Try and get a pull, try and make J-Lings uncomfortable. Because constantly we're seeing 2 players go down on both sides, no one really getting an all 4 dead. The closest we saw to it did result in the Space Station cap, as once more Atso demonstrating that he shouldn't be challenged either.
Atso's proving to be a real problem here for J-Lings with the help of that heat wave. Winning all those gun engagements, opening up the map for his team. Flux all alone, isolated in his own base. He's got some people for company here though, as Atso, he's taking care of business once more. Tries to scamper away with the camouflage, but he's shut down on this occasion, but tapping buttons on hand. And now Quadios tries to shut him down, but he can't.
It's a double objective play there from Space Station. One goes for the flag as a distraction, the other goes for the camouflage. In the end, it's tapping buttons who's rewarded with it, but there is not going to be a flag run. But what can you do now with the camo? You've worked that hard, you've put that many distractions down, but now you have to make it count. Tapping, trying to get in a position here so he can get a flank and actually pick up some big kills.
And it's SSG who are really applying all the pressure here. J-Lings are not where they want to be, not playing this game in the half of the map that they want to. And tapping buttons in another 1v1, and he comes out with 4 fresh shots. These boys are not playing around.
You've got to avoid tapping buttons in any individual fight. He's so talented. Of course, one of the first international players to ever get signed for a North American organization back in the day. And now he's back on a LATAM team, but it's Space Station he now represents. And he's running another flag home here for Space Station. It's going to be 2-0 unless, no, nothing there. 2-0, Space Station looking on fire.
And when we talk about tapping buttons, we always mention he traveled to North America. He was one of the first players to ever do. He trailblazed for the likes of Barcode. But is he now wanting to add an extra chapter to his story? He does no longer want that to be the only thing that is accompanied with his name. And he's hoping to do that here by making it to another World Championship.
Yeah, he wants to be the LATAM team to get to the World Championships, right? You don't just want to be a team that got to play-ins. That is not quite the World Championships, but J-Lings will answer back. That will give them so much confidence because at 2-0 down, it's very quick to assess the game and say, okay, we're falling behind. We need an early response here just to add a little bit of pressure onto our opposition.
That pressure's going to come because with 4 minutes on the clock now, both these teams are forced to play a little bit differently. Space Station have put themselves in the perfect spot here to take game 1. But if they sit back and invite the pressure, which they're starting to do now, and Quadios racks up a double kill, starting to play a little bit slower though, backing off the 2 surviving members of SSG, playing it perfectly there.
Yeah, I like this from Quad. He could have got aggressive, he got the double kill, and everything in his brain would have been like, where's the triple, where's the overkill? But no, you've got to recognize the situation you're in. You've got to assess it and say, okay, well, this is the play-ins at the World Championships. I've got to try and make sure I stay alive here, do what I can. Morgan's managed to get the camouflage top middle. 3 are dead for Space Station. This could be a flag run chance.
3 dead again. Nugget, alone in the fridge. It's a cold, dark place over there, but can he have an influence here to stop Flux's flag cap? Flux is down to about a burst and a half here. The shields are going to come back. 2 members go down. 3 once more. Atso not in a position to be an influence at the moment, and Flux ties us up 2-2.
Incredible comeback, really, from J-Lings. They looked down and out at 2-0 down, but the fact they got that quick flag cap just meant they could continue to apply the pressure. Space Station turtled up a little bit in their base. They allowed J-Lings to push up, and that flag cap was pretty much flawless. A lot of it coming from Morgan, getting that camouflage as well, and just being a nuisance.
Oh, and Flux, he's starting to turn up in a big way. Killing spree already secured. 3 dead once more for SSG, and J-Lings are just starting to turn the screw.
This is a real snowball. It is getting out of control now. Space Station need to stop this ASAP. Are they going to let this one go, or are they going to fight for it? Remember, if you try and fight a flag, you will put yourself in a position of potentially a double cap, but it's not going to happen. They do not stop it. J-Lings suddenly have flipped the script, and they are 3-2 up.
J-Lings with 3 unanswered flag captures after SSG had put in such good work, but all of a sudden now, clock's going to start to play a massive factor with just over 2 minutes.
And you look at the score and you look at who's been getting the kills. Quadios, 20 kills on the board at the moment. We were on his POV briefly earlier. A lot of important kills he's getting. Right at the start of the game, he wasn't necessarily into it as much, wasn't able to find these battles, but as soon as he's warmed up, he really has changed things here for J-Lings.
Quadios then, we're on board with him now. Had such an impressive performance so far. looking to close out game 1 here. And will they then
nice nade.
start to answer some of the questions that were asked of them on the desk? They want to be more than just Europe's 4th team. They want to be a force to be reckoned with. And the first step is getting themselves into the World Championships. And Quadios has somehow tiptoed his way all the way back to his own closet. Flag is out for both teams here. And Drift gets that touch. He's starting to juggle it. It's going to be an engagement over towards the closet. And it's SSG who are in big trouble, but Nugget's going to flank here. This is a massive 1v1. Can Nugget survive? Yes, he can. Support's on hand. It's a brawl. It's a scramble in the closet. And somehow, someway, both flags still remain out. Return now. 1 minute remains.
Space Station threw absolutely everything at that to ensure that J-Links could not capture. That keeps them in the game. It means J-Links will not be 2 flags ahead. Now, how did J-Links play this? 50 seconds on the clock. Do you turtle up? Do you try and defend? A risky play sometimes because you invite the pressure. But this is Space Station's last chance to try and tie this game.
The pressure has been invited on. And SSG are RSVPing. They're coming to fight. They're heading up the Shroom stairs. And J-Lings are trying to stand strong, but Drift is behind enemy lines. 3 dead now. Morga, the Dutchman, can he get the stop? Yes, he can. And how pivotal could that kill be with tapping buttons picking up the flag?
It's a huge kill, but Tapping's still going to run it. Drift's gone down. All 4 members of J-Link still up. The bullets are going to rain across this map. They do get the stop. Can Space Station actually chain this one home? They've got to play this one carefully.
Only 7 seconds remain. Can they get the flag touch? Nugget is forced to back down. And the kills have come through. And Morga, with that important surgical kill, ensures J-Lings draw first blood.
J-Lings ensuring they come back from a 2-0 deficit to suddenly get 3 back-to-back-to-back flags and demonstrate why they are more than just the other team in Europe. And we've got to remember that, Europe, a very competitive region. It wasn't easy for these guys to get this position, to get this spot. You've got to imagine Quadrant sat at home watching this. Quadrant, one of the best performing teams, top 8 in Kansas City. And unfortunately, they've got to watch from home and watch these play-ins happen, but they should be cheering on a team like J-Lings. Of course, Europe quite often does support one another, and J-Lings showing what they're made of there in map number 1.
Well, it looked as though it was going according to script for SSG. We've seen scrim results, things were starting to look up. They were taking down the likes of J-Lings, but all of a sudden, Morga, Quadios, they found the form and they found the answer.
It's all well and good winning an online scrim in the game types that you're not going to be playing, but sometimes the better game types are going to appear in a series layout, and that might be the case for J-Lings. Maybe they looked at the series layout and the scrims and they said, oh, actually, it's good because our best game types are going to feature. We don't need to practice them anyway. And I think that J-Lings is going to be delighted with that opening. As we go into game number 2, Slayer Catalyst, it goes to bad news here for Space Station because they did not win a single Catalyst game throughout Orlando. It was one of their worst maps. So now, if J-Lings have done their research, and I know that Morga's brother, Morga the Second, as I like to call him, but Morga 12, as he's officially titled, he will be doing his research. He will know Space Station a week on this one, so you have to make it count. You have to pummel them into the ground here in map number 2.
Also, you're supposed to allow me to steal the stat before you fire it out immediately. I've seen what you've done there. I'm not exactly a fan of it, but Slayer Catalyst is up next, Dan. And for SSG, they know that they have been struggling really hard on Catalyst. What can they do to turn the tide here?
Well, I think individually, actually, they had a lot of successful fights throughout that first map. Like, it's very different to the Space Station we saw in Orlando, where Nugget didn't look particularly confident, where Drift and Tapping will have to kind of carry the team through. Atso was playing individually very successful in that first game as well. They all looked on point, but unfortunately, it just seemed like when it kind of snowballed out of control, they weren't able to wrestle back control of the map. They need to stay ahead in Catalyst Slayer. They need to make sure they're the ones who are on top. That seems like when they're most comfortable. If, however, they do throw away a lead, I think that's when we're going to see this team start to suffer. It seems like they're not necessarily a side who are very good at coming from behind.
Was it a situation where they got those 2 flag caps and where probably the call came to hold what we have here with 5 minutes on the clock? They probably thought, listen, we've shut out J-Lings for so long that we can simply do it again, and that opened up the map then for J-Lings to take control.
I think so, and I think it was very important that J-Lings were able to get that 1 flag capture so quickly.
Yeah.
If we had gone a minute or 2 by and they had successfully held them off, then J-Lings would have started panicking. They would have maybe taken a few more risks. It might not have worked out for them, but because they got that flag so quickly, it meant the Space Station was just like, oh my god, how did we not hold on to it? Wait, who's there? Oh, he's taking another flag, and they were lost.
Yeah.
They were so confused about where to go. It was the perfect answer from J-Lings, and then once they had that control, Lings just like woke up. It's like they remembered how to play the game type again.
So the perfect start for J Lings, who, listen, they finished top 16 in Orlando, so by all rights, they are a top 16 team and deserve to be in the World Championships. But for SSG, they found themselves going down, and they really want to be a team that can represent their region. They're the best team in LATAM, but it's the 4th seed of the EU team that have given them some real trouble here.
I mean, you look at Space Station historically throughout this season, and they've had a lot of different iterations. The organization went to pick up the best LATAM team.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, of course, there was the issues with Pelogods, who now they have Nugget. Is this team as strong as it was? I mean, I guess we'll find out during these play-ins, but you want to be at the World Championships. You don't just want to be the team that didn't quite get there, but you were at the play-ins, you were kind of at the World Championship. So you need to knuckle down now. Yes, you can have several opportunities here. You win twice, you're through. You lose twice, you're out. So it's not the end of the world if you are going to lose here. I know Space Station can make it, right? For me, I've got 5 teams who I think could make it through, and this is going to be the closest competitors we're going to see for that 4th spot right now. You have to win a Catalyst Slayer. You have to make sure you win one of your worst maps to say to the other team, we are better than we were at Orlando.
And it's going to be one of those situations, right, where you think we've come so far in this season, we've been consistently finishing top 16 at most of the majors, and then you get to the biggest one of them all, and if they manage to not qualify here, how heartbreaking can that be? And maybe they're already mentally thinking about that after going down game 1.
It is heartbreaking, especially when you've traveled all this way. You know, you're kind of at the World Championships, but you're not really at the World Championships. They start tomorrow. No one's going to remember the 4 teams who don't qualify for Worlds tomorrow, right? They're going to remember the 4 teams that get into pools that will be playing in Friday's competition when the World Championships actually begin. So you need to make sure you can focus on things now, just forget game 1 and push on to map number 2.
And on the other side of things, J Lings, everything's going according to plan, following the script for them. They fancied their chances here up against SSG, and with Quadios playing so well, we've seen Flux getting those killing sprees. If they get confident, they're a really dangerous team to try and stop.
Yeah, I think J-Lings are going to enjoy this map number 2. They're a team that when they have a little bit more freedom and they know their opponents are retreating and a little bit scared, they will get aggressive in those right areas. They will take those challenges. These are 4 very confident individuals in their own ability. And you've got to remember that we didn't really see much of J-Lings at Orlando. They weren't on the main stage. They didn't feature actually that much even on the secondary stream. This is really the first time we're seeing Flux on J-Lings. Yeah. Previously, it was Cristola. And I was always interested, what is the difference? Like, what is Flux going to offer that Cristola didn't? They did place better in Orlando than they had Kansas City, so technically for them, that is an improvement. I think Flux adds a lot of kind of brains to this team. I like the way he views a game of Halo, and I'm excited to see what he does in map number 2 here.
Well, we don't have to wait long, as we are loading into game number 2. Now J-Lings would love to double their series lead here and put themselves on match point and just 1 series away from the World Championships. But on the other side of that stage, SSG will not be trying to go out a candle in the wind here. They want to spark their tournament to life right here and really try and get into pools on the right foot. Well, it all starts here in game 2 to claw their way back into the series, and we're on board with that man Quadios, the Englishman, who had such a fantastic game number 1. We're underway.
Just don't want to get carried away here if you are J-Lings, right? Confidence is everything, but at the same time, you don't want silly confidence. You don't want unnecessary pushes. Push your advantages, absolutely, but don't just throw away a lead or throw away a situation just because you think you're better than the other team. Will say, though, Overshield going in favor of Space Station, a really positive start to this game.
Confidence, important. Complacency, not so much. Very important for J-Lings to make sure one is true more than the other. And for Morgan, backing down now. Just 1 shot will put him in the grave. Picks himself up the pulse carbine, and that can shred shields. I've seen bots do some serious damage. I'm telling you, I'm terrified of them.
Honestly, if a bot has anything but a battle rifle, I will retreat. If they have a battle rifle, then I'll take them on. Very different if you play actual players, though it seems to be the other way around for me in matchmaking. But already we can see this game is slowing down. A bit more respect being shown by both teams, but tapping buttons, happily jumping out, gets the help, but he was not fearing that player whatsoever.
Here's the occasion now starting to dawn on these 2 teams, recognizing they're so close. And that is why we're seeing such a slow, methodical pace here to Catalyst, which some teams like to play a little bit differently. Some like to go frantic and push one side and flood others. We've seen other teams see success slowing things down, getting a pick here, almost guerrilla warfare tactics. But right here, right now, both these teams really starting to feel they're so close. And how they want to do it in 2 and not be forced down to that elimination bracket. The score is so close between these 2 teams, much as the flag game was. there's very little to separate them.
I'll be honest, I don't think any team has really found a way to play Catalyst Slayer, and I'm talking all the way to your Optic Gamings, your FaZe, all the way down to now J-Links and Space Station. Like, it's such a tough map to try and navigate. It's very much about thinking on the fly and assessing what your opponents do. The only team actually I feel like has truly managed to knuckle down on it is G1. Like, they have been just a dominant team on Catalyst. So I think if you're going to watch back anything, if you are a team studying others, then go and watch what G1 do, and maybe you can implement that into your game. At the moment, J-Lings have a narrow lead after a difficult start.
I have figured out what G1 do really well on Catalyst Slayer.
What's that?
They get the 50 kills before the other team.
Clever, and a great way to try and approach a game. I would be concerned if other teams are not doing that. If other teams are saying, guys, all we need to do is get to 40, then they probably shouldn't be at the World Championships.
Well, 2 dead here. And J-Lings really starting to go up through the gears. I would love to get an Astro listening to see exactly what they're saying to each other.
Do push me.
Watching it. Tapping's weak.
I'm one. I'm back.
There's two.
Can you bait me?
Nice. Tapping's up there. 2 there, 2 more there.
Yeah, that's it. Anyway, all the way in the back of the flag.
I got skewered, yeah.
Nice gear.
Nice, I'm watching you underneath here.
Watch a high with skewer.
One's going main door. Watch main door.
Weak that high hole.
Main door, yeah. Yes, sir.
On the commander, one shot. Go on.
Nice.
One spikes. No good.
Yeah, one on me.
I can switch. He's pushing, this guy's pushing. Free here.
Low left. One shot, hard left, drift pushing you, underneath.
Nice. There was another.
More behind.
Yeah, fuck off. I'm on.
Absolute mate.
Back up if you can.
One.
Nice. He's still there?
Got the push.
Yeah, I was stepping.
2 more, backing up.
Good.
Yeah, you just
Give up, yeah.
Let's wrap.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
15 seconds away. I'm going green.
I got skewer, guys. Let me make a pick.
Okay, we're all good.
Yo, I have combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
I'm gonna go spike.
Done them all, guys.
Got one main ramp on me. There's 2 on my flag.
Mohawk weak.
One's main ramp, one's back flag.
West is up, boys.
I can look at the back flag.
One to spike. Right, let's spike, Sams.
My main ramp.
I got one, guys. No good.
Main ramp and top flag.
One shot, then spikes.
Push in, top. Yeah.
I heard spikes. Spikes. Other side, Hams. Other side, your side.
Hard pushing.
Nice, Hams. I can go this.
So I'm
Love you,
looking.
Pete. Go for this. I got it.
Spike's weak. The main ramp weak. Tapping.
And a great insight to the communication of J-Lings as they start to create more of a gap here, more of a lead. I heard a lot of Flux talking as well. When I look at what does Flux add, it does seem like a lot of communication coming from his side. He knows exactly how he wants to play the game and also trying to incorporate that to the rest of the team.
Something to notice is the composure showed in the comms. Not getting ahead of themselves, not frantic in the communication, knowing how big this series is. Keeping things nice and relaxed, nice and cool. I suppose it's easier to do that when you're winning. And for tapping buttons, they have it all to do here in game number 2.
J-Lings were very confident coming into this series. I spoke to them yesterday and I said, well, you know, you beat him in Orlando, but in Orlando, Nugget was kind of new. And they were like, yeah, but they had enough practice with him to be good enough to take on another team. They didn't see that as an excuse. So now they were going into this series saying, this is no different to Orlando. We're playing exactly the same team. We know how to beat them. And clearly, they are finding a way to do exactly what they did in Orlando, if not better than they did. These games are not as close as they were. Or, sorry, this Slayer is not as close as it was previously. But we also have to remember on the other side, this is Space Station's worst map from Orlando. They should be losing this when you look at the series layout. The concerning thing is, their best map is map number 5. You've got to get there.
The way these first 2 games have gone, so far anyway, at least, it's not looking good for SSG to make it to that game 5. Can Drift have an influence on this Slayer? J-Lings being very clever here, slowing the game down.
I will say that Drift actually has been the main Slayer for Space Station since Orlando. You'd think it would always be tapping buttons. All we talk about is tapping buttons this, tapping buttons that. And don't get me wrong, tapping buttons, fantastic player, but Drift needs the credit where it's due. He was the main Slayer. He statistically was getting the most kills and the best KDA from Orlando as well. So if someone's going to pull them back into it, I feel like Drift has to start leading that charge. He needs to find that same form.
That's with the overshield. Could this be the catalyst then to propel them forward? A couple of kills have been traded here and there. Septic and tapping buttons, they get eliminated. Still a comfortable lead for J-Lings. What SSG need desperately is a clean 4 dead without giving up any numbers so they can get map control, but every single time they look to close the gap and close the distance, J-Lings get those trades. There it is again, 2 for 2. And all the live long day, J-Lings will love this.
And you got to imagine that if you can go 2-0 up in this series, like a crazy amount of confidence going into map number 3 and onward, and knowing you are even closer to that World Championship. As a reminder, this is just the play-ins for the World Championships. They will begin tomorrow, but we have 8 teams competing to try and get 4 spots in the World Championships as Quad manages to get a triple.
Triple kill for Quadios to add to his already impressive tally of 14, 2, and 8. The man is turning up here in the play-ins and looking to carry that momentum and drive this team forward.
Yeah, he had an amazing map number 1, and it seems like he's carrying on that heat here into map number 2 and shutting down Space Station no matter what corner they seem to turn. And you'd imagine with a 10-kill difference now between these two teams, this is not going to be easy for Space Station to get back into. I've seen some crazy comebacks, but you look at the way J-Lings are controlling the map, Space Station can't seem to get anywhere without being shut down.
Every single time we switch to Quadios' POV, the man's picking up another triple kill. 4 dead for SSG, and you're right, because SSG, every single time they're in a gun engagement, they're stuck in their base. They can't get out.
It's collapse after collapse from J-Lings. They see the spawn, they set their targets on just collapsing from both sides. It's a very successful pinch, and time again, Space Station cannot find an answer.
41 to 31. Tapping Buttons has got a double kill, but Septic will get that trade. 2 for 2 again. The lead stands at 11. J-Lings require 7 to double their series lead.
And if they carry on playing this way, it should not take too long. You've got 3 minutes 23 on the clock. You could slow the game down if you want, but you don't want to invite Space Station back into this game. Carry on with the same pace, carry on with the same confidence. Only if the game starts to shift towards Space Station, that's when you maybe think about changing the pace slightly.
All that's required is 7. J-Lings have been doing absolutely everything they need to. Positioned perfectly here to secure the second map win of the series. Quadios, Spider-Man's his way out of danger, but is getting tagged up in the back once more. Still somehow alive and kicking here. Makes it a really awkward fight for Tapping Buttons, who does get the job done eventually, but the trades once more, 2 for 2, and 4 kills required now for J-Lings.
One more push could be enough just to send them 2-0 up in this series. You can see Quad still being careful, despite the fact he's got 19 kills at the moment. Cannot make it 20. A couple of kills going in favor of Space Station. They are slowly but surely crawling back into it, but you'd have to imagine it's a little bit too late.
J-Lings has been methodical here, really tearing down SSG, and Nugget could be the latest victim and the last victim, as J-Lings do secure game number 2, and they're 1 game away then from being 1 series away from the World Championship.
At 1 step closer, 1 foot in the door, you may say. As for Space Station, frustration maybe starts to kick in a little bit. They would have been feeling confident coming into the series with the scrim results that have been happening, how they've been playing leading up to the event, a little bit more practice with Nugget, to then be shut down in that manner in game number 2. All that confidence gets stripped away. And the way J-Lings were collapsing was, I mean, incredible. And hats off to Quadios. If I had a hat, I'd take it off and kind of throw it at him. I wouldn't distract him, because it's quite far. It's a big throw. It's a big throw from here. But 19 kills, almost 20. I mean, he might have got a 20th. I didn't see it at the end, but genuinely, that's not a performance I would expect from Quadios this early on in the tournament. Sometimes he takes a little bit longer to heat up, but he seems to be heating up very early indeed.
And you expect to see this sort of performance if you're playing against an AM team, but to put in 19 kills against the reigning champions in the LATAM region, that is a different level of performance that you're not expecting. Yeah,
this LATAM team, you know, this Space Station roster is not an easy game whatsoever. There's confirmation it was 19 kills. You're right, for Quadios in the end. That is going to do so much wonders for them as they move on and they play the North American teams in this bracket, for example, or if they were to face, you know, Ascend, if that were to happen as well. Obviously, they're on different sides of the bracket right now, and then if they did get into the World Championships, they are going to be full of everything, knowing that they can go in and actually, they'll feel like they can take on the world after performances like this. I will say, though, on the other side, it starts to get very worrying for Space Station, because if they're not able to, you know, get anything here in map number 2, if they're not even able to get close, you're going into a game you've just lost against this team in Orlando. J-Lings know they can beat them here. J-Lings know they can 3-0 them now. So Space Station need to find something else. And unfortunately, you've got to be looking around and someone has to step up.
It is worth shaping the narrative, right? That in Orlando, it was SSG who had a 247 to 200 odd lead. And they opened the door. They made that mistake to allow J-Lings back in. Is it a situation there where they possibly learned from those mistakes because things were going so well in that game, they almost went to a game 5? Is this maybe perhaps a sleeper map for them where they think we can make the adjustments that were required?
I mean, I have it on good authority that J-Lings just wanted to make it interesting.
Yes.
They wanted to try and just make it entertaining for the fans. That's what I heard anyway from J-Lings, but I'm not sure that's necessarily
It was a
true.
direct quote, actually.
It was a direct quote. But I do think that Stronghold's Live Fire is such a difficult map to try and navigate when you are ahead, because sometimes teams will find a way just to kind of break that setup and then suddenly they've got the control as well, and that's what J-Lings did so successfully, in Orlando. So I think if you are Space Station, you can't afford to only have like a 20 to 30 point lead going into that final set of the game. You need to be having a 60+ lead. You need to have that little bit of a buffer, that little bit of a cushion to fall back on. Otherwise, J-Lings will punish you.
There's an issue that we have, is that there's nobody I can point to on SSG that I think has been playing particularly poorly. Perhaps it's time for all 4 of these players to take a good hard look at themselves heading into Game 3 here. Because it's do or die in this game, or they'll be heading down to the elimination bracket and then are just 1 series away from not making it to World Championships at all. And we're on board with Quadios once more. He's been having a fantastic series. Why not close it out here?
I mean, in theory, they still could make the World Championships. There's still the elimination bracket. They might get there, but it's not looking great. It's not looking good when you're already losing in the winners bracket to one of the teams who you could argue weaker out of the region. They're definitely not as good as Ascend or haven't been leading up to this tournament, but from what I've seen, it seems like J-Lings have really spruced things up coming into this event from Orlando. They seem to have changed a lot of their approach of the game, and genuinely, Quadios looks like a different player, and that is one of the most exciting things that I could have said so far in this tournament.
J-Lings have started off nice and early here with 2 strongholds to the name, already scoring 25 points and climbing, excuse me. Fluent in many languages. It's English and gibberish. I do struggle at times, but now it's tapping buttons. Who is stepping into the hill and has secured A and B for his team, and they will now start to close the gap very quickly after J-Lings extended their lead to 30.
Is gibberish the official name of the Irish
Yes, it's
language?
Actually, see, it's Jib and then Irish.
Jib Irish, yeah. And that makes a lot of sense. I do have to often translate for you in Ubers whilst we are in the United States of America. Space Station are starting to put some more points back on the board though, but J-Lings off spawn are still able to steal B away, it would seem. Look at them darting towards it to try and stop this. That is a fantastic reset, and it was Drift who led the charge.
Morgan looking to make an influence here on the B stronghold, but ultimately taken down by 2 members of SSG. Lovely bait and switch coming out of them. They're starting to play some decent Halo now, and already taking the lead in this game. It's 2 strongholds, B and C, in favor of SSG, and J-Lings on the back foot here, trying to fight out of the garage. Overshield has just popped up, and it's Drift who's managed to get himself involved and secure, lock it into his chest, and now they're starting to apply the pressure on A.
You don't want to allow Drift to start to heat up here, and whilst I was talking about in the pre-game, J-Lings know they can win this, you got to imagine the flip side. Space Station know how close they were to winning this. They know they've managed to get 247 points. You just need 3 more as Quadios will take the challenge. It's going to be a triple. Is it going to be more as Drift, unfortunately, will not be able to get the 4th, but it is still total control here for Space Station Gaming.
You just know his teammates were screaming back down to Morgan there. Killing spree for Drift. He's got the handbrake up, and he's going full Tokyo with back-to-back triple kills.
Not what you want to see if you're a fan of J-Lings, a fan of European Halo, is any of these SSG boys start to heat up. Already a commanding lead now. J-Lings falling behind on the scoreboard, not able to get any strongholds right now. They're stuck bottom mid, they're stuck at tower. They need to just win 1 engagement and try and wrestle back some control.
J-Lings desperately need the first pick, but they're down in numbers every time. They've gotten it now, but it's vital that Morgan stays alive, unable to do so. The sniper rifle pops up, and Atso threatens to go bottom middle, and he's taking the bait. How's that J-Lings player? The melee comes through, and all of a sudden, Space Station are firing all cylinders. Body shot connects to Flux, and he goes down.
This is incredible from Space Station. You thought they might be down and out after 2-0. But Atso, the player who had the most power weapon kills in Orlando for this roster, and you can see why. He likes the sniper rifle. He'll pick up the rockets. He'll do the work that's required of him. And right now, J-Lings do not have an answer.
Atso made me go full Ric Flair there for a moment. I'm glad he stopped because I didn't know where it would end. But Drift, he was the catalyst to propel the team forward. That is why they're seeing such success here in game number 3. And he opens the door once more. Quadios gets taken down. 2 members of J-Lings positioned over towards Nest here. And they handle Drift with a bait and switch. But it's vitally important that J-Lings can shut down SSG because they're so close to losing this game.
I mean, we saw a comeback in Orlando, but this would be something else of a comeback. We've not seen anything like this. Space Station still in control. Septic, the last remaining player. This one looks like it is done and dusted. Space Station only 1 point away now.
And it's Atso who jumps in, desperately tries to stay alive, but unable to do so. But now it's for Quad to try and stop it, but unable to do so. And it's 250 to 30, and SSG completely flipped the script here.
Wow. Honestly incredible. I said, you've got to look around, you've got to look at each other, who's going to step up. Every single individual on that Space Station team did step up when they needed to. A great way of just penetrating that momentum that J-Ling seemed to be carrying into game number 3, and maybe it is one of the cases of them playing the game type against them in Orlando, being able to study it, the only game type actually they were able to study that they had played previously. And it does seem like Space Station did better research when it came to that map.
I will just say, I said Quadrant when I seen Quad, and I missed them. Everything makes me think of them.
I think we all wanted them to be here.
Yeah.
It's sad that Quadrant aren't after the year they've had, but we have to focus on who is here, and that is J-Lings. And I tell you what, I thought they were going to be one step closer to the World Championships. Remember, this is just the play-ins today. 8 teams trying to make their way into the World Championships. Only 4 can do so, and this is just winners bracket round 1, so we have plenty of action coming your way.
Plenty of action still to come, and particularly in this series, score currently sitting at 2-1 in favor of J-Lings, but there's winning a game of strongholds, but what we just seen was a complete blowout for SSG, and all of a sudden this series is blown wide open.
Yeah, you'd think that Space Station would have just kind of rolled over, showed their belly, and been like, all right, we'll focus on the elimination bracket, but 250 to 30 is an absolute demolition from the Space Station roster. And I wouldn't be surprised if J-Lings want to take a little bit of a water break after that one. Maybe a bathroom break just to try and reset the mentals as we go into King of the Hill Streets. Now, Strongholds and King of the Hill can sometimes be compared as similar in a way, but can also very much play very differently depending on how you want to approach those games. But what we mentioned right at the start of the series, if you are J-Lings, you do not want to go to Game 5. They have to get it done here in Game number 4.
And with Game 4 being Streets King of the Hill, is there anything you can tell me that will tip the balance in either team's favor? Who do you fancy heading into this one?
You know, after what I just seen from Space Station, I'm thinking it could be Space Station taking us to a Game 5. The way they were able to control the entirety of the map, they were constantly able to force J-Lings back onto spawn and not allow J-Lings to get that first pick. If they can have the same kind of strength with their setups here on Streets King of the Hill, there is no reason why we shouldn't go to a Game 5. The bigger question is, what can J-Lings actually do to break those setups, or can J-Lings be the team to initially take that lead? Because if J-Lings do go ahead, we've already seen Space Station struggle to get back into the game. It's when Space Station are leading when they're in their very best.
Right then. The stage is set. Game 4. King of the Hill Streets. J-Lings need one more map win to push themselves ever closer to the World Championships tomorrow. And for SSG, they showed far more than just signs of life. They've proved that they can hang with the big dogs here. And we're underway once more through the eyes and ears of Quadios as that drop shields tip-taps its way down the street. But it doesn't matter. Bulldog to the back and a melee to the spine. Double kill. And Quadios was trying to start this game off with a bang.
Yeah, almost managed to get a triple there. Probably wondering where the rest of the team was after he got so much aggression. No point scored towards the first hill at the moment. Both teams showing a lot of respect, just trying to get control of these power weapons first before they start going for any sort of real push.
Quadios then trying to settle the team's nerves. Game 3 did not go according to plan at all. Tires is the point of engagement, gets 1, locks in 2, and he's just making the difference every single time we jump on his POV.
Very silly push there from Space Station as well. They know better than that, just to hurl yourself into Tires. You've got to be a bit more strategical with your approach, but they are trying to flood J-Lings, and eventually they are able to force J-Lings out of that hill. Morgo will back off, wait for a little bit of assistance before he rejoins the battle.
It's a 4v4 on the map at the moment. First pick is going to be vital. J-Lings got enough points on the board there to almost secure their first hill. They can do a similar thing again. They will go 1-0 up, but all of a sudden SSG are flirting to get right back into things, and they're closing the gap very, very quickly. Quadios with the commando in his hand. Up the driveway, he tip-taps. And SSG have stepped out for a moment, and at their own peril as Quadios fires some beautiful shots at the commando to the dome of Nugget, and Drift follows them very quickly thereafter. It's tapping buttons. All alone in red, isolated now is Atso. And the arcade is being cleared out. And J-Lings take control once more.
Seems to be a little bit better for J-Lings, the fact they only have to really focus on kind of one objective, one hill. There isn't 3 strongholds to worry about in the previous. Another double kill for Quad. He seems far more comfortable on this map, and he seems to be playing the same way he did in map number 1 and 2. He was the difference maker in those opening 2 maps, but didn't really come to life in map number 3. But now J-Lings have answered back. They do find themselves 1-0 up here on Streets King of the Hill.
I feared for a moment when I seen Quadio step out of the hill and almost jump over that banisters. I thought he thought it was there. He thought it was secured, and it wasn't. It was still to be done, and he ticked up the final points. Rocket launcher, though, in Septic's hands, patrolling and rolling. Gets one. One more in the chamber to take care of business. Perhaps it'll be fired back tram, and indeed it does. Doesn't need to connect in the end, as Morgan gets the job done instead with that Stalker rifle. Bulldog in hand, and it's J-Lings really controlling the sandbox here.
Some may say it's a wasted rocket, those some would be me. But it doesn't matter, because he's got a Bulldog, and arguably a better weapon anyway in the right hands, and Septic's going to look to try and get up close and personal now with anyone who wants to join him in Tram. And J-Lings are set up to go 2-0 up here. A very difficult hill to break at times. You've got to know your jump up towards back Tram, and unfortunately the Bulldog not biting like it should.
It only had one tooth left, and it was dislodged, and after that, Septic didn't realize that it was a gummy Bulldog in the end. And that will not bite hard at all. And Atso gets a trade, 2v2 on the map for a moment. Flux sets his sights on tapping buttons and taps his right trigger enough times to secure a kill for his team. Drift, last man standing, currently sitting at 3, 4, and 5 in his kills category, assists and deaths. Looking at J-Lings then, have controlled the map for large portions here. They've got control of Tram. Bulldog will fire once more, but Morgan gives up his death a little bit too easy there.
Yeah, it's unfortunately twice where the Bulldog hasn't made the difference, where perhaps it could have if you were just that 1 centimeter closer and the bullets hit a little bit harder. And now Space Station are able to control this hill. Now they have all the goodies, but the good sign for J-Lings is rockets are coming up. The perfect way to break this setup. And look at the push. You saw the overhead there. You saw the players are going to be pushing through. Rockets will be grabbed, but Drift says, you know what? Screw your rockets. I want to take down every member of this team.
You don't need rockets when you've got a Bulldog in the back. Rockets, though, descending on back Tram.
Nice.
One is secured. Atso. J-Lings starting to punch a hole now in SSG's defense here, back Tram. And they recognize and respect the rockets are in paradise now. One goes down, 2 find a home now for those rockets. Used expertly, 3 dead for SSG. And that is perfect Halo out of J-Lings.
Yeah, just to rewind very quickly, that first rocket from Morgan was great. He feared he was going to die, so he wanted to get rid of one rocket, but also predicting where that player was going to be. I know it's a very easy thing to do, but sometimes people would not have fired a rocket there just because they weren't quite sure and they didn't want to waste it. Am I going to die? But now J-Lings very close to going 2-0 up.
SSG is starting to form a push of their own, and it's been successful. All 4 dead now for J-Lings, and although they've somehow managed to punch a hole with those rockets and got into a position to secure hill number 2, SSG made it a very difficult task in the end, and now they're just on the cusp of tying us up here, and they do. 1-1 here in game 4.
Yeah, J-Lings had a decision to make there. Do we just kind of set up for the next, or do we try and make for one last desperate push? In the end, they did stay on this tower side of the map for the next hill, but not necessarily able to set up for it. They haven't immediately started scoring. They are going to have to deal with a few stragglers that were able to escape the Tram. And already that first bit goes to Space Station. J-Lings having to back off a little bit. Morgan struggling to stay alive.
He has done so, though, for the moment. 1 left standing. It's going to be Nugget. Bulldog out the back pocket, and that will secure the kill. And now Morgan's looking to tiptoe in and start to score some of the first points now for J-Lings, but he gets forced out of the hill immediately by tapping buttons. They're getting the kills that they need to, but they're not getting the score on the board.
Really not able to just get someone in and really get a proper setup on the go, and that's good from Space Station. You've got to keep applying this pressure, keep J-Lings awkward, and 3 are dead now on that red side. And if they can find that last remaining player and stop the spawns from happening, Space Station could be the first team actually to set up in this hill.
Making it really difficult there, SSG. Ensuring that if they're going to get points, J-Lings, they're going to do it the hard way. And after all that, all those engagements, the back and forth, It's SSG who start to score some significant points now on this statue hill.
Thought that was G8.
G8, maybe.
Thought it was G8.
But he's in trouble.
Not any official trouble,
No.
though, maybe said. The Bulldog dropped, and the VR shots will go into the brain, but Quad will also do exactly the same on the other side. Jailing's going for another attempted kind of pinch, trying to push from both sides. It could actually end up working out for them. Space Station down to just one remaining player, and Flux again fighting for his life.
But they delayed the push once more, have SSG. When Jailings get those kills, they're not able to capitalize on them, and again, 2 go down for Jailings, and making this so difficult are SSG for Jailings, and they're now breathing down the neck, and they're now about to take the lead.
And you've got to look at the clock as well, right? This has taken a long time to get these first few hills on the go. Very little time once Space Station do get this second point on the board. You have to imagine they will do so. No one from Jailings to contest it. A 2-1 lead. Space Station now will be ahead. And what did I say? Space Station, as long as they are ahead, they will be feeling far better, far more confident. Again, Jailings find themselves 3 dead. Space Station are looking to try and take this to a game 5.
This is a different Space Station team entirely that we've seen from game 1 and 2. They're prepared to make this fight ugly. It's a brawl. It's a war. And they're scrapping. 2-1 the score in this game. 2 go down, though, for SSG. And is this the opportunity for Jailings to close the distance? Flux combines. And Septic now with the Stalker Rifle, applying pressure. He's in the perfect spot to pick up that kill onto Drift, sitting front base now. And Nugget will have the same fate. Atso in Tram, but Septic knows that's exactly where he needs to be.
Space Station have been far better at getting kind of scrappy time. You saw there was only 1 member remaining on the Space Station side as Atso wins that fight, and suddenly I hear Space Station get a little bit more loud with their callouts as well, but you still have to get Jailings out of this hill.
Still a lot of work to do then. And they've done it so successfully here. Bulldog again, but it's firing from a distance. It's not doing the damage that is needed. And we're pretty level on score here on this 4th hill. These next few gun engagements are going to be pivotal in tipping the balance one way or the other. But it's SSG who hold control. They're holding what they have. Quadios has gotten taken care of. Drift gets traded out, but they continue to score. And SSG double the lead, 3-1.
This is bad news for Jailings, because you know where that hill goes now. It's bottom middle. The hardest hill to get a point from, especially when a team has a 2 hill.
Here to run the clock, to play dirty, to pick up some of those angles to ensure that Jailings can't get comfortable points on the board. And a killing spree for Morgan, but it's not mattering too much at the moment.
So tough here for Jailings now, because they have to try and fight their way into the hill, but they also have to fight against Space Station away from those power positions, like Tower, for example. You can see how Space Station are controlling it, just keeping Jailings out of the hill. They are prison guards at the moment, looking down from above, and unfortunately, Jailings are not able to get any sort of jailbreak.
Being kept at arm's length here. About 40 seconds on the clock. Writing's on the wall here for a game. Writing's on the wall here for a game 5. And SSG have deserved this. After
seconds left, it's looking very likely where we're heading. 3 are dead for Jailings. Space Station paroling around the map. Morgan, a last-ditch attempt to try and stay alive. No one's in the hill. Space Station win game number 4. 2-2, we're going to game 5.
Well, well, well. That reverse sweep is on the cards, and momentum well and truly with the Latam Kings in SSG. And Jailings now, mentally, they could be in the wrong headspace altogether.
You asked me about keys to victory, and I said avoid recharge, avoid game 5, and that's exactly where we're going for the Slayer, to try and decide this series, to try and decide who is going to be progressing into winners bracket round 2 of this play-in competition. Who could be a team that gets to the Halo World Championships?
Well, after game 2, we spoke about how they were feeling confident, and we warned against complacency, and perhaps that is something we see, but SSG, all credit to them, they really started to apply the pressure, and they were dictating the pace of the game. And with now game 5 on the horizon, you called after game 4 with how much of a blowout and how dominant it was in SSG's favor, that perhaps Jailings should take a bathroom break just to take some of the heat out of the series, and that's what we're seeing employed now.
And I mean, you look at those stats, it's not like they got heavily outslayed, did Jailings, but it was just the way that Space Station were navigating their hill control. Tapping buttons at one point was in a 1 versus 4 and got what felt like about 10 seconds of hill time. Just shouldn't be happening excuse me, you need to be quicker at taking those players.
In the hill streets, you spoke about how those two game types can be played very similarly. They can shake out somewhat the same, and that is exactly what we've seen.
And it's worrying. And it's worrying times for J-Lings and for Europe in general, and it's game types on the side of Space Station Gaming. It's not like J-Lings don't know how to play it, right? I could have a statistic that said, oh, J-Lings, you know, they're terrible at this, and they're not going to be able to do any sort of job. Like, they know what they're doing. Even though they didn't have the best of times in Orlando, they didn't win Recharge in Orlando, you got to look at the teams they faced on Recharge. They didn't actually go up against any of the kind of teams at their caliber. They were losing to like the kind of top 4, top 6 teams on Recharge. What did they learn from those teams? Have they analyzed it? Have they done their research? This Game 5, though, is going to come down to, I think, who's got more confidence on that stage. Because we can talk all about research and prep, but that kind of goes out the window when you get to these pressure moments, these clutch moments in Game 5s.
Well, something I know is Beauty and the Beast is a tale as old as time. And we're seeing a European story that we've seen time and time again. It's not a classic by any means. I don't want to keep watching it. Disney haven't got the rights to it. But all of a sudden, Netflix might buy the rights to it. I don't know. They love to buy all sorts of things. But for Game 5, you speak about how confidence is going to play a massive factor. There's nowhere you can look other than SSG after those last 2 games.
Yeah, I think that SSG, it screams they are going to win this Game 5 just with how momentum is on their side now. I would have been thinking Game 3 was going to go in favor of J-Lings, and J-Lings were going to 3-0 this series, but then right at the very start, when we saw the kind of kills being exchanged in those first moments, SSG looked completely different than they did from games 1 and 2. Like, they were being more clinical with their pushes, they were making sure they were eliminating that final member, they weren't allowing him to get away, and if they can do the same here in Recharge Slayer, then this is going to be a series that goes in favor of Space Station Gaming. What J-Lings have to do is find that same kind of form they had in Catalyst Slayer, right? Yeah. Where they were constantly just puncturing the other team's defense, where they were constantly just separating them and forcing them back into their base. It's not as easy to do on Recharge as it is Catalyst, but you can find a way to do it.
And something that we've seen in games 3 and 4 was SSG really controlling the sandbox better than they had any time before that. And I think this is going to be one of those moments in the game where they talk about Recharge, and we talked to Morgan 12. They said they want to get the shock rifle out of the likes of Drift's hands because he is terrifying with it.
Well, Recharge Slayer is where we're going to be at. You saw the sword on your screen, it's GA, but we've already seen one GA broken already, yeah, so who knows what's going to happen in this series. But I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to see who is really going to take this game by the scruff of the neck, because Space Station now will be feeling on top of the world.
Will it be the LATAM Kings or the European Jesters then that get the victory here and put themselves in the driving seat of making it to the World Championships? 2-1 the score right off the bat. 2-2 all tied up. It's going to be cagey, it's going to be nervy. Both these teams know just how important these next few kills are going to be.
It's about getting map control early, about getting a little lead as well, just to make your opposition squirm that little bit. If Space Station can get a 5 or 6 kill lead, just think about what that's going to do to J-Lings. They're going to start to worry, they're going to start to think about that reverse sweep. And as soon as you are thinking about the reverse sweep, your mental's not in the right place. Suddenly your shot's not going to be as good. This is going to be a tough game for J-Lings. They need to constantly stay neck and neck. They cannot afford to go behind.
3 go down, make it 4. Team is going to be on staggered spawns. Engagement's continuing to go down. Quadios tries to get tower control, but he's in a tough spot. Tap-in buttons, thought about reloading, but will settle for the trade instead. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered, considering the situation that he'd found himself in there for a moment. Could have been a bit messy. And he ensures the score stays neck and neck here. It's a bait and switch though for J-Lings. 2 members slide out and all of a sudden they get 3 kills in their favor, and maybe the tide is starting to turn.
Something we were not seeing as much in games 3 and 4 was J-Lings kind of pushing as a unit, getting those bait and switches on go. Like, even if you're pushing as a 2, just make sure that you are finishing off that player. Don't allow them to escape, and don't allow them to kind of run rings around you so that they can run you towards their teammates. And now Space Station are going to be forced to just try and survive here at the moment. They have been kind of pegged back over towards long haul, but J-Lings have to make this count. They know exactly where the players are, so make sure you're watching the right areas and using those grenades to your best advantage.
Ato's all alone in tower. Quadios is giving that information across, and he gets taken care of. 2 members go down. You've seen what SSG were trying to do, make a coordinated push through long haul, but they've been food and drink into the hands of J-Lings. They have gone. Here we go. 14 kills to 10. Here comes the collapse now, and it's Septic who has that shock rifle. We've seen him clock in and go to work with this thing in the past. And Nugget last man standing for a moment. All the kills starting to go in favor once more. They're not interested in keeping it close. They have a 7-kill advantage.
Well, they wanted to keep the shock rifle out of Space Station hands. What's the best way to do it? Have it in your own hands. And I mentioned him before, Septic knows exactly how to use this weapon. His reticle placement is insane when it comes to the shock rifle, and he is putting it to work. J-Ling's now starting to get a very commanding lead, and it looks like they're finally coming back to life in this series.
Didn't need to find the head, but he did so anyway. Style points. Septic gets one more. 21 kills to 11, and now all of a sudden they can start to believe again. The comms have to come through. Let's not get reverse swept here. That's not to be our destiny. Septic holding that angle. He spoke about his crosshair placement. He's finally shut down though. And is this the opportunity for SSG to get their hands on that weapon and start to go to work? Morgan will back down Nugget here, who desperately tried to stay alive in the elevator, pushing that button, but it was not ascending to safety.
Space Station are aim starts. Like the LATAM region has been full of aim starts for years in Halo history. You don't want to give them the shock rifle. You don't want to allow them to have that freedom to just wander around the map and start ripping faces. So I like the pressure from J-Lings at the moment. They know where that shock rifle is, and they're not allowing there to be any sort of setup from SSG.
A significant lead has been mounted here. 8 kills to be exact, and the melee comes through but doesn't connect. Melee is the box instead. A little bit messy, a little bit scrappy, but J-Lings will be happy enough with that. As long as they can maintain control here and keep that lead that they have. They've worked hard for it. And SSG are desperately trying to claw back.
And this would be quite the comeback from Space Station if they are able to get back in this game. Now it's actually only 6 kills. At one point it was 9, if not 10. And J-Lings need to just stay a good amount away from SSG. Don't allow them too close in the game. 5 kills is fine. 4 kills gets a little bit more scary. Camouflage in the hands of Space Station. And if they get 2 or 3 more kills, suddenly they're right back into this, and J-Lings will be left scratching their heads, saying, how do we allow that to happen?
And you see Atso gets trades. Camouflage did dissipate, but he carved up the map enough for his team as Flux gets 1 more kill. 2 dead for Space Station. Gets a 2v2 on the map, tries desperately to get the trade, and he does Quadios. He's been the difference maker in the first 2 games, and he's already on 9 kills for the day here in game 5. There's tapping buttons on the other side, who's been a real force in this game 5. 11 kills and 6 deaths with the 1 assist to his name. And this score is much closer than it was before.
Space Station did get their hands on the shock rifle briefly, but now Morga has picked it up off the floor. If I was Morga, I'd be thinking about getting my body close to the edge of the map so that it will fall as Quadios picks up a double kill on the end of it. Knows there's a 3rd player around, hurls himself off the map in the end towards the sword, but it does cause Space Station and the players to also, for some reason, follow him. My mum used to say, if they jumped off a cliff, would you follow them as well? Apparently, Space Station will follow J-Lings wherever.
Desperately trying to get those kills that they're willing to put their own bodies on the line. No armband supplied by HCS, so those Spartans are not going to be swimming. The only swimming they're doing is with the fishes, and it's now 37-30 in favor of J-Lings. Set up over towards tower, slowing things down for a moment, but tapping buttons, has got his hands on that shock rifle, immediately gets his attentions on him. All eyes turn, battle rifles fire upon him. Doesn't get taken down though, and Quadios has been picked here. Does this open the door for SSG to close the gap and maybe secure 3 more kills of their own? Shock rifle remains in the hand, yet to fire a bullet though just yet. Tapping buttons not able to find the angles.
Speaking of eyes turning, members of Fnatic starting to appear behind us, keeping an eye on this series. Remember, if Fnatic win their game, they would play the winner of this for a spot in the World Championship. So they are very much invested, very much wondering who is going to make it through, and just keeping an eye on seeing how these 2 teams are playing. At the moment, it's J-Lings still with a very commanding lead.
J-Lings remain in the ascendancy. Flux drops down bottom middle. Quadios, who's been instrumental in all things that have been going well for J-Lings so far. 2 members of J-Lings have fallen though, and Drift will get eliminated by Septic. The experience of the Englishman to try and close out these final moments of this game. He's been here throughout many iterations of Halo, has Septic. That experience can be invaluable at times. Tapping buttons with the shock rifle. First one will sizzle the shields. The battle rifle will get the job done in the end. 2 bursts will secure the kill. 3 go down for J-Lings, and all of a sudden SSG starting to apply the pressure.
Well, the time is now for tapping buttons. We've spoke about the shock rifle, how important it could be for SSG's chances, and how tapping buttons wants to rewrite that narrative of just being, you know, the first player internationally joining an American team. He wants to be a part of a squad who were at the Halo World Championships here for Halo Infinite's first season. Still only 5 kills in it. Still Jaylings leading, but still an opportunity for SSG to get back into this one. All they need is that opening break, and maybe it will come from tapping buttons and that shock rifle.
The difference remains 5. Jaylings need 6 to close out this game. 4 minutes and change on the clock. And the game has slowed down to a crawl here. And perhaps the camouflage that's just popped up out of the oven. It's fresh. And Septic, who looks to turn his attention to it. He has security. He's popped it into his chest. Worst case scenario, he gets the burn. He's managed to get there freely. Can he lock in the kill? No, he can't, but the damage has been done. The attention's returned. It's 46-40 now. Quadio secures with the help of Flux onto tapping buttons. They're 3 away from securing this game 5. And Space Station are reeling. They need to try and slow things down, play clever here. They can ill afford to give away any easy deaths. This game is on a knife's edge. Jaylings require 3. Space Station needs 6. It's in the balance now. The pendulum is swinging. And SSG have almost fully retreated into pipes. The issue for them is they have to be the ones to push the pace. And they need to be the ones to make the plays. Because Jaylings are choosing to have and to hold.
Sounded like something from church when I was 7. But I love it. 47-44. Have and hold. Do whatever you can. Break through. Pray to whoever you need to if you are SSG right now, but there is going to be kills going in favor of Jaylings. They push in, and they will secure game number 5 and stop the reverse sweep. And they'll march on a little bit further in this bracket and get one step closer to those World Championships.
They get the job done. It wasn't pretty. As a matter of fact, it was ugly at times. And they got pushed to the very brink there at the end. They got that lead. That Game 5, Slayer, was very much in keeping with the story of the series. You look really good at the start, and all of a sudden, you allow SSG back into it. But this time, they ensure reverse sweep is not on the cards.
And Jaylings, who didn't win a single map of recharge back in Orlando, can get rid of that statistic, start to rewrite statistics now here at Worlds. And they can be maybe at the World Championships as well. Of course, remember, this is the play-ins. They are one step closer. They are now going to have to take on a team like perhaps Fnatic for a chance to be in pool play in the World Championships. But they're going to be delighted, the fact that they've just been able to get over the hurdle there, because when that was 2-2 going into Game 5, I think that we weren't the only ones thinking, oh god, Space Station are probably going to win this one.
And taking a look at the series layout, then confirmation of what we've seen. 3-2 Aquarius CTF, 50-39 Slayer on Catalyst, 2-0 we started out. And SSG roared back into it, 250-30 on Stronghold's live fire, 3-1 King of the Hill Streets, and it was set up for the reverse sweep and for the narrative for Jaylings and for indeed Europe to start off on the wrong foot once more. But this time, Jaylings, you spoke about needing to have that clutch factor, and they iced up.
They did ice up, and boy did they need it as well, because the games are only going to get tougher from this point onward. With this bracket, with the teams that are going to be trying to compete to get into Worlds, it really does scream to me at how important these series layouts are going to be throughout not just this tournament, but also as we get into the World Championships throughout the weekend. Clearly some very weak game types there for Jaylings that they're going to have to work on as they move forward through the rest of today. As for Space Station, it's not all doom and gloom yet. They still have an opportunity to get into the World Championships. They drop down to the elimination bracket, and maybe, just maybe, they can still find their way into the World Championships tomorrow.
Well, it's Jaylings who are one series away from the World Championships tomorrow, but it's over to Blaze and the boys to break this one down. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Shurzy and Gaskin. Dan wasn't even lying. That series was like a gospel, okay?
It was amazing.
You think about how we start off the Halo World Championships, the region of Europe, the region of LATAM, going to a Game 5 series there. Wow. And so there's a lot to talk about on it, okay? So let's kind of walk through this. Now, early on in the series, up 2-0 for J-Lings, and, you know, it was the Morga show, okay? He absolutely went off there. You know, what was one thing that was very successful there for about J-Lings in those earlier 2 matches, for them to really kind of get up there in the CTF in the Slayer? Yeah,
well, actually, one of the things that you could really notice, you know, in those first 2 games was how the communication, right? We had actually a listen-in where you're hearing Flux really get into comms, really guide traffic, and help everyone understand the broader picture of the map. Those guys were doing such a brilliant job of just communicating with one another. And then as games 3 and 4 came about, you started to see that J-Lings were really struggling to play together, and SSG were picking them apart. That live fire game was a perfect example of it, where J-Lings were just going after, spots by themselves. Yeah. And we're just getting absolutely shut down. That's why the strongholds.
And you know what happened? Okay? And Shurzy said it, full Tokyo. All right? It was Drift himself. Sharp, smooth out there, hitting those snipes on sprees. Then at that point, you know, we saw it there, Tony, where Space Station Gaming, they tied the series up, and it was like, all right, they're still in it, though, okay? They look kind of focused going into that map 5.
Yeah, honestly, I thought SSG were going to take it. I mean, they had all the momentum going into their side. They were playing like the SSG we knew they were going to be coming into the play-in tournaments. However, J-Lings, they said they were confident coming into LAN. Yeah. And all I'm saying is, Quadios deserves a race. I'm telling you right now, I'm getting my man Quadios, because 4 out of 5 games, the leading Slayer, including in that Slayer, what are you talking about, 19
No. He had at least 12 kills, 12 assists, okay? Next to the 12 deaths, 2.0 KDA off the respawn in a Slayer that's that close. He was so impactful. Yeah. Huge shout out to Quadios there for Team J-Lings, but also let's put some love on Septic's name, okay? Because he was hitting everybody with that tank all across the board. And I mean with that charge rifle, the snipes he was hitting early on in that Slayer really gave J-Lings the momentum early on in that series to not lose full there at the end, because they were coming back, tapping buttons in them. He was leading charge.
And that's the reason why I went with Space Station for like the team that I felt like could potentially get out of it. And I'm glad that, like, you know, they played, because I won't lie, after game 2 I was like, I'm happy maybe I was being a little hopeful for, you know, my brothers from Mexico, but it was really nice, though, to see them step it up the way that they did. That live fire strongholds was absolutely devastating. If you're J-Lings, you have to go back, watch that, and find out where everything fell apart, because good God, it's like clearly a complete shutdown from Space Station Gaming over to J-Lings. But yeah, and then, you know, Gaskin said something really pointed, I think, at the start of Game 5, which was, you know, that the research, the prep, everything kind of goes out the window. And you kind of just got to play with your gut. And that is exactly what happened in that Game 5, right? And why it came down to the wire. A real big shout out to J-Lings for having control of that camo at the end of the game, because that opened up the map, created an opportunity, weakened some players, and allowed that push to come through. But even with that, Space Station still had an opening to try and come back.
They really did, man. They were fighting tooth and nail there towards the end. But ultimately, you know, Quadios, he stayed consistent. The entire squad, J-Lings and co, they come out on top, 3-2 victory. Now, let's take a look at our bracket and see how they progress on forward. They're going to have to go up against Fnatic. That was Tony's pick right there to go on through. And Fnatic, a clean 3-0 to kick that one off.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's, like, shocked, Tony, that, like, you know, no disrespect to Divine Mind, you know, we love those guys, but honestly, it's just Fnatic are a phenomenal team, top performers. Not a shocker that they 3-0'd there, and then they're going to face J-Lings.
Yep, exactly. And as you guys can already see, ASEAN and Alta Esports, head on over twitch.tv/HCS if you want to tune into that one and see what's going down as ASEAN leading that series. But hey, we got Complexity versus the Chiefs coming up next on the stream. It's going to be great. And I do believe you two beautiful gentlemen are going to be casting it, right?
Yeah, no breaks.
No breaks whatsoever. So that series is coming up next. We're going to shift the rotation around, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to continue with the play-in bracket. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo World Championship. This is Thursday. This is our pre-day to the World Championship coming up tomorrow. This is the play-in bracket as we are qualifying 4 squads to go on over towards pool play. I'm Blaze, but I got 2 awesome gentlemen next to me. We got Dan and we got Sherzy up in the building here. You guys had a great cast. What a series to kind of kick off today, right?
Wow, I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better to start. I mean, a best of 5 that goes to the 5th game, close to a reverse sweep. Europe almost throwing it away as usual. Oh, no. It had a little bit of everything, but they managed to get through it.
Everything that we want to see in a championship weekend, right? But if you guys are watching at home, well, don't worry. We got some gifts for you guys out there as well because we have our Twitch drops out there that hopefully you guys are watching. We got a few streams you can earn them on too as well. You can get them over here at twitch.tv/Halo or twitch.tv/HCS where we do have ASEAN currently playing their series. But hey, you watch for 2 hours, you get all the prizes, all the bling. Sherzy, I know you'll definitely rock that Diamond BR.
I'm looking at that battle rifle and it is blinging, and I want that.
Even the armor.
I don't care if it explodes my PC. I want all of that battle rifle, all of it.
I don't care if it drops my frames.
I don't care.
I'm gonna be the stylish person in the map.
Whatever the cost is.
It's concerning because his PC is that bad.
It's a toaster.
Anything could kind of blow it out of the water. He needs something good.
And so when it comes down to it, the 2 on the right will be available on the 23rd. You can see it there. The grand finals is how you get the BR and the trophy weapon charm. You just got to watch for now right there. The coatings there, you get those on the 23rd as well. So make sure you're in the stream bright and early, as I know you guys will be, because you guys are the best fans out there in the world. Now, we got a series coming up, and it's going to be a great one. We got Complexity going up against the Chiefs. Now, the Chiefs, last time in Orlando, they didn't have the best showing out there, okay? They lost a superstar. They lost a staple of their squad. You know, Dan, when it comes down to this team, you know, what do you want to see them do to come back here and show us, you know, what Australia is all about?
I think that we just need to see a little bit of life from them. I'm not expecting them to beat Complexity in this series, but take a map or 2. Give you some confidence to suggest that you can still get into the World Championships. You mentioned it. They didn't win a single map in pool play back in Orlando. They only won 2 maps against Proton in the elimination bracket. To be fair, they probably could have won that series and got a little bit further. They felt very hard done by. I do think that Chiefs, you know, they lost a lot with the whole barcode situation, but I will say I think the region has really come together. It's become far more competitive now, which actually makes it a far better viewing experience when you kind of tune in and see just not one team dumping on everyone else like it was previously.
Yeah, there was like this real like power vacuum and a shift in the tide when Barcode left to play for G2. We've seen that Chiefs had this like drop in form and this drop in performance, and teams like Divine Mind started to capitalize on that.
Yeah.
There was then question marks over whether the Chiefs are still the top dogs in the ANZ region, and they answered those questions in Melbourne. But in international competition, it's always been a bit of a struggle for them to crack that nut, and maybe this can be the time at Worlds, the biggest stage of them all.
You know, you take away the big tree and you make room for new growth across the board, and we'll see what they can do out here. But now we got the other team out there, you know, Complexity. This is a squad who has been, you know, they've been on the cusp of being with the upper echelon of teams that we have here at the HCS, but just always fall short.
Yeah.
Do they got that perfect piece now, okay? Do you think that they can get on over there and make it towards the actual pool play?
It's tough for this team, right? They've always been that squad that's been on the bubble, and if any of the top teams in North America or indeed Europe didn't give them the respect they deserve, there's always that chance and that opportunity for Complexity to go on a run. But there's a player that I really appreciate his play style. It's Vetra on this team. He is a top fragger, and he can do wonders with the battle rifle. With any weapon you put in his hands, this man can be lethal, and I expect him to have a huge say in whether this team qualifies for the World Championships.
Yeah, I think that this squad will look at who else is featuring in these play-ins, and they should feel confident that they will be one of the 4 teams.
Yeah.
But you've got to get past this first test first. Yeah. Right? I think if you do drop a couple of games here, suddenly that confidence will maybe get sucked away from you, and you need to be really looking at yourselves and saying, why aren't we able to 3-0 a team that got dominated in pool play in Orlando? That being said, if Chiefs have done the practice, if Chiefs have done the research, maybe we can see a different side from them in this tournament.
And I hate to say it like that, because the thing is that if the Chiefs do start winning maps against them, that it is gonna like play with their minds a little bit. It's like, all right, why are they winning maps against us? Okay, we're supposed to be the top dogs here, but you know, let's kind of hone more into the Chiefs here, because with Barcode being gone, who would you say on the team is the one that had to really kind of step up and be the Slays. Is it the Slays?
I'm expecting it to actually be Madsy. I think he's the player that I have the most amount of pressure on coming into this competition because I think he can be a real difference maker for this squad. If he can get firing, if this team can play around him, I think he could be the one that drives this team on. I think for them, map number 1, game number 1 is going to be so important because if they can take map number 1, it might just put some wind in their sails. They can we can compete with these big teams. So I expect the first map to be so important here.
Yeah, I'm doubling down on that one too as well because if you can start off hot against these guys, Complexity, get yourself a nice solid foundation, then from there you can actually maybe you can go into the game plan in which you prepared before.
Yeah.
But whatever game plan you kicked off the series with, if it starts off shaky, then you're trying to worry about playing from behind, but also trying to be perfect on another front. It's too much pressure on your shoulders, all right? Well, that's going to do it for us here on the couch. Let's throw it on over towards some of our favorite gentlemen who knows how to handle the pressure on their shoulders. It's Tony and Golden Boy. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I think a lot of people really love Tony, but, I may not, get that same kind of love back. But anyway, guys, of course, GB alongside Tony here. Really excited for this game because we got, Complexity up against the Chiefs. And let's be honest here, right? I love that we're trying to sell this hopium for Chiefs. And this, again, no disrespect to those guys. They are all great players coming out of the region. But if Complexity doesn't come into this one and 3-0, then I have a lot of questions about Complexity's, stance in this competition, Tony.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. I mean, Complexity have found so much success online, and now it's their time to translate it to land. They are the favorites to make it out of this play, and now it's time for them to prove it. It's time for them to reach the potential we all know they have.
Yeah, and we saw this series play out just a little while ago. Of course, we have Aquarius capture the flag, Catalyst Slayer, Strongholds live fire, and then if necessary, we'll go to Streets King of the Hill, followed by Recharge on Slayer, which we saw just a little while ago, 50-45 banger between J-Lings and Space Station Gaming. But again, just to reiterate, for Complexity, this has to be a 3-and-out, period. They have to shut down Chiefs right here, right now, or else everyone else that's in the pit currently is going to be looking at Complexity and see that they're wounded animals and they're ready to pounce on them like a lion. So that is something that they have to be aware of. And that honestly is going to be a lot of pressure on Complexity. If anything, for Chiefs, it's like, screw it, just play your game because you got nothing to lose here.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for Chiefs, they won a couple of games over in Orlando, and one of them happened to be in Capture the Flag. The bad thing for the Chiefs is they ran into Complexity, and Complexity are an absolute nuisance. This game number 1 is going to be a great tester for us. Going to find out, are Chiefs, with that ultra-aggressive play style, going to be able to go at Complexity, or will Complexity be the favorites?
Good God, already out of the gate, you're going to see 3 players down for the Chiefs. Camo control for Cycle here, and Neuronical having a hot start right out of the gate. This is exactly what you'd want to see out of Complexity here, and the Chiefs just struggling to find their footing as we are already on track for one potential flag cap here. Neuronical's going to be bringing this right across the Hydro side of the map. He's got no encounters anywhere. No one's going to be looking to get all up in his business, and that's going to be the first flag cap here for Complexity.
And that's how important these slays are. Complexity putting Chiefs 4 down and watching every single angle, able to run that flag freely, and nobody able to touch them. A 1-0 lead for Complexity, and they already have the mid-map control you want to see. And guess what? Another run coming.
Yeah, this is starting to look very, very dangerous for Chiefs, and a beautiful thrust from Neuronical. At this point, you don't really even need to leave his screen because of how he has been slain, but we got to show the second flag cap anyway, and there you have it. Another flag. A relay is going to start to happen here, and Chiefs just simply do not have a handle on this map whatsoever. Alley-oop, and he's going to catch it, and that's flag cap number 3. Oh my goodness, Tony, we're watching a slaughter.
You called a 3-0 series, but within a minute and 30 seconds, we're about to see a 3-0 so far in this flag. This is the dominance that you expect to see out of Complexity, as Cycle holding on to the high ground, able to get the double kill with killing spree being earned, and now Chiefs really getting stuck in their base.
And just look at this disengagement that's happening from Cycle, right? You got these guys basically backs against the ropes here. You can just push them if you want, but you don't really need to. Camel's going to be coming up in a moment. You got them pressured in their base. You know exactly where they're going to be positioned here because you have eyes pretty much everywhere on the map. And at this point in time, you got to be feeling real confident if you are Complexity. A Cycle is going to be able to pick up yet another kill there. That was going to be on Berserk, who is looking to be 007 here in a moment if it keeps going this way.
And this aggression is what you expect to see from Complexity, but what I'm really impressed in is the discipline, the ability to allow Chiefs to spawn up, keep them trapped within their base right as that camouflage is coming up, steal it for themselves, and now they're going to use it to gain advantages over Chiefs. You see Monster already in the base, just baiting out, waiting for the slaves to come in so they can go in.
They basically have this thing scouted. They know exactly where these guys are going to be spawning at, weakened across the board here. They're going to leave Monster over by the blue base just because they can. A clear out over there by blue util. That's actually going to be 2 players down now in favor of the Chiefs, so maybe they could look to take advantage of this, but Neuronical has other plans as he's going to be top mid in the overlook position here, and he's just playing with his food at this point because he knows exactly where Berserk is going to be located. But there you go, Berserk. He gets himself, well, actually, I think that was Slaves. Apologies, my eyesight not the best it used to be. But regardless, though, Berserk does get a kill on the board. Maybe they can start to put something together here, but Tony, this has been really rough.
And Slaves, the main Slayer, going onto the B side. Heat wave in hands, wants to push it towards that base. Berserk putting down that damage. Now we're seeing 3 down for Complexity, and Chiefs are going to be running their first flag here, clearing out the utility side.
On board, Berserk does have a weakened player there and is able to locate that melee. Still, though, 3-0 lead if you're just joining us. It was a rambunctious minute and a half for the Chiefs. Not the way that they wanted to start their trek here at the Halo World Championships by going down 3-0 in their first game here in the play-ins. But already, that's going to be another potential camo pickup here for Complexity. Chiefs have just had 0 map control at all, Tony, and it is shown in the scoreboard, it's showing in the kills, and it's showing right now with this map positioning.
And that's because Complexity always have a player over towards their opponent's utility. No matter where Complexity are on the map, there's one player that's consistently applying pressure toward that utility side, staying alive, open up the map for Monster to pick up camouflage, puts it to work immediately. There's one more player hiding toward the cartoon side. Monster trying to break down the play, high IQ to take him down, and now he's going to push up and can replace that utility side player.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, he doesn't really even need to because they know that Camel's going to be there. So it kind of puts, you know, the pressure, right, on the Chiefs players to have to make a move. And look at just the amount of value that Monster was able to get out of that play. And now this is going to be another push in for Complexity inside of blue util that will just have to force more control here from the Chiefs, or rather have to force them to relinquish more control, because at this point, Complexity basically have their number.
Chiefs going 3 down. The 4th one is going to fall. So those numbers advantage going in favor of Complexity. Spawners are starting to come up, so you have to watch that. I love the fact that he drops that flag, and being the annoying player that he is, lets Monster pick it up, gets right behind enemy lines. That flag making it home, and Cycle still doing damage.
Beautiful run there by Monster. Lock it in. Flag cap number 4. And this is basically going to be a slobber knocker. You know, that's what this is. No ifs, ands, or buts about it here. An attempted pull from the Chiefs, but it is going to be all for naught, though, as the flag's going to be dead in the water. Beastin now having to deal with one of these players right by the sizzle sticks. Doesn't really work out in his favor here. Madzy was one of the players that Jersey said, you know, you want to keep an eye on, and if anything, stats-wise, has been doing okay. He's been supporting as much as he can as well, but really, Complexity, they've just been on them like white on rice.
We just found out what happens when a monster meets a beast. A monster comes in. Huge kills coming from Complexity as 2 down once again. Joe Chiefs. Monster gonna make his way over toward that top side control, just manning the 50% portion of the map, just manhandling Chiefs right now. Look at the clock, it's not in the favor of Chiefs.
No, not at all, and that's potentially gonna be another camouflage that is picked up by Complexity, and you cannot hope to win a game if you aren't controlling those power-ups and power items. You know, the dynamo grenades are power items on this map, and if you do not have control of them, if you're not owning the hydro side of the map, you're kind of going to be shooting yourself in the foot in this game here. 2 down currently for the Chiefs as Madzy's going to be coming off the spawn. Neuronical's going to be lurking in the back of the base, and I love this play because once he's going to make his presence known, it's going to force all those Chiefs players to have to look back at the flag. They have no choice, otherwise this game's over.
And that's really what I was talking about before. It's the patience that Complexity are playing with. Normally, they move at 100 miles per hour, but now they're able to change the pace once again. She's finding herself forward down. The flag makes it toward the 50% push. So only one more player able to stop the flag. He's able to do it. It's going to be Berserk. That flag sits towards the middle. Berserk ends up going down. All of the overextenders are now being dealt with. This final flag might just be going in real soon.
Yeah, look how many weak players you have down low. Despite that, though, kind of shocked that Beeson was able to come out on top with a kill on that one. Berserk has the flag right in his sights. He's going to be dealing with a member of Complexity here in a moment's notice here, but Berserk just a really good job, put his body on there for a moment, helped to just get that return, but now he's going to have to deal with two of the members of Complexity that are ready for this push that was going to be coming out of the util side of the map here. Yellow utility, to say the least. But here's Madsy, a kill to work out, maybe a flag pull, but the problem is they still have to worry about this player top mid, and that has kind of been a detriment to Chiefs this entire game, Tony, that they've always, Complexity have always had a player in that top mid control.
Chiefs are trying to make something happen, but they never have the numbers to work with. Complexity are winning most of these individual gunfights. They're controlling the tempo of the game, and it's not only showing in the scoreboard, but even the eyeball tests tell you that Complexity in control. Another camouflage goes in favor of Psycho, and it's free. You gotta tax him.
Yeah, you really have to. You know, I mean, he's getting away with it. He doesn't even need to file 1099 for that. You know, he's out here just freelancing on that camo. And look at this here, right? They get the camo pickup, and at this point, Chiefs, they have no other choice but to just play cautiously. They have to look around. And I like that they're trying to get into the base. But the problem is, here comes a flag pull. You have a camo player down low, and it's not the camo player that's pulling the flag. It's actually going to be one of the other players. And they have the eyes. They have the connections. They know exactly where they're going to be coming out of here. It's just, this has been absolute domination by Complexity through and through. Flag is going to be pulled in an attempt by the Chiefs to try and save themselves here. But a big connection there from Cycle onto Beeson is going to shut him down. He was already going to be very weak. Flag should be returned in a moment here, and this could very well be the game. They just need to return that flag, and GG in a dominating CTF performance. Complexity go up 5-0.
Really tough game for Chiefs. Really tough game for Chiefs. But if you're a Complexity fan, man, you're making some noise right now. This is the Complexity we've been trying to see time and time again on LAN. You can't have that much potential. You can't look that good online and have these waves where you're looking like you're ready to contend for a top 8 performance and consistently fall. This is Complexity's time right now. It's Worlds, baby.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and for Complexity, I think like anything less than getting into that Halo World Championship pool play on tomorrow, that is just going to be obviously it's going to be an absolute failure because you don't want to be in that position. But most importantly for Complexity, it's a team that has been putting in this work. They feel like they belong there. They had a great run in Orlando, and I think that right now you're starting to see Complexity start to gain that confidence. And it doesn't really shock me that they won that Aquarius CTF. What shocks me more so is how they started the game. A 3-flag relay right out of the break. That was just devastating for the Australians.
Literally in a minute and a half, they were able to put that performance on. They're also looking at Cycle, man. Cycle was putting in that work. McRin describes him as the most annoying player in the game. And when he's absolutely just chipping away at the shields of his opponent, and then on top of that, just shredding kill after kill, it's no wonder Complexity able to come on top. Game number 2 going to be Slayer on Catalyst.
Yeah, and there was something that Scherzi and Gaskin were talking about in their cast I thought was actually quite interesting, was discussing like, has any team really began to figure out Catalyst? And I think we saw J-Lings do something that we have begun to see more and more of. We got it, I believe it was in the E-United FaZe game, I want to say it was, if I'm misremembering it, sorry, but it's when you start to get those slays, and you are essentially snowballing the frags because you're going to have a player in a middle position that can actually push to then go and initiate the fight on the other side of the map. And you kind of just going to be going back and forth on Catalyst. I think that is going to be the position that Chiefs need to be careful about. They cannot get put into that cycle by cycle. I just had to do it, sorry. But they cannot find themselves in that vicious circle, or else this game is going to be over before it started.
Well, there's nothing complex about it. Complexity are up 1-0 so far.
There.
After this game number 2, it could be 2-0. Got the chance to actually sit down with Lucid and talk about the keys to success of playing on Catalyst, and he talks about it constantly. Stacking numbers, stack 3, even stack 4. Run over your opponent, keep that aggression going. That's going to be the key to Slayer on Catalyst.
Yeah, and I think that there was a restart that's going to happen here. I saw some of the players weren't moving, so we're going to go ahead and get the lobby restarted in a moment and jump right back into the action. But yeah, folks, if you are just joining us, welcome to the Halo World Championship play-ins. I want to be very clear in saying this because this is our play-ins, and tomorrow we will have all the glitz and the glamour and the lights and everything that you'd expect of a World Championship worthy of $1 million prize pool, an obscene amount of money that these guys are going to be competing for here. But today, we're determining the 4 teams that are going to make it into pool play on Friday. And who will that be? Region doesn't matter. All that matters is that you get into the top 4. Top 2 in winner's side, win 2, you qualify. On the lower end, you want to make it to that, what is it, the elimination finals, if you will, and then you will qualify into the pool play bracket. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff here today and just great games across the board.
Yeah, it's crazy in this play-in tournament. There's going to be nothing given. Like, even if you make it to that elimination bracket, you think you would have an easier run. But as of right now, what do we know Space Station Gaming are sitting down. They're a very capable squad. So there's going to be plenty of more. Whoever obviously loses this matchup will end up falling as well. So no matter what, from winner's bracket to lower bracket, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a fight.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's going to be a... It's going to be a battle in the Elim bracket for sure. I mean, no matter where you are here in play-ins, it's all about getting to pool play, getting to tomorrow, keeping the hope alive for your run at the Halo World Championship. If you're just joining us as well, Complexity in a dominating CTF game on Aquarius. Started off with 3 caps in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Did slow down a little bit after that, but Complexity, we're not concerned at all. We're able to pick up that win. We had a restart on Catalyst, but we're kicking things off right out of the gate here. And you can already see a change of pace here, Tony, from what we saw in that last game where Berserk was able to get himself, a power item. Look at that, the power-ups in his possession, buddy. What a time to be alive.
Berserk immediately grabbing that overshield, working through the skewer side of the map to gain that control. Love that play by Berserk and Chiefs. With the sword G8, that skewer side of the map really becomes more powerful. I know how much you love G8.
Oh, big fan. Biggest fan ever. I love it when things just get removed from the game without explanation to our audience, and we have to say it 5-15 times. But in any case, though, I'm not bitter. There is a lot to be excited about here for the Chiefs right out of the gate because they're starting this one off, strong, right? They're sitting at 6 frags currently. They, at the very least, are starting to show that they can compete at this level, and some big kills out of the gate here that's going to actually help out to be able to provide Berserk at least a little bit of assistance. But the issue is he's got a teammate that's going to be weak, but despite that, they're still able to stay alive. Like, I can't believe they had players one-shot there for so long, and somehow were able to squeak away some kills.
Berserk, that main damage dealer, able to do so much damage before end up going down, but eventually Complexity just overwhelmed the skewer side of the map. Again, like Lucid said, it's about stacking numbers. It's about pushing out. That's exactly what you're seeing right now as Berserk goes down again. 3 down, go Complexity this time, not Chiefs.
Yeah, we are... Game 2 Slayers have a tendency to be able to kind of be of a shocker game mode, and there's no better map to catch a team off guard than on Catalyst, because again, this goes back to what Gaskin and Jersey were talking about in the previous cast. Teams are still really trying to formulate what they want to do on this map, the best ways to play it. No one has really cracked that egg quite yet. There are good strategies, and I think players have kind of found things that they're comfortable with, but no one has really been able to like crack the egg. And I think that is going to be a big opportunity here for Chiefs, but they have to keep the foot on the pedal. They cannot allow Complexity to get comfortable with the lead, which is what's happening right now.
They got to treat this game 2 like it's a game number 5. The last thing you want to do is fall 0-2 to Complexity, give them that much momentum. So Chiefs, this is your opportunity. This is your time with Vetra on screen, that free-for-all phenom now looking to translate that into 4s. moving up towards the sword side. The map's going to have to steer down the barrel. 4 players that eventually going to push this side. Is he ready?
Yeah, and I don't think anyone, no matter how good you are, no matter how good you are at FFA, will be able to stand against the might of 4 Spartans turning around the corner with battle rifles pointed right at you and only you. Berserk, though, getting a few cheeky connections here on the outside of window as he's trying his best to just open up the map for his team so they can start to make this push happen. Mission accomplished so far, but you got to be able to pick up these frags and not allow the trades to come in, and that unfortunately is what is happening here. Complexity are just continuously trading out these kills, and you know, for Chiefs, it keeps this game relatively close. That is not what you want to see, because once Complexity starts to get hot, once they get some power items in their possession, it will be devastating for them if they are not careful, so they have to keep on it.
And Complexity are starting to heat up. You see the numbers advantage. Ironical able to put up a big kill, but now going to change his attention again, running into a 1v3. I'm not good at math, but something tells me that's not the equation that he wants to see. Chiefs getting momentary numbers, but they need to turn it into 2, and Monster lands a stick.
Yeah, that's going to be a 5-kill lead for Complexity, which is exactly the position that they needed to be in here for this next overshield to come up. And they are in a position to be able to grab it if they want. They successfully obtain it. You saw one of those cold players on the bottom of your screen run away with it. Look at that spawn. That just sucks. That is like something that would happen to me in matchmaking. And it's happening here at the play-ins of the Halo World Championship. Such a rough situation.
A calculated play by Monster. We've been told that he's a high IQ player. McGrin talks about it all the time, and to be able to bait out that spawn is huge. And now you're seeing Ironical get the flank off, but once again, Chiefs stacking those numbers, pushing as a unit, a single file of line as Ironical ends up going down. Half the members of Chiefs hit the black screen, but it looks like Complexity want to gain control.
Yeah, at this point now, Complexity are basically running away with it. It was a decent-ish start for Chiefs, right? To just be able to have you know, some numbers to be able to show that, hey, you know, we can contend here. But then you start to see this snowball happen, right? The seesaw of frags happening on one side of the map, Complexity in a perfect position to be able to rotate around to get kills on the other side as well. This has just been clinical by Complexity. They're so close to shutting this one down. 9 frags remaining before Cole go up 2-0 here against the Chiefs.
Complexity have taken control of this series. They've taken control of this game. They're at the finish line soon here. As you see, Chiefs, they're trying to huddle up. They're trying to value their life. They're trying to slow down their death, but Complexity continue to run through them. 3 down go the Chiefs. Berserk, the final player alive, and he's being hunted down as well. Complexity, they see the game number 3 coming, and they're about to be up 2-0.
Yeah, you know, they basically smell the blood in the water, if you will, like sharks are just going to pounce right onto their prey, and a beautiful kill by Cycle. It's going to just send one of the Chiefs members back to the respawn. 4 frags remaining here as Complexity want to just end this one with minimal effort as much as possible, because that is basically what is this amounted to now. 47 kills left. And despite the best efforts, you know, from Chiefs at the start of this game, the real problem was once Complexity gets hot, it's really hard to stop them. And Complexity, they are burning.
4 members of Chiefs now getting stuck within their base. Again, they're trying to do everything they can to stop dying, but Complexity are continuing to aggress forward. Gonna try to isolate one player. The nades come in. Ironical smells blood off his screen. It looks like Monster able to get a big kill. Cycle follows it up. Ironical puts the second. 3 down go Chiefs. And Chiefs fall 0-2 so far in the series.
Yeah, 50-33 conclusion there in favor of Complexity. And it was getting really close there at the midpoint of the game, right? Like, you know, you had Complexity having to really figure out, like, wait, why are the Chiefs getting so much control? But then you lean to those Slayers, you lean to players like Cycle, who are a nuisance, who can create openings and can create problems. And Chiefs simply just did not have an answer for that at the mid game going into the late game. So, yeah, Complexity, you know, no surprise here, going up 2-0 with the way that the first game panned out. You wouldn't be too shocked that, you know, Complexity have won this game, but I got to give credit to the Chiefs. They showed that they can contend, but again, it's just about figuring out what is it that you're missing in this whole solution here, right? What are you missing if you're the Chiefs?
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And I got the chance to sit down and talk to Mads. I just wanted to know what are one of his weaknesses, and he says that it's the lack of discipline. And it feels like it's because they're not able to scrim against some of the best in the world. They always talk about they would love to scrim North America on a weekly, on a daily basis, and they're missing that valuable experience. And that's what they're seeing. They start off hot, but they're not able to put it all together.
Yeah, well, you can see from our post-game Carnage report, Cycle just crushing it. He's got himself an 11.3 KDA, 16 frags. But I got to give credit to Beastin and Slays because they were the players early on that were high impact for the Chiefs. But, you know, once again, man, like it comes down to just positioning and control and complexity. That has been the name of the game. It has not been a tough, you know, puzzle to solve here if you're Cole. They have simply just dominated all aspects of the map and not allowed Chiefs to get comfortable at all. It also helps when Cycle's busting out 4,500 plus damage.
Cycle, it said he's the most annoying player in the game. He has this super unorthodox style that people just, you can't anticipate. You can't read it. And
I just see something weird I just want to point out. Am I reading this right that 3 players had 2,721 damage taken?
That is a very interesting. Okay, wow, play the lottery, huh?
Oh, 127.71. I can't see because it's a little fuzzy on our end, but there are 2 players that have 27.21.
Lucky numbers.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm sure that there's like some mathematical reason, and Gaskin will probably tell us why. But Dan, I'm putting you on the case. I want to know why this happened. Okay, get out there, figure it out, do your mathy things. Anyway, Stronghold's live fire. Now, in our previous series, Tony, this is when Space Station came alive. Do we see the same hope here for Chiefs? Because Game 3 swing, very possible.
No.
Okay, that's great.
No.
Great analysis.
Complexity are a dangerous Stronghold scene. It's their bread and butter. It's what they play. They want to speed up the tempo as much as possible. What they can do with Strongholds, they can do exactly that. When they hold on to that double cap, it's not like a G2 or E United when they want to play through the 2. They're going to be pushing for that third cap over and over again. They're going to force Chiefs to slow them down. It's really hard to do so far, having been able to do it in the first 2 games. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say 250 to maybe 110 in favor of Complexity.
Yeah, you know, that could be the case, right? And I'm sure that Chiefs, at the very least, are aware of the prowess that Complexity is going to be bringing to the table here on Stronghold's live fire. But this kind of goes back to what you were talking about with Mads earlier, right? Like, just the discipline, like, what is that training regimen like, right? Like, how often or how early do they come out here? That is a big factor, especially, you know, in Halo in particular, because when teams get an opportunity to come out a little bit earlier to put that work in, you do see it in the results. So, you know, that's something that I'm genuinely curious about, or, you know, regarding the Chiefs. But for Complexity, though, I am wondering, is there a potential that they are kind of overselling, you know, their Strongholds, and Chiefs could take advantage, right? That's what I wonder, right? That's what I wonder, if there's like that opportunity for them to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think it's fair, and I think it's also a really good point. You talked about what's the preparation look like. For example, Ascend, they've been out here since before Orlando. They've been putting in that work. They're obviously not happy with that Orlando performance, so they've been putting in extra work, double time, every single day. And I feel like now they really are ready for this play-in tournament. And I don't know if it's the same for Chiefs. So hopefully they're able to catch fire here in this game number 3. I guess I'm honest with you. I think Strongholds, that's Complexity's bread and butter. And you know how much I love bread. So I really think Complexity take it. But I want to see Chiefs take a game.
Yeah,
I want to see Chiefs take a series.
I want it as well. I hate 3-0s, right? Because there's nothing to really extract from a 3-0. And I think that if there is an opportunity here for Chiefs, you know, I am going to be looking at, you know, players like Mads, right, to try and be the ones to potentially step it up here in this one. Berserk as well is kind of on my microscope because, let's be honest, he has definitely had rough going, you know, in this series, especially at the start of it as well. But on the flip side to this, you know, player we haven't really talked about all that much is Monster. He has been highly impactful for Complexity. Is this going to potentially be Monster's tournament? Is he playing at that potential that we know he is capable of, that could lead Complexity to the promised land?
Monster always seems to be a step ahead of his competition. He has that high IQ and great situational awareness. Is one of the things that make him such a great player. We want to see Monster really go off so far, and with the heat wave, he's able to do it. puts that Promethean shotty to the body, trying to line up another one, not able to get the kill, but the sniper does end up going down. Who's going to grab a hold of it?
Yeah, it seems like Cycle is going to obtain possession of this sniper rifle. Plenty left in the chamber as well to work with here. And I do not like the idea of Cycle in a power position, you know, helping out his teammates with a power weapon. This could be quite dangerous, but the AC split here for Complexity. B is going to be up for the taking. Beeson's going to be in the back of the map here. He's also got players that are going to be looking to challenge him inside a garage as well. And a great shutdown of the sniper, Tony, to just give them a little bit of a brief moment of respite. But Monster, well, he's not really letting them have that.
They try to send a two-man push over toward the nest side, and once Monster loses Cycle, Monster by himself gets isolated. Chiefs able to put him down. Now we're switching gears over towards Berserk, making sure this A side of the map is being locked down. No flankers coming in. Chiefs really disciplined with this double cap.
Yeah, they're just playing the double cap game. They know that if they overextend, go for the trip cap, it could be very risky against Complexity, especially with the way that the BRs have been firing for Cole. But Slays is able to get a kill, and then Madzy thought Madzy was going to find it as well, but Cycle, again, that annoying player that he is, squeaks away a kill at a moment that would have been really beneficial to the Chiefs because they'd have two bodies up to try and help out for that C push.
Another overshield coming up. Neuronical sneaks in, able to pop it while one shot. Big play out of Neuronical and Complexity. Now you're seeing Chiefs do everything they can to try to melt this overshield, but Neuronical puts it to work. Chiefs forced to out-rotate over towards the C side, but it feels like it's only a matter of time before Complexity are able to make it through the map.
Yeah, but, you know, also just look at that there, right? You get OS, and it's mostly an OS that you're going to keep away from the Chiefs, but they weren't able to turn that into, like, a significant advantage. They still have possession of A and C, but I don't know, right? With the way that that whole thing played out, you would have loved to have been able to see Complexity get a trip cap potentially, but they're still fighting for control here at A, and Chiefs are going to try and force the situation maybe going towards C here, which looks like that's going to be the play.
Chiefs have not been backing down one bit.
No, they haven't.
Complexity able to steal away that Bravo Charlie control. Neuronical is actually already extended onto the A side of the map. Wants to play for the double cap. Able to find the kill. What? Where? Can somebody call out Neuronical? How does he get behind enemy lines like that?
Yeah, they really let him get away with that one scot-free, though. They are going to be losing B in an attempted no-scope there by Neuronical, but it is not going to land. They have enough bodies. But I agree with you. I have no way in hell that you don't call out that there's at least one player that's going to be you know, scattered about there. You got to count where the bodies are on the map. You have to make that conclusion that Neuronical was there. But in any case, so it is going to be a cap for Neuronical, and this drive continues to stay alive here for Neuronical. He's got a sniper. He's, I was going to say, just as I said that, a little bit of a cast and curse. But regardless, though, great life from him.
Dominant lead in favor of Complexity, but they do end up going 4 down. I hear the shouts from the stage right behind us. Chiefs are getting hyped. They're heating up. They're moving in for the trip cap, and they're not done yet. Nate's starting to fall here. Neuronical off the screen gets himself a big kill, but Chiefs holding on to control.
You know, I have to say, man, it feels like to kind of go back and talk about what you said before, Tony, it genuinely feels like Chiefs are not backing down from Complexity. They're taking the fight to them because they know that they have the ability to do so. Enough people have told them that, you know, this is a chalk tournament for them. It's not going to work out the way that they hope. But no, here we are, and Chiefs are putting the task on Complexity to have to figure out how to break this. And so far, so good for them. But just look at that shredding of the shields. But it doesn't matter. He's got so many players weak down low. Beeson still manages to get the double.
3 down, go Complexity. Chiefs not backing down in this game, but they're not backing down for the overshield as well. Working for the B side, but it looks like Beeson gets caught a bit out of bounds.
Thought the melee and the gooch was going to work, but it didn't. What a shame.
The melees, man, they'll get you every time.
Especially the gooch ones, you know. But A and B cap for Complexity now, and Tony, I got to give credit where credit is due to Chiefs. They're playing them hard. But this kind of goes back to the Catalyst game where it was a similar situation. Chiefs are playing aggressive in the early game. They're not backing down. And then Complexity find another gear. They shift those gears, and before you know it, man, it is going to be over before you know it.
Melee not quite able to connect for Psycho, but is able to outslay him with that BR. And now with Complexity starting to gain control, with them starting to get aggressive, why don't we go into a bit of an astral listening with Complexity and find out how they're going to get their second cap?
I have your A play. I have your A play.
That's just one.
Nest is one shot. Nest is one shot. One more by chance. Nest again.
Nice.
Nice, Chance.
Yeah, elbow.
Yeah, elbow, that's in.
One shot, top mid right now, one shot. Top mid was one shot going cuts.
I don't know.
OV guys, OV and sniper, 5 seconds, play for these.
Two spawning it. I got damage on both of them.
Where they going?
Cuts got me, bro. Go behind you, flanking you guys.
Door really. One shot.
W door, one shot.
Nice. Look at it, OS. OV. Cycle.
Yeah, sniper.
A plat weak. There's 2 on it.
Nice job, Cycle.
2A plat. 2A plat.
Nice.
One shot, I know.
Don't buy me, red tunnel.
Dead. 3 dead, guys. Can we get B?
Nest on me. I'm gonna go back. I have Nest 3 shots down.
Do Nest.
Beast, it's Beast. Wait, one's back B. I'll be back B.
Okay, I'll help you back B.
One's pillars. One pillar door.
Pillars Nest.
Wait, Nest still.
Nest
I get spike Nest.
Pillars one shot. Bottom mid.
And dummy door as well. One shot's your shot.
3B, 1C. Nice job, Cody.
Do me, I'm milking him. The weak B. Inside of B. One day plat.
You plat and B. I might die. You could be A plat.
And decent listening there with Complexity, as you know, they're keeping the comms relatively chill, for the most part, in comparison to what you usually hear in Halo comms. So I like that they're just trying to keep themselves focused on the task at hand. But again, Chiefs, they are continuing to bring it to Cole. Every single time Complexity gets an opening, Chiefs are responding in turn. Very well done.
Yeah, I love the comms out of Complexity, but I don't love what I'm seeing on the board. Kachis was able to get a momentary trip cap, still holding onto the double right now. Beastin with the sniper rifle in hand, looking to line it up. You have a 2-man push from Chiefs trying to push over toward the Charlie side of the map, but once again, Complexity have the numbers and half the Chiefs in the black screen.
Right now, you have 2 hills that are going to be activated for Chiefs, but Cycle with the stop. Watch out for A, though. And that's just going to have to leave Cycle by himself here to just fend off B, but they will be in a brief momentary trip cap. It's not really going to matter all that much because it is going to get swapped over right away. C's going to be obtained here. Cycle's going to be on the prowl. A weakened player is going to be ripe for the pick, and Mazzy actually end up getting a double there. Is going to put the pressure on Cycle to have to get this kill, but very well done by Beeson to just stay alive. And despite the fact that Cycle is trying to just lurk around this base, try to stay alive, they're losing possession. They lost control of B. They're losing control of A. That's the trip cap for the Chiefs. And Cycle, now he has to show why he stayed alive for so long here.
Yeah, Complexity ended up going 3 down, but Cycle doing everything he can to stay alive, even hitting a couple of skill jumps, gets himself a double kill, a killing spree, 23 kills. If there wasn't been an MVP for Complexity right now, who would it be?
I have to be Cycle here because he has been the player that has been trying to just, especially in those situations where things look like they're dire, you can always turn to Cycle to have to make the play here, and Cycle gets another kill, and that was a huge one. But even with all of that happening, though, even it is going to result in 2 caps, in the possession of Complexity. The issue is, Tony, that Chiefs are right back on them, giving Cole no time to breathe.
Metro nading out over toward the B side. Has to stay alive here, peppering from across the map. Right into the backside. Look at the flank and beautiful play by Complexity. Really setting them up, and now we're seeing Vetra start to get aggressive. We're seeing Chiefs starting to scramble a bit. That double cap is working in favor of Complexity. If they get the slays, they might be able to move in for the triple.
Yeah, you really do have to give credit to Complexity there, right? Because it looked like Chiefs are going to start to swarm over toward that C site, but it does not pan out for Chiefs. On the flip side to that, though, you are going to get A changing hands over to Cole, but this is going to be Chiefs' opportunity to strike. They have to be very mindful, though, of the potential push that is going to be coming toward B here, and you can see Cycle right in the back of the map. They don't quite know that anyone's going to be there yet, and there's the indication. Let's see, though, what does Chiefs opt to do? It seems like the play for them is just A and C control. They're kind of fine letting B just flip hands whenever they can, you know?
That's exactly what you're seeing. It's not a common strategy, but it seems to be working for Chiefs as they hold on to another Charlie and Alpha setup here. Cycle, though, putting shots to multiple players, but eventually he goes down, and so do 3 of Complexity. The spawner comes in and almost looked like he wasn't moving there for a second. Big kill out of Chiefs and a big run as they move in for that triple cap.
Yeah, and it seems like something might be, oh, good God. Unfortunately, though, it seems as if there was a technical issue. I actually see one of the players not moving on screen right now. So we'll find out what the score tally is for that. That game was getting very exciting right at the end, and a very unfortunate situation there, Tony. But without a doubt, though, you got to give credit where credit is due. Chiefs are just playing hard against Cole, and a map that's, when I asked you whether or not we were going to see Chiefs be competitive here, you flatly said no, and I appreciate that.
I didn't say that.
Well, no, because I think it just goes to show, right, that like in any of these situations, in any of these world championship scenarios, like you really can't sleep on any team, because any given day, anyone can have that one upset matchup. But for Chiefs, they have to turn that into essentially a reverse sweep in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you're still down 0-2 in the series, and I love the way the Chiefs were playing. I feel like they finally started to figure it out. But the question is it too little, too late? Because Complexity did have the lead. Complexity did look like they were about to steal that game away, despite the fact that Chiefs controlled over 50% of it. I think they played well, but eventually Complexity started to heat up.
Yeah.
They started to catch fire, if you will. And I wonder what would have happened if there wasn't whatever that technical difficulty that happened. Would Complexity been able to close it out? And
we'll find out what that is. But I think there is a very interesting thing that I really didn't factor in to this particular Strongholds game. Was I was expecting Chiefs to just play it safe, play reserved, go for the 2 caps, and then try and continue to swing that next site every single time it flipped. They would then rotate over, capture 1, right, and then continue that cycle. But instead, we were seeing Chiefs say, no, screw that. We're going to go for the 3.
Yeah.
If we got the opening for the 3, we're going to go for it. That was something I was not expecting. And that's the kind of gusto that I want to see more of the Chiefs, because, look, I get it. Top teams, world championship, you respect your opponents. But at this point right now, you just got to put some disrespect out there. Don't let them feel comfortable. All right?
Well, when I sat down with Madzy, he really told me that one of their strengths is the fact that they play aggressive. They're a hyper-aggressive team. Now, sometimes that can catch them a little bit on the bad side if a team is able to weather the storm, able to, I guess, maybe take advantage of that lack of discipline.
Yeah.
But when it comes to aggression, Chiefs are there. Chiefs want to get at you, the same as Complexity.
Yeah, they really do want to try and create that opening, which, again, something I was simply not expecting. But we're waiting for the official result from the admins. We'll have that updated for you guys in a moment here. There was a player, I believe, one of the Complexity players had a controller issue on the stage, so we're going to get that all sorted out and communicate to you guys what is going on. But if you are just joining, welcome, as Complexity is currently up 2-0 here at the Halo World Championship play-ins. And actually, interesting little factoid, right? You probably saw over there like some lights and stuff like buzzing around. That's because the crew's still building the set that is going to be our Halo World Championship set. It's actually an amazing venue that we're in here in the Seattle Convention Center. Of course, if you are in the local Seattle area, tickets still available. Go ahead, pick them up for those single-day tickets, I believe, and there's like a few 3 days that are left standing. So, yeah, get out there and join us. It'll be a real fun time. Lots of cool stuff to do here. Lots of competitions to participate in for yourself. But, all right, let's go ahead and focus, though, on these boys right here, the Chiefs. They are pretty much at death's door in this series, Tony, but yet somehow, some way, they have scraped together a competitive Game 3 Strongholds.
Yeah, you have Berserk, that main damage dealer. That player's going to open up so much on the map for the rest of his team. Slays the main Slayer. They really count on him to really get their offense going. Madzy has really that unique ability to not only play aggressive when he needs to, but also slow the game down when the time comes, and then eventually Beast and really just rounding out this squad together. I like the formula that Chiefs have, and I really think it's a successful one. I think with some more practice going into the rest of this tournament, and then even Season 2, I think Chiefs can look seasoned, if you will.
Yeah, they have to, right? Because one of the top players from the region, Barcode, ended up getting poached by, a North American team here, right? And Barcode now being a part of this G2 team, that's another story for another time, but a fascinating one, right? Because it's very reminiscent of what happened with tapping buttons in Evil Geniuses back in Halo 5, where, the roster was like, let's not look within our region, let's see what we can find outside. And that is been, I guess, it's really cool to kind of see how these players, start to separate themselves from the rest of the pack from just the sheer amount of work that they're putting in to this game, Barcode being one of them. And it goes to show that the talent and skill is very present in that region, Tony. And that's why I'm not as down on the Chiefs as everyone else is, despite the score being 2-0 right now.
Well, I'm just saying, every time talent comes out, North America starts stealing it. North America, keep your hands off the talent of international play as Ascend were able to 3-0 another international team, Ultra Esports, able to move forward. And the winner of this matchup that we're going to have on screen, Complexity and Chiefs, will go up against Ascend. We're really coming down soon to the rest of this winner's bracket. And, our predictions for the most part still looking good. There's still a lot. And obviously, SSG
yours is good.
Yours did fall, but they're still looking good.
Mine is chalked. But Space Station gave it one hell of a shot.
Yes.
It was always going to be a tall task, though, for Space Station versus Fnatic. Yeah. Just because, the skill, the level of skill, and the fact that the players on Fnatic have had a lot of time. But also, the same can be said for Space Station. And I'm still very much big on this team. They're going to be squaring off against Divine Mine in Elimination Round 1. And then after that, we'll see where the chips fall as we go into Elim Round 2. But for the most part, though, I'd expected Ascend to move on and get the win against Alter.
Yeah.
Partially, I'd expected Complexity to get a 3-0, potentially 3-1 win over Chiefs. And Tony, this bracket's kind of playing out the way that I think a lot of people at home had imagined it would. But now, really, who knows what can happen here, because these semifinals are going to be insanely competitive.
Yeah, this is where things get tough. Obviously a lot of people are going to think Fnatic going to make it over. And I think some people might even say 3-0 or 3-1. But I think you might be really looking over J-Links. J-Links are a great squad, especially when it comes to LAN. And then if Complex are able to make it forward and go up against Ascend, again, us in North America, we know Complexity. A lot of people are saying the favorites, but let's not forget, Ascend are not that far off from getting a top 8 performance. They're not that far from really being able to be in the conversation of top 6. This is going to be a much more competitive play-in tournament than people really are giving credit for.
Yeah, and honestly, man, like for Ascend, I look at the pool of players that we had in our play-in, the pool of teams, and if you did not have Ascend coming out of this, you're mental. Like, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? That's why if they don't make it out, that is going to be an absolute shutdown of this roster. And one hell of a year that Ascend has had, but to not make it to the Halo World Championship, to be right there and stopped at the front door. Do I think it's going to happen? Not really, but could it happen? Man, it is very much a very strong possibility. But for right now, we're going to sort out whatever's going on over there, and we're going to send it back over to Blaze, Shurzy, and Gaskin as they break down what we've just seen. And, I like to just say it. Over to you guys, Ginger and Spice.
Hey, our favorite flavors, especially here during the pumpkin spice season, all right? You know you like it, okay?
I do like it. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to make him worry for a little bit. I like to have a nickname.
Yeah, right? I meant to come for you, okay? Because, you were talking about my peoples earlier, because I don't know if you know, but I am Irish, all right?
Wait, what now?
Yeah, this is my brother Shurzy.
We cousins?
Yeah, we're cousins. He was saying we speak gibberish all the time. Am I right?
Listen, fluent.
You see, you didn't know that was coming, did you?
I definitely did not know. No, but fair enough. I mean, the Irish. Unfortunately, my best friend has to be Irish. Yeah. Now another best friend also Irish.
I used to have a red afro back in the day when my hair was long and it was in the sun. My afro used to be red a little bit before I actually dyed it red. All right, I just wanted to go back to my roots. But coming back to the roots of this series, when it comes down to it, Complexity almost walking away with that victory, but we saw a little bit of life there at the end for the Chiefs. It was a rally. Do you think that rally can turn into something more? We still don't know what the official ruling is, though.
No, I don't think it's going to end up that Chiefs will get back into this series. They look good in game number 3, don't get me wrong. We wanted to see a little bit of fight from them, right? We wanted to see them get a map, maybe, just so that they could prove that they're not just going to be a pushover throughout this tournament. And if they were able to get Stronghold's live fire under their belts, that would give them so much confidence going into the rest of the tournament. But even with where they were, it was looking likely that Complexity was still going to win that game 3. But I've been impressed with Chiefs. I think individually they've matched up pretty well. They haven't looked like absolutely terrible. Like they've held their own. Like regardless of the 5-0 and the 50-33.
I don't think we could say regardless of them.
I think you can.
You can't say you held their own and then say 5-0 and 50-33.
First map jitters, okay? You're fighting back a little bit in the Slayer, but it kind of cruised on it. But we did see a breath of life from the Chiefs in that map 3. We'll see if it's a full replay. We'll see if we're getting back to where we were before. But we'll let you guys know at home how that's going to be updated. Now, if you're at home, you kind of heard Golden Boy talking about what was happening before. We're still getting everything built up. This is the pre-show towards the World Championship, as we got 4 teams that's getting qualified today to go into those pool plays. Now, after this section of matches, the next 4 coming up after this are all qualification matches, so it's going to be absolutely hype up in here. Now, granted, it's just us and the crew. If you guys want to come through on Friday, there's a lot of things for everybody to do. We got the FFA tournament going down, Spartan Last Man Standing. If you were at Orlando, you know how fun that was. I'm trying to think of the guy's name who won it, but he didn't die throughout the entire Last Man Standing tournament. Walked away with $5,000. So if you're in the Seattle area, or you just, you just flew in, make sure you sign up for those tournaments tomorrow. We're gonna have some fun moments. Even the voices of Master Chief and Cortana's gonna be here as well.
Wow.
That's
I'm still taken aback by the fact he didn't die throughout the whole Last Spartan Standing tournament. That's insane. Like, genuinely, that is unreal.
He actually had, I would say he had maybe 1 death, just to give him credit, but he definitely didn't have 2. He was
now this is taking all away.
Yeah, it's all about
before
his
Before it was that, right?
Now he's tracking back to 1. But yeah, there's going to be so much to do tomorrow, and I'm very excited for everyone to see what this place is going to look like. It's going to be rocking. The fans are going to be cheering. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of Optic fans in the crowd again, as they are every time. But
cosplay contest as well.
All I'm saying is, I just want, like, Sentinels fans, C9 fans, FaZe fans, try and
Space Station fans,
if they get into Worlds, shout out your boys. Try and make your voice more than Optic, because Optic have been winning recently.
Oh, hey, you know what? And I'm doubling down on what Dan's saying, because you guys already know I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be with you in the crowd, okay? So if you hear this, come prepared tomorrow to blow the roof off this arena, all right? We want to be cheering on everybody, because this is the last one. And you got to have to give them your energy if you want your favorite squad to be a world champion.
Now, you notice how he didn't London down or Washington down. He doubled that. He was Dublin down. That's the Irish in him.
There we go. Okay, straight off the bat. We don't just do basic things. We go all in, all right? That's fire energy all day. Yeah, this is the Spice Crew. All right.
No, I like that. I'm okay being involved in the Spice Crew.
Wait, are you Ginger and I'm Spice, or is Ginger and Spice? What was I? Did I have any sort of seasoning?
We didn't say which one was the Ginger, but we did say Ginger and Spice. It could be like the group name, right?
I'm assuming.
But I want to be in the Ginger and Spice crew.
Okay.
You're in.
And I could be like everything nice or everything hot.
Ginger, Spice,
chat, let us know, because we're trying to form it right now as we get our band going on, so we can just be that crew for the rest of the weekend. Yeah. As we're rallying the crowd.
I'm looking forward to it.
Now, I was going to say, when it comes down to the teams who are already in pool play, I got a chance to ask this question to Tony before and Golden Boy, the pool of death, okay? Where do you not want to land into? Because the importance of this matchup, if you qualify from the winner side, you land yourself into pool A, into pool C, into pool D. You qualify from the loser side, you wound yourself up into pool A and pool B. So, how y'all feel about it?
I think you want to avoid Pool A and B. I think you're happier if you go into C and D. That is no offense to TSS and Na'Vi, but I do think teams are going to be looking at them as the weaker sides that they could maybe have a good fight against. Team War would probably be put in that question as well, but the fact that Team War had the tournament they did at Orlando, no one really wants to play against Team War.
Right? And I want to see how Team War is going to actually be able to build off of that tournament. And then, G1, those guys have been so consistent. I actually, for me, Pool B may kind of be that pool of death right there. But, Pool A, Native Red, they take everyone to Game 5. So if you're not good at Game 5, Slayer, don't go up in there. You're definitely going to have to go up against the defending champions.
I think if I'm a team that's in the play-ins and maybe you count that the first top 2 seeded teams in every group are going to beat you and you're really fighting with that 3rd seeded team, I can't really look past Pool C. I think TSS are a team that you could maybe get at, and that's what a lot of these teams will be aiming for. The likes of J-Lings, how it was a massive series for them to win.
And that being said, you look at the second team in Pool C, and it's G2. And now G2 will say themselves they had a very easy-breezy tournament coming to Orlando. They got a nice bracket, we'll put it that way, a nice bracket to get top 6. out of all of those kind of 8 teams that are there as that secondary side, I think G2 you'd be looking at as being a good opportunity to try and get an upset.
Yeah.
But G2 were very under-practiced at Orlando.
You know, one question, that one conversation that we'll be able to have as this show moves on is that, you know, as we see that Fnatic and J-Lings matchup, right? Whoever wins after that, the winner of the next one is probably going to determine where you get slotted at between D and C based off of that seeding there. And so those can kind of shift around. But we'll have exciting storylines all throughout the day as our play-in bracket going into the Halo World Championship is completed. All qualification matches after this round. And to let you guys know at home, well, where's the gameplay at? We're getting a ruling there on our last matchup. We had a player have a controller issue towards the end of our game number 3. And we always want to keep the competitive fairness there, so we're getting that taken care of, and we'll see if we got to get our replay of game 3 or if they pick off where they left off. But that's where we are in that series between Complexity and the Chiefs, where Complexity is up 2-0. All right, so far smooth day, you know, outside of that, but nothing but exciting action. And I'm jealous. Y'all got the game 5. We're not jealous, actually happy. I was happy because I got to watch it. You know, I was happy for us all. We got the game 5 to kick off that day.
Yeah, and it was such an important victory as well. When you look at that bracket and you look at who's going to kind of be playing who, even if J-Lings were to lose to Fnatic now, they would drop down to that elimination bracket and play, what, Chiefs or Alter Esports?
Yes.
For a place at the World Championships.
And that's good matchups.
Best case scenario for J-Lings. I think they'll be delighted with that, but Fnatic also will be very delighted with it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Now, on the flip side, when it comes back to this series in Chiefs and Complexity, you know, in the Chiefs run, the one thing is about them is that in Orlando, they didn't have the best run, right? They were 0-12, but to even just kind of like lighten that up a little bit, they lost a huge staple, okay? They lost Barcode, you know, getting poached up out of there, going to NA, but as we were kind of talking about before, it has allowed the region to get a little bit better practice, raise the skill as a whole, and you know, but Chiefs, they want to change that number, right? You know, and they've been getting maps to kind of kick off this tournament. We've seen some good.
Yeah, I'm worried for Chiefs quite often because in the ANZ region, it's quite tough. You'll have them and Divine Mind for the most part will be battling it out against one another, but they seem to have this ceiling that they can't surpass. And the same can be said almost for Ascendant, Quadrant, and Navi, where they don't get the kind of quality practice that they need to. They need to be playing these North American teams more consistently to get those reps in, to figure out when they get put into tough spots, when they get put on the back foot, how do you work your way out of it? And we haven't really seen Chiefs be put in that position in ANZ, and that is why they don't have the success when it comes to international competition.
And correct, right? And you know, we're competitive players, and we understand how vast it is between the regions, right? And who they get to play against. So, you know, that's the storyline, 0-12, but we also understand that, hey, you're not playing against the Optic Gamings like that. You're not being able to play against the FaZe, and not even just in the tournaments, because you can there, but it's more on the consistent daily practice, the reps, the pressure, because we all understand if you want to be better, if you want to be a champion, you have to intentionally put yourself in pressure situations so you can hit those 4 shots when it matters. Or you come out here, you're on the main stage, and you're like, why is it just not working right? I'm not threading it. It's not connecting. Do I got to lead more?
It's one of those things as well where I'm worried again because Chiefs, you said it, they're not playing Optic, they're not playing FaZe, they're playing Complexity, who are a very, very good amateur team, but they're not a team that has been considered consistent. They're a team that have always been on the bubble and threatened to get into that top echelon, but never really got there. And Chiefs are getting rolled here for the most part. Game 3, they showed signs of life, but for the most part, we're seeing them struggle against the top AM team, so not one of the top dogs in North America or indeed Europe. So we need to see more from them, and just need to see them get some more valuable practice, I think.
And that's what it is. This is more valuable practice, and they've been getting over the time. And, you know, shout out to the program of just creating the opportunities for the regions and the international teams to be able to be in those situations and have that practice, and that's what it's all about. So when you come here, you can be the best and try to reach that next level. And so Dan, Complexity, a team who has, you know, been moving out little pieces here and there, you know, and they lost, you know, which I felt was a big one in Hysteria, but, you know, they intentionally got rid of that one as Hysteria let us know. Say thanks, you know, for dropping me, but they've still been at this mid portion. What do they need to get over that hump? Because they're at the top of it, but but they just need some extra momentum.
They need to get that win. They need to get that kind of one moment, that one series where they take down a team that's arguably better than they are on paper, just so they can get that belief of we can beat the better teams. We are good enough to be in the championship bracket, in the pro bracket. We are not just a good AM team. They want to consider themselves a pro team, and like some of the young talent they have on this roster and some of the things they've shown throughout this season, you kind of ask yourself, like, why aren't they there yet? What is going wrong? Is there too many team changes? Can they just not stick with the right team at the right time? They have to stick with the same team now at this event, so maybe it's going to finally pay off for them.
Yeah, we will see. Well, in the series against the Chiefs, it has been paying off for them, but we'll see if Complexity can close it out. Let's toss it back to Golden Boy and Tony to finish it up.
Thank you guys so much for that. And yeah, so I did get update from our admins in the back that effectively what is going to happen here due to the reset is that the score for Complexity, they have 46 points at the start of the game. So what they need to do is hit 204 total in the game. We're going to do a full restart. And for the Chiefs, in order for them to win, they have to hit 250. So there you have it. That's how it's going to be. It was a controller issue. The admins looked at it. Everything's been sorted out. And we should be jumping into the matchup in a little bit. And I'll be sure to remind you guys as the game goes on what score Complexity needs to get. And if they hit 204, they win 3-0 in the series and move on in this bracket. But Tony, it seems like this might not be the best situation for Chiefs. If I'm being honest with you, man, I feel like Complexity kind of started to figure out Chiefs toward the end of that game, and this is going to be a little problematic.
Yeah, Complexity had the lead. They had control. They earned this advantage going into this version 2 of that game number 3, and we still might potentially see a sweep here if Complexity are able to reach that 204-point mark before Chiefs hit the 250. Complexity, one win away from advancing forward to play against a set.
Yeah, and at this point now, and it's even showing a little bit of a break here, that there has been a bit of a figure out, at least for the opening gambit for Complexity. But I gotta say the same thing for the Chiefs as well, right? It hasn't really been completely one-sided, although Complexity are going to be the ones to kind of strike first on the scoreboard here. As Vetra knows that there's going to be a player lurking about, did not get the reset on A, but his teammate was going to be there to back him up regardless, thus continuing this run here for Cole as they have themselves 18 points and counting to Chiefs 0.
Both of these teams really fighting over that overshield control. It's not easy for either one. A beautiful grenade comes in. That's going to shred apart 2 players of the Chiefs, but 3 down go Complexity. That overshield still up. It looks like it was just about to be stolen, but Monster not having any part of that.
Yeah, overshield obtained by Cycle. That is devastating and hurts. And you know what? That was the play you had to make, right? You needed to go after that overshield because you just cannot allow your opponent to get it. The problem is Chiefs had no support to go after that power item. Despite it all, though, Cycle is going to get shut down. We are still going to see 2 caps here for Complexity as Neuronical's now going to look to hold down B with his teammate. Made the call out as to where that Chiefs player is going to be rotating to, and you should be seeing Chiefs comfortably get C here, and on the flip side, Complexity are going to flip A.
Neuronical chasing Chiefs all the way through the mid, force him over toward the Charlie side of the map, so we do see that flip, but a double cap in favor of Complexity is still going to be held. Neuronical staying alive, the bait and switch comes in too quickly, going down for Chiefs as Complexity are playing that patience game right as the overshield's coming up.
Yeah, it really does feel like Complexity are picking up right where they left off, whereas Chiefs, you know, they're trying to just get the engine, you know, oiled up and turn it again the way that it was in that, you know, in the version 1, as you said before of this game, Tony. But could be potentially those 2 kills opening up an opportunity now. Overshield's going to be up for grabs. Cycle, though, answers with 2 kills of his own, and you like that output a little bit more if you can. And Cycle's actually going to trip right behind Mazzy, gets the kill, gets the overshield, and that is going to be doom and gloom for the Chiefs.
I was worried for a second, runs right past the player, able to turn around, gets himself the kill and the overshield. Beautiful shots at the next player, leaves him alone, puts shots on the second, comes right back in him, a killing spree. This is why we call him one of the most unorthodox players in the game. Almost reminds a bit of like a Pistola-like player with the way he moves and puts damage on the map with the ability to stay alive, but finally Psycho ends up going down, but so do 3 members of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and Beeson's going to be on B. They have overlook position in the nest with Mazzy to back that up here. And it's just good to put that pressure on the transition, right? As he made his way over to B to go and help out his teammate. He had Slays go inside, inside of A to just disrupt that and open up that side of the map for them. So mission accomplished, as Complexity are gonna have to wait for their players off the respawn in order for them to respond here.
Yeah, there's no shot that Complexity is going to be able to gain control of the map without having the numbers they're looking for. So once Complexity go 2 down, Chiefs have successfully forced them to slow the game down. Beastin now having the sniper rifle in hands, even has some support over towards the next side of Complexity. Want to push up, they'll have to earn it, but the 3 down out of nowhere leaves Beastin by himself. Eventually, Beastin gets wiped, and now Complexity advance forward.
Yeah, that is devastating because I didn't get to take a look at how many shots were left in that sniper. Oh, they were substantial. You'd ideally, if you're a beast and you just want to try and play that sniper, toss it over the map there. Don't give it to a player like Cycle who really could ravage your squad with that weapon. He's in the overlook position too, up on high inside a tower. If he gets a few big shots, he's also going to be overlooking the overshield here too. So if anyone wants to try and go for that, he's going to have eyes on him, but good pressure being applied. So Chiefs do manage to get the overshield. What can they do with this power-up?
Cycle's been going off all game, but they're finally able to isolate him. Madsy cuts away with the overshield, now moving for the Charlie side. Multiple members of Chiefs now going to move in for the trip cap. It looks like the Ronald gets caught over toward the bottom mid by himself, and Chiefs starting to gain control. They might be down by triple digits, but who knows? They keep playing like this, they might be right back in the game.
Oh, Madsy just needs to try and stay alive over here. He's got one member Cycle from Complexity looking to get up in his business. Healthy, but not healthy enough though. And Madsy's going to get picked off by Monster, so the help was coming through at the top end of the map here. Here comes Slays with the heat wave though. Identifies one player. It's going to be Cycle again, staying alive, but not going to be long because he gets shut down with a melee. Slays, though, looking for help from his teammates, but it's not going to come. Not quite yet, though. On the flip side to that, Monster's going to be capping C. An easy kill there as Beeson was just trying to find a way to jump up onto that ledge. And now Monster could actually win this BR fight, but Slays just a little too good in that situation here. And despite it all, you could potentially see A flipping, but just as I say that, it's going to get shut down by Complexity. Remember, they only need to hit 204, Tony.
The problem is every time Chiefs start to make some plays, it seems like Complexity just countered them. Complexity always have an answer to everything Chiefs are able to do. Another double cap in favor of Chiefs. What happens? Complexity immediately start working onto the Bravo side, but now Cycle taking a bit too much damage. 3 down go Complexity, and Cycle should be hunted down for the 4th. Ooh. Big plays coming out of Chiefs. Yep. Can they come back in the game?
Yeah, I really have appreciated the way Cycle plays. You know, you mentioned Pistola, and I think that is just such an accurate description of him, because he likes to play that lurky, you know, trying to value his life, stay alive, put shots down where he can. So we'll see if he can continue to have the impact that he's had in this game thus far, though. Of course, with the Heatwave Slays, look to try and see if he could benefit from a few frags, but is only able to locate one. Overshield picked up by Monster here. C's going to get flipped, but just as that response comes in, Chiefs are going to find a response of their own and capture A and B. And Monster's kind of like, you know, up a river without a paddle here, because he doesn't really have many options despite him having so much available to him.
But this game is too close. This is game number 3. Complexity almost at the 204-point mark. You cannot afford to be giving overshield to Monster. You can't be afford to giving him sniper rifles either. So Chiefs, this is your opportunity. You just fall 3 down once again. That might just be it.
Yeah, they've been getting cycled into Slays big time here. C is up for grabs halfway, but it is going to get reset by Complexity because they have full control on this side of the map. You have the sniper over by the nest as well. He was looking for the shot there, and Monster's kind of just playing with his food right now, locating one of the players, looking to take some faces off wherever he can, but don't play with your food too long because it could end up biting you in the butt, and that is going to be the case there for Monsters. A few players, 3 go down for Complexity here, but Neurotical still trying to keep things going, has to bail out of this engagement, but Chiefs have possession of B and C for the time being.
And Chiefs gonna have to hold on to this. One break going in favor of Complexity, and that could be it. Complexity are already at the end zone right now. Meanwhile, Chiefs have a mountain to climb. 3 down for Complexity. Big play. Neurotical ends up going down. This is the moment Chiefs have been waiting for. This is the opportunity they've created.
Yeah, this is, like I was gonna say, Madsy needed to win that fight, and a well-placed grenade is gonna lead to success. A trip cap for Chiefs currently to will themselves back into this game. Remember, all Complexity has to do is get to 204 on the scoreboard. For Chiefs, they have to flat out win it in order to force this game 5. But the overshield's going to be up again, and surprise, surprise, it's going to be Complexity to get control of the power up again.
Chiefs end up going 4 down. Overshield now being stolen away by Psycho, and might be the chance of them coming out with the win as Complexity now making over toward the Charlie side. All of Chiefs spawning toward the Bravo side of the map and trying to break out, but Magi goes down. Berserk goes down. Complexity now going to sacrifice A to move over toward the Bravo side of the map. This is bad as right.
Yeah, this is really bad because you have no players from Chiefs that can actually respond to this, right? You capture A, but then what? You have to make this push happen, but you have an Overshield player looking right at you as soon as you make your way out of top mid. So there really are going to be no options left for the Chiefs to try and respond out of this one. Only 3 points remaining. 203, 204. GG. Complexity are going to sweep 3-0 here against the Chiefs. But God, did the Chiefs make an effort out of that one. You got to give them credit where credit is due. You just wanted to see it happen a little bit sooner.
Patrick Mahomes would be disappointed right now. Chiefs.
It's a different kind of Chiefs, but I guess it works.
I thought, maybe not the same.
Sports ball. I know, sports ball.
Sports ball. Home runs being hit. It looks like the Chiefs going to drop down to the elimination bracket. Complexity going to advance forward to play up against Ascend and find out if they can ascend to the winners bracket finals.
I love this the puns. You just keep it going.
I'm in there, bro.
I'm
warmed up.
I kind of wish that like our teams came up with like some just real wild names. You know what I mean? So that this way we couldn't get all punny with it. Onomatopoeia. Maybe that could have been one of the names of the teams. But yeah, maybe next season, if you're an open team watching this one, name your team that and just confuse all of the admins as they call your name in open bracket. Anyway, though, credit where credit is due to the Chiefs. They made it a matchup. The trip cap nearly brought them back into the game. But again, it really just boils down to one of the fundamental problems that Chiefs were having in this series, Tony, and that was power item control. They just never really had possession of that. And when you don't have that, it's very hard to win games.
I really want to give Chiefs credit. I think they played well in spurts, but at the end of the day, results don't lie. And we said Complexity win a 3-0, and Complexity 3-0'd. I mean, at the end of the day, nothing changed. And I want to give them credit. I want to say they had signs of life where they look like they can put something together, especially within that stronghold. But at the end of the day, Complexity are who we thought they were. And Chiefs have to play the remainder of this tournament down the elimination bracket.
Yeah, so here are the final results here. Complexity with a 3-0 sweep. It all started on Aquarius, captured a flag. Tony, what a just absolute shellacking that Complexity gave Chiefs at the early part of the game. Definitely woke them up and told them,
slobber knocker?
Slobber knocker, shellacking, just back-whacking. Yeah, it was bad. And then we moved on to Slayer Catalyst, where Chiefs looked like they had a little bit of a strong start, right? It looked like it was probably going to maybe be a game type where they can catch Complexity off guard, but Cole found the success where they needed it. And then we go to Live Fire Strongholds, a little bit of a saga there, but the day belongs to Complexity. They will be moving on in this competition, but they will be facing off now against Ascend. These are the two heavy hitters in this play-in competition. Win that game, you move on to pools C or D in the Halo World Championship tomorrow. Success is a series away, Tony.
It really is. Fnatic, formerly the number 12 ranked team in the league, going up against J-Lings, the top team come out of Europe, and
exciting
then the number 1 team out of Europe going up against Complexity, who, again, was in that conversation of getting top 8, in that conversation of top 6. We have the cream of the crop here, and my question is, who is going to make it into pools?
Yeah, and this is a vital, vital game because, as you see, the winners of the top side of the bracket are going to go to pool C and D. And that's not to, say like every team is a threat here at Worlds. But the problem is that you do not want to get into that pool A. Pool A is a rough one to have to find yourselves in. So, Tony, it's going to be quite tough. But it was a pleasure to cast with you, my man. We'll be doing it a little bit more later on. But for now, it's time to send it back over to Blaze and the rest of the crew. And by the way, guys, I got a new name. Check it out. Cinnamon, spice, ginger, and everything nice. Look at that.
Ooh, we got cinnamon spice over there too as well.
Well, I'm still ginger.
How many ingredients are we away from Powerpuff Girls?
We're close.
I don't know, but what is
Close.
Tony? Is Tony like cocoa or is like coconut? Maybe Tony.
Tony can be whatever he wants to be.
He could be.
he's
I feel like
fantastic.
he has mad coconut oil in his beer because like the way it
It
glistens,
is
we're
shining.
trying to figure out what it is so all our beers can glisten like that. We're like the beer crew too as well, but we're still figuring out names, having a good time. But one thing is that we do know is that Complexity moving on forward, one series away from making it into pools, and so we at least know some of the four squads that may kind of drop into pools, C and D down there. But coming up is going to be the Fnatic and J-Links matchup. That's going to be a fire one too.
I'm going to make a bold claim here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how bold this claim is, but I think every team that is still in the winners bracket will qualify for pools. I think that they are going to be the 4 teams. With the way the bracket's working out, I think these are the guys we're going to be looking at, but it's about where they end up.
It is about where they end up too, yeah. Because Space Station, we know that they're going to have to play the loser of Complexity and Ascend, which is going to be a hard one.
The crazy thing is if they had beaten J-Lings in that game 5, then they have a much easier path into the World Championship. And now all of a sudden they are guaranteed to play against one of the top teams in either one of the regions. It's a scary how the difference a few slays can make in a game, and it's slender margins. It's crazy, and I think GB and Tony, they spoke about Chiefs and how they want to give them credit and they want to say they showed signs of life, but the harsh truth and the harsh reality of it is that they didn't. And I think I wanted to see Vetra have a great series and he put in numbers that he needed to, but for Cycle, I realized why he is called Cycle is because he puts people in the respawn cycle, and that's
for real.
He was slaying out in that Strongholds game. He had an incredible series.
I was calling him Psych Heal for a while, just the way he was just killing everybody. Now, we do have some matches going on at twitch.tv/HCS. We got those lower bracket matches popping off. But as I said before, coming up next is Fnatic going up against J-Lings. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we're back into all that play-in bracket action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo Championship Series. This is Thursday as we're in the play-in bracket. I'm Blaze, joined with Golden Boy and Tony. You guys, y'all had a quick series there, okay? Complexity. They weren't playing any games. Yeah, quickish, right?
Quickish.
It was quick-ish, at the end. But Complexity, they got it done. They move on forward, but they got a tough matchup in the CN. Now, that's coming up after this one. First, we got to talk about Fnatic and J-Lings as that one's coming up. Fnatic, Tony, yeah, you had a lot of high hopes for him.
This is his pick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand Fnatic have had a rough season, and I really do. But I think people are undervaluing what happens when you bring in Suppress and Arctic.
Yeah.
That duo is nasty. Suppress has a really steady shot where he can really fight people easily. Arctic is really a big swing player for the squad. This Fnatic squad is not the same that it looked like in times past, and Septify is still an animal. Let's not forget how amazing he is in the Slays department.
Yeah, no, Septify wasn't playing around, okay? We saw those awesome snipes by him in that last, in one of those last series, but nonetheless, you know, when we come here, we got a lot of awesome things happening this weekend.
Yeah.
You were talking to the people on stream about come on out here, okay? The event starts tomorrow, the World Championship, and all our booths are up. We got a lot of cool things happening, and we also going to have our community stage that's going to be going down as well. So make sure you guys head on over there to twitch.tv/Xbox. Check out all the action. I do believe our cosplay contest is going to be happening over there.
Yeah, we're going to have a cosplay contest. You're going to be able to meet the voices of Master Chief and Cortana, which is always a plus. We got to do a lot of games with them. We also have some more special guests that are going to be on the way. So, you know, maybe you might see, you know, some maybe some wrestlers you enjoy show up.
Other esports players that you like, okay? Because I do know Scump and Shotty, okay? They're doing live watch parties.
That's right. That's right. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of really cool things happening over at the community stage. And really, like, you know, having talked to, like, Tashi and the rest of the team about it, you can really tell that the vibe is that moving forward, you know, this is supposed to be like a festival celebrating everything Halo, not just celebrating the best players in the world, but also celebrating this amazing community that we've all been a part of for such a long time now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really awesome. I can't wait. Lots of things to do here at Worlds.
I love it too because Halo is community at the end of the day. It brought so many friend groups together, kept us together throughout the years, and so to make the World Championship about that in the gameplay, I love it. Now, to dive back into the gameplay, let's talk a little bit more about Fnatic, okay? We kind of got your thoughts on them, but let me shift on over here to UG. Fnatic, this squad here, we've been, you know, waiting for them to really kind of have that breakout tournament and reach those upper teams there. They had a hot 3-0 to kick off this tournament. You think they can take down J-Lings?
You know, it's going to be a tough one, but I think if you are a betting man, and J-Lings, by the way, did tweet at me and said, oh, what about that space station pick? And we're giving me some grief on Twitter, which I appreciate.
Yeah, we all need a little grief to be better.
I appreciate it. But, you know, Fnatic is a very strong team. I've had the pleasure of casting Arctic, Suppress, you know, for a while, especially in H5 and Zero, and those guys. Like, they've been around the scene for such a long time. And these are players that have been present, you know, at the upper echelons of professional Halo for a long time now. And you're really waiting for, when is that opportunity? When are they going to get their flowers? You know what I mean? And I think that it could be at this tournament because, as Tony, you had mentioned, right? Like, this team has had quite the journey. This organization has had quite the journey in Halo. But I think that they have 4 very solid, very talented players in this lineup.
And with this position in which they're in, okay, you come out hot in the play-in bracket, right? Then the World Championship kicks off. You go into Pool C or Pool D, you know, where you got some teams where you know, like, you know what, we can match up against these guys. We always take them in scrims. You take that momentum into the winner side of the bracket. Hey, anything can happen for Fnatic. All right, we love that. Now on the flip side for J-Lings, you know, we've deemed them the best of the rest when it comes down to Europe. But J-Lings they're J-Lings, all right. J-Lings Esports, they are their own entity, and now is the time to prove that. Show us what you're all about. Let your play style show. And if you take down this Fnatic squad that we out here gassing, you move on forward, man, you got the entire region behind you.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm J-Lings, I feel so confident when you have a team that recognizes that their online play and their LAN play are two totally different beasts, I feel like you just come in with a big old smile on your face. What you see on your face is right here. Like, you're coming in going up against Fnatic. You're like, we just don't care what happens in online scrims, because when we get to LAN, we're comfortable. There's nothing about connection. You know, we're side by side. We're screen peeking each other. Jay Lings feel comfortable on LAN, and for Fnatic, that's dangerous.
Yeah, and I've been seeing them walk around Seattle vibing, okay? So I know the team is happy, all right? So they're a deadly combo across the board there. And, hey, J-Lings, you know, now is the time to get it done. Take down this Fnatic squad.
It would be huge, right? I mean, you know, Tony, I know you like looking at previous results, right, to kind of give you some set dressing for this game, right? Like, J-Lings and Fnatic have squared off against each other, but Fnatic won those scrims. So J-Lings have the idea, but the question is, do they have the answer?
It's about bringing it together now, okay? We practiced online for the tournament, for game day, and you know that you're better online? Hit that flow state. Well, it's time to get this series flowing. Let's toss it to our casters. It's Ginger and Spice.
Yeah.
It's funny because at school I was called Ginger Spice, and now apparently that nickname's just evolved into Ginger and Spice.
It's just been split. I'm now Spice. I'm happy to take on that mantle, but one thing I know, no matter what happens, by the end of this series, we're going to have a team in the World Championship.
That is a big game. That is a big series. That is a big moment for those gentlemen behind us. And of course, we know these players. We've already seen J-Lings today. Haven't quite had enough of a view of Fnatic so far. They've been silently going about their business, but they're going to be looking to try and solidify that spot in pools as soon as they can. You don't want to drop into the elimination bracket and have to deal with another team. Get it done here. Get it done now.
And we're hearing GB saying that it's actually been Fnatic who have been getting the better of J-Lings in the scrims. And game one, oddball streets. Is there anything we can really look to? We can maybe get a decision here. Is there going to be in favor of Fnatic? Is it for J-Lings? Did J-Lings show enough in the scrims to get the job done here?
Well, Fnatic didn't win an oddball game at Orlando, which was a little bit concerning when I was looking at this series layout. That being said, Streets was okay for them in other game types. So as long as they can take some things away from those other game types and implement them into oddball, and if they've learned their lesson, then I don't think it's going to be that detrimental to their performance. As you can see, Fnatic on your screen there, and legend Neighbor coaching Fnatic. If you didn't know, now you do know. He was their last event as well, and he'll be trying to match the coaching prowesses of Morga12, who is behind J-Lings.
Morga12 is wearing a suit, so he already means business, but it's whether or not does Neighbor have the same sort of feeling. One way or another, we're going to have someone competing in the World Championships by the end of this. Come what may. Quadios, who had such a fantastic series up against SSG, and maybe much can be said for these two teams that J-Lings had a war, a brawl, and they could be coming into this one a little bit sharper.
These are the type of teams that J-Lings need to be beating if they want to consider themselves, you know, within that shout of pro teams, a top 16, a top 12 team. These guys are very closely contested when it comes to where they've placed throughout historically in the HCS this season. As for Fnatic, as you said, they've been winning in scrims. They know they can beat J-Lings, but now it's about just putting it into effect here on LAN.
And now for Suppress with the stock rifle, looking to silence the hopes, dreams, and ambitions of J-Lings here and now, and putting two in the grave, do a Fnatic. Ball picked up, scooped up, and it's coming back towards Tram, and three beautiful shots by Suppressed puts Flux in the grave.
And it is interesting to see Suppressed, you know, being the damage dealer at the moment. Throughout Orlando, he was the ball guy. He was the one who was holding on to that skull, making sure they were getting and racking up as much time as possible. But maybe they're seeing that actually he's more important elsewhere, and they've looked to make changes, and that might help them going forward in oddball.
Fnatic play the ball, not looking to get caught fouling here, traveling with the ball. So they've thrown it out, trying to minimize any risk and any scoring opportunities for J-Lings. But 25 points on the board, that's a decent early tally. That maybe settles the nerves of them, recognizing that they're going to be in a series here all throughout this. But 3 games away, either team here, from making it into Pool C or D. And with the work that J-Lings put in, and indeed Fnatic, they put themselves in a great position to go even further in the competition.
It really would be, you know, such a big moment for either of these teams to call themselves a World Championship team. Yes, this is the play-ins, and it is a day before the World Championships, but no one is going to remember the 4 teams who didn't qualify. Instead, they're going to be looking at those World Championships, looking at pool play. Who are the 16 teams? You want to be one of those 16, so you can call yourself a World Championship side. And now, even though J-Lings did have a tough start here, they are slowly crawling their way back into this game. Septic still without a kill, so wisely picking up the ball.
No one will remember the 4 teams that didn't qualify, but each and every individual on those teams will remember the mistakes they made, the errors that led to scoring opportunities, the slays, the deaths, not picking up the power-ups. You do not want to have regret come the end of this day. You want to be one of those 4 teams. And Fnatic now, with 25 points now to 29, Jaylings have just grown straight back into things and actually taken the lead by only 4 points. Ball has been dropped and it's in an open playing field now. 2 members down for Jaylings, suppressed with the commando in hand. Looking to just stay alive for the moment as the shields were a little bit worse for wear. Morgan with the Bulldog, we've seen him be instrumental in everything that Jaylings can do well, but unfortunately for him, he goes down over towards that tires area. Septic picks up 2, 3 go down for Fnatic, and now ball in hands, and they're starting to maybe get a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, this has been a really good hold for Jaylings. Multiple times they've been able to kill that final player. That's a clever play though, because they know full well that arcade spawns is going to leave them vulnerable from that side of the map. So now you've just got to have a scrap, try and win your engagements, but 2 have gone down.
Stock rifle. In this game, it's been more like the Septic rifle. He's got himself another killing spree. Just keeping his eyes on the ball, using it as bait. Fnatic have taken it, but have managed to scoop it up and get away. Drop shield got put down, but Septic with the stock rifle puts J0 away. Septify though, he's rotated over towards that tower area, and Septic realizes he has to close the distance now. Scoops up a Bulldog for his troubles. This will help him no end. Suppressed down to no shields, but Septic puts a couple of shots in his backside and ultimately gets the job done as Suppress comes back and looks for more. Bit off more than he could chew this time. And the Bulldog goes to work once more. Speaking of biting, Septic's on a roll.
A minute ago, Septic had no kills and he had the ball in his hand. Now he's got 8. He's really come to life here at the perfect time for Jaylings. And one thing we did learn from the previous series when we watched them earlier on, when they were able to get that victory over Space Station, is that Jaylings were aggressive at the right times. They never allowed the game to slow down too much, and it seems like they're trying to do the same thing here against Fnatic. Always be biting in their heels, not allowing them to really settle at any moment.
Flux sends a rocket towards heaven, will take the shields of a player and then ultimately finish the job with the battle rifle. Septic again with that stock rifle, picks up 2, a perfect medal to boot, scoops up the ball and will look to bring it back towards Tram and back towards safety with his teammates. He is starting to pick up, he is starting to heat up. Quadios in the last series, perhaps Septic's the one that drive them forward to the World Championship.
I will say, Septic had a relatively quiet series against SSG, which is not like Septic. He is often that flashy player, the Slayer who can get so many kills, as that Bulldog does hit particularly hard. But Fnatic have still been able to break the setup and now will be scoring. So for all the hard work that Jaylings have put in, they're now going to have to work even harder to try and break this.
All the grit, determination and the graft that both these teams are putting on, currently separated now by just 10 points. And it's Fnatic who keep the ball. And it's them who are getting the slaves for the meantime, but 2 have gone down. Septify and Suppress have to watch their teammates scramble to try and save something. And Quadios picks up Arctic. Bulldog for J0, but not able to put it to use. Ball scooped up again, back towards Tram. Players are getting loud. It can only be the Jaylings players. Kill for Suppress. That could be a big one now to start the openings.
Yeah, if Morga had been able to stay alive and avoid that grenade, then Jaylings would have been in a far more comfortable position right now to stop this push. But Fnatic will try and lead the charge and take the advantage of the extra player. Arctic will get one. J0 gets another, and just like that, 3 players have fallen for Jaylings. Rockets are about to spawn, and Fnatic will pick up the ball ever so slightly, but Morga's been a little bit sneaky. Can he get these rockets off of Arctic? No, he cannot. And unfortunately now, this is going to spell bad news for Jaylings.
Rockets usually mean ruckus, and that's what we've seen. Arctic ensuring his team have a little bit more of an opportunity to get themselves back into this round number 1. 80 points now, they just start to tick over towards. 4 points separate them and they continue to score here, but the first pick has gone in favor of Jaylings Esports, and Fnatic desperately trying to milk this ball for all it's worth. They have now decided to play it down towards garbage. It's in a situation now where whoever comes out on top here could win the round.
It was another mistake we saw Jaylings making in the previous series versus SSG. They weren't getting the scrappy time in King of the Hill, for example, but 2 have fallen for Fnatic. Ball still in an interesting position. Quadios the first person to try and touch it. Can he get it over towards Septic?
And it's pivotal now. The ball is down. The next team to make a mistake will be the one that will lose the round. It is imperative that you're not the one that tries to get your hands on the ball a little bit too soon, a little bit overeager. And the trades come through, but it's Jaylings who'll come out on top. Fnatic were 3 dead for a moment. A minute left on the clock, but surely you would think someone's going to get their hands on the ball before then.
Well, they were 3 dead, but Septify was still bottom Tram, still had eyes on ball, spawned the whole team over towards Tram, and it meant Jaylings could not pick it up. Ball gets reset now, and Quad maybe will try and get away with this one. Keep your head down, strong side away, will survive, will take the lead. 50 seconds remaining.
Flux has gone down, here's J0 to try and get touch tight. Suppressed up the street as well, up towards Pink. 2 go down, and Fnatic have their hands on the ball now. All 4 dead for J-Lings, and 8 seconds required here for Fnatic to secure round 1. And nobody on J-Lings are going to be in touching distance, and J-Lings will go down. Fnatic will take the lead. Round 1 secured.
Heartbreak for J-Lings when they were so close. Maybe committed a little bit too heavily to that ball after the reset. Could have been a little bit more patient, but they were behind. Unfortunately, the Fnatic push was perfect. They got good damage on the ball carrier when it did get reset. And it comes down to those final moments, those couple of kills that will have Fnatic leading now, and J-Lings maybe scratching their heads a little bit, saying, what did we do wrong?
Can they steady the ship though, J-Lings? There was a lot of things they'd done right, but a few critically key errors allowed Fnatic to snatch that round away. For Flux picking up 2, that's going to help the cause. Bulldog, though, in the hands of Fnatic. Flux has got that stock rifle. We've seen Septic put it to work in round number 1. Suppressed down to no shields, but Jazero with that Bulldog is putting on a clinic. He's getting barbaric. And 2 go down, make it 3. Flux last man standing, trying desperately to have an influence. But ultimately it's all in vain as Ball, stock rifle and Bulldog in the hands of the boys in orange and black.
That was tough there for Flux. I liked what he did in terms of just trying to deal the damage and try and be a presence on the map, but unfortunately he got baited and switched far too easily. Fnatic took full advantage of his aggression, and now they'll be rewarded with some pull time here. First pick does go to J-Lings, but can you actually capitalize off of it? This is always a horrible place to take a fight. And because of it, unfortunately, Fnatic's still getting the better of these J-Lings players who are trying to scramble through.
Getting the better of them in the opening engagements. It's only 17 seconds in their favor, and J-Lings starting to get some scrappy time. That plasma grenade will not find a home with Septify.
Oh, wow.
Tried to pick up that ball, still managed to live. And Septic does get taken care of somehow, some way. We've seen Septify tiptoe around, stay alive. And now, with that stock rifle, firing it towards the balcony. Flux soaring out front base. This is all going a little bit according to plan for Fnatic.
It would have been a lot worse on the side of J-Lings as well had Septic not played that ball. You've got to give credit where it's due. Gets in behind enemy lines, plays that ball, make sure that Fnatic cannot score consistently. Instead, they have to be patient and try and take some fights. 2 are dead for J-Lings. Fnatic have only lost 1. And now that the ball has been tossed over towards Tower, if they can get a couple more kills, this could be a significant amount of time for them.
And looking at the Slays category, it's actually J-Lings who've been edging it ever so slowly. You see Septic with 20 kills, 10 assists and 12 deaths, but somehow they find themselves down in the game. Rockets though for Quadios, could that be the turning point to swing this round in their favor? First rocket fired towards the oddball, and you don't need to kill that. Thankfully for him, he has taken it down to 0. You can see players of Fnatic looking to play a little bit ratty over towards the cafe. Will Septic be a victim of that? Yes, he will. Septify and Arctic combine to eliminate 2 members of J-Lings. Rocket will connect this time onto Arctic, however. Ball over towards the tram area, but ultimately it's all in vain, and Fnatic are getting the better of these engagements.
They get the better of the engagement, and they get the ball, and now they get the setup. J-Lings do get the red room spawns, so they're going to have a nice and quick push to try and stop this one, and with the first pick going in their favor, Fnatic are now going to have to turtle up and fight with their backs against the wall here, Shurzy. It's never easy to do. Sometimes Septify does manage to get a kill onto Morgan, though, and just like that, trades are coming through, arguably where they shouldn't.
Backs against the wall, but somehow they come out on top. Swinging haymakers and landing them onto the J-Ling chins. Flux and Septic go down. Arctic has the ball once more. 31 points and climbing. All of a sudden, this off-ball game is starting to just get away from J-Lings.
And you really can sense the tension over on that stage. This is such an important game for these teams to try and qualify for the World Championships. A win here in this series guarantees you a spot in pool play. Ooh. As Septic does get the perfect, does get the kill. And unfortunately, doesn't get rewarded with the ball.
Just needs a little bit of help. His teammates have not been able to match him in the Slays category. As a result, we see Fnatic every single time J-Lings leave a little bit of food on the table. Fnatic are more than happy to gather it up, scoop it up, and take any resources they can. And they've really made them pay when it comes to the sandbox, using that Bulldog and stock rifle in this second round. Quadios gets touched tight, gets found out as well. Trade comes through. And Morgan in tires. With the Sentinel being look at the microwave, some shields. Suppress is going to be his target. There will not be a conclusion just yet until now. Trades, 2 dead apiece. 36 seconds to 5. But what's more important now is looking at that clock. 1 minute and 20 as we just stop it for a moment.
Really do start to see the patience of Fnatic as well. They had a 20, 30-point lead, so they didn't really have to get too aggressive for that ball, so they were waiting around corners, they were baiting players. Jaylings finally are able to break and will get a setup because of it. Now Fnatic suddenly going to have to hurry up their play a little bit. They can't afford to be too patient and give too much time away.
Quadios looked as though he could be a victim of timing, and indeed he is. He took the Bulldog out, the player slid past him. He just wasn't able to lock on, wasn't able to track it. He gets eliminated. 2 dead. Quadios and Septic watching their teammates try and scramble. Keep this a little bit more scrappy than perhaps Fnatic would like. Jazero and Septify, they're back tower and they get the job done. They secure 1. 54 seconds, and the clock is starting to run down now, and it's Jaylings who have to make moves.
Yeah, suddenly Fnatic can look to play this a little bit more slow, just try and play a little bit of Slayer. I like this as well, get the ball away from Jaylings as far as possible so you can defend it if you need to. But at the moment, they have the player advantage, so they can afford to hold on to the ball a little bit, grab an extra bit of time so they can increase that lead, increase that advantage, and make it even more so difficult for Jaylings to get back into this one.
Jazero was nursing that ball. He decided to drop it now and start eat away at that clock, and they have now increased their lead, but it appears as though we might have a technical issue here.
Just lost an observer, it's fine.
Observer's gone.
One's down, we've always got 2.
We don't need them. And 26 seconds on the clock, 51 to 23. Jaylings have to get their hands on it, and not only that, it has to be a perfect hold. Morgan's got his hands on it now, but again, they need to play around him.
2 are dead for Fnatic. It's a double kill for Quad. Morga has picked up the ball. This is Jaylings' chance to get back into the game. Septic is going down first, though, so now it's going to be a 3 versus 3, make it a 2 versus 3. It's the ball and Quad. It's Rockets and the ball. Quad is going to be able to do so much damage here, but unfortunately, Morga has to play it.
Ball gets played out front base. Septify making himself a very difficult kill. And 8 seconds left on the clock. And Quadios gets taken out by Arctic. And you can see Jaylings flooding to try to get their hands on the ball. But they're not in place. They're not in position. And Fnatic secure game 1.
How important could that be for Fnatic and their chances of qualifying for the World Championships just to get that early lead in this series? Jaylings, they gave it everything. They were very close in both round 1 and round 2. But unfortunately, close is not good enough.
Yeah.
And it was just one setup or, you know, one kill that unfortunately went in the way of Fnatic. It was Fnatic's patience, really, and how they played the game. They were dictating the pace. They were making Jaylings play as slow as they could possibly do. They wanted to restrict Jaylings' aggressiveness. Perhaps that's something that they saw throughout their previous series with the Space Station.
Because what we've seen was, in the Slayers category, it was very much evenly matched, but it was really Fnatic who were getting that scrappy time. Like you say, they dictated the pace by really slowing the game down when they needed to, picking up the pace when they had the advantage, and that is just expert Halo from them.
And it was exactly the same against SSG for Jaylings when they played King of the Hill.
Yeah.
When they were playing Strongholds. They just weren't able to make their slays count. Their objective work was not good enough. They weren't getting in the objective at the right times, whereas scrappy time was being found by SSG. That being said, Jaylings still did win that series, so it's not all be-all and end-all that they've lost this first game. I don't think their heads are going to drop. They're very wise. They're used to being in these situations. This is not their first rodeo, right? But it's never going to be the best way to start a series. You never want to go 1-0 down.
And is it one of those things where there's worrying signs there that you're getting the kills that you need to? You see them get Fnatic 3 dead on a number of occasions, but not pick up that ball, not scoop up the objective, and allow that one final player to live and have an influence and stop the play. So is it something that we can maybe read into?
I mean, sometimes it's all well and good getting the kills, but it's when are you getting those kills? They might not be getting them at the right times. The ball may be in a quite vulnerable area, so you're not really able to take advantage of the kills that you've got. So just looking at Slays as a base is tough, but I will say one thing I did notice was that Jaylings just weren't able to kind of get that scrappy time. When they did have the ball, they were very quick to toss it out and play it. They didn't have the bravery maybe to keep that ball and trust their teammates, and maybe that's something they need to look to improve on as the series goes on. Map number 2 is going to be Slayer Livefire. And now I know I did say that Fnatic didn't win an oddball game in Orlando. They also didn't win a Livefire game in Orlando. But it seems like it's time for changes of a new path for Fnatic here at this tournament.
If we go this CTF on Catalyst and you tell me that Fnatic didn't win a flag game at Orlando, I'm really starting to worry. What did they win? That's the question that we have to ask. But things we can say is it's very much going according to plan for them in game number 1 so far. 2-0 oddball streets, and Jaylings really not able to capitalize on any opportunities that Fnatic presented them. But then Fnatic on the other side, they made Jaylings pay for any mistakes they made.
And you look at the series versus SSG, Jaylings won 2 Slayers. How important is it going to be for them to win this Slayer here? It's going to be very important. Clearly, there is some discrepancies with how they are kind of approaching their objective games, but as long as you can win one objective and get 2 Slayers, you are absolutely fine. There have been so many teams historically throughout Halo history that have been Slayer teams, but still get the job done because all they do is need to win one objective game. Remember, it was Capture the Flag that we saw J-Lings find success on, so perhaps Catalyst Capture the Flag could also be a successful one for them.
And for those 4 players on your screens, how important can it be? Because they will feel, Dan, like they belong in this World Championship, and who can really bet against them? They've had some really decent placements over the last couple of LAN tournaments, and to find themselves here, they'd be vastly disappointed, but at the same time, maybe they'll just look at this as extra reps on LAN.
It's been a long old year for Fnatic, players, the organization, and trying to build towards this team that can be a World Championship side. They finally found something that they believe is that side, right? There is so much belief from the Fnatic organization in these 4 players. They made clear decisions as to why they wanted to have these players on the roster. They've got Neighbor now coaching them behind. Everything is looking on the up for Fnatic. And if they can get a solid performance here, kind of coast their way into the World Championships for tomorrow, I think they are going to be a real threat to some of those third-seeded teams in pools, and we have to keep an eye on this Fnatic roster.
And again, it's important to note that if they win this series, they will be in Pool C or D, so they'll be playing against the likes of TSS. That'll be the third-seeded team that'll be looking over their shoulder, and nobody really wants to play Fnatic.
I don't think you do. I think when you look at these... Actually, when you look at the 4 teams that are in winners bracket of this play-ins, I don't think you really want to face against any of them if you are that 3rd seed. Certainly with how close Orlando was, some of these teams could have already been in pools had things slightly gone their way and maybe they had a more favorable bracket, for example. So I think there is going to be a lot of bad blood between some of these sides, maybe thinking they already deserved a spot in Worlds, but now you have to earn it. And you've got to prove that you are good enough to be there, and play-ins is the perfect way to display that.
And with CTF Catalyst on the horizon now, Game 2, and J-Lings, they went up 2-0 in the series against SSG and had to find their form, had to fight back after a reverse sweep was on the cards. Now we're looking at Fnatic putting them in a situation where they're a little bit uncomfortable and perhaps it can get to their heads.
Yeah, it's Slayer Livefire Game 2. Catalyst Capture Flag's Game 3.
That's a different thing. That's a different thing.
It's not 2-0 yet. He's trying to already give wins to Fnatic.
I'm able.
I have Fnatic jersey underneath
I have
there.
the power. I do.
This guy every time. But, you know, Slayer Livefire... I said that Fnatic didn't win it at Orlando, but again, you look at who they actually faced at Orlando on those maps. When you're facing teams like FaZe or Optic, for example, is very different if you're facing some of the lower teams. So you can only take it with a pinch of salt when they didn't win it. But it's always a case of, have they practiced the game types that they were bad at in Orlando? If they have, then suddenly they become a real threat here on Slayer Livefire. And I do believe if you go 2-0 up here against J-Lings and you take a Slayer off them, you are putting yourself in such a commanding position and a real chance at qualifying for the World Championships.
A very important Slayer on the horizon then, with J-Lings looking to bounce back and tie up this series. And Fnatic looking to put real breathing room between them and the European side. We're about to find out first team to hit 50 kills. And for Fnatic, you speak about how the org has so much faith in them. Perhaps they can build upon this. And as you look towards the scoreboard, I'm seeing Suppress is playing for J-Lings, and that maybe is what J-Lings need.
Yeah, -1, a death on the board, and it's probably just going to be a quick restart, easy as that. Sometimes it happens when the players just don't go onto the right team. Yada yada, doesn't matter, we'll get a restart, we'll get back into it. But I do think that Slayer Livefire is a tough Slayer to actually approach if you are a team who hasn't had much success on it. Because if you try and change too much of the pieces and the fundamentals of how you should play Slayer Livefire, you just end up getting run through by another team who is more confident. Sometimes you just have to treat it as just an average game of Halo. Say, look, what's the basics that we need to be doing here? Team up together, focus on the power weapons when they are going to be spawning, and making sure we get that overshield when it spawns.
Well, I guess it comes down to, fundamentally, are they playing the game type the way they need to, and is it just little errors they're making along the way, or are they losing it because they're not playing the game type the right way? And perhaps that is something that they can only tell themselves. And you're right in ways that you say where they don't need to or can't change everything because it might make things worse. But at the same time, if you're losing it, not seeing any sort of success, you need to make some sort of adjustments.
Well, and it's about adapting to how the other team is playing as well. And that's one thing I noticed in game number 1 is that I think Fnatic have realized how quickly J-Lings like to play, how aggressive they like to push up on their advantages. So they slowed that game down. They almost set traps at times, waiting around corners with a melee here or there. And J-Lings need to be aware of that. And if J-Lings are going to go for like a flank to try and really just push an aggressive situation, they are going to be walking into people expecting them there now. So Jaylings need to have something else up their sleeve. They also need to be playing at that same pace. Otherwise, Fnatic are just going to have their number all series long.
And it's interesting you speak about setting traps for players who are liking to play fast. And at the start of the game, we did see a lot of players from Halo 5 see some success as they tried to play the game very fast. And I think the issue is that now all these players are starting to lay those traps. I talked to Swish in the hotel. He spoke about how he liked to play the game really fast, and it came to the point where he was getting exposed and players knew what he wanted to do, so he was forced to make different decisions. So is that something we're going to see from the teams like Fnatic? You say they're already adjusting the pace on the fly and they're playing the way Jaylings don't want them to at times, making it really difficult. Is this going to be something we see going forward for most teams?
Yeah, I think that teams are constantly evolving the meta, constantly evolving how they should be playing. This is going to be, you know, the end of year one of Halo Infinite, the end of the first season of HCS of Halo Infinite, and we've had metas develop throughout the year. We've had weapons change, weapons GA'd, people have been trying to get the meta that they want. We've had fast pace, we've had slow pace, but at the end of the day, at the World Championship, you need to be fitting that meta at the right time. You need to be peaking at the right time. And if you can adapt to how other teams are playing, if you can slow it down when you need to, but also speed it up in other areas, then you have that perfect balance. You can't just play in one way in Halo Infinite. There is no ideal way to play. We've seen that from the likes of Optic Gaming, who are right at the very top. They like to play slow, they like to play methodical, but when they need to, they will explode, and they will be playing at such a pace which is so difficult to try and compete with.
We spoke about how for Jaylings, it's a situation where they don't want to be known as that extra team in Europe. Fnatic, they want to make sure that the narrative well and truly stays that they get through this unscathed. And for Quadios picking up the first kill, that's going to help the cause. 2 go down for Fnatic here, and Jaylings open up perfectly.
Very aggressive again from Jaylings. A heatwave in the hand now for Morga, has to stay alive, but is unable to do so. And yes, okay, you may have been able to get a kill, but at what cost? You've now given away the heatwave. Now you've got to try and watch over this overshield. This is what I was talking about, fundamentals and just the easy focuses throughout this map. Overshield is going to be your #1 focus every time it's up. And I like this from Fnatic. Push ahead of that overshield to ensure that you're able to pick it up.
Sacrifice with all the goodies to play with. Jazero with the overshield, so he's going to be looking to punch a hole in Jaylings here. Really utilizing that extra shield and the extra damage that he can receive. Flux puts down a couple of shots. That overshield has been completely evaporated, but not without some reward, some juice, as Septic has gone down. Flux over towards Nest now. Zero has his number, caught him a little bit unawares, almost ran out of battle rifle ammo, gets the reversal eventually. And opts to stay alive this time. It is key, it is pivotal to get the kills, to get the picks, but to stay alive at the same time. No easy deaths in this situation.
It's a good start from Fnatic. Again, they seem to be changing the pace when they need to already in the early stages. They kind of held back a little bit. They allowed Jaylings to push up on them, and then they were almost waiting for them, watching those angles. And if you can get that first shot, we know how big that can be. As 4 go down again for Jaylings, and suddenly it is a 7-kill lead already here for Fnatic.
Concern will be on the faces of the players and indeed the coach.
I can see them. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
oh, there's some concern.
Oh, a big concern.
Definitely concern, especially from Morga 12, the coach. I think that when you've got eyes on all 4 POVs and you start to see players falling left, right, and center, you maybe realize that, are you a little bit out of your depth here? But sometimes you need that person who can see everything just to say, hey guys, this is what we're doing wrong. But they need to find out quickly, because otherwise this lead is going to get even bigger for Fnatic.
Fnatic are really starting to drag Jaylings out into deep waters. It looks as though they're struggling to swim. They're starting to drown a little bit, and perhaps Fnatic are just a cut above Jaylings. The cream will slowly start to rise to the top the further this tournament goes on. And Fnatic looking to make a statement here in this play-ins. 2 go down once more, 21-11, 10-kill advantage. Quadios, the last man standing. Septify, I love that from him. Doesn't need to get the kill. Backs away and prioritizes staying alive.
Just found a bit of steak in my teeth.
What was that like?
Good, but it could also be a steak here if this carries on the way it's going, because Fnatic now 10 kills ahead. Really, again, dictating the pace, forcing Jaylings to try and do something a little bit different. Look, just hiding around corners. They know they have the lead. Overshield's about to pop. Jaylings are going to be stuck over towards House at the moment. And what the flux is he going to do right now?
No flux given. Arctic over towards Nest. And will slowly rotate towards his teammate top middle. Zero with the heatwave. One thing's for sure, if I'm going to follow anybody, the man with the heatwave is definitely a safer option, but somehow tips the balance in favor of Jay Lings. And Smorga, who has the sniper rifle here. 2 down for Fnatic. Will Morgan be able to go to work here? First shot will not find a home. Can the second one be a little bit more successful? Or will he continue to fire warning shots across the bow?
All right, this is looking better. Forget the steak dinner. Morgan's got the sniper rifle in his hands. You need your big players to step up at the right moments. If you can start hitting some shots here, very close to connecting. Really get that confidence back in your side. Jay Lings, when they do start to roll, we know how scary they can be. Cordios will get the support bottom middle. Now Morgan looking to try and push up on this advantage for this overshield.
2 members of Fnatic position top middle, and ultimately he has walked into an absolute blender. As Septic will also fall, and the kills are going very much in the wrong direction if you're a fan of European Halo, and indeed Jay Lings Esports here. As the boys in orange and black, they're starting to step on the pedal once again.
And remember, winner of this series qualifies for the World Championships, goes straight into pools. Loser of this series goes into the elimination bracket of play-ins and will still have one more opportunity to qualify for Worlds. So it's not completely over for the team that does lose this series. And of course, you want the easier path and potentially the easier pool if you end up in pools C or D.
You always want that easier run. And Fnatic doing what they need to here in game 2. 9 kills, the difference now. Flux and Morgan scampering away green and trying to get the garage to the rest of their teammates. Flux is isolated all alone, and he might be the first pick here. And Suppressed contemplated going bottom middle, but the communications come that Flux is all alone, and he has been picked. 2 members top middle on the sandbags area. Fnatic push once more. They're really moving together here. Going through the gears. Sniper rifle shot will be fired, but it's only in anger and will not connect, will not find a home. And again, time and time, Fnatic have the answers.
Again, Fnatic being down in numbers now, just cower away into the corners. That's an unhealthy grenade to land at your feet. He saw that one coming and realized he couldn't really do much about it, but the push, Jay Lings has been able to sniff out those players, and if they can capitalize on these extra player advantage that they are going to have right now, then they could get a decent amount of kills. And Fnatic, they're on the back foot at the moment. This is a good passenger play for Jay Lings.
Arctic gets one though. Overshield about to pop up, and it's been Fnatic who have really controlled the storyline when it comes to the overshield. And indeed the sandbox as a whole for not only this game but the previous. Steptify will get a double kill, eliminating Morgan this time. And Jay Lings fighting tooth and nail to get this overshield. They've managed to secure it, but can they put it to work? They're starting to move away, but that shield has already taken a battering here. Down to just under a quarter now. He could maybe tank an extra burst of BR ammo, but he's looking desperately for members of Fnatic, but he's chasing shadows.
Overshield, sniper rifle, heat wave, everything's there for Jay Lings now. Cordios is starting to hit some shots with the sniper rifle as well. That's 2 in a row. And if he can heat up, if he can just add that extra bit of belief into this Jay Lings roster, this game is not over. But just as I say that, and just as we switch over to him, he gets eliminated, and just like that, 3 are dead. Fnatic now 11 kills away from going 2 up in this series.
Fnatic really putting the pieces together, applying the pain. Body shot will find a home. Will take the shields away and fade away, no scope off the top ropes. He lands in the drink, but takes one with him. 2 down apiece here. And 8 kills required for Fnatic to put 2 on the board here and be 1 game away from the Halo World Championship. And Arctic, 8-3-11. He's put in work here. Septify also with 14, 4, and 9. Everyone on Fnatic starting to find a bit of form.
And the main difference I've noticed is Fnatic always seem to have another player there to clean up the kill. They're always in a duo. Jay Lings have got caught out as individuals quite often. It's what I spoke about in the pre-game. When you're trying to make that flank, if Fnatic know it's coming, they're going to be waiting, they're going to be prepared. They'll 2 versus 1 you, and then suddenly it's a 4 versus 3.
5 kills then. That's all that separates Fnatic now from doubling the series lead. Quadios and Flux back tower will handle Septify. Morgan gets one onto Arctic, which is 0. Will trade 1 at the very least. Overshield about to pop up once more. Jay Lings got their hands on the last one, but it didn't really help their cause. With only 4 kills required here, Jay Lings are really looking at a game 3.
Overshield's coming up. Suppress going to try and get there. 2 kills going in favor of Jay Lings. They're going to have the numbers advantage here. If they can get hold of this overshield, if they can stop Suppress from grabbing it, this could be big. They will. 47 to 42. 5 kills in it. Not over yet for Fnatic. Still got to complete this job. They only need 3, but they have to go up against an overshield, and I would not be surprised if they try and cower away and slow this one down.
Overshield player looks as though it's going to be Septic. The push is coming through bottom middle to pillars, and you can see they're rotating accordingly here, Fnatic, trying to scamper away. J0 might be given up as a sacrifice here, but for the rest of the team to survive. 5 kills is what separates them, and Fnatic have managed to pick up 1 in the meantime. Arctic goes down. It's getting a little bit nervy now.
Very nervy. 4 kills in it. J-Lings have done well not to lose too many players. They make it 45 now. 3 kills in it. And Fnatic, have they got away with a sniper rifle? Yes, they have. Septify, arguably the game in his hands now. We'll look to try and find an angle to see if he can take a face of J-Lings, as J-Lings now slowing things down. They're going to be nervous. That would have been one insane shot to hit.
Still time to find that face. 3 kills. Game now slows down to a crawl, like a traffic jam on a motorway. Septify shows a pixel or 2. Quadios gets bodied. Nobody on hand though. Clean up the pieces. Perhaps that's for the better. You don't want to send too many resources that way and give up easy deaths.
You can't risk it if you're Fnatic. You can't give a 1-player advantage, because the way that J-Lings have been playing is when they have that advantage, they press up on it, they get aggressive. And what do we see on the map? An overshield. But look at all 4 members of J-Lings. I love this call. Try and make a play. Bring the game to Fnatic here, but you've got to be careful because there's several angles you need to watch.
Sniper rifle is still going to be a threat as well. Overshield up on the map, and Arctic's got a little bit of a backstab here, and if he can play his cards right, he might be able to pick up the final 2 kills by himself. Gets 1 onto Morgan, turns his tail. Suppress gets the final 1. And Fnatic are 1 game away from the World Championship.
A rally at the end from J-Lings. They really did give it everything. I never thought it was going to be a steak dinner. I just found steak in my teeth, and I thought it was a funny thing to say, right? I never doubted J-Lings.
There was doubt there. There was.
But Fnatic, it's hard to go against them at the moment with the way they are playing. Very methodical. The strategy is being implemented perfectly. And there's a few moments here or there where there's some chinks in the armor, but I think that's always going to happen when you're going up against a team like J-Lings. They're very good at exposing you in your weaker areas.
And we could talk about how they navigated that final endgame perfectly. J-Lings, they were the team that had to make the play. They had to make the call, and they did. It was all 4 across top middle. And in Europe, we have seen that be a success against the likes of Navi. But this time, Fnatic managed to get their numbers away from the danger area and have that player on the back end.
I'm okay with the call being made, though. Like,
Yeah.
how many times have we seen teams in that situation where they're down, overshield's coming up, and they just kind of sit there, do nothing, allow the other team to get the overshield, and then they lose because of it. They've tried to make a play. Unfortunately, they've been punished by a heat wave in the end, bottom middle. And unfortunately, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. When you're a few kills behind, all it can take is 1 player with a power weapon to make the difference.
I think a heat wave can do serious damage.
It really
to a cookie. A cookie would be, there stands no chance really. But looking at the team that stood no chance in that last game, although they did start to grow into things towards the latter stages, J-Lings, they will go down by 5 kills, but looking at the tail of the tape, and it was J0 and indeed Septify who had very, very good games, and Suppressed as well, hitting 14, 10 and 6. They were all playing, and Arctic still picking up 3.5k damage. They were all doing what they needed to.
I like the look of both of these teams as we progress into the World Championships. I do still believe both of them will make it, and I think that would be an excellent performance from both of them as well when they looked at the bracket and who they could play and who they may have to beat. But at the moment, it looks like Fnatic are going to make their way through the winner's bracket. It looks like they're going to be the ones that will end up in either Pool C or Pool D. So they would play the likes of TSS or Na'Vi. And those are teams that, you know, are going to be difficult to beat in certain areas. But I think if you're going up against a team like TSS, who have historically lost to some lower teams, then you might be feeling confident. Catalyst Capture the Flag is where we're going to end up, though, for game number 3, and I think this is the perfect way for J-Lings to get back into this series, Jersey. We saw how good they were at Catalyst Slayer earlier on against SSG, and how good they were at Aquarius Capture the Flag. If you combine them together, surely they should be good at Capture the Flag Catalyst, right?
You also promised me you would tell me that Fnatic didn't win a single flag game at Orlando. I'm pretty sure you said that.
I don't think I promised you anything.
No,
I
you
try
didn't.
not
You
to
didn't.
promise you anything, because otherwise I just end up disappointing you.
Yeah, but we can look at CTF Catalyst, and for Fnatic, everything's going according to plan, and they want to close this out with a clean sweep and go into Halo World Champions with a complete clean sheet and not dropping a single map.
Yeah, that's going to add a lot of confidence to your game. You can just warm up in a way where you've stomped on other teams, and not easy teams either. I mean, like J-Lings, they should be closer in these games. And don't get me wrong, they were close. The oddball streaks was only kind of 10 to 20 seconds in both rounds. 5 kills as seconds in both rounds. 5 kills as well. 2-0 looks a bit harsh on paper. A 3-0 would look even more harsh. So if you are J-Lings, you've got to make this third map count. You've got to at least give something in this series. Otherwise, you drop into that elimination bracket saying, did we give it our all here? Did we show our true potential?
Well, it was that situation that we spoke about in the SSG series where when it came to that oddball game and in the Slayers, that you were looking for in the SSG series, them to have that clutch factor and to pull a win out of the bag. And again, they've gone back into themselves, and it was Fnatic that have made sure that those opportunities, even if they did come, they were not going to allow J-Lings to capitalize on it.
I think Fnatic are the more confident side out of these two teams. I think Fnatic have been performing well enough in scrims that they know they can beat J-Lings, and I think that shows in-game with how they have been dictating the place. They've been like the puppet masters at times. J-Lings, unfortunately, have just been controlled in every angle they find themselves on this map. I will say there is going to be a little bathroom break for the guys. I saw them toddling off to do hopefully a #1 at this point. But I do think that these guys, sometimes they need a mental reset, right? They need to just allow themselves to chill out for a little bit, say, look, we're 2-0 down. What does it matter? We've got some good game types coming up. We can still take this series.
And this is something that we've seen J-Lings do against SSG. They took a bathroom break when it came to a game type that was going to be a deciding factor. Game 5, they took a bathroom break. It's just to try and get some sort of confidence, get some win in yourselves, maybe even have some sort of small mini team meeting back there, because you try and take any advantage you possibly can, because these series, more often than not, are separated by small margins.
No, it's going to be a case of them looking at this series and saying, where are we really struggling? And it's just the pace. It is honestly, they are not able to play the way they want to play at the moment. They can't play at the speed they want to play. So I do feel like they need to find a way to match the kind of slowness that we're seeing. Is that a puppy? Oh my God, it's Poppy!
Puppy!
Poppy's appearing.
Puppy!
Ah, she's lush.
Puppy's gone.
Wes's dog making an appearance.
No.
God, she's gorgeous.
I'm going to bring Puppy back.
Now I'm distracted. What was I talking about?
We're talking about
Halo.
Halo, I think that's why we're here.
Halo is what we're here
I think
for.
we're still watching Fnatic against J-Lings.
I think so.
We can go back to Puppy, maybe get her on the show in some capacity.
Oh, look, the game's starting.
Oh, there's a game. Gameplay on our screens. And for Fnatic, again, we have to hammer it home. 1 game away from qualifying into tomorrow and playing for an opportunity, for a chance at winning the lion's share of $1 million.
There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes in that sentence, but to put it bluntly, they win this, they're at the Halo World Championships. Truly, no one can take that away from them. They will not just be a team that played in the play-ins at the World Championships. They would be a World Championship side. And to do so, they have to run through J-Lings one more time.
And Jazero scooping up that overshield and ultimately has to toss it off the map. 1 game away then. Could the nerves start to play a part though? Or will they be able to clutch up? Can J-Lings capitalize on some of the opportunities that were given to them in this game 3? All questions that will be answered in a very, very short time. And Morgan's got the flag on the move after some really good work out of Quadios. Heading straight there, and Septify's got a backstab here. He's getting shot in the back also. It's a I shoot you in the back, but I get shot in the back situation.
And we've seen the success rate throughout the last couple of tournaments of J-Lings when Morgan is the one running the flag. He's the objective guy. He's the one who kicks things off for the team, but he's not always the one who actually captures it, and I wouldn't be surprised if he moves his way out of the base and actually tries to get a little bit of a return. As I say that, he gets beat down by Suppressed there in the kill feed, and now Fnatic will look to try and make it lead a charge here to try and get a return. We get a little bit of a flag standoff already in this game.
Old-fashioned flag standoff then, here on Catalyst. And how important the first flag capture could be here for both these teams. Even more so for J-Lings, just to give them a lifeline in the series. Give them hope, if nothing else. Septic then, with Quadios. Can those two combine and make some magic happen? Suppressed will get taken care of. They're looking to double back here, and that flag needs to get a touch on, and perhaps the communication wasn't there, and they have finally got the grab on, but it was so frantic that both players went towards it. There was no communication that it's mine.
Yeah, I think they were so desperate there that as long as someone got a touch on it, they would have been happy, but they could have very easily been punished by a well-placed plasma grenade. But it's all hindsight at the end of the day. They were able to get the touch. They would have reset. Overshield now is going to be popping. And this game is tighter than my lungs after breathing in the air in Seattle this weekend. I'm really struggling,
You are. You really are.
I really am. I'm hoping it gets better as we go on.
One thing that's starting to get better is J-Ling's fortunes here, though. Only for a moment as they got the flag touch, and it's an all-out brawl. 3 go down, suppressed. Can he stop this flag return? He's actually trying to get close to it, but unfortunately he has to give it up. And that flag will get juggled in, and it's J-Lings who draw first blood here, and they're moving another one.
Oh, great from Septic. We mentioned in Orlando he wasn't really the guy that runs the flag, but he gets it all the way to the other side of the map. It's not in the best of areas, and with Flux being the last remaining player, it's unlikely this flag is going to be captured. Now you have to flip. Now you have to go on the defensive here.
Have they gotten a little bit too greedy by trying to run 2 back-to-back when perhaps the pieces of the puzzle were not in place? Their flag's on the move. But Fnatic haven't been able to return theirs. That has just been rectified now, though. Septify gives up his life to help and to aid the cause. And it's Morgan now. His attention's turned, and they have done exactly what you asked. They have flipped the base. Looking to shadow this flag all the way home with a little bit of escort. Keep it safe. Jazero picks up 1 though on the Quadios. He gets taken down, gets traded out. Flag's still out in the move, but this game is so scrappy.
Good positioning from Morgan as well to make sure he can watch what's happening in his base from the opposition's base. So he can be there to pull another flag if needs be. But after a while, you do have to return and join your teammates if it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to put it in. Arctic is going to be the first point of contact, but unfortunately he goes down to Flux. Flux gets a double kill actually. And that should give J-Lings the opportunity to really pull this flag and get it in a position to capture.
Fnatic are on the ropes here. 8 minutes left, still plenty of flag to play, but it's Quadios punching in. Flag number 2. And hold on a second. J-Lings, they're not going out looking like any sort of clean sweep. And with the way this game is played out, with how well J-Lings are playing, let's have an Astro listen in.
Milo gold.
On a high gold here, 1 shot suppressed. They're trying to LT, they're trying to LT me.
Trying to live. Suppress 1 shot or high gold, guys.
No, just play black flag. Gold, yeah, still.
I got weak.
Keep running out.
I can't run right now, it's high
You
gold.
need to go.
These are high gold again. Suppressed, weak. One behind me somewhere.
Yeah, leave him. Play for this touch.
Always high gold.
He's low on the Mohawk. The Mohawk now, still suppressed. And the guy, 2 on main door right now.
Run out. On weak, guys, suppressed.
2 on main door.
On skill weak.
Yeah, that's touch, Rob.
I couldn't get the touch.
I'm main. Where were you?
I'm main, going. No, you went back to main, It's gonna be one. Nice. Back flag. Oh my god! One gold on me. Shit on! Run it goal.
I'm gonna leave.
I'm blocking gold spawn.
One next to me, guys, I hear him.
I can grapple this.
He's 1 shot, guys, 1 shot with bottom.
Go grapple.
One behind you here as well.
Died.
I should be good on this.
He's coming up now.
I got it.
Keep going. Short camp, maybe.
I got it.
Did you get the kills out of this now? They're going to be outside.
Our gold, our spikes, yep, try to live.
Outside. Pushing you guys weak. Suppressed.
Dead.
Nice, 1 more spice, our door.
Play back like a camera.
Behind you, Rob.
Yeah, I'm living Rob on one shot. I'm making you out.
No shield on back flag. Back left.
Well, maybe it wasn't number 1 that Septic went for in his bathroom break, because we saw him demonstrate a number 2 in-game on his opposition there, and now it is a 3-0 lead to J-Lings. They've finally woken up in this series, and they are really taking the game to Fnatic.
A lot of good work all off the back of that skewer going to town, making kebabs of Fnatic here. And Arctic finds himself down 0-3 in this game, and the series up until this point was going exactly the way they needed it to. J-Lings starting to show a spine now, starting to stand up, and in the game they need to most. Perhaps they could be the ones that can perform a reverse sweep. And who could bet against them with the way they're playing in this game number 3?
Well, Morgan said to me he hasn't lost a game 5 on LAN. So if they can get to a game 5, then I'd hedge my bets on who's going to be taking that one. But you've got to get there first for J-Lings. And they're doing everything right in this game number 3. And when we said it, the recipe was there. It's capture the flag and it's Catalyst. They proved to be good on both that game type and this map. You combine them together and it seems like J-Lings do have the perfect cooking recipe for what has turned into a 3-0 lead. And a lead where Fnatic really have struggled to get back into the game.
Catalyst CTF and Jay Lings is a marriage made in heaven, it would seem, forged in victory. There's still time for Fnatic to bounce back here, but not a lot of it. They're needing to average just about over or under a flag capture a minute. And with how this game type plays out, with how many flag standoffs we've already seen, they need to go quickly here, and that's going to help them. 3 go down here for Jay Lings, and that can open up the map.
Yeah, maybe one run top middle that's uncontested and very fast, and suddenly you start to believe that Fnatic could come back into this. Or a cap here, there is still plenty of time, but Jay Lings will be able to flank round. Septic gets the opener, will give the information as to where they are. And now it's going to be difficult for Fnatic, but as I say that, 75 gets a double kill, knows where the final player is, gets a triple kill. And as they get a cap on the board, it's the perfect time. Let's go to an Astro listening with Fnatic.
I heard that,
Alright, I just popped it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take high angle, Jay.
Yo, we're pushing top of button, Jay. They're gonna be hiding their back flag.
Wait. All four of them, bro.
I'm running screw them,
Toss it to me, Jay. Just do your thing.
Jay, go slam. Yeah. Fast, go slam fast. Yeah, they're gonna be pushing all in.
Remember, take your guys' time.
We can go top side. Two guys left side.
I'm about to be behind him, my green. Stay alive. I'm about to be behind him, my green. I'm about to be behind him, guys. I've been picking a second.
Yeah, add shots on him.
One's dead.
Oh,
I got one. I'm on our side.
They're not on
Fado.
On read now, don't.
You're looking at flag? Look at flag. Get touch.
I'm trying.
I got him.
Alright, I'm gonna OA. Can I OA?
Fado, one shot. I got two.
Alright, one more or no?
Let's get 30.
He's on our flag.
Alright, hear that. Wait, he's running towards me, no? One shot.
One. Nice. So time.
They grappled it.
Nice.
Gotta get to the side. Get to the side.
Fight those guys, Charlie. Come on.
There's two.
We have numbers. Let's fight numbers. Let's go. One shot, run it.
Run this side. Stay alive here. Don't get first pick.
John, coming.
Got one.
Nice. Two dead.
Nice, I'm on read.
Here, bro. That's last guy alive.
Ready, run
Dead. Run this goals.
Last one, top candle.
Gotta go quick though, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to.
Kill that
Commando, one shot.
I'm watching exit.
Top candle still. Yeah, top candle still.
Dion, right?
No.
Not sure. It's all the left side.
We gotta get to Joey.
I'm living.
Hey, you hit one.
They're pushing
Last one
out.
alive, Last one alive.
They're pushing out.
Go on the ramp, you're
Pushing out gold there. One shot. The gold hall.
One shot to Mando. I got one.
One more Mando.
Yeah.
He's hiding at the bottom right.
Mando, one shot. Two dead.
Three dead, guys.
Who's with me?
I'm here.
Last guy alive right there.
I got him.
All dead.
They're gonna spawn green.
One just
I need
spawned.
to
They're gonna spawn green.
I'm trying to get you, bro.
Get him out.
I'm watching him.
Guys,
They might away.
Oh, West is fast.
Two came back.
I can grapple it. Will not happen.
I'm trying to watch gold.
I didn't get it. I brought it to us. Under.
out.
Alright, here. I brought the OS towards you, guys.
One shot. Fucking red pit, bro.
That's fine.
Repulse.
Yeah, I just want to play. I can look at this.
And as we come back from that Astro listening, all 4 dead for Fnatic. Although they did get one on the board, you can hear signs of desperation, almost like they've given up on it. And Septic has his hands on this 4th flag, and with Suppressed pulling one of his own, desperately trying to stay alive, but all of this is in aid of Jay Ling's cause because they do not even need to score it here. Keep the flags in the standoff. It's all good for them.
Just try and delay this game, try and run down that clock. If a 4th flag does go in for Jay Lings, this game is over. If there's a return here from Fnatic, they can get it across the map very quickly. It's still a small percentage chance that Fnatic could actually still get back into this game. And maybe Septic recognizing that, he wants to try and find and sniff out these final players, and unfortunately does go down. 2 members have fallen. Fnatic starting to get the kills. If Fnatic can get a cap here, right here, Jersey, there's still a chance. 4 dead.
Opportunity then. They've gotten a return, and the flag has been punched in. And perhaps nervy moments here for Jay Lings as Fnatic are pulling another flag that will tie up this game.
Jazero goes down. Suppress still running the flag. Septic has got the opener, and now they're going to be flanking round. They're going to be pushing that enemy base. They just need one last push here. They need to stop this flag just one more time, and they will win, and they will carry on in this series and stay alive. However, Fnatic doing their best to stay alive themselves, but Suppress goes down. 3 are dead. Maybe Jay Lings have done enough.
Jazero, the last player that could get anywhere near the flag, but it's been sent home, and all off the back of fantastic work out of Flux to not only get 1 but get 2 kills and send that flag back home. A game-saving flag capture unless Jazero can put his hands on it here and delay us a moment. We're down to just a pie chart, but Suppressed and Septify have to get there. Time is running out, and Jay Lings have held out. Dangerous, nervy moments, it must be said. But J-Lings do put one on the board.
That can happen sometimes when you start to play the clock. It's a very dangerous game. They were very close to allowing Fnatic back into this Capture the Flag Catalyst game that looked so comfortable throughout the entirety. I mean, J-Lings were at a point where I was like, all right, this could be a 5-0, and we don't often see 5-0s in Capture the Flag Catalyst unless G1 are playing. But I will say, that is going to do wonders for the boys' confidence. I know I say it a lot, but I think confidence is a big thing in Halo Esports, and now J-Lings can have that belief of, okay, we can beat these guys in maps, we can take them down. Tell you what, we can take them in a series.
But at the same time, I think you look at it, had the game ended 3-0, that narrative is much stronger than it was after 3-2 and Fnatic putting the pressure on towards those latter stages and almost tying up the game. And I think for J-Lings, they need to be acutely aware that if they let the guard down, they get complacent once more, Fnatic will punish them for it.
Yeah, especially as we go into another objective game with map number 4 as well. You can't afford to make those same kind of mistakes, as I believe it's Strongholds, and Strongholds is always one of those comeback games where if you do let it slip, other teams can take advantage. There's the stats on your screen. It was Septic. Rob was stepping up, 23 kills for him. And on the other side, Flux was able to put 21 on the board as well. The new player of the roster, the newer player. He's not really new anymore, is it? He's the latest addition. But it's the first time some of these guys have been on, you know, the mainstream since Orlando. Unfortunately, they didn't have the best of times, but they still did enough to get here to play-ins. And now they are one step away from getting to the World Championships as well. They are very close, but they're going to need a reverse sweep to guarantee it in this series.
So you're saying that J-Lings are actually, in fact, 2 steps away?
Well, technically, they're still 1 step away right now.
But too small.
But if they were to lose, then it would be the 2nd step. So it's a weird way to look at it, right? Maybe it's 1.5 steps.
All we know is whether you're counting them or not, there's steps still to be done for J-Lings. And for Fnatic, are they a little bit less confident now than they were before heading into that CTF game? But with Stronghold's recharge up next, who does this one favor?
I think it favors Fnatic a little bit. I think that we saw back in Orlando that J-Lings struggle on recharge in general. But I will say, against SSG, we saw them win a recharge Slayer, which wasn't really expected. I was thinking they were going to get taken down with the shock rifle from SSG, but they proved that they actually played a very effective way with their aggression. If they can have the same kind of aggression here on recharge Strongholds and continue to rotate as a team and get those points on the board, punish Fnatic for maybe some of the mistakes they may make, this could go to a Game 5.
Are we about to get a Game 5? Is it on the cards? Is that the way that story is heading? Or can Fnatic end it here and now and qualify for the World Championship? We're about to find out, and we're on board with Suppressed as he very quickly gets eliminated.
Very quickly. Short-lived. Cast a curse. We've seen the game slowed down so often by Fnatic, but can they slow it down here on Stronghold's recharge? If you have the lead, absolutely. You can hold on to 2 Strongholds, you can punish your opponents, you can slow it down, you can watch all the angles. But if you are behind, sometimes you have to match that pace. Sometimes you have to try and out-rotate the other team from Stronghold to Stronghold.
And we did already see what happened when J-Lings tried to play fast, and when they were chasing a game, Fnatic laid the traps down. Will we see a similar story play out here? Quadios has already registered 3 kills. He's defending A here. That Repulsor will push him up against the back wall, but Septify gets shut down. G0 on hand to pick up the trade, though, to spare the blushes of his teammate. They're starting to convert B here now, are Fnatic. Flux, he gets eliminated. Septic could be about to join him very quickly. Suppressed locks in 2. And a triple cap on the cards here for Fnatic. J-Lings, they need to figure out how to work the way out of this.
Yeah, this could be the big difference, is how many points you can put on the board when you are in control like this. G0 finds a little early Christmas present down on the floor. It's going to be the shock rifle that Septic did previously have. And if those headshots start to actually rattle up, it's going to be increasingly difficult for J-Lings to try and push in. They're stuck in control at the moment. This is my least favorite place to be on the map when you are trying to break into A, but Quad may be able to do some damage, gets the trade, and does enough to make sure the other player is also eliminated. And J-Lings just about escape out of control, but now have to fight tooth and nail in A.
They traded 2 kills apiece, and the one worry about that is no matter how many kills you get, if you're going to get traded out, you're still losing the Strongholds. A and B locked in firmly in Fnatic's favor here. G0, though, could be about to be in trouble. Gets himself out of dodge.
Arctic was able to get a big double kill just previously. He's also still popping off with that shock rifle. That's twice he's found the head of Flux now. And that's always frustrating as a player when you keep walking into that shock rifle. You don't really know what corner to turn, otherwise you're suddenly going to be getting blammed in the face. But Fnatic have put themselves in a situation where they now have a pretty commanding lead.
It's one of those ones for Flux as well, isn't it? He gets shot the first time, he goes, oh, I found a sniper rifle player. And then you get shot again, you're like, oh, I found him again. He gets eliminated twice. Quadios, though, had a hot start. The rest of his team, in particular, we're looking at Morgan and Flux, currently sitting at 1 kill apiece. That's not going to be good enough. They have now managed to wrestle back control, though. A and B in their favor. Before Fnatic, will they very quickly cut that lead down?
And Flux has gone down again to him. I mean, fool me once, shame on me.
Yeah.
Fool me twice, shame on you.
Yeah.
Fool me thrice, what the flux are you doing, right? You've got to make sure you are working together with a team, not pushing on your own. He did get the trade, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He gets the trade, he eliminates the shock rifle from the situation. But you need some support from the rest of J-Lings at the moment. Quadios is running a tear with 9 kills, but there has been a little bit of a slow start from some of the other players.
Quadios with the shock rifle. A couple of kills go in their favor. Killing spree, J0 able to stay alive. But is it for just the meantime, or will he be able to stay away? Quadios is forced to back down here in this, and expertly playing his life is J0 there, and when those very easy kills on paper get away from you, do the things start to spiral out of control? Do you get down on yourself? A and B now in control of Fnatic once more. They're starting to approach that 100-point mark, and J-Lings, for as good as they got, and for the amount of points that they scored, they still find themselves down here in Game 4.
Arctic is having a field day at the moment with the way he's playing. Looks like he has all the confidence in the world. But J-Lings back scoring again. This is far better than how they performed in the series against SSG. They weren't getting that scrappy time. They weren't able to get that objective. But now they're looking like they are committing to the objective a little bit better than they had previously. Remember, they got absolutely smashed by SSG on Stronghold's live fire. But it seems like they've woken up a little bit. They know how they want to play. They've got 2 kills now down onto Fnatic, and Morga's got the camouflage to work with.
250 to 230 against SSG. Faring a little bit better here, at least having some control in the early engagements. But as we say that, 2 go down, and Septify has that shock rifle, and I've no doubt about it, he's probably going to find the face of Flux with the way this game has been going. Quadios gets his shields tagged up a bit. Headshot in the end from the battle rifle will finish the job. Morga turns his attentions towards C, but it's going to be a straight trade-off here, and Septify using that pad just to put down some more shock damage, as it will tether to the player standing inside the hill. A and C remain in control.
It's like a magnet.
And J-Lings continue to pile into the hill, trying to stop the bleeding, but they haven't got the damage on the map just yet.
Flux has a shock rifle magnet to his face at the moment. It is not an enjoyable time. I hate it when it happens to me, but sometimes it doesn't matter which corner you turn, where you try and hide, the shock rifle will always find you. And because of it, Fnatic have started to take the lead once more. Flux, no! Just back away, Flux. At this point, I would just not go anywhere near a shock rifle. Probably the wise decision to back into control and try and just communicate with the rest of the team, say where that shock is.
As soon as that shock rifle fires over your shoulder, you're like, right, that's not a battle rifle, I'm backing down. Septify, though, been putting down so much good damage here. And although J-Lings started to show us something, Fnatic have closed the door very quickly on it. And 4 dead for a moment, staggered spawns, killing spree locked in as well, as he gets it on the way out. And for J-Lings, is this to be the way they will be dropping down to the elimination bracket? Have Fnatic just got too much firepower? A and B still locked firmly in control of Fnatic, and J-Lings desperately trying to clamber on. Quadios has the camouflage. This could be a turning point.
Has to be a turning point, you feel. You can't allow this game to get too far out of hands, otherwise Fnatic will start to believe that they will be at the World Championships. But at the moment, they are not quite close enough for that belief to set in. There is still going to be that anxious moment where you say, ah, well, they could still get back into it, good J-Lings. We need to be staying focused, keep the task on hand at the front of our mind, and not start thinking about what could happen if we win this game. A and B in control for J-Lings. Scoring at the moment, Fnatic planning their way of attack. Are they going to try and attack A or B here? This is always a risk when you go over the catwalk. And because of it, Septify loses his life, but has he been a big enough distraction?
The 2v2 on the map here. 3 go down for Fnatic, though. Morga will force push Arctic away down towards blue pipes as he tried to scamper away and play his life, but unfortunately for him, he will be eliminated. Suppressed will ultimately trade out that kill, but for the moment, Jaylings have score going in their favor, kills going the same direction. And is this the moment for them, because they're now within touch and distance of taking the lead?
Yeah, this is quite the comeback from Jaylings. An amazing response to when Fnatic were in control, but the push comes through. 2 are dead for Jaylings. 2 are responded from the other side, and Flux is the last remaining player. B is finally going to be broken through. Flux is in a big 1v1, will win it. That's huge for Jaylings, because they can at least keep one player over towards A. Flux can try and do some sort of damage here to distract Fnatic.
Arctic again, Flux trying to delay for as long as he can. Septic drops down, picks up 1. They've got A and C. It's a per man setup, not ideal, but the gold pipe spawn will come through for Fnatic. It looks as though the port to call here is they're going to play long haul and try and sneak into C. But will they give up B in the meantime? They have an anchor player sitting there to play defense if need be. Septify and Septic getting a 1v1. And this time it's the European who comes out on top.
Honestly, I like the ANC setup. I love trapping a team over towards B. You get so much vision when they try and push across through top middle. And if they actually get smart and they try and push down an alleyway, it's going to be down long haul, or it's going to be through gold, where you're so vulnerable to grenades. Finally, Fnatic have broken into C though. And if you're Jaylings, you need to make a decision. Do you fight tooth and nail over towards A, or do you try and take B back quickly?
They've held A. B and C though, in control of Fnatic then. 190 points, we're all tied up here. And for Fnatic, they win this game and they're in the World Championship. For Jaylings, they still have a lot to do. They still have the Game 5 Slayer to push it to. But they are fighting here. They're not trying to go away easy. And Quadio's bottom tower 1v1 was suppressed. It's another trade. 2v2. Jaylings have control, but Arctic's looking to change the script now.
He's trying to dip, he's trying to dodge, he's trying to dive, and he manages to successfully stay alive. And that's going to be a big detriment here to Jaylings. They've lost 3 players. Fnatic in control of B and C, but Quadios will spawn over there. He will get control of C now. A is going to be contested on the side of Fnatic. This is starting to become very sloppy from both teams, as you can really feel the nerves. Fnatic know they are so close to the Halo World Championships. Jaylings know they cannot afford to lose.
Septify picked up a kill a moment ago and let out a battle cry is the only thing it can be described as. But the nervy moments, the big moments when the lights are starting to shine brightest, when you have thousands of people watching you at home, people in the venue standing behind you, it's a different environment. And Fnatic are dealing with it a little bit better at the moment, but it's 216 to 201. Jaylings are not out of this.
Jaylings managed to get B. That's one of the hardest strongholds to get sometimes. A also in their control, and now they're scoring once more. A back smack onto Septify means that Fnatic are down to just 3. Do you bide your time here? Do you give up some seconds? And yes, you do, because you've been able to get a camouflage. It's all on Arctic to try and break this setup. Where does he go?
What can he do? Game in his hand. Flux gets eliminated, but he took out Suppressed, so it's going to be a trade. Numbers advantage in Fnatic's favor. Now Arctic with that camouflage is looking to play B. Remember, Jaylings is going to drop in, desperately trying to stop it. Cannot do so. And is that the mistake that Fnatic were waiting for? This camouflage play has been pivotal. B and C remain locked in. And A is threatening to go the same way. 227 and climbing.
Fnatic can almost taste the Halo World Championships. They'll be qualifying into pool play if they win this map. And they are so close now, but we have seen Jaylings make comebacks like this before. They did it on Orlando, but Suppressed is heating up at the right time.
244 and climbing then. Have Fnatic done enough? Flux drops down into the hill, but he has not done enough. And Morgan steps in, but the Dutchman gets handled. And it's going to be Fnatic who qualify for the Halo World Championship.
What a performance it was from Fnatic as well. It looked a little bit shaky here or there, but ultimately they were the stronger side. They do deserve their place in the World Championships. They'll be playing tomorrow when it kicks off in pool play in either pool C or D. I believe it'll be C, but it could be changed by what happens elsewhere with Ascend and Complexity. But what a moment that is for Fnatic after the year they've had. After the troublesome times they've been going through LAN after LAN, they've made it to the World Championships. That is what they set out to do, and now they can relax, sit back, and get ready for tomorrow.
They can buckle up, and a great performance out of them all day long, it must be said. But for them, they will consider this the bare minimum that they had the expectations on their shoulders. Halo World Championship, after the year they've had, the caliber of player on that team, this is where they belong.
Yeah, that's the expectations. I think that they knew they had the talent to do so.
Yeah.
But I think when you go up against a team like J-Lings, you've always got that little bit of doubt in your mind because you know what J-Lings are capable of. J-Lings could have quite easily pulled off a comeback in that one. And there were times in that Strongholds game where Fnatic looked like they were going to allow it to happen. Yeah. But the fact that Suppress started heating up at the end, it was a big double over towards the C Stronghold that I really think cemented their spot in the Halo World Championship.
That camouflage was pivotal that Arctic picked up. It was all going one way in J-Lings' favor, and he picked it up and he played it smart, he played it expertly, picked it up, thought about going bottom A, made different arrangements, went pipes, got B. Huge plays out of Arctic, and there's confirmation of what we just seen. 2-0 streets off ball, 50-45. Everything was going according to plan. CTF on Catalyst 3-2. And like you said, you spoke about it, how if it had gone a 3-0, it wouldn't have looked good on J-Lings, and perhaps it would have been harsh on J-Lings, but they showed they are there and they are in the conversation. 250 to 223, Strongholds recharge. Fnatic advance. J-Lings still have some work to do.
Yeah, Fnatic advance to the Halo World Championships. Luckily, they're already here, so it's going to be a nice, easily traveled day for them. On the other side, J-Lings, it's not all done and dusted. They drop into the elimination bracket, a favorable elimination bracket, I will say. It's likely they'll face against either Alter, Esports, or Chiefs. And I think if J-Lings had looked at that, they would have probably hoped for that kind of situation in the elimination bracket. I'm not saying it's done. I'm not saying they're definitely going to get there, but I think that's a favorable matchup for the J-Lings roster.
Well, come what may, whatever team they do play against, what we do know is the boys are going to break it down over the Blaze to break it down.
Thank you so much, Shurzy and Gasket, as we just saw Fnatic qualify because you were having too much fun. And I said, you know what, let me bring over Big Wash. Okay, how you doing, Wash? All right? Big fan, okay? You know, there you go, right? See, check this out. When I went to my first Halo World Championship, it was when he won. That was my first one, 2007. You know?
Wow. I was like, you gotta be specific. Which one?
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's a few of them, okay? But nonetheless,
not
you know,
BTB Bonanza.
Definitely not that one. Definitely not that one.
Oh, but we won't even bring up old big team battles, all right? Fnatic is trying to do something great, just like Walshy has done before, and that's win a Halo World Championship, and they're one step closer by making it into that to our pool play going into tomorrow. Now, we do know that they'll be either on Pool C or D, don't know officially, but let's talk about this matchup. A 3-0 finish, Tony. Oh, 3-1 finish, but they were definitely contested by J-Lings.
Yeah, I mean, who would have guessed that Fnatic would advance forward into Worlds? I mean, oh wait. I'm sorry, it was me.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yes.
Somebody did. Who did you?
I listen. Okay,
Yeah,
I went for Space Station, and I do not regret my pick.
Though. You got one pick still
I
in
might
it.
have one more. I mean, there's a possibility Tony could go, two for two, but yeah, hey, look, Fnatic though, they definitely deserved it. They earned it. It's been a tough road for that organization in Halo, but also for those 4 players. I'm just glad that they finally, got that big win, and they're in a position where, I do believe they belong. They belong at the Halo World Championship. I'm glad we're going to see them compete.
They definitely do. And Dave, you got a chance to watch some of that game, and I already know, Coach Neighbor, we saw him there in the back. He was ecstatic to be able to make it in too as well. This Fnatic squad, they could do some damage down there in Pool C and D.
Absolutely, yeah. They're getting in the right pool, one of those pools which they actually can do some, like you said, some work in. They're not entering some exact pool of death where it's unlikely they'll have a chance of getting out. They have the shot that they're looking for, and others have to execute. They've showed that they're playing well today, but they need to do more. Like they, win a 3-1 against J-Lings is like,
because what their goal is that they want to put themselves in that position to at least make it in that winner side of the champ bracket, right? And so you got to ask yourself, as you're sizing them up, which one of these teams can we pick on?
Well, and also, too, if you're Fnatic, you're quite happy with this because it's not like at our major events where you come out of open bracket and then you have to play, 3 teams back to back to back.
So you're right about that. That's a great point.
At the very least, like, they can actually, like, prep and not have to worry about prepping for 3 teams in a row. And they'll also get a good night's rest as well because the job has been done. They have qualified. So they can actually reset. And if anything, I'm more scared of Fnatic going into tomorrow because they're going to have that mental reset. They're going to have that opportunity to cool down and then get ready for these matchups. And I think they fare off pretty well against the teams in both Pool C and Pool D.
They do. They do. I agree with that. And that's a huge point of just the process of going from qualifying to having to play matches consecutively versus having breaks, prepping, getting some good night rest. Definitely a better environment for those teams coming in from the play-in tours tomorrow. But guess what, guys? That's just the first one. We still got 3 other play-in teams to qualify. And coming up next is going to be a CN versus Complexity. Will Tony go 2-0 with his picks, or will G get one? We also got a special guest coming on the couch as well. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got that series for you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo World Championship. You probably just saw we qualified our first team going into pool play, and it was Fnatic who came out on top. I got Suppress with me on the couch with Dan and Jersey as well. Suppress, how you feeling? You get to go in and play with the rest of the top teams in the Halo World Championship. I know you're feeling good after qualifying.
Right. Now, you know, I felt great qualifying just because we didn't expect like our placement to be low last event.
Yeah.
So, you know, we came out hot swinging, you know, this event, and we qualified. So.
Now tell me a little bit about the two series you had. Okay, up against the Divine Minds, up against J-Lings. What was kind of your Divine Minds? We didn't see it, but it looked like it was easy 3-0 for you guys.
Yeah.
But then going up against that series and J-Lings too as well, you guys seemed kind of contested there towards the end of it. You had to pop off there in that oddball to really lock things up.
Yeah. You know, like Divine Mind was definitely we were feeling more confident in that series just because you know, depending I mean, we had more teamwork coming into that series.
Yep.
You know, we were a little bit more confident, and then J-Lings, you know, they're a little bit more disciplined team, so you know, we just had to use more teamwork. Call more plays. So
there you go. You know, when it comes down to that series, you guys got a chance to watch it. Okay, anything stood out to y'all there when you was watching Fnatic?
I think the difference at the very end of that Strongholds game was made by Arctic picking up that camouflage, and it looked as though he was going to go bottom elevator, and then something changed his mind. I don't know whether it was communication, but he ended up going pipes instead, and he gets a kill on the Flux, who had no idea he was there, and that was a real swing moment in the game. Is that something you guys have worked on when you get camouflage, making the right decisions?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we always tell each other we want our camo guy to go, we want to put down shots first, and then make our camo guy get in there, you know, get
that pressure down first, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Force them to have to take those sight lines and the angles, let them slip on through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice.
And then we saw you at the end as well of that Strongholds game. You got a big double over towards the C Stronghold. I heard your voice rippling through the arena as well. I mean,
cry.
It must feel good to be able to kind of shout across stage, knowing you've made the World Championships. But do you think there is further that you guys can go now? Like, you've made the World Championships.
Right.
What's the ultimate goal for Fnatic?
Man, I mean, from here on out, we're gonna try to make our best plays.
Yep.
Do our best teamwork, and you know,
let that speak for itself.
Have our best placement.
Let that get you that trophy, okay?
100%.
Now don't touch it, okay? Because no. Right? I know you're kind of close to it, but you gotta win and touch the trophy, right? It looked real good, okay? But that's why we put you in that seat. We want you to feel the energy coming off of that one. But any shout outs you just want to give to the Fnatic fans real quick that's been supporting you?
I mean, I just want to thank everyone on Fnatic and my teammates, my girlfriend, everyone that's supporting us. I appreciate you guys. All love.
A lot of love out there for the black and orange. Now, for the Fnatic fans in chat, if you've been watching throughout this stream, well, you must know some of the awesome prizes that you can get from our Twitch drops that's out there. And all you got to do is watch about an hour, 2 hours. But we got those beautiful diamond camos, those skins. Now, pay close attention on the dates down there, okay? Because you guys got to be watching on the 23rd if you want that active skin package with the diamond camo too as well. Now, we have so many awesome things happening this weekend throughout the Halo World Championship Series, and some of your favorite content creators are going to be here as well. We're going to have Shotzi and Scumpy on site co-streaming from the event. And hey, you know, after the green wall came out on top, you know, they said, you know what, let's bring everybody out to the Halo World Championship, and we'll see if this building lights up with green again, or if it's gonna light up with black and orange. All right, you never know out there. Now, we still gotta hop into our next series. Coming up is going to be Complexity up against Ascend. All right, now we know one thing. Ascend didn't want to be in this position, okay, especially after the high hopes they had throughout this season. Jersey, to go up against this Complexity team who's been on the cusp, who we know is probably ready for the squad, what does Ascend need to do to be at the glory of the top team in EU again?
I think it's funny because Ascend are in a very similar situation to Fnatic where they found out and they thought they deserved to be there long before this ever was going to be an equation. I think they were a team that we expected to have a much better placement, much like Fnatic. We expected to finish in that top 12, top 8 scenario. Sometimes some of the boys were predicting that Ascend would finish top 6.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened to the team, but it was a complete capitulation. But now it's time to right the ship. And I think for players like Respectful, who has had 2 of his worst placements of all time in Kansas City, finishing top 24, top 16 in Orlando, this is time for him to have his redemption arc and to show that he can really be still be a force from Europe.
Yeah, this is a good time to have a redemption arc. You know, Suppress, we kind of talked about beforehand, just the momentum of qualifying here through play-in, having that extra day of play that some other competitors may not have. It could be a big advantage going into the pools.
Right. You know, I mean, for Ascend and Complexity, I think it's going to be a great series. I mean, we played Complexity twice last event. You know, it was a 3-1 series, but I think, I mean, there'll be a better matchup for them.
Yeah, sure. And so what do you think Complexity really need to do here against the CN if they want to take down the boys from EU? I
mean, they just got to use teamwork, way better teamwork than, I mean, we did. I mean, we've gotten knocked by Sen multiple times, but, I mean,
do they play at a fast? Is it the playing at a fast pace, the power
100%.
weapon control?
Yeah, no, they just double everything, sometimes triple everything. But I mean, they hit out lanes really quick, and with us, like, you know, sometimes we get surprised and stuff like that. But I mean, if they just use better teamwork, call out like where they're trying to make a play, make a push, you know.
Yeah, we'll see if Complexity can hit at that pace, Dan, because, you know, the one thing about when you're the best at your region, you have that extra confidence. Like, we get away with this all the time. All we got to do is go out and slay. And sometimes it feels like you're playing against your own teammates. Sometimes it feels like you're playing against your own teammates out there. And but hey, Ascend, they're getting it done. You know, how do you feel about their chances here up against the Complexity?
Yeah, I think the last thing I said about Ascend in Orlando was that they were embarrassing. The performance was embarrassing. And I think that wasn't me being embarrassed for them. I think they, as players, knowing I was a player back in the day, I would have been embarrassed if I was in that situation. They should have never lost to an amateur team. They know that, but Team War had an incredible tournament. I don't think anyone expected that to happen, and they caught Ascend very cold. It is not like Ascend to play in that way, and I think they'll be looking this tournament to make up for that. I think they will be pretty annoyed at how they went down, and unfortunately for Complexity, they're going to be going up against an Ascend who will be looking to try and make a statement here.
Yeah, no, Ascend definitely is. They got a lot on their shoulders to play with it, and we can't. I think I had this conversation maybe with Tony and Golden Boy on the couch before of just Ascend in a previous time having the pressure of being the best on their shoulders, right? And then falling short. Now they just need to come in and just focus on their gameplay and play some good Halo, right? I feel like that's what it is. Because as you know, sometimes the pressure can be a little bit too much and you're worried about the wrong things rather than going out there to shoot.
Right. I mean, individually, like, they're all really good. I mean, it just depends, like, who comes out better on top with the teamwork. So.
Yep. Now we're gonna talk a little bit about Complexity because I know, and we're gonna get this series started. And now, Shurzy, you said some valid points there towards the CN's bracket, but I want to hear what you kind of think about this Complexity team.
I think this is a real banana skin for Ascend. They don't take it seriously. I think Dan rightfully says that, you know, they caught that Team War caught Ascend cold, but what I think actually happened is there was warning signs already there when Quadrant lost to Team War. So we need to make sure that a pattern's not emerging where Ascend really start to trickle down and just to disappear. I think Complexity is a real team that if Ascend don't mind their P's and Q's, then Complexity are going to take them down.
Yeah, especially with that man on the left side of your screen, Cycle. He is absolutely filthy.
And I think the main difference, and just to go back to Ascend again briefly, I know we're talking about Complexity, is you have to look at how they had their tournament. They got slapped by, like, Optic and FaZe, or so it was 2 of the top 4 teams they got slapped by in pool play. They dropped down into the elimination bracket straight away, and then they have to face Team War. Like, that is no way you really want to be approaching a tournament when you're going up against an open team who's been slapping kids throughout the open bracket and are just full of fire. This is going to be very different for Ascend. They now are on the same level playing field as Complexity. They're going to be equally as warmed up. They should try and really take this tournament now to Complexity, dominate them, and prove what they can do.
Yeah, I'm with that. It's time to make that statement, okay? The stage is set, and we got a stack series on our hand. Complexity, now is the time, okay? They've been on the cusp, take down Ascend, all right? But we'll see if Ascend's gameplay is really going to come through here. Now, when it comes down to Complexity, there's a player on their team who has, you know, honestly, he's been a force to be reckoned with across multiple titles, all right? But Monster, all right? Sometimes the X factor there for Complexity, Suppress, when you have to shoot up against him, if you, you don't have to say anything positive about him if you don't want to, but, you know,
he doesn't want to, we can tell.
Yeah, right?
No, I mean, with Monster, I think he's really good. I mean, we played a lot of online tournaments, and even online, you know, he's forced to be reckoned with. But, I mean, I think if you just use your teamwork and, you know, It doesn't have to be anything with individual skill or anything like that. You take them down.
There you go, right? Use the squad, all right? Let teamwork make the dream work out there. We will see if Complexity can do that, but it's time to get this series underway, and I'm going to toss it on over to Cinnamon and Nutmeg.
Okay. All right. I like that. What's up, everyone? I'm Nutmeg. And wait, are you Cinnamon?
I think I'm Nutmeg.
Hey, everybody, it's Golden Boy and Walsh here as we get ready to call the action for this big matchup, the matchup that, truthfully, we have all been looking forward to. When we saw the play-in bracket, we figured that this is the trajectory of both of these teams. Complexity, a squad that is so talented but hasn't quite yet been able to break ahead, kind of like punch above their weight class. And then Ascend, the European juggernauts, finding themselves in a play-in tournament to make their way into the World Championship. What a time to be alive, and it's an exciting match, Dave.
Yeah, no, this is a match we're typically seeing on like Sunday of a tournament. We get to see it on Thursday, pre-tournament. But taking a quick look at the match layout, we are kicking off with Streets, Oddball, Live Fire Slayer, Catalyst CTF, Recharge Strongholds, and Aquarius Slayer if we need to go to a game number 5, and I hope we do.
You know what? Honestly, man, wouldn't be shocked. Wouldn't be shocked if we go to a Game 5. I think both these teams have been on a collision course with each other ever since we saw the play-in brackets revealed, and this is it, right? If you're not going to Game 5 as you hope to qualify for the Halo World Championship, I mean, you don't want to go out 3-0 here, right? Like that sets a bad precedent going into the champs.
No, especially with these, like you said, these two stronger rosters that are here in the play-in stage. However, the one thing I'll say when I'm being really critical of these two rosters, I look at someone like Ascend, and they seem to shine and be great when it's not as meaningful. Yes, getting into the play-ins, it's meaningful, but they have a second chance if for some reason they drop down here. So with that kind of like decreased pressure, I almost expect Ascend just to like take this series like 3-1.
Yeah.
Just, do a strong performance, make their way to Pool C or Pool D.
Yeah, that's what you would hope to see happen. But honestly, man, all year long, and yes, Ascend have had decent results, but the Ascend we saw in Orlando was just not what I was expecting coming into that event here. And now they find themselves in this very precarious situation here. The play-in competition, if you're just joining us, folks, this is kind of the amuse-bouche, if you will, the appetizer as we lead into the Halo World Championship to find out who are the final 4 teams. They're going to be qualifying for Worlds starting tomorrow, and it comes down to this for both of these squads, Complexity versus Ascend, and the winner of this will move on to compete in either Pool C or Pool D.
And like you said, most importantly, securing that spot for the rest of the weekend and at Worlds. Don't take it lightly that whatever team loses this series, they have to play another match to get their chance to go into Worlds. And going down on that sort of loss and trying to bounce back and rally back against the walls, it's just a position you don't want to be in.
No, it does not. And one player in particular that we have really been focusing on, at least when me and Tony were casting, was Cycle. The kid is just disgusting, contributes a lot to his team, but on the flip side to that, haven't had an opportunity to talk much about Ascend, but Respectful is looking for me to put some respect on that name as he gets himself a triple kill to start things off here in ball control for the Europeans.
They get it all the way towards Tram, and this is such a strong setup once you get your players alive. But here comes the rush from Complexity. They're pushing on towards Purple. They're getting spawns over at A. And we have to see how Ascend balances this out. And it looks like Ascend are acquiring the kills. They take out Cycle, they take out Vetra, and this is still just going to be a bunch of time going in favor of Ascend. That's 4 down.
Yeah, and I think that Complexity are getting a little bit of a lesson right now. It's like, hey, what you were doing before, that was child's play. Now you're playing against the big boys here. And that's not to, take anything away from anyone that they played against up until this point, but Ascend are a great squad and are very deserving of the praise that they have received all throughout the year here in Halo Infinite for the first season of the HCS for Halo Infinite. That being said, though, Cycle, I think, kind of letting the pressure of the moment get to him there as he's going to miss that melee. Hoping for a lunge, didn't quite work out for him there. And Legend gets dropped on there as well. That being said, though, it's still going to be Ascend with that lead, 39 points to Complexity's 0.
And such a great play from Ascend as well, as these kills are being traded out just to push that ball over towards Dumpster. Just get in a reset position. Don't go from
full setup, traded back to full setup. They didn't give up a full setup over towards Complexity there. And because of it, they put themselves in neutral position. They're acquiring kills. That's almost a triple kill for Snipe Drone.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think as well that they're doing such a good job of taking advantage of not just the power weapons, but also the mini power weapons, if you will. Weapons like the Bulldog, that was one of the reasons why we saw Respectful start the game off very strong and led to this, to this substantial lead that they've been able to develop. But Walsh, it's very clear, Complexity have just not been able to crack the setup that Ascend have, and it's partly because once Ascend realize that they're going to be in a bit of a danger zone, they have no problem dumping that ball in the middle of palm trees. They know that the onus is going to be on Complexity to have to make those moves.
It's partial that, and then also Complexity not having those windows of opportunity to actually grab the ball.
True.
They've actually been able to go even with Slays, with Ascent for the last, couple minutes or so. But because of it, they haven't really been able to turn that into Ace or full setup. They haven't been able to get 3 or 4 of Ascend down and have their players alive. It's just been trading out, and in those neutral situations, Ascend is fine to say, we have a lead, we don't need to make the move.
Indeed. And so far, they know, right? They know that that Complexity just continuously has to put themselves in a position to try and obtain that ball, right? Force the hand of Ascend, and Ascend are sitting there with the steely face and poker. They're not worried at all because they know that they have Complexity backs against the wall just on pure, defense right now. And it's crazy because they should be going on the offense, but they can't because Ascend are all over them.
Yeah, Ascend are just looking incredibly comfortable at the start of this series. And here comes that play ball. We saw this at the beginning of the round, GB. Ascend acquired 40 points, toss that ball out, and then stay alive. Look at Respectful buying so much time for his team to move across the map, to spawn, to do whatever they can. There is so much focus on Respectful that Ascend were able to do anything they wanted. Now, did they take advantage is the real question.
Well, it looks as if for the time being, Complexity can breathe with just a little bit of a sigh of relief because they did have control of the ball. But the problem is the player's going to pop up right behind him. But the Rockets are going to be grabbed by Cole, and just as I say that, Vetra is going to die. Watch out for the play on the other side, though. It's going to be Legend who gets a connection onto Cycle, looking for another one here against Monster, but he's actually going to back away. And just a smart play there as he realizes it's not going to be a winning battle for him, but enough damage has been done. The nade is going to connect onto Neuronical, and they're marching right inside to the tram section here of the map as Snipe Drone has Rockets again, Walshy.
Yeah, it is funny. Both those players semi-ego challenging to the very last moment. Like, they didn't both stay out till full no shields, but at the same time, they put it close enough in such a long distance battle. So these players eager to flex their skills here on land.
And as far as Complexity goes, one player who's certainly flexing is Cycle. He's been playing pretty solid thus far. He's got the Stalker rifle, put some damage forward if need be, but he's going to be more focused on just supporting his teammates, right? And with that Stalker, you get a few shots in your opponent, they have no choice but to really just back away and wait for their help. That is when you can make that push happen. So you got to try and take advantage of those opportunities where they present themselves here. But as I say that off screen, Respectful ends up getting hit by a kind of like a martyrdom sticky grenade there from Respectful that takes him out. But we're starting to see now Complexity get back into this game, Walshy. They're really close to coming back into this.
Yeah, they got a good setup. They got a good chunk of time. But one difference, though, is when Complexity lost control of the oddball, where was it, GB? It was stuck in tram. They didn't get to play ball. Let's see how that comes back to bite them.
Yeah, they did not get the opportunity to send that ball outward in front of the train station here, right, the facility right where you see Vetra at. They do have Monster down low, though. So maybe that could be a little bit of an assistance to them. They also need to see where this push is going to be coming from for Ascend. But that ball is in the back of the base. And I have to say, though, even though they did not play the ball, they were able to, at the very least, respond back and get possession of it again, Dave. So that's kind of the saving grace, if you will, in this moment.
It is, and here's Cycle going to try to toss it out, but it's going to be all for nothing. Nice shot on those spike grenades. So did not acquire the kills. Great intention, but some point when you have the ball all the way back there in Ivy, there's not much you can do.
Very hard to get out.
Even if he tossed it out there a little further, it's like the collapse was coming in there from Ascent. You're not going to get it out. It's really decided for that play ball opportunity, seconds in advance.
Now, let's not forget that one of the other things working against Complexity here in this first round of Oddball is the clock, the time. We have just under a minute remaining, but for the first time in this round, though, the ball's actually going to be in another side of the map. So look at that. The ball does know that the rest of the map exists. That's wonderful. And Cycle's going to be inside of Tires here, but they have to get control of the ball because the time is going to continue to dwindle here, but they are right there to tying this game up. They just have to find those kills, but Ascend they're not making this easy by any stretch of the imagination.
They're not, and Complexity are within striking distance. They can get the right amount of kills and get one full setup to close this game out, but first things first is get those kills. It's going to be tough when Respectable's on a killing spree, taking out Monster.
Yeah, they have no reason to go after that ball right now. They can continue to let the time tick away if they want, but you kind of have to keep it away because of how close this game is. And now you're kind of giving Complexity an opportunity, an opening here. Where are the fights going to be? Where are the kills going to be coming from here? And the ball's going to get dropped yet again. Vetra's going to be looking to move in there with the Bulldog. Does not work out. That is actually going to be a double kill, I believe, for Snipe Drone. And the ball's going to be out in the middle of the field. 8 seconds remaining now. Cycle's going to be wrapping around the corner here. Respectful and the rest of Ascend are going to be slurking around that ball like crazy. They're not going to give any opportunity for Complexity to obtain it, and that is going to be the first round for the Europeans.
So smart there by Ascend at the end, realizing that, you know, they could hold the ball for 10 seconds, or instead they could just slay it out, and that's exactly what happens to secure that first round here in Oddball.
You got to give credit, though, Dave, to Ascend and how they played at the start of that game, right? Forcing the time to become the enemy of Complexity by having no problem. You were up by 45, 50 points at one time. Like, you just dump that ball, play ball in the middle of palms, put the pressure on Complexity.
Yeah, all those neutral slaying scenarios ended up getting them that win in the end. They got those play balls, they would get a neutral scenario, and they would just trade slays and trade time. So like you said, that time coming into play so well at the end.
And you earlier on, when we were over at the analyst couch, they had highlighted Monster and a player that we have wanted to see really kind of like live up to the potential and the skill, given that this guy has actually been, you know, around the scene in different games for a while now and has been quite successful, you know, relatively successful to say the least. And you're really looking to see him kind of like reach and hit that elite level, that elite status that we know he's capable of doing. The problem is right now, you're going up against a very game and hungry Ascend squad that does not want to be sent home in the play-ins. And in fact, they don't even want to have to deal with groups A and B. They want to see if they could just go right off the winner side, go to group C or D, and give themselves a stronger chance of fighting for $1 million.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to set the pace or the tone of this weekend by barely eking by to get in through play-ins. If you can go through that commanding victories or get a couple definitive victories to go into group stage, you bring up that team morale, you know, the team morale. You start to go in and start to believe that, all right, we take this game by game, series by series, we catch team off guard. We just go further and further in the bracket. Yes, everyone has their eyes on first place here at the Halo World Championship, but there are so many difficult teams that make their ways through. And oh my God, that was so sick by Legend just jumping and making that last headshot so difficult.
Yeah, he's just keeping himself a difficult target. It's such a valuable skill, and it's something that we really don't get to talk about all that much because battles in you know, Halo Infinite can end very quickly. But when you are able to just keep yourself competitive in those engagements just like that, it leads to at least some decent results here. And the result right now is that Complexity don't quite have control of the game the way that they thought they would, given how this matchup has already started out. And a good push coming out of the steps now is actually going to have to force Neuronical to kind of just cave back a little bit and just worry about this push from steps as well. And this could be a ball possession for Ascent.
Here it is, ball back at its spawn. Both teams have drawn their lines in the sand of which half of the map they want. It's Ascend to strike again, taking out 3 members. This seems to be fairly thematic. These members of Complexity, whether they make a push or whether they get caught off guard, all at a similar time, they are going down all around the same times, whereas it seems like Ascend, when they lose a player, people know how to pump those brakes and back down.
Yeah, even what you're seeing here, right? Respectful played in a position, in a more forward position there by the A Stronghold to just wait for any players to push. And even though they did give up a Bulldog, look at that 4 players down, 4 bodies down for Complexity is going to be an opening for Ascend to not only tie the game, but take the lead. And so far, so good for Ascend, as they have shown us why they are a threat in this play-in.
They're just looking so strong, and look at this setup. Yes, they have Tram set up, but
so
they
much
have
info.
Threats outside of Tram. This can be so tough. Complexity, they have to be careful of each corner, and look at all those melees on the kill screen. 4 players taken out by hand combat, and that's going to be going in the favor of Ascend.
Yeah, these guys are, forget the guns. Drop the guns, it's a hockey game. You know, you're just going to start fighting each other. Love to see it here. Snipe Drone also just making good use of all the items available to him on the map. It's a testament to the skill that this guy has, though. A Snipe Drone, again, another target found right in front of him. It's going to be a melee onto Cycle Rockets. Yes, you will. Gladly pick those up. Might even be able to find a kill here, too. Does some damage, but even then, though, right, that's Rockets that's just going to be out of play. And for Ascend, they're only going to be a few points left before they can win game 1 here. And so far, it is looking gorgeous for them.
Yeah, the way that Ascend were able to expand off of that full setup and truly just rack up, what, 60 to 70 points of time throughout that, as they had players cycling outside of the base, just being those threats, getting those pickoffs. They just had such a strong full setup.
And even look at the way that the kind of the logic of what Ascend does versus what Complexity does. Complexity likes to take that ball. They have no problem dipping back a little bit when they feel pressure. But for Ascend, they'll ditch that ball out to Palm whenever they need to, because they know that they have the positioning to be able to get a few of those kills, right? And Neuronical was just going to be in a real difficult position here. And that ball being played, you kind of wish that that ball was played further toward the middle, because that could have maybe given Complexity and those spawners on the Overwatch position up ahead an opportunity to be able to get that fight there, but it does not work out in that way, and Ascend have got the ball again.
Yeah, 3 down for Complexity. Gonna have to see something huge from Neuronical. Neuronical gets taken out.
That's
Spawn staggered. First game going in favor of Ascend.
Yep, Ascend have done it. They have drawn first blood in this series. Complexity feeling like maybe, you know, they bit off more than they can chew here, you know, against Ascend. This team looks focused, determined, and hungry, and that is a scary combination, Walshy.
Yeah, they are looking real strong, and I mean, I hate to say it, but I kind of called it early on. I was like, it does feel when there aren't as grave of stakes on the line that we really see Ascend perform to their best. We see them playing comfortable. We don't see them doing as many panic charges.
Yeah.
But once their back is against the wall, really big stakes are on the line, I feel like more often than not, we've been seeing Ascend crumble. So this, to me, isn't as new of a performance here from Ascend.
Yeah.
I feel like throughout the year, it's like, yeah, they're doing great when the odds are in their favor.
Yeah, it's like when you know that you can sometimes push because you can't lose. It plays out beautifully for them. And for Ascend, that oddball game was disgusting. Very, very solid performance there for them. Now Complexity are going to have to pick up the pieces as we go into our next game. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the play-in portion of the Halo World Championship, where we will determine the final 4 teams that will be situated into pools A, B, C, and D for tomorrow's big event. We have some great squads that are contending with one another here, but the winner of this matchup guarantees themselves a spot in either Pool C or Pool D. We don't know yet, but it will be one of those lower pools. So I think for Ascend, if they were able to walk away with a 3-0 statement here, Dave, that would be massive.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it feels like those first place teams in each pool are really tough to contend with, but the second place teams in each pool, that's really where things change up a bit.
Yeah, and I think that even Ascend, I kind of feel pretty good about them if they're playing those types of games, right?
Yes.
Where, as you were talking about before, Dave, that Ascend has a tendency to really overperform when they're playing against squads that they know that they can beat. But when it's like a matchup where they're not quite too sure, you begin to see them crumble. That's happened a few times in the past. Granted, I do think, though, that Complexity are not out of this one. Slayer, Livefire, there is a big opportunity here for players like Vetra, like Cycle, to be a big problem for Ascend to deal with, and they need to be careful and cannot take these guys lightly.
Not at all, but going into game number 2, this is going to be Complexity's chance to tie it up, or Ascend's chance to make it further out of reach. This is just looking really good from them thus far, and we're going to have to see how it starts off. I mean, sometimes a strong start is all you need on a Slayer or any type of game type.
Well, here we go. Ascend leads the series 1-0. Slayer Live Fire is the battleground where these two fantastic teams will square off against one another. Complexity looking to tie this one up 1-1. Ascend, a 2-0 statement would be massive for them going into Game 3 and potentially group plays for the Halo World Championship starting tomorrow. Curious to see what the breakouts are going to be here, but yeah, Dave, I mean, I'm curious, who you got your eyes on in this game? Any player in particular that you've been paying attention to?
I mean, when I was seeing Respectful kind of set the tone early on in the game, getting that first initial triple, just getting essentially second most slays, if I recall correctly, from the kill feed at the end. I feel like Respectable is kind of that player I'm looking here from Ascend. When it comes to Complexity, that one's tougher to call out. I mean, we've continued to put this burden on Monster. We talk about him like, hey, you know, he's great at pretty much every game, but is he like the best at any of those games? Has he been able to reach the very top or pinnacle or peak of any of those games? And that is yet to be seen. So we're gonna have to see for Monster, like, what is he gonna do to you know, reach that next level? What's he gonna do to like carry one of these games or carry his team in the series?
Yeah, separate himself from the, hey, he's pretty good, to the, damn, that guy's got skill. And that is going to be the difference maker here for sure. You're going to be looking for players like Monster to have to step up, but really everyone on Complexity, they have the ability to flip the switch and cause problems for any of their opponents. And we're seeing that a little bit here at the opening gambit of this game, as Complexity is only going to be up by 1. There was a big scramble earlier for that overshield, and it is going to be Vetra who gains possession of it here. And he's also got himself the sniper rifle to boot. I like it when Complexity have that sniper. They put it to good use. They know how to position well around it.
Yeah, and like, let's see how the score plays out over these next minute or so. It was tied right when Vetra had sniper and OS. It was tied 7-7. Now, in theory, we should see Complexity pull away. We should see them come out ahead another 3 or 4 kills or so, but that is not the case, at least not immediately. We haven't seen Vetra be able to push and take advantage of that OS and that extra shield. In a case like that, you'd almost argue, all right, are you supposed to drop that sniper and then lead a charge? But it looks like they opt to go into a neutral scenario, and we're not seeing any angles, any pickoffs yet. He's not able to find any member of Ascent. In fact, Ascent are able to pick up a second kill in a time they're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and you really want to see the sniper get put to use here, but I don't think that's going to happen. And no, and instead it's going to be Respectful getting the face of the sniper player. Now Legend's got himself the overshield, and he's doing exactly what you wanted to see, get in the face of someone and prevent them from making moves.
Yeah, that does not look good if you are a Complexity fan. You try to take little snapshots during specific states of the game. You start to say, all right, how's the team performing when we're a little behind? How are we performing when we're at a neutral game? And how are we performing when we have an advantage? And during that snapshot, when Complexity had an advantage, they did not take advantage of it. In fact, they came up behind, they lost that next OS, and they are now down by 4 kills.
Yeah, and even then, right, I do want to highlight the fact that you got to give credit where credit is due to Ascend, because this run that they're on right now, they saw where that sniper was going to be coming from next, so they opted to just back away, recognize that this was not going to be a fight that they want to take with an OS sniper player, and instead reposition toward top mid and then force it in more in an advantageous fight. Everything that Ascend did there was absolutely beautiful, but now the question is, can they continue this one forward? Because Complexity is the type of team that when they start to get hot, they'll creep their way right back to the game before you even know it.
Yeah, and that was just a great exchange overall for Complexity there. Unfortunately, Legend puts a stop to it for the Complexity fans by getting those kills, getting away with the heat wave and the sniper, and helping continue that lead. But it did look like Complexity were starting to crawl back. They were starting to get a few members to send down and potentially get that sniper set up. But for the most part, we have seen ineffective sniper use, I would say, on both sides.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And sometimes the sniper, obviously you want it to be taking faces and killing people, but sometimes though, just the fear of the sniper might be enough for your team to just capitalize on those plays, right? Just having a player in an angle that can be more beneficial to them here, and actually is going to get picked off there. New overshield is going to be available. Vetra is not going to gain possession of it, even though it looked like he was. The animation almost happened. happened, but that did not come into play. And instead, it's going to be Ascend grabbing it.
Yeah, it's superior positioning from Ascend there. They had control of the window. They eventually had control of the tower. They just had crossfire every single which way towards that OS, and now they have the OS. A 7-kill lead, and they aren't stopping. Respectful, I see, getting a snipe kill in the kill feed. Legend pushing out with this OS, being aggressive like we talked about, GB. Look at that great nade, first off.
Yeah.
Anyone in that window going to be
Just
no shields.
dominated.
Instant one shot, but right here, using advantage of this OS while it's still around. These players, look at that. 2 weak, they're able to acquire those kills and now back off and decide their next push.
And you know, just all those little details, right? Like checking their corners right by the AR, you know, in the back garage, because they didn't quite know where that fourth player was going to be located. It's very apparent that they are crossing their T's and dotting their I's. They're ensuring that they know exactly where their opponent is going to be located at any given point in time. As we look, though, at the performance of each player in the game, your eyes get immediately drawn to guys like Snipedrone, guys like Legend, who are definitely popping off. On the other side to this one here, I'm waiting for Cycle to be that player to step up, but Neurotical's certainly contributing a decent amount. But this is where it gets scary, right? Because Ascend in the mid game are starting to peel away, and Complexity in these situations, especially against teams that are, you know, of this caliber, they have a tendency to struggle to be able to bring that one back in because they take those individual fights maybe a little bit too much, and they got to try and work together as much, because that is exactly what Ascend is doing here, Walshy.
Here we go. We are going to see Complexity get at least a slight answer for a short bit, getting a few kills on the board. You're going to have to see if it's too little too late, but you are right on those overextensions or over challenges. We were seeing it all throughout this match, even on streets where I talked about, I was like, hey, that's kind of an ego challenge. Like,
yeah,
2 people challenge a little longer from bottom tram all the way towards bottom ATM. Like, that should happen a little bit here and there.
Dude, again, Walshy. They were positioned around the overshield, and it falls apart time and time again. Ascend literally are using overshield as bait. They're just leaving it there. They're like, oh, we know you want it. We know you want to grab it. We know you're thirsty. Well, you know, have a sip of some water because you suck. That's what they're telling them, and it's nuts. And like, I just love seeing Ascend just honestly dismantle them like this, right? Because, you know, that is. It's clinical. It's clinical at this point, Dave.
Yeah, it's outmaneuvering each time. It's not just like one individual lucky shot or grenade that's acquiring these overshields. It's consistency, just letting Complexity get outnumbered, get outpositioned, and then grabbing that power-up.
Yeah, and by the way, I think Complexity is a great team. Don't think they suck. That was a reference to Miracles back in Black Ops 2. It was a great call-out. Shout out to the OGs. In any case, though, as we look forward here, 45, 5 frags remaining for Ascend, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series. Look at the help as well. Look at the help as well. My goodness gracious. Respectful went in. He knew that he was going to be in a bit of a pickle right there, but Snipedrone with a big win against Veteran. He's still looking to have impact here, but Complexity, they at this point now cannot trade. They cannot give up a single kill. They have to win this outright, and they're down by 6.
And it's not the position you want to be in, especially a squad like Ascend. You haven't seen them fall all 4 members down easily anytime throughout this game thus far. And to expect that in the final moments, not going to happen.
I don't know, though, man. Snipedrone's getting a little gully there. He was pushing up a bit more than he probably should have, and they're starting to get these frags. They're only down by 3. Respectful's isolated. We got a 2-kill game, Walshy. What happened?
Ascend just got hungry. They wanted just to finish off themselves. They were the aggressors. They torched their garage. They didn't have a strong advantage and just fell one by one. This team I was giving so much credit to, saying that they had the lead, that they weren't going to blow it, are all of a sudden find themselves in a tie game.
What? This is a tied game. 48 kills there. Neurotical gets the frag on. There's only 1 more remaining, and they gotta isolate this player. Where is he gonna be? I cannot believe that Ascend have given up this lead, as we're seeing right now. Complexity that's what I said. They can come up and sneak up on you. It's insane.
8 unanswered kills here for Complexity in the final moments of this game. 1 kill separating themselves from tying this game.
They're all outside. Respectful's actually going to be isolated inside a garage. They're going to go for the push here.
He's the anchor.
Yeah, he's the anchor. He's waiting for it, but Vetra's going to try and check the corner. Snipe Drone gets a kill on Monster, but here comes Vetra around the corner, and he gets the kill! He gets the kill! It's going to be 50-40 freaking 9. Complexity tie up the series 1-1, and my heart... My heart, Dave.
That series was, or that game was over in my books. I'm like, all right, 47-41, let's get this over with, close the game up. But that was just panic there from the Sen roster. And, you know, I don't like to, by any means, make up storylines or themes or anything like that. But I do feel like historically we have seen Ascend play comfortable so many times, but then when the pressure's really on, not really played at that same level, start to crumble. And I think that was a perfect example of it.
Yeah. They fed. Honestly, they just fed.
They just, the pressure started getting like, oh, we lost this, and then just death after death after death again.
Little by little, right? They just kept pushing. Every chance they got, they figured that they were in a unlosable position. And when the game is 47-41, that is simply not the case. One set of slays, and your opponent's right back in this game. And that is literally what happened. And I think that the game plan of Ascend was quite sound, right? Use the items in the map as bait. Try and make Complexity make mistakes. But as I said before, and I'll say it again, you give Complexity an inch, they're going to take a mile. And that's the reason why they end up getting that big first win. Massive game. Massive.
Yeah, such a huge performance there from Complexity. And we got ourselves a series, GB, before what was looking a little dicey. I was calling a 3-1 Ascend. I don't know if I can take that back. Can I change that? Can we?
I think 3-1's still
achievable.
A sound prediction. I mean, look, dude, at the start of the show, because I knew Tony was going to go for Fnatic and he was going to go for Ascend, and I was like, I want to try and mix it up a little bit. I figured we go for Space Station and Complexity. And look, at this point, I just love seeing great Halo. I don't really care what ends up happening. So far in this series, we've been presented with some awesome Halo. We're going to Catalyst, capture the flag, the name of the game, grab your opponent's flag, bring it to the back of the base. Obviously, that's for some of our newer viewers watching Halo World Championship for the first time. We thank you guys so much for tuning in here, and let's get right into the action. And out of the gate, First Blood's going to go to Cycle.
Cycle getting a kill, Legend replying, Monster trading out, and it's just a little back and forth with Complexity now taking the lead. That spree down for Ascend, and Complexity are going to be charging out. They have this nice OS. He has the skewer. And now they just have to figure out how they're going to get inside the Ascend base. One more round of slays separates Complexity and their first flagpole.
Monster, those tags, he knows exactly where those players are going to be, and he knows that one came across the transition there. So there is going to be 2 players inside of that gold hallway, and that's the reason why Monster is just going to go in for this push. He has that overshield, so he's going to be comfortable to do so. He does know that there is going to be one more player around here, and that's why he's playing in such a cautious manner, and that player has been identified. Vetra does get the kill, but Legend with the sweep up, though. And with the flag away, it looks like this could very well be a Complexity cap, unless Snipe Drone Respectful have something else to say about it.
Nice run there by Complexity, getting that first flag in, not needing to overslay to get that one out. In fact, they're on their back foot for a little bit, though, because as they got that capture, a couple members went down, and Ascend are pulling a flag of their own, but this isn't looking like a strong flagpole. They don't have as much control of the map, so this one's going to be more of a slay round here for a moment.
Yeah, and if you're Ascend, you're hoping that you're going to be able to try and find, those big kills there that could keep that flag going. But sometimes a dead flag is a dead flag. And as a result of that, that one is going to get returned by Neuronical here. Snipe Drone in the thick of things. Unfortunately, every single crosshair on the map was going to be looking at him at the worst possible time. And overshield up in 5 seconds. You can see Ascend's positioning. They're ready for it. And the question is, does Neuronical just kind of play this one out here in the back of the base? Seems like that is going to be the game plan.
Did everything it could, got caught by that unfortunate grenade, and that's going to be the end of Complexity, flagpole, and control. I believe I just saw OS going in the favor of Respectful. Yep. That's correct. And look at that, getting the slays, just clearing out the base, and then I like this play. Just push as fast as you can across that map. Be a force to be reckoned with. And Vetra doing everything he can to lay down some shots, but it's an overshield player. You can only do so much.
Yeah, Cycle's going to be dead to rights in the corner, but I scratched that. Respectful was very weakened at that inopportune moment. But despite all of that, though, we are going to see potential pull happen here, as Sika's going to be right in the action again, and that's really what it is on Catalyst, right? You kind of just end up in a position where you have to, you know, turn lemonade out of lemons, right? You have no other choice.
Yeah, on Catalyst, there are so many different runs of slays, unless you want to get in one of those sloppy positions where you both teams are on opposite sides of the map, and it's kind of like, all right, we're both going to pull a flag and see how we resolve this scenario. In short, it's definitely a very multi-step approach.
Yeah.
But I mean, who wants to hear it from us, GB? I mean, who better to hear this than from the players themselves? So we're going to go Astro listening here with Neuronical and the Complexity Squad.
Okay.
That guy's one shot.
Go, top goal.
That guy's dead.
Good. Top goal weak, super weak.
Okay, I'm not there. I'm good flag.
One shot.
That's fine. Where's
One shot
the
on
last
the
guy?
touch, one shot.
Nice.
He's dead. There's a guy bottom green.
Your bottom green behind you.
Yeah. I have damage on the flag guy. The flag guy's weak. Flag guy's really weak still. Flag guy's one. There's three on it. There's three on it.
Nice job, guys. Bottom green, our bottom green side, respectful. All right, jump up.
Jump up, really.
Nice job, guys.
OB guys.
OB, guys.
This is mine. I'll get it.
They're top green. Top green weak.
Okay, can't stay alive over there. I'm going to them with OB.
Three on me.
Back flag.
Watch out my goal.
Nice.
Another one. Jump up.
Nice.
One more on the ramp. Green ramp.
Two.
Spikes. Go for flank. Okay, I hear that.
Nice job, Psycho.
I'm running the screen.
Watch OEs. Guys, I can wrap around. You guys just take your time.
Let's go. Top gold.
Wait, above me, I think.
Top gold weak.
In our base.
Our top gold weak.
I'm dying.
Our cubby.
Our lab.
One shot, gold hole. I lobby one shot.
Just get our kills. Fuck the flag. Our spikes done.
Nice. On re.
He's in the green hall. That guy's weak. 3 shots onto the green hall.
That guy's one shot.
They're back. Top ball.
Bottom green Mohawk.
He's still there. He's still in Mohawk somewhere.
Oh, we're good. We're all good. Bottom green coming. He's Mohawk.
3 shots down bottom.
So during that whole listening, Ascend, was able to make 2 flag caps a reality. But there was something that I did enjoy from Complexity's comms, and I like that they really try and put an emphasis on the numbers, right? How many players are left alive? Who of those players are going to be centered around that, particular area that they're looking to focus on? But you could just tell, man, that like once the play kind of fell apart, you can almost hear like them just feel really defeated because that was an opportunity for them to get that cap.
It's tough. Catalyst CTF is incredibly deceiving. You get the flag back to your base, and you're so close yet so far away. In more often than not cases, once you have the flag back at your base, you almost have to get another round of slaying. You aren't able to distribute your teammates and resources across the map well enough to slay them as you're bringing the flag back. And so you get back to your base, and it almost feels like you're in the opposing base once again.
Yeah, it's a difficult map. I mean, even though we're looking at right here, right? Vetra with the challenge. He was in a great position to make that stop happen. And even though the flag is literally going to be right there, you're still not safe from being able to capture it. And that is just going to – that's the name of the game on Catalyst, man. It's a very different type of map, in the grand scheme of Halo maps and CTF maps as a whole, because typically you see that flagpole and oh, yeah, they're going to be able to cap that. And nope, not here.
No.
It's insane.
It's tough to get out of that mindset because Halo has conditioned all these players throughout all the years to say, all right, you get this round of slays here, you get around slays, and you might need to slay a little bit on the way back, but for the most part, you're home free.
At a certain point, you're good.
At a certain point, you're good, but yeah, with the way that the spawns work on this and the how large this map is, there are opportunities for, as soon as that flag's slightly delayed, for players just to sprint on over and then buy some time and start a whole new battle at the opposing base. And if you win that battle as the defending team, not only do you get the flag recovery, you get an opportunity for your counter cap.
Yeah, exactly. And, as far as the caps go, though, it is going to be Ascend with those 2 that we got during the Astral listening. Here comes Sika, though. He's got some weakened players down low. It's going to be a double kill. Looking Neuronical on the other side of the map there. But Sika's not going to worry too much about that. He's fine just pulling this flag because he's got Snipe Drone to back him up.
One thing also to keep in mind is Sika has come online
throughout since the beginning of this game. At the very start, when Complexity got their first flag cap, Seek was still at 0 kills. The remaining 3 members on Ascend each had a few kills each, but now Sika has the most kills on his squad.
All right, well, let's jump into this Astral. Listen, as Respectful picks up a double kill, and Ascend is looking to put in their 3rd.
They're IV on me. I died, my bad.
Yeah, they car rank weak.
Monster has one shot.
They for Mike. He went weak.
Monster has a repulsor
He went to
P1.
get 5.
He's RP1 Monster.
Maybe Cartu, yeah, Cartu, be careful. Yeah.
Monster was here.
I cannot see him, bro, at the moment. K1, I think. Yeah, K1 weak, secret.
You are dead.
K1, be careful.
K1 weak.
Nice. I'm milking. K1 one shot, I think. He's
dead.
dead. Last one.
Vetra's weak. I can shoot back. I can shoot him back.
Okay, yes.
I can get her.
Nice try.
Still up.
I can't see it.
I think LS might be still down. Nice. Beat hole on me. That K1's one shot on grapple. Guy above me, top piece. Above me.
They're IV weak.
Mate.
All right, and we're back. And, you know, something I just got to point out about that, just the fact that those guys, like, here I am commentating the game, Dave. I'm excited. I'm yelling. I'm screaming. You know, it's in my blood. Can't help it. These guys just like, oh, yeah, no, got to kill. You know?
Another flag cap.
Another flag. Oh.
Making our way one step closer to $1 million at the Halo World Championship.
Get him. I should commentate like that. I'm sure no one will be mad about that.
No, it's interesting. We've seen these different waves or different teams and styles of call-outs, and it does feel now that these players and teams have opted for lower energy, more stoicism, to just have that stronger consistency with your communication, not rely on these high highs and low lows.
Let me ask you, Dave, when you competed and you know, Astrals were not a thing back then, how did your voice survive the weekend?
I just strange just by screaming all the time.
That's probably why you're so damn loud now.
I am so good, yeah.
There's some times we're at restaurants and the waiter's got to come around and be like, sir, please keep your voice down. You're just too loud. You're just too loud.
I'll take a number 2,
please. And a shake. Anyway, here we go, though. A flag pull attempted by Complexity in 3-1 on the score here for Ascend. So pressure's going to be on Cole here. They have to make something happen. You got yourself only a few minutes left remaining of regulation play in this. So you got to make 2 flag caps happen on Catalyst of all maps. So you're hoping, honestly, for a miracle, Walshy, because otherwise it's very hard, very, very hard for you to get 2 in a row.
Yeah, they need to make it happen soon, and Cycle not checking the corner, doesn't have that time to afford it, but at some point when things are a little too quiet, you have to realize that this team is turtling up and need to douse them.
Yeah, they don't have to worry too much about that, right? They don't have to push. You're the one that needs to make the mistake. They're okay, they're chilling out. They're having a grand old time. And Respectful is also having a grand old time as well, putting up some decent numbers in this game to boot here. Good challenge top mid as Respectful just backs away from that, right? Again, there's no real reason for him to have to sacrifice his body, give up numbers, when ultimately Complexity are going to be the ones that need to make the move. And Legend is more than okay, as well as Snipe Drone, to receive those kills as those players push forward.
And now it's just playing the clock, similar to round 1 of Oddball. Ascend are just going to try to slay this out, make Complexity make an incredible play. Not even just one, they have to make 2 incredible plays, somehow get a double cap back-to-back to get themselves tied in this game. And that's a tall order. I think we are going to game number 4 with Ascend up 2-1.
Yeah, and very well played at the start, right? When Complexity had a few advantages, it was actually going to be Ascend that made them believe that they had that advantage, because they pulled that flag across their base. There's Ascend to receive them, and then once that cap went through, they were able to respond right away. We were in that listening for not that long, like I would say like maybe 2 minutes. So when you really think about the time frame that Ascend took to be able to get those 2 caps, the first 2 caps for them, it obviously makes sense that they were able to walk away with the win in this game. They just seem to have a better read on Catalyst CTF than their opponent's Complexity, and that means that they are going to go up in this series 2-1.
So Ascend, strong start, 2-1 in the series. Now they just have to close it out.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all they got to do.
Yeah, you know, look, that live fire game, that was just, those were shenanigans, top to bottom. Okay.
They had the ability to close out. This series should actually be over right now.
It should.
Technically, if you didn't see Ascend essentially lose that game number 2. It was their game to lose.
Yeah, exactly. Ascend are the reason, and not to take anything away from Complexity. They did everything right when they needed to do it right.
They clutched it up without a doubt, but like those are those games that like Ascend is going to win 95 out of 100 times.
Exactly, and a 50-49 scoreline, good God, like you're looking at just different multiverses, as we always like to say, and more than likely Ascend walks away with that win. But now here we are, 2-1 in the count now as we get ready for map number 4, and Ascend are one step closer to qualifying for the Halo World Championship out of the play-in bracket, a position that honestly, when you think about it, at the start of the year, and you saw this Ascend team play, did you really think that they'd be in this position, man? This is nuts.
No, you would not see them in the play-ins, but you got me thinking about multiverses. I'm like, am I in the one universe that I lose the big team battle match? Like, how am I in this branch of the multiverses and ended up here, Castle the Golden Boy? Like, things could be so much different and better for me in life.
Yes, of course. Is this your darkest timeline?
This is my absolute worst timeline.
Nah. Must suck. Make sure you watch tomorrow, you heathens, because we have the Halo World Championship kicking off. Pool play is going to start. You're going to see the best teams in the world face off against each other. It's going to be a darn good time. And make sure you tune in, because if you link your Xbox account and your Twitch account, you can get some sweet, delicious drops. That is right. So make sure you do that, because those diamond camos are actually kind of fire. But we're moving on to recharge strongholds here, Walshy, and an opportunity for Complexity to force Game 5 Aquarius Slayer. But honestly, I feel like if we go to Aquarius Slayer, I kind of like Ascend's chances a little bit there. So Complexity are going to have to play the best Halo that they've played pretty much, since the formation of this lineup, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity have been getting outmaneuvered around any sort of objective or any sort of critical feature on the map, like that overshield on live fire. So we're going to have to see what they do here on Recharge Strongholds. I mean, I am not convinced that Complexity are going to be able to take game number 4 here and even bring it to game number 5.
Yeah, I do think, though, that I've been kind of shouting them out a lot, and I really want to see if Cycle, because me and Tony actually made an interesting correlation when we were watching Cycle's gameplay. It reminded us a lot of Pistola, like the type of player that...
It's like the highest of compliments.
It really is. He values his life. He tries to put shots in where he can. Like, it's very fun to watch him play, right? But I feel like Ascend have figured out how to shut him down. And unlike Ola always had the answers. One way, shape, or form, he had a solution to the problem. Cycle still clearly trying to figure that out.
Yeah, still trying to work out the kinks, but regardless, having a player who's able to weasel around, deal damage, be a difficult kill, and a 6 shot is somebody that you want on your roster. So kicking it off here, though, we are now looking at Respectful, who's making his way on over towards gold, but decides to kind of mosey on back. Decides to play a little bit more defensive. Sees somebody contesting that C stronghold and says, I'm going to try to fight that one-on-one. But Neuronical winning that 1v1 and getting rewarded with the C stronghold.
That was a big win from Neuronical. He's actually been having a pretty good tournament so far. Every time we go on his POV, he's making impact wherever he can find the positioning to do so. And his shot has been crispy all throughout the day. So if anything, this is the kind of player you're going to want to heat up and take out Ascend to force this game number 5. They got that AC control now, but you're going to flip this over to B. And watch out, though, because it seems like A is also going to be contested by Ascend, and Ascend should start to earn some points right now. But Monster's staying alive, and he's staying a problem.
Neuronical played that so well, too, from two different angles. One is going towards that front side of B batteries. Most people hide towards the back ones, a bit more predictable. But then secondly, put himself in position to instantly sprint over it and help towards top catwalk and help Monster keep control of the elevator. All of that was just that minor difference in positioning from Neuronical.
Yeah, and even with the cutoff here that we're seeing from Ascend to try and prevent Complexity from helping out their teammates as they attempt to cross the bridge, does not really work out in Cole's favor. But Ascend, though, have not been able to capture a second point. You need 2 points in order for you to start accruing some score there. You also have Camouflage is going to be up in a moment's notice, and seems like Seek is going to be in a position to obtain that. So maybe we start to see Ascend put some of these toys to good use.
Here we are seeing the shock rifle in the hands of Snipe Drone. See if we can actually, like you said, put these toys to use. We saw the first trip cap of the game, I would say.
Yeah.
But it lasted for a second or two, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really count. We're going to have to see what they do to hold this for a little bit longer.
It's a fake trip cap.
We don't like
fake trip caps over here in our hood. Okay, enough of that fake stuff. I've been working all day, people. It's 5 p.m. and I've been up since 8. All right, and I'm just way too old at this point. Anywho, though, as we take a look and take stock of the map and where we are right now, it's very clear Complexity bringing it to Ascend, and Ascend haven't quite been able to find where those solutions are going to come from here, right? Who are going to be the ones to try and really solve the puzzle? Because as of right now, they just had 3 players down, and they're just needing to reset. Now we have a real trip cap. That's what we like in the streets.
We've been looking for those for a long time. None of that knockoff stuff, but there it is. Snipe Drone putting a stop to that, getting the kill,
still knockoff,
getting the C stronghold, and now Neurotical, last one alive. And look at how sneaky he is in a lot of these positions.
They have no idea.
Sometimes just a little further up, and look at this, just baiting out, realizing someone coming through catwalk or through bottom control. But here comes the help. Gonna go help his teammate Monster, who does not need the help, and gonna secure this kill, ideally over elevator, but look at how difficult Snipe Drone's making it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Monster did need the help. I think he was calling his teammate, and he was like, like he was certainly struggling there. But even with that said, though, right, just the way that Neurotical played that allowed them to be able to regain control of A. Even though they had other bodies that showed up there for the help later on, it was still just a beautiful play. And also Monster staying alive at the back of Hydro, knowing that players are going to be pushing in. Complexity are in the driver's seat, Dave.
Yeah, and proving me wrong completely. I just called them out earlier this game saying I'm not sure if they can outmaneuver in these objective games. It feels like they're always a step behind compared to Ascend. And throughout this game so far, they've just been doing everything right. They've been winning their fights, getting the kills. They've been winning the crucial fights without a doubt. Like anytime it comes down to a 1v1 with a Complexity member versus a Ascend member to determine a hill reset or to determine who's capping or reverse capping, Complexity members winning. And they're just staying alive and doing everything right.
You know, one thing as well that I really thought was quite interesting was because the Complexity have struggled to be able to control the power-ups and the power items, right? All the different things that you can use at your disposal. But there was one thing in particular that did happen. There was one play where Sika was able to get camo, and I forget who it was, maybe Respectful, got the shock rifle. But as soon as those weapons were obtained, 2 players died instantly. So it really just removes the effectiveness, and maybe that could be Complexity's path to victory here in this game, where it's like, yeah, you want to get the power items if you can, but if you're able to really just, in those opportune moments where you think the opponent's going to just go after those power items, take out the players that are going to be a little weakened in that situation, maybe that's your path to victory here.
Yeah, look at this push here coming out of Ascend, just taking it slow and methodical, trying to push all the way to glass, pushing over towards top catwalk. It's a smart push together, but they have to get the kills, and they do. They end up getting pretty much all the kills there, and this is going to be a chance for Ascend to answer back with some points. I feel like they're so far down that you almost do need to force a trip cap at some point and try to close that gap a little bit more, but they'll take what they can get at this point.
Yeah, there's plenty of time left to play with here. So Ascend having control of A and B is a great situation. Now, the problem with this, though, is that they have to prioritize the hills. They cannot prioritize the power items. And now the Complexity are essentially going to be able to get themselves a camouflage uncontested. Let's see what Neurotical does with this, because so far in this game, he has been disgusting. 12 kills here. He has been contributing a lot to this squad. And I do like that just him having the camo is putting enough pressure on these players to literally not move.
Yeah, they're just waiting to see someone overextend, and there it is, the 1v1 against Snipe Drone. Backs down. Such a smart reposition here from Neurotical, trying to find anyone he can. And look at all this damage, but it's all for naught. Sika gets the stick, but Monster answers with a couple kills of his own, so we're now in a neutral position.
Dude, I was going to say, Monster gets a double kill, and you're like, that's like the best thing to happen to you. But then you realize he's one shot and pretty much dead to rights. So a tough situation there for Complexity. I like what they did with the camo. I like that they grabbed it and played a slower game with it, but now you're giving an opportunity to Ascend to come back into this matchup, and it's getting dangerously close. So you're going to need to kind of put the pedal to the metal, not let them have that control.
Yeah, they were in a position that I was expecting them to need a trip cap to close that gap, but right there, just with this 2 stronghold setup, we've seen Ascend essentially get about 80 unanswered points here against Complexity. They don't have an answer right now to breaking the setup, and Complexity back in the exact same position we saw them minutes ago.
You have all the time in the world. You don't have to worry about anything. You just play slow and just let the points accrue, and that is what Ascend was doing, and that's why they find themselves in the position that they're in right now. But the BRs have been hot for Complexity. Monster was hoping to see if someone's going to be pushing over toward Yellow Pipe, so that does not happen. ANC Control's going to go on the side of Complexity now. With respawns coming on the gold side of the map for Ascend, you're going to see this push start to happen. It seems like it's going to be more of a 2-prong approach. One player pushing inside of the Whirlpool and another player pushing over towards C. We'll see if that C player is going to be successful, because that is going to be where the game is effectively fought right now.
Here comes that push. Complexity, like you said, the fight's going over towards C, but actually we've kind of seen it happen over towards A.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be C for sure.
Battles on all fronts here. It looks like Sika is going to recap the elevator, and this is a good step to hold. This is the one that's gotten them back in this game here, holding this A-B setup continually against Complexity, but I believe was that spawning players there? I don't know if they may have spawned elevator, which is a massive surprise if that's the case, but I cannot be certain on that front.
Well, Cycle gets himself another camo, and they're playing this camo nice and slow. Don't gotta worry too much. I think Cycle's pretty much stayed there with the camouflage the entire time and just played turret for his team, but this is it.
Cycle's like, have we GA'd be able to move out with the camo? Am I supposed to just stick down here in the pit?
Yeah, maybe, right? They just decided, like, oh, you know, we'll just hang out over here. This is how we play the game. Sure, this is our strategy. Anyway, though, looking at what's happening right now, Monster's going to go after B. A is going to get flipped over. B should be capped in a moment here, and this is it. It's getting dangerously close. Complexity could be forcing this game 5 here, but just as I say that, Ascend are going to be looking to make the trip cap happen here as they get both control of B, C, and A. They have everything at their disposal here, but can they hold it on, and will this come back to bite them later?
And they're a bit spread out, though. This could be bad for Ascend. They're leaving elevator open. Generally, if you're going to leave any of the strongholds open, you want to leave C open because the A-B setup is so much stronger, and looks like Ascend are being punished for this. They were a little too aggressive. They tried to hold up a bit too much ground, and Complexity take both those strongholds and only need 10 points to close this game out.
Yeah, you know, it is quite the lead that Ascend are going to have to climb themselves out of here. But B gets reset at the worst possible time. They're going to put a body on top of it, of this, though. Vetra's going to be dangerously low as he's going to drop down. Respectful gets killed. B does not get capped, and that is going to be the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5. Wow. Unbelievable that Complexity, every time we doubt them, they find a win condition. And in this particular case, I mean, toward the mid-game there, Dave, they had control of camo consistently, and Ascend did come back into it. But good God, like, Complexity played so damn well. Very unique there. I love watching that.
Yeah, Complexity, for the first time in this series, we've seen them in a strong lead for pretty much the entire game. I mean, we did see them up 1-0 in Catalyst Flag for a bit, but that kind of just crumbled a little bit later. This one, they were in the driver's seat the whole time.
Yeah, they were.
Basically, they had control. Yeah, they had a little stumble during a pretty good, let's just give credit to Ascend, a really good setup from AB setup. But other than that, they just were getting all the kills, getting time, out-rotating, and winning the crucial battles.
Yeah, and when you do that, I mean, that's basically it, right? That's the name of the game. And here we are. Complexity forces game 5. And I did say before that if we did go to a game 5, which is going to be Aquarius Slayer, I still feel pretty confident about Ascend, despite me taking Complexity to move on in this play-in. But I like Ascend's slaying has been strong, but if Neuronical continues to do what he was doing in that last game, Complexity is going to be very scary.
Yeah, this one's tough for me to call because I keep going back to that just that vague idea where it's, all right, is Ascend, stronger or weaker during these pressure positions? And I feel like in North America, you're challenged so much more in very difficult series, whereas Ascend's just been kind of the cream of the crop at the very top over in Europe.
Yeah.
And so for them to get kind of push the wire here, I really got to give some historical data, the advantage to this North American squad out of complexity, if I'm just going by like kind of those trains of thought. So it's really tough for me to call.
Yeah.
I still don't feel like today is the big pressure day. Yes, you want to get that weight lift off your shoulder to get into play-ins, but both these squads, I would say, are whoever does not go out ahead here, I still expect to win.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about them. And again, I don't want to seem disparaging to some of the other teams here, but these are two of the squads that I think a lot of people looked at as heavy favorites in the play-in to qualify. Where they qualified, that's a whole different story here. And that really is the tale, right? That is the story, because getting that CD spot is going to be very important here. Good teams across the board, but as you had mentioned before, Walshy, second and third teams in the group, like you can really pick up some wins against them and build some momentum here at Worlds that could potentially lead you into bracket play in a very strong position. So this is a big matchup for all the marbles, 50 kills, and you qualify for Worlds, baby.
Yeah, this is one of the many daunting games that these teams are going to have throughout their Worlds run, and they're getting it started right here on Thursday.
Yeah, it's so exciting, having, this play-in, right? It's very different, something we haven't done before, but here are the pools, right? So we don't know who's going to land where, and I'll be real, Pool D, that's not a great pool you want to be in, okay? It really isn't, right? There are no, good pools. Right? Because if you go in Pool C, you're still having to deal with FaZe Clan. So it's like either way, it's kind of like a pick your poison type of situation. But at the very least, you avoid, the number 1 and number 2 seeded Optic Gaming and Cloud9, respectively.
I mean, I think Pool B is the one. Pool A and B still just look so much stronger.
Pools are wild.
Yeah, all the pools are strong, but it's tough to really argue that something is going to be tougher than Pool B. G1, Team War, the way that they were performing.
Yeah.
We saw them in Orlando. I don't know. It's
a fun little factoid. G1 is one of the only teams that according to the scrim results that I have seen, I think they're the only team that has taken more around 3 or so games from Optic in practice, and Optic's looking dominant, but they always look strong. Right, they always look strong, and now that they got that monkey off their back with the win in Orlando, I feel really confident about Optic in this tournament. But as we take a look though at the play-in and what we're doing here today, Space Station has defeated Divine Mind. They will be moving on, and they will be competing here against the loser of this game, which Space Station played damn good at the start of the day, and that was with a replacement in Nugget, their coach, coming in place of Pelu. So, oh man, I don't even know at this point.
It's just gonna take time to tell here, but winner here is going on to Pool C or D, and the loser of this match is gonna be facing Space Station, who is watching this game. They're gonna see if they can pick off any little tidbits, any little starting strategies, any little nuggets from Nugget that he's going to be able to find for this next series.
Yeah, everyone's watching this game, right? We got the Jailings guys over here as well. They're chilling over on the side. Beautiful suit, by the way. I see you came dressed for the whole weekend. Love it, love it. So everyone is stoked and ready to go, right? We got a big game that's going to be going on here, friends. If you're tuning in for the first time, welcome to the Halo World Championship Play-In Tournament. This is a competition where the players are going to determine the last 4 spots for Worlds, and that is going to be kicking off tomorrow with pool play. Series tied 2-2. Complexity versus Ascend. Aquarius Slayer. 50 kills decides it all. Who moves on to pools C or D in the World Championship?
And here's the battle over towards Car side. Monster strikes first blood, takes out Legend, and that's going to be the Sizzle Sticks going in the hands of Complexity, plus a 3-0 start. We also have Ascend stuck in the base, and I think Complexity know it. They have been manipulating the spawns, they've been controlling the spawns, and they are not stopping They're trying to grab as many kills as they can, but looks like Ascend aren't going down without a fight as they take out 3 members of Complexity and break out of that spawn trap.
And that just goes to show you how freaking good Ascend is, right? That was a rough start for them. They lost out on the Dynamo nades. They got pushed back at the back of their base entirely. But despite all of that, still able to fight out of it and keep this into a 1-kill game in favor of Ascend. Despite the fact that Complexity had the start that they had, you kind of want to see Cole keep that momentum going, but Ascend are so good at just stopping them in their tracks time and time again when they get hot.
It feels like opposite scenarios. It's like, all right, when things seem to be going in their favor, they seem to drop the ball a little bit, and then when things are going against them, they somehow, like you said, fight their way out. It just shows a testament to their strong individual skill.
Yeah.
Anytime they can pull that out.
8-8 score line, tied up. Those Dynamo nades, those are basically going to be power weapons. They help you to be able to clear out and gain information on a lot of areas in the map. And in a map like Aquarius, where you have so many corridors that you're going to have to worry about, it's a great tool to be able to use whenever you need to just check around you. That being said, Monster's just playing a very slow position here as Ascend are going to be tucked away in the back of the blue flag.
Yeah, and I think Monster, like we said, those Dynamo grenades could have been a bit more effective, but gained a lot of information from them. Looks like a lot of fights going down there over in the util with Complexity falling down 3 members in that, and that's going to be Ascend up with a 4-kill lead. Now, one thing we called out before from Complexity is saying we need to see Monster step up, carry his roster, and he has 7 kills off the start of this game, more than half of his team's kills, but they are not pulling out ahead. Ascend are just every single turn of the way getting all those kills, getting all those answer kills, and picking on his teammates.
But it's because of plays that we literally just saw.
Yeah.
Sika's in the back of the base, Complexity having to deal with that player on the flank, and then just that opportunity where they turn around, Legend's there to strike. So really, I think Ascend, you got to give them credit where credit is due. They're playing the map very well, they're controlling the map, and they're putting Complexity in positions that they simply just cannot afford to be in here, especially with the fact that they are down now by 7 kills after the start they had. Mind-boggling.
Yeah, like that's such a massive swing in such a short period of time. Generally, when you see those tides shift, it takes place over another 10 to 20 kills surpassing. But in this case, it just felt like an instant response there from Ascend. Just whatever it is on the roster just started clicking, and they have not held back.
Yeah, they really haven't. And this is where it gets dangerous if you're a Cole fan. Because obviously, for this historic esports organization, you want to be able to say that you were competing here at the 2022 Halo World Championship, competing for $1 million and the title of World Champion. You don't want to be left watching in the crowd, watching in the stands. And after this, you're going to have to face off against a game and prepared Space Station Gaming that, you know, honestly, if I'm Space Station, I sat back, did the math. What are going to be the more, you know, probable situations if we don't win our first game, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that they knew that they were one way or another going to have to face off against either of these teams, and they had to have prepped against them. And Complexity losing here, taking it to Game 5 and losing here, you're going to see a team that could potentially be licking their wounds and feeling sorry for themselves, and that's an opportunity for you to pounce.
Yeah, you almost want to play a team that has a heartbreaker Game 5 to roll into that next series and capitalize on their heartache.
But as we saw in that last that last Slayer game on Livefire, when Ascend thought, oh yeah guys, we're gonna win this game, it's gonna be great, then they end up losing 50-49. That is something they cannot afford to have happen again, not only just because of the fact that it will mean that they do not qualify to Pool C and D, but Monster with the triple kill, though, was looking to maybe pick up a 4th there, but also, if you sleep on Complexity, they will creep up on you. That is literally what happened in map number 2.
Yeah, Monster having a star performance cycle, just not able to get those last shots into the players, but having the most assists for his squad. But that starts to weigh on your conscience a little bit. As this game goes on, you're like, all right, let me just get that 1 kill out of the way, and there it is. Cycle is online. And we'll have to see if something changes here during these next few minutes, because now that Cycle has that kill under his belt, he can play a little bit more like his style. As much as players don't like to admit it, you want to make sure you start to show up respectable stats as you progress throughout the game.
So something that happened right there, Neurotica was tucked away in the corner and waited for the opportunity to be able to strike and end up getting a double kill out of that, which was big. But despite the best efforts of Complexity, only going to matter for 1 kill. They were down by 7 at one point. Now they're just going to be down by 6. Monster, though, big connection there. But the answer back immediately by Sika, which is literally what you want to see happen if you are Ascend. You have to just answer back kill for kill at this point, because doing so, I mean, look, do the math. That's going to be the win for you, and you are going to be qualifying for the Halo World Championships at the upper portion of this bracket.
And this game slowing down a little bit. Nades being tossed back and forth, but I don't really see either team in a position to make a strong push, so you're going to see them hold their lines on their half of the map. Veronical trying to do a little dipsy doodle and get away there, but gets picked off top pink, and that's not what you want. Legend going to pick on that OS or that camo and see what they're going to do to close out these remaining 7 kills.
Yeah, Monster is going to be surrounded here to boot. No life left to live there. The kills starting to add up. The lead insurmountable. Ascend 1 step closer. Just only 6 kills are going to be the difference between them and qualifying for Worlds tomorrow. And Snipe Drone just going to play this one slow. And that is the thing that Ascend like to do, and we've seen it happen a few times where they'll get that lead and then they have no problem just letting Complexity make those mistakes. We saw that happen a few times, right? Like in the Catalyst game, we saw that kind of come to fruition, right? Just allow your opponent to make the foolish maneuver so that this way you can profit from it. But what you cannot allow to have happen here is what happened on Live Fire, where you went after a fight, one after one after one, and then that is what cost you that game. And it looks like history could be repeating itself, Dave, and I think I might be going crazy.
That is exactly what's going on right now. I mean, just feels like all these kills that should be instant pickups here from Ascend are kind of falling to the grass. Okay. Luckily, they're able to acquire those, slow it back down, and don't worry, GB, it's 41-47. This is an unlosable situation.
Wait, Dave, we were literally in this position. Look, I told you, my pacemaker can't take this, okay? I'm too old, all right? I only have so much hair left to give. This is too much. But I think what we're seeing the difference here is that Ascend are not pushing individually, right? There's one player like Respectful who's going to be isolated, but the rest of them are going to be hanging back because they're looking for a guy to make some plays, make a moment happen here. Sika, though, is going to get isolated. No, this isn't going to happen again. No, this isn't going to happen again. This is going to happen again.
3 unanswered kills.
I'm trying to gas him up here, Dave.
3 unanswered kills for Complexity. They're able just to sit back, and these members of Ascend, they get caught in these positions, and they just drop. There it is, Sika again caught off in the utility. These members of Ascend are just pushing and pushing and letting plays come through.
Play together, just hold hands, just work together. You're a team. There's no I in team. I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with generic coach phrases to give you guys some motivation so you can win the game. I know you're European, doesn't really matter, but anyway, looking on here though, 45-48. Veronical has the target on here. There's going to be a big fight, but it's a huge trade there. A huge trade for Sika. Only 1 kill left remaining here as Vetra's going to climb around the corner, and Ascend are going to qualify for Halo World Championship pool play tomorrow. But Dave, I thought that history was going to repeat itself, and if it did, that I was not prepared to handle that.
As soon as those first 3 kills happened, I was like, are you kidding
Bro,
me?
it was 47-41. It was literally the same situation. Holy crap, bro. I was convinced. But anyway, thankfully, my heart hasn't stopped, at least for now. But what a series that was. You know, at the start of the game, Dave, you said, I really would like for this to go to 5. I feel like this is a series that's worthwhile, that deserves to go to 5. And that's exactly what we got. In 5 damn good games we were treated to, courtesy of Complexity and Ascend.
Yes, that was an incredible series. Both teams showcasing what they're capable of. Neither team showing that they're infallible or showing a performance that says they're going to make this deep run through pool play just yet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe that's just more of a case to be made for how strong they are when they clash together. But I don't know. I feel like they need to clean things up a little bit more if they really want to make those waves.
Yeah.
Inside the pool.
Well, inside the pool. Okay. I see what you did there. I hate you. All right. Well, here's the series layout. If you did not watch this game, folks, you missed a good one. I mean, look at the score at the end of this one. 50-48. 50-48 in that Aquarius Slayer game. And what's wild to think about is that this could have very well just been a 3-0 had Ascend just buttoned up some things in game 2, we could have just been looking at a dominating run and talking about Ascend in a very positive
we would have
light.
been like, oh, they're making a deep run and pool play.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
they did like that, something like that complexity. But like you said, just not closing out that game number 2 gave us a couple more beautiful games to Halo.
It's very true. It's very true. And I think that was just overall an exciting matchup, and one that we certainly deserve to have here for our play-ins. But congratulations to Ascend, as they will be qualifying for the Halo World Championship in either Pool C or D. We have 2 more spots left to qualify for. Those players are going to be playing in the elimination bracket. Those matches are going to be coming in a moment. But for now, let's send it back over to the Cuddle Couch.
Yo, like, and honestly, it is kind of like a cuddle couch, but guys, what a series that was. Me and Tony had to comfort our EU brothers, because what a series it was. Because as Golden Boy and Walshy, they set it up perfectly. It was like, well, surely we're not going to see a comeback. We're not going to be in the same position we was before, 47, 41. And then all of a sudden, double kill, a few single kills here and there. And then, but Golden Boy gave them the positive words of there's no I in team. And I think they had to feel that one. And we saw some solid trades there in the end. But it was a close series, Jersey.
Far too close for comfort. I think GB said it perfectly. If 1 kill goes in favor in game 2, we're looking at a 3-0, and the entire complexion around and the narrative around Ascend is looking all right. Them boys are buttoning up and they're ready to get into pools. Now all of a sudden they go to a game 5 and they only win by 2 kills. Like, that is far too close for comfort.
And what we can definitely say too as well, kind of like what Ascend learned in that moment, because the game 1, it was like, okay, we just 2-0'd them in game number 1, boom, simple. And they had the entire pace in that second game on Slayer, and it was like, okay, cool, we got 47. Keep pushing the map. Keep working together. But they ran into a few traps right there, and Complexity read them like a book to get that comeback, and the series got close. But Complexity, they put up a fight. How would you feel in watching the series?
I mean, it was nerve-wracking, I think, as a European fan of Halo, but I will say that was such an important win for Ascend. If they had lost that series, I think there would have been major doubts about what they can achieve at this tournament, not just from fans, but themselves as well. It was almost like a barrier they had to get past. It was tough, but Complexity are a good side. Ascend will know that. They will know that now they've done what they can to push through, and they deserve their spot in the World Championships.
Yeah, they definitely do deserve their spot in the World Championship. Give a big congratulations to Ascend to make it on over towards pool play as we get this Halo World Championship started up tomorrow. But we still got 2 more series left today. Coming up next is going to be the Chiefs going up against J-Lings. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo World Championship. We are halfway done with our play-in bracket, and we just qualified our second team. Show some love in the chat for ASEAN as they move on over towards pools as we kick off with the Halo World Championship tomorrow. But ASEAN, man, how you feeling here as you guys just come away with 2 dubs for the day?
I mean, I'm feeling good, to be fair. We've qualified for Worlds. It's weird being at an event that you're qualifying for at an event. It's a strange feeling because normally we just default like qualified from like previous events.
Yeah.
So it was a different experience, but you know, nevertheless, I'm happy to qualify and play in the big leagues tomorrow.
Yeah. Now tell me about that experience for you, okay? Because you know you guys have always been like the top dogs of EU, and as you said, you didn't expect to be here in this position. You know, what was your mindset coming into this as you guys were kind of preparing on moving on with the rest of the weekend, just to focus on your gameplay, get calm, get some warm up time? What was it?
Yeah, I mean, we come in like we expected to qualify. We're just chilling, you know, playing warm-ups and stuff. Like just played our games really.
Yeah,
That's it. Nothing like too crazy. Just playing.
Well, you know, you were trying to give me a heart attack. Multiple times. We talked about this. I'll send you the medical bill.
Yeah.
But respectful, you know, you guys have had quite the up and down, right? You've had success, but I think, you know, coming out of Orlando, I'm sure you guys didn't feel too pleased with yourselves about that. But now here we are. You're going to the World Championship. You're going to be playing for $1 million. What has been, I guess, the training regimen for the squad, but also, like, did you expect that complexity game to go the way that it did?
No, personally not. So we're going into the series. You know, we beat them comfortably in the oddball 2-0 and Flagon. But the second game, pretty much, we had a big lead, as you all know.
It looked like he was comfortable.
Yeah, and we might have got a little bit too comfortable. Like, so, like, some of us, like, was kind of not on the same page. Like, we got to the point in the game where it was, like, a good lead. And then some of us started playing slow, some of us started playing fast. So it was kind of like a mix. And then, you know, they brought it back and won the game. So fair play to those guys for doing that. Like, they took advantage of us making mistakes.
You know, I hate, like, as a competitor, you know, sometimes you're playing, you got that thought in the back of your head, like, we ain't about to lose this. Then all of a sudden, people start falling off, and it's like, all right, guys, slow down.
Yeah.
And then it happens. But you guys, you know, you bounce back, but you go on to the game 5, and you're literally in the same situation, 47-41, and a few singles and double kills start coming off the board. Did anyone scream on a mic and say, guys, play together?
No, I mean, like, I think because we think we're just going to win, like, we're just kind of doing certain plays, maybe not, like, saying what. So it's just, again, like, it's just small things with us just not being on the same page in that scenario. But definitely, like, it's something, like, because we get to that point where we get such a big lead and we just get too comfortable. So it's just working on that, and it's making it harder for them to make a potential comeback, you know?
Yeah. Definitely feel that.
So I know you guys have been out here for a little bit of time now. I'm going to kind of piggyback off of what GB said earlier. What does that training look like? How did you prepare leading up to today?
I mean, we've been boot camping in Kansas City. Shout out to the KCP Pioneers guys for putting us up. Like,
hey,
really
shout
appreciate
out
that. Yeah. So we've been practicing over there. Like, we haven't left since Orlando. We had a week's break after Orlando because we was trapped in the hurricane, couldn't practice and that. But we went to Kansas City and we've just been scrimming the NA teams, which is it's better to have practice because you know you play the same few European teams all the time. So it's just working on small things. Like, scrims have been going well, and it's good to play against the likes of, like, you know, like CERN Optic, FaZe, like the top teams, because you know, they'll, like, punish you for making certain mistakes, and you might get in some certain bad habits in Europe, which, you know, if you do them against the top teams in NA, they'll punish you. So it's just like a learning experience. I mean, we've all done this before. We've played at the highest caliber and stuff, so we know what it takes to win. It's just like the fine tuning.
Yeah, and I'm happy you mentioned that. Just kind of talk about the pacing, how other regions in the top tier talent, and how, you know, it comes on over towards NA. It's just something. It just comes down to getting into those lobbies and learning that pressure. And sometimes you can't get that at your region, you know. But you know, you guys been getting that early practice in and been getting it done. Any shout out you want to give to those ASEAN fans who've been kind of supporting y'all going up to this moment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say shout out to all the fans, and once again shout out to the KCB guys for holding us for the boot camp, and really appreciate it. And shout out to everybody in Europe that's staying up to watch.
Hey, yo, shout out to all of you guys staying up to watch the broadcast. And you guys still got one more team in the running. Let's take a look at this bracket here. As we know, our two teams that came on over from the top side, which was Fnatic and ASEAN, they move on over towards pools C and D. But at the bottom half of the bracket, we got the Chiefs going up against J-Ling Esports next, and then Space Station up against Complexity in the night. Now, respectful, I'm going to put you on the spot. I want to know what your predictions are down there when it comes to the bottom half of the bracket, the Space Station Complexity and Chiefs versus J-Ling. How do you think they're going to stack up?
I'll say Complexity, Space Station 3-1 to Complexity. It depends how they handle the loss that from our series. Depends if they just kind of like get over it, you know, move on, or kind of dwell on it.
That's like the most baller thing ever. Yeah. Said. Depends on how they handle the loss.
It's the truth.
When we wax that booty.
J-Lings to Chiefs, it could be a tough one, you know, like any of those guys could step up on the day, but I might have to give a 3-1 to J-Lings as well over the Chiefs.
Yeah, I feel like the Chiefs are still kind of recuperating from just the roster changes and finding their identity where they may need just a little bit more time. But if there's any time for them to qualify, it's going to be up against J-Lings down there. All right, so we'll see what happens on that one. But we've got so many awesome things, happening here at HCS in Seattle.
That's right. Actually, one thing that I did want to talk about, funny enough, is the Dolby tournament that's going on, the Last Spartan Standing tournament. There, you've done it a few times. This time around, they asked me if I wanted to come around and host it. I tweeted specifically.
They asked you?
They asked me.
I thought it was in my run.
Damn, son. You found out this way.
The G effect, right?
Worst way to find
you know
out.
what, guy? You can come over. You can do it.
You know what? I am gonna come over. Okay, we're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, that Last Spartan Standing tournament, it was absolutely insane. When we did it at the last event, the guy who won it only died once in the finals, and he was just anchoring down on a certain portion of the map. It was just beautiful to watch.
It's going to be fun. So I told everyone in the community, if you come and you play, I will be roasting you, okay? They may not be particularly great roasts, but, there will be roast nonetheless, more like a roast pork rather than like a roast beef. But I expect you to roast me back. Okay?
Hey, and also, I'm expecting for us to get the best Last Spartan Standing tournament that we've ever seen, just because the fact is that there's less top players competing, all right?
Yeah,
but still, a lot of the Halo people came out. So believe me that you guys want in. It's $5,000 on the line. You don't want to miss out. But enough of us talking. It's time to get back into the play-in tournament. We got J-Lings going up against the Chiefs. And to cast it, let's toss it on over to the boys.
It's time. And it's time to claim one more team, one more ticket to World Championships. And whether it's going to be the boys and J-Lings, or do the Chiefs have some sort of sign? Is it like a C? Do we do something special for that? Either way, we're going to find out. We're going to follow this J-Lings story to conclusion and take a look at the series layout as well. What way is this one going to shake out? Because when I look at the series layout, Dan, and I look at these two teams, I think Chiefs would be happy to play J-Lings, and very much the same story on the other side of things.
I mean, at this point, it looks like J-Lings have hired us to cast all their games today. That is not true, and I'm not biased. I would love to see Chiefs have a really good game at this. You've got to remember, this Chiefs team, or at least 3/4 of it, were the first ANZ team to actually take down a European team at a major event way back when in Rally, and now you've got a chance to make history once again, make the World Championships, take down a side like J-Lings. You heard what Respectful said on that analyst couch, whatever we're going to blum and call it. He thinks that Chiefs have a really good shot here, and J-Lings, they cannot underestimate them. They have to take this completely seriously. Yes, okay, Chiefs have been a little bit of a cakewalk for other teams previously, but I think they look a little bit stronger at this event. They really look like they've knuckled down, and I'm very excited for this series.
When you speak about us getting hired by J-Lings, do you reckon that we would just send invoices to jesselingard@hotmail.com and hope that it lands in the right place? Do you think that's what we do?
I mean, surely that's definitely the email at that point. Or he has something like, I want to be a footballer at gmail.com. Like, it was like, something you created when you were 12, and now it still lives on, and you still have to use it to sign up to things. Anyway, we are going to get right into this series. It is going to be J-Lings versus Chiefs. It is for a spot in the World Championships. It's the elimination bracket of the play-ins. Who's going to make it? Is it going to be the European Giants of J-Lings, or the best of ANZ, the Chiefs?
The Kings of ANZ, the 4th-seeded team in Europe, and J-Lings. They come into this tournament as the 3rd-seeded team, of course. We're about to find out which one of them is going to punch their ticket, because somebody's going home at the end of this.
Someone's going home, and someone's going to stay in the venue for tomorrow. No sleep, all practice, get ready for the World Championships. It's a great start from J-Lings, already getting 3 kills on the board. Berserk, the last remaining player, and they are going to be scoring straight away. This is the perfect start for the boys in red.
Eat, sleep, Halo, repeat. Morgan, what can he do? What can the boys in blue do? That's the question. And for Beast, he stepped out a little bit too far and he paid. Over shield out for Slay. Slays will get the kill, and indeed possession of the Heatwave will pass over. but so much score on the board already for J-Lings in this opening hill. And if the Chiefs were to make one more mistake, one more error, J-Lings will capitalize on it and take the lead. Two players do go down. Slays and Berserk waiting to see if Madzi and Beast can hold on, quell this push for the moment. They're getting tagged up every which way, but somehow, some way, they survive.
Yeah, they did really well to actually fight off the incoming barrage from Chiefs, but now here comes the supporting party. Ooh. Slays manages to take down Cordios, but Flux was behind them, manages to get close to a triple, but 3 big kills to probably secure this point for J-Lings, but he's just got to be careful. Needs some help from the rest of the team.
Steps out for a moment. Back in he goes. And it looks as though the play is going to be made here for the Chiefs to give this one up and set up for the second hill. With Flux, Heatwave in the back pocket. They've set up now. Have the A and Z boys. Beast getting tagged up though. Berserk's gonna go down. And his teammate follows him. Quadios picks up a double in the feed. Flux hasn't had to do much work at the moment, but Overshield about to pop up, and you can see Madzi is fully aware of that. He's been eliminated though. The Chiefs, it's disjointed. They're not able to put anything together. The 3 dead once again. Overshield is well and truly gonna jump into J-Ling's back pocket here. Beast desperately trying to stay alive with the scoreboard, done so long enough, but the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, it's disjointed from Chiefs, but I think that's because J-Lings are kind of ripping them apart at the moment. This is what I would have expected when I look at this series on paper. I do think that J-Lings are the better side. That, again, is no disrespect to Chiefs. I think that they are an amazing set of players, and I really hope they can make a really good game of this, a really good series of this. But when J-Lings get firing, you'd imagine they should be able to kind of accomplish a victory relatively easily when they're at the best. But they did struggle previously in the series that we saw on earlier today, whereas Chiefs have looked hot, they've looked fired up, they've looked ready, but they find themselves 2-0 down.
On board with Septic now. And again, they've given up that second hill. It didn't work out the first time around, but perhaps try and try again. They've set up here now in Garage. First pick going to be oh so important. And the Berserk set up over towards the window. He's not long for this world. His teammate Madzi follows suit. You see the final 2 remaining members also go down for the Chiefs, and it doesn't look difficult for J-Lings when they push in there.
It doesn't, and considering King of the Hill has been a pretty weak game type for them so far in the play-ins tournament, it's worrying signs for Chiefs, certainly. Still time, though, to get back into it. 4 minutes and 11 on the clock. J-Lings just checking their P's and Q's at the moment, making sure they're watching every single angle. But it seems like wherever Chiefs push from, there's always a grenade waiting, or there's someone waiting with a weapon just to take them down quickly and effectively.
Great game sense and awareness set of J-Lings. Know the push was coming from scoreboard. To step out, just bait the hill and throw grenades in, and they're happy to do that. They have a 2-0 lead. And they put down enough scoring here to ensure the Chiefs are going to have a rough ride of it to secure this 3rd hill. They have got control. They have got the heat wave. And perhaps some hope. Need to start finding some shots though. Morgan desperately tries to scamper away, but runs straight into Madzi. Septic's picked up the overshield. Flux is in a fight, and 4 dead again for the Chiefs. Overshield and heat wave in the hands of the Englishman Septic.
Sometimes it's the hope that gets you. You think you've managed to secure the hill, you think managing to get a point, and then you look across and you see the overshield's just spawned and Septic pumping it into his chest. And now he's not only got the overshield, but the heatwave, as you say, and he can really get aggressive, look to try and push this advantage. It's going to be a double, it's going to be a triple, and he says, you know what, give me some more, but he whiffs on the 4th, and unfortunately it was a dismal end to what could have been a brilliant play.
J-Lings Episode 1, No Hope seems to be the title of this movie, and the Chiefs are struggling. And with plays like that coming out of Septic, it's going to make it even more difficult. Morgan getting in a brawl, getting a scramble, slaps the taste out of Berserk's mouth. They keep stepping in though, baiting the Chiefs. 3 dead once more, and every single time it's the Chiefs desperately trying to scamper across, get close to them. But J-Lings had them on strings.
Dare I say it looks like J-Lings are having a little bit of fun in this game, and that's not a good sign for Chiefs whatsoever. If J-Lings are feeling comfortable, if they're feeling confident, they are going to play twice as good as if they were a little bit rattled and worried about their performance and worried about their chances of getting into Worlds. As Quad will get yet another and add that to his tally. Remember the series that Quad had against SSG earlier? He looked phenomenal. 13 kills for him right now. And it's just 1 more hill required for J-Lings to win this one 4-0.
J-Lings will count themselves a little bit unlucky to be in this situation in the first place. They were so close to getting through on the winner's side. Madsy, though. This is better for the Chiefs. Flux is in the respawn screen, but again, Madsy goes down along with Berserk, and that opens the door once more. Septic trying to secure the overshield to boot. Quadios is going to be on hand, steps it up, picks it up. Heatwave down there too if he chooses to use it. 7 shots to use. Resources have been split though. Jaylings are in the hill, half the overshield left to use and to work with. Berserk in garage will get taken down to no shields and then out of the equation. But again, you can see numbers more often than not are favoring Jaylings.
They are, and it's down to just kind of individual performances from everyone stepping up. Quad I've been impressed with. Like, as the year's gone on, Quad I think has got better and better. When this team kind of first ever formed, and I remember it was the boys and then it was the lads, and they got absolutely decimated in Rally back in the day, and then they made changes and they've just gone from strength to strength. And really a world championship spot would be absolutely everything that these boys would certainly have hoped and wished for. They have to get through a very difficult Chiefs roster first. It doesn't look as difficult as maybe it could have been from the Chiefs side so far in this first game, but it does sometimes come down to a series layout. Sometimes there is going to be bad game types, that's for sure, and maybe we've just landed on one that isn't quite the hometown of Chiefs.
Jaylings looking comfortable though. Morgan, Flux, they're watching their teammates battle it out here for this hill over by the overshield. Perhaps this is time for Chiefs to put one on the board, apply some sort of pressure. Perhaps Jaylings will give it up. They're ever so close to it. Slays isn't there though, and Jaylings take control once more. And is that indicative of how this series is going to go for the Chiefs? Always so close, but never quite able to get the job done.
Surely you don't allow Jaylings to get this one. Surely they don't pick this one right in the final moment. Slays the last remaining player, and somehow Chiefs do not get the point on the board. Jaylings steal it away, and it is a very, very impressive 4-0 performance from Jaylings there. A disappointing one on the side of Chiefs. I know they won't be happy with it. They would have wanted to have more of a contest in map number 1, but you can forget about it. You can move on to map number 2, and I'm expecting Chiefs to respond as we go further into this series.
We have seen the Chiefs start a little bit slow when it comes to series, and we have seen them grow in confidence. And it wasn't until game 3 and what we've seen them earlier on where they started to pick up the pace in that stronghold game type. And perhaps they're a team that starts off slow, but against the caliber of teams they're playing against, you can't afford to give up maps here and there so willy-nilly.
And again, it comes down to, you know, who have you practiced against? Do you know Jaylings? Have you studied Jaylings? You should have coming into this event, but sometimes you have to adapt to other teams' play styles. And Chiefs maybe start slow because they're like, oh, we're not used to how the European teams are playing or how the NA teams are playing. But once they start to realize and they get further in the series, they start to work them out a little bit and they start to be able to actually contest. So hopefully as the series goes on, we will see closer games between these two teams because I really do respect every single member on both sides of the stage, actually. This is a very exciting game, and I will be feeling very bad for which team does not make it to the World Championships.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation where we don't want to send either one of these teams home. The Jaylings boys are close to our hearts, but the Chiefs, they feel like friendly neighbours as well. And we're always wanting that region to do well, to thrive. And there's been signs that when Barcode was there, that they could come over here and contest and play against some of the big dogs. And there is an adjustment period they're going through where they have to almost trust the process and realise that it's not going to come quickly. Maybe these 4 lads, maybe they can do it here. And maybe they can qualify against Jaylings, but they have to pick it up now.
And sometimes it does take reps, and sometimes it's not as simple as just taking months. It can take years. It could be not until HCS Season 2 that we see like a real true ANZ challenge that comes through and makes a difference. As Quad gets a big double kill to start with. It wouldn't feel like a World Championship without an ANZ team featuring to me, and I know we're at play-ins and it kind of is the World Championships. But hopefully now Chiefs can show us what they're made of, but unfortunately it's 6-0 already. And Quad's got his hand on the weapon you don't really want him to have in his hands.
When you said maybe this is what we're gonna see Chiefs showing us what they're made of, I really hope this isn't what the Chiefs are made of and they can pick it up as the game goes on. But already down by 6 kills and a lot of work to be done. Quadios has got 4 kills, 1 away from a killing spree. Manti back tower, recognizing the push is coming his way. The pressure is on that cafe side. They have got Septic all alone and towards Arcade. Maybe that's something that the Chiefs can exploit, but unfortunately Berserk has been picked off. Manti's over the cafe. Bulldog in the hands of Quad. Pops the shields, will finally secure the kill and lock in that killing spree.
Quad's having a field day at the moment. Still connects with that final bullet somehow. It's almost like it bounced off the wall, Matrix style. Still a 6-kill advantage. At least Chiefs haven't allowed this one to get too out of hand. It could have been much worse. J-Lings just need to make sure they don't get too ahead of themselves and start to push unnecessarily and make silly mistakes because they think they are in a similar situation to what Ascend did earlier. You think the game's done. You think you're just comfortably winning, and then that's when you start to make very silly decisions that will allow the other team to get back into the game.
It is time to warn off complacency for J-Lings. For the Chiefs, they are down by 8. Rocket's about to pop up, and that could be an avenue they look to explore to get themselves right back into this game and indeed the series. Madzy in Arcade, Beast on rails. J-Lings are playing this expertly, baiting and switching. Flux and Morga combined to take down 2 members of the Chiefs. Madzy and Beast currently sitting on 1 kill, 1 assist and 5 deaths, and it's not going great elsewhere either. Slays with 3, Berserk with 3, 5 deaths and 4 respectively. All the stats categories, all the columns not going in their favor. And there's something that you said in game 1 that's ringing through, is that maybe J-Lings are having a bit of fun with this one.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to call a spade, and I think that J-Lings are just one step above the Chiefs. As much as I can talk about the respect I have for all of the players from the ANZ region and this Chiefs roster, I do think that J-Lings are just one tier ahead of them. And unfortunately, it may just be as far as Chiefs can go if they cannot find some sort of comeback material in these next few moments. As for J-Lings, you have to take your hats off to them. They've really come at Chiefs here. There's not been any sort of slow start. There's not sort of been any anxiety about their performance. Instead, they've come in all guns blazing, confident. They believe they can make the World Championships.
And that in itself has to be a compliment to the Chiefs, that J-Lings are taking this one very seriously, recognizing how good the Chiefs are. If they get firing, they could be a real handful. And as we say that, they close the gap to within 6. They got J-Lings 4 dead for a moment. Perhaps there's something there in this Slayer.
And I think that does say just how far ANZ's come as a region. I mean, I remember European teams being there once upon a time where they just weren't respected by other regions, but you heard what Respectful said over on the couch. He said, look, if Chiefs get hot, they could take a game or 2. They could maybe even take the series, who knows? And if there's that respect that's starting to be throughout the players, then certainly Chiefs will be at least happy they've come and performed in a way to gain the respect of their peers. But I'll tell you what, they would love to at least get a map here, get that belief, maybe start to put a little seed of doubt in the mind of J-Lings. Because I will tell you, if J-Lings drop a game here, their mentals are going to go all over the place. That is not going to be where they want to be. They want a comfortable 3-0. They want to just walk on through to the World Championships. But Chiefs don't want to make it that easy for them.
I've seen people on Twitter talking about the construction noises in the background, the sounds of articulated vehicles reversing. It's actually not forklifts at all. I can tell you that. It's just when I step backwards, I start making those sounds. But one team not taking step backwards is J-Lings at the moment. They're full throttle in the face of the Chiefs, and they've got a 10-kill advantage to show for it.
Nice double for Quad. Still pushing in. Oh, big grenade as well that comes through. 12 kills at the moment for Quadius, 8 shared between Morga and Flux and 7 for Septic. Quad has been that main slayer for this team. It's not often where I would have put him when you look at this J-Lings roster and I look at some of the other players, but he's really stepped up to that role and performed well. And if he carries on with this success, if they were to make it to the Halo World Championships tomorrow, I think he could be a big factor for their chances.
Always instrumental in anything good for the team. Madzy though, soaring into Arcade. Septic finally gets the job done. Double kill for him. But it has been traded out in a 2v2 split. 10 kills remain the difference between the two teams. Quad slides over towards Cafe, faced with a couple of members and slowing down for a moment, waiting for the cavalry to arrive. But it's come. Flux will get 1, make it 2, and he's beaten down the Chiefs in the game and indeed the series.
And fair enough to Flux. I think he's performed really well this tournament as well. I've made a few jokes about his name. I'm sorry, Jimbo. He wasn't happy about it, but Flux comes onto this roster, I think, with a lot of expectations.
Jimbo's a sensitive man.
Jimbo, he is, right? But quite rightly, you know, I always respect what Jim has to say, and I'm glad he comes and approaches me, and I can confide in Jim.
Yeah.
He's a trustworthy man.
He's a friendly man.
I've known him for many a year.
He's a teddy bear. We do love our Jim. Our other European boys performing admirably here against the Chiefs. 7 kills remaining. Rockets about to pop up and Septic walks on down, picks them up completely uncontested.
Crazy, really, that there was no one there to even look at him, even call him out at this point. Septic gets the freest kill of his life, and it's going to be 2, you'd imagine. It's a slight whiff, but we'll close it out, we'll finish it up. 46 kills now, only 4 remaining for J-Lings. The Chiefs look like they are just going to roll over, kind of show their belly a little bit in this second game. But there is still plenty of games to come. It is a best of 5, and we have already seen J-Lings go 2-0 up against a team before and almost throw it away.
Will we see a similar story play out? Can the Chiefs bounce back? The answer is probably no, with what we've seen. The evidence on display here. Slays in a 1v1, the Stalker Rifle is doing the damage, it hits hard, and it stays fast. Slays gets eliminated, beats down to no shields, the Cafe also. The melee does not come through, but eventually the kill will be secured, and J-Lings go 2 to the good.
2 to the good, a very confident performance, a very impressive one. As I think those 4 gentlemen, well, 5 gentlemen on your screen, starting to believe that that Halo World Championship position in pools has their name on it. One more map and they will be there. They will secure what they set out to do today. They may have looked at the 8 teams in this bracket and said, well, we hope we don't come up against X, Y, or Z. In the end, they did the main job in beating Space Station. That was always going to be their most difficult task early on. But now it's about rounding out this performance and making sure you double down, you get a 3-0 here, so you can be so confident going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the SSG series was massive because it meant they avoided some of the heavy hitters that would drop down.
Well, they would have been playing complexity otherwise, right?
Which is a totally different narrative for them, but they find themselves up against the Chiefs who, let's face it, when you look at all the talent that's in this pool play, or in this play-in, excuse me, they're not a team that you can be worried about. They're on a similar level, if not below, J-Lings, and it's a team that they would have liked to play against. So I think the hard work was done, the hard yards were put in against SSG in that Game 5. But as for J-Lings now, 2 games to the good, 1 away from locking in that World Championship qualification. And the Chiefs are 1 game away from seeing us all at the bar on Sunday.
And I do think that Chiefs, you know, the year they've had, you've got to take your hats off to them. Like, they've been consistently qualifying for the majors. They've been turning up. They've had a smile on their face every single time as well. And as you say, always there at the after party on a Sunday. They are the life of the party at times. It will be a sad end to that story if they go out with a whimper here at a 3-0, but at the same time, you've got to respect what J-Lings are doing in the game. Like, J-Lings are performing in a way that I don't think any teams would really want to be facing them in the way they're playing it right now. Complexity, I probably think, would be struggling against J-Lings as well, with the way that they are just coming at this game. But I think it's the mentality. When J-Lings are playing in these games at the moment, they are confident, they have belief. Chiefs need to find a way to take that belief away from them.
1 more for J-Lings then. And for the Chiefs, can they make this more difficult? Can they make a fist of it here in the 11th hour? It's all to do, but it's still all to play for. Flux and Septic, they go down in the opening exchanges, and the Chiefs have a slight advantage here if they can seize the map, get control. Madsy gets 1 more, camouflage secured, and all of a sudden this is a great start for the Chiefs.
It's ball rather than shock rifle, but it's miscommunication as 2 players go for it, and unfortunately it means the Berserk gets spotted out. Grenades are now going to be hurtled towards him. Just about stays alive. Will try and just edge away, but unfortunately has run out of camo now, but thankfully a teammate there just to be the bait. Ensure they can get that initial damage. Somehow Berserk still alive, finally does get shut down. But the Chiefs, a better start here in game number 3.
And with the Chiefs down 2 in the series, are they a little bit downbeat? Is the wind out of their sails? What's the communication like? Let's have an Astro listen in.
Hey, coach. Stop here. Watch out, you guys. Watch out, ready? See as well. See. Going glass. Behind him. All guys, one shot. Dead.
Nice words. See. Last two C. I'm leaving. Last two C.
Get back. Hold along. Go. Try and grab with the ball.
Last two there. Go get 2.
What do you mean?
You're on your own, I guess you're going to play.
Try to get Angus. Need one shot.
Give me 3 in a second.
2. Weak Angus. Yeah, 2, bro.
Coming, Luke. I'm coming. I'm flying.
Come. Here, John. One shot. Nice.
All guys weak. Come in.
Watch out. Up there.
Watch out, one as well. Watch it silo. Watch it back silo.
I'll have to go around there, but.
Ball taken.
Come on. Tell one. Alright, just hold that. Can't see, come on. They're betting it.
Triple stack. There's
Triple. Glass. Pushing glass. Top goal. Put him down, weak spot.
Watch out.
W. Look like glass, tell me, right?
Yeah.
Go. Come out. Put him in. Watch out, go stairs, Brian. No plus.
Back silo as well.
You lost, man. You lost.
Ball taken.
Trying to go under plus bar.
Double stack.
See flat right now.
Give me tail. You guys with me?
I'll be got 5 C.
Where we go?
I'm getting shocked, bro. I'm getting shocked.
Battery stopping. Pushes. Nice.
They put it.
You can have repulsive back here. Yeah, he's got repulsive back here.
Mid-bridge with camo. Tail with camo. Get a shot. Stay flat. On his coast.
That's it.
Tell me.
Where's Yali?
I got one.
Top tail, guys. Top tail, weak spot.
I've got to see for it.
I don't know, bro. They're like bottom middle.
I think he's fucking.
Top guard.
Watch out, watch out.
Yeah, to wait. Bottom go stairs with a shot. Bottom go stairs with a shot.
Watching each one, I'm watching each one, mate.
Watch out, mate.
I think. Mid, I'm in.
One shot nade.
I see him, bro. Dead.
Nice.
I can get ball. Hey, he's got Turban, bro. Turban.
Turbine, he'll die.
Tough goal right now.
Watch the turbine, anyone.
Communication still on point. It doesn't sound like they're out of this one. Still applying themselves. Still talking to one another. Small talk is very important. And we're hearing it. But can they start to see some reward for it? Because right now the score currently sits at 45-17. J-Lings for large portions of this have been in the driver's seat.
You feel like there just needs to be that one hype moment for Chiefs to get them energetic once more, like a big triple kill or something, just to inject some belief back into this side.
Eagle team halfway.
Otherwise, this is going to very quickly turn into a situation where J-Lings get the ball once more and power weapons in their hands, and Chiefs just start to fall behind too much. J-Lings are not a team who will throw away a commanding lead, so you've got to try and stay close.
And I'm watching plays be made by Quadios in goal pipes, faced with two members of the Chiefs. Two people facing, they use a repulsor on him as well. He still manages to get one kill and escape with his life and his shock rifle, and kill one more player on top of that with the shock rifle. He's really going to work here, and the Chiefs, try as they might, have been unable to shut down the big game players. And it's been very much to their detriment. Madzi with the shock rifle, can he find the face? No, he can't. But Quadios can find all four to his dome.
I don't think J-Lings will be able to play with this much freedom against some of the teams when they do get into the World Championships, or sorry, if they do. There could still be a comeback. But they really are able to press their advantages at the moment. The way they marauder around the map with absolute confidence. They don't seem to fear any engagement. They're happy to take 1v1s. They're happy to take 1v2s at times, it would seem. As for Chiefs, they haven't really been able to get that setup at the moment with the ball. They had that early start and got some really important kills and picked up 15 seconds or so, but since then have not been able to get that ball anywhere remotely near a setup.
Speaking of that setup, Morgan's got his hands on ball in blue. Teammates set up around him. The Chiefs have come. They've picked up two. But will Morgan be able to milk every last second out of this ball? He's opted to play it this time, and that's good from him. Safety, it's experience, it's veteranship. The play has come. Still giving the Chiefs the respect that they deserve.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. An element of respect there, because I feel like if you disrespect the other team to a point, you probably hold on to the ball there and try and do something dumb. You try and show off. This is business for J-Lings. It's important that they will secure their spot in the World Championships. They can't afford to just mess around here in the final moments of these games. Quad gets big kill. Will follow up, make it 2. Now for Chiefs, it's just desperately trying to cling on to this round and hope that no ball is gathered.
The ball has been gathered by Morgan. He's clinged onto it. 100 points, round 1 of this oddball game goes to J-Lings, and they're just one round away from the World Championships. And what a story that would be.
I think J-Lings will be very chuffed. It's exactly what they would have set out to do. There was maybe some eyebrows raised about who it would be getting that kind of 4th spot. I think 3 teams were likely to get there, those being Fnatic, Complexity, Ascend. There's always that question mark. Is it going to be J-Lings? Is it going to be Space Station? Will we get an outsider like Chiefs managed to upset and shock the world? But unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But again, at the start of this round, Chiefs managed to get all 4 dead. They managed to get the ball, and they actually have a setup. Now, what can you do with it?
The Chiefs seem to have superior starting strategies, particularly on this map. It's the 2nd round in a row in which they have got the better of the early engagements, but what's happened is they haven't been able to build upon it. They've got more points now than they have for the entirety of round 1, so that's a success so far. They have lost a member in the process, and Quadios has scooped up the ball and thrown it to Morgan. He's down in bottom blue tunnel and rotating accordingly. Ball will not have the opportunity to play though. This is much better, but Septic's got his hands in the camouflage. We've already seen how instrumental that power-up can be. He goes down though. This is better. 3 dead for J-Lings. Chiefs have the ball. very shortly if they can get it out of Morgan. They have. And now they have it in prime position to have that setup you spoke about.
They can get it out of Morgan.
Get it out of
Where did he have it?
He has it up under his t-shirt.
Ah, okay, yeah. Classic.
Yeah.
I know what these J-Lings boys are like. Taking as much away from Jesse Lingard as they can. 40-5 though, Chiefs, they're leading. J-Lings need to answer this because otherwise Chiefs are slowly but surely going to escape with this round if they're not careful. The push will come through pipes. Morga engages but backs off. Chiefs are defending well. There is going to be a slight player advantage for J-Lings. Can they make it count? 2 versus 2. Goes down. Now it's just Flux. And Chiefs hold on again. This is so much better. This is what we were hoping to see right from the get-go from Chiefs.
More of this, please. Add this to your basket and check out as quick as you can. And J-Lings are not close enough to have an influence right now. Maybe they're playing for the camouflage instead and looking to get tricksy with it. Beast continues to hold the ball. The Chiefs continue to have the numbers advantage until this very moment. Flux has got his hands on that camouflage. Beast throws it out. He knows the push is coming, but he's thrown it straight into the hands of Morgan, and all four go down for the Chiefs.
And now this is really going to be a defining moment here for the Chiefs. How do they respond to losing all 4 players and losing control of the map? Can they break J-Lings? Because J-Lings would have had the time to set up accordingly. It is going to be a blue setup that they're going to acquire here, which means there are several angles that are difficult to cover, but if you do watch the right places, it's certainly achievable to gain an insane amount of time if you do it right, especially when Septic's getting double kills like that. Quad more than happy to take that fight as well. That's confidence for you.
And I worried for a moment when I seen Flux miss a couple of those shock rifle shots that would be considered bread and water. But it didn't matter. Septic was on hand to pick up 2. And Quadios, when he's hitting shots the way he is, he's not missing today. And they've already completely eaten away. Got him within 20 points now of the Chiefs after the Chiefs got that 72-point lead. 2 go down once more. And Morgan's got the ball in his hands, fighting in pipes. Quadios comes out on top. How often have we said that today?
This is worrying for Chiefs because it was just one setup from J-Lings that secured them 50. They weren't able to do much with the second setup, so as Chief players, you know you can't allow J-Lings to do it once more. You can't allow them to get that ball over towards blue or set up properly in pipes. I fear that's what's going to happen now. Flux in a position to watch whatever angle he wants. As 2 players from Chiefs have fallen, J-Lings have got all 4 up. This could be the beginning of the end if you're not careful with the Chiefs.
Shock rifle for Quadios now. J-Lings very close to taking the lead. They have dropped the ball for a moment. Slays top control, gets back down, and Quadios tries to stay alive. Or 2 on those batteries. All for nothing, all in vain. Camouflage. Instrumental and surgical here from Madzi. And perhaps there's an opportunity now. Beast goes down from a frag grenade though. And will that make that opportunity of scoring points a little bit more difficult now than perhaps it would have been? Slays gets 1, but Quadios answers right back. Madzi with the camouflage, still putting it to work. 2v2 on the map, ball down. Madzi has finally decided to put his hands on it and try put some breathing room between the 2 teams, but he's getting tagged up.
Come on, Chiefs. I love J-Lings more than any other man, but Chiefs, you just want them to get a victory. You just want them to get back into this series, to really give it a go. Such good lads, and they've been playing so well in this round. They've managed to get 86 on the board. But just very similar to King of the Hill when they were so close to getting that point on the board and then J-Lings whisked it away. Is it going to be very similar here in round 2 of ball? 10 more seconds for Chiefs to put one on the board.
Quadios is forced to back down here. They only need 5 to the Chiefs to tie up this oddball game. Nobody seems to be in position to secure it and to drop the ball, and the Chiefs are going to answer back. We're 1-1 here.
Now, does that put any sort of seed of doubt in J-Lings' mind? Is that enough to crack the armor of J-Lings, and can Chiefs take advantage of this? Or are J-Lings just going to be a little bit annoyed? Have they poked the bear now, Chiefs, where J-Lings are just going to come out strong and try and pummel them into the ground? This is going to be a very interesting round indeed.
Did J-Lings take their eye off the ball? And all of a sudden, I'm starting to hear the Chiefs get a little bit louder, a little bit more belief flowing through their veins. I haven't heard them get that loud all weekend, all Thursday long.
It's exactly what we touched upon. You just need that belief sometimes to spark you into an energetic mood where callouts are going to mean more. You're going to get more confident in your fights as well because you genuinely believe you have a chance. They were a little bit dejected when we went into the listening. There was a few, oh, he's over there. But now it's, he's over there, he's over here. It's far more awake now are the Chiefs. Can they use it to their advantage and try and take a map here off J-Lings?
They're really starting to pick up the intensity. Can J-Lings match it? Because they're taking their eye off the ball. We've heard how the Chiefs have been communicating, but perhaps it's time to listen to J-Lings. Let's have an Astro listen in.
C-part
weak. Do that. Play now. Two equals.
Live up. Get the red boys.
Yep. Live a grapple, we can. Get kill guys first.
Middle, mad team. Two more middle, guys. Two more middle. And up B. You're jumping on turbo.
One shot.
Nice. Two done.
Top 8.
Yeah, that's one shot.
One shot. Come on, mate. Let's get turbo. One shot.
Watching it. Needing it. Let's play tower. I'm shooting him off here.
One red here. Still red here.
One's dead. Time dead. Yeah, I'll go your help. He's pushing you.
One tower weak. One tower, so we get. Turbo mine. Alright, I'm turbo. One shot turbo.
3 dead. Let's go.
Hold on.
Beat Gemo.
Alright, yeah, I can grapple him all.
Watch.
Just bait it. Yeah. You go for now.
Should I keep this red?
Watch on it.
Stroll.
Absolute on it.
Trip sex.
Didn't trade.
Gary.
Play.
Play.
Where going?
Stairs, sorry.
Play left.
Turbine. I can't help you.
One C.
Wow,
On ball, one shot. I got kill, guys. Balage fem. Weak. Matzy.
Ball mine now, ball mine.
Alright, ball man.
Matzy's one shot dead.
Combo's mid-bridge. Green.
Yeah, back pit.
Look at bomb A as well.
Come on, me. Bomb tower. I'm trying to live.
I have grapple, by the way.
Cool, calm, collected, composed communications from J-Lings. And we spoke to them after that miserable loss that they had, and they said, we had that one. We made the mistakes. They knew that they were right there. Are they about to make a very similar error here against the Chiefs? Or can they clutch up? Because Berserk has the ball in his hands, and they're starting to eat away at that lead.
Well, one of the biggest mistakes J-Lings made in that series against Fnatic, especially in Oddball, was just not picking up the ball, not doing the objective, despite outslaying Fnatic at times. And you could argue something very similar happening at the moment in this round. J-Lings have had the slays, they've had the opportunities, but haven't necessarily got the ball into the right areas. It's not always easy to do, and you've got to commend Chiefs for being able to disrupt J-Lings setups very effectively so far in this round. But now J-Lings do have the ball. Slay's trying to have a big old fight here and will get the assist just to try and now get aggressive on this ball. You've got to steal this away from J-Lings, get that ball into a setup and give yourself a real chance of taking this map.
At some point, it just comes down to a player taking responsibility of playing that objective. And maybe that falls upon the coach's role. He can see all 4 POVs. He can see who's the closest and in the best position to play the objective. Maybe that communication has to come from there.
And I think that Beast recognized, like, the slays weren't really going in his favor. He started playing the objective far more in round number 2, and he's doing exactly the same here in round number 3. He's about to take up to 100 points of time here across the 3 rounds, excuse me, and really has been the effective objective player. But now the Chiefs around him need to be making sure they're getting those slays. As I say that, Beast plays the ball and gets the kill, but unfortunately it plays right into the hands of J-Lings.
And almost everybody on J-Lings currently going positive in this game. But we're all tied up, almost neck and neck in this 3rd and final round as well. 3 go down for the Chiefs. Beast last man standing. He is on double stack right beside the ball carrier. The camouflage player in Quadios will get the job done. Can he stay alive with this shock rifle? Tries to grapple the ball, has to pull out in the end, not able to though. And 2 go down for J-Lings in some nervy moments possibly.
It is a little bit nervy. J-Lings, I think they'll definitely be learning throughout this series and the Fnatic series. They need to be more clinical. They need to be getting the job done when they have those opportunities. But Chiefs are now going to take the lead for the first time in this series. And they have a real opportunity at taking a map, and that would do wonders for their belief in this series and also do wonders at trying to make J-Lings suddenly have a big old worry in the back of their minds.
J-Lings just do not capitalize when they're in the ascendancy in these objective game types. They do not press home their advantages, and against some of the best teams in the world, you can be damn sure they will not give you the opportunities twice. You have to be clinical. And Quadios here, he will go down. 3 dead for J-Lings. And it's the Chiefs starting to find the rhythm, starting to hit those shots, and they're ahead here.
Maybe a little bit of anxiety kicking in here for J-Lings, knowing they are so close to the World Championships. And they start to worry that little bit more as Chiefs have been very much pressing their advantages far better. And individually, Chiefs have stepped up in rounds 2 and 3, and we can hear it. The communication across the room, it's got so much louder. There's so much more belief in the squad. Unfortunately, if Fadzi goes down, it would be 4, but he wins that engagement, tries to get more. But Septic, during that scuffle, has been able to just sneak on in and grab that ball. Septic, who has so much experience as a player, competed for so many years. Maybe it's his veteranship that they require here just to get over the final hurdle.
Septic with so much experience and so many kills in this game. Currently sitting on 31 with 13 assists and 21 deaths. And he has decided enough is enough. I'll put my hands on the ball if need be. Because up until this point, it's been Morgan who's put in the most work, and Flux behind him with almost half of the ball time. But Chiefs have their hands on the ball once more, and they've taken the lead.
Everyone has to take responsibility when it comes to objective. You cannot rely on one person to do it all. As we say that, Madzi has the ball for Chiefs, and he's got it in a very dangerous area. It's down an elevator, he's got support, but Flux gets the entry. Septic follows up, Chiefs down to just 2. This is a brilliant push from J-Lings and could be the last and final push they required. If it's all 4 dead, it's going to be tough for Chiefs to get back into things.
Critical kills falling in favor of J-Lings here, as they hit the 80-point threshold. They're almost there. They're closing the gap once more on the Chiefs, but the next mistake here will pay dividends for the team who can capitalize on it. 3 dead for the Chiefs, and it's J-Lings who have just taken the lead. And with 8 seconds remaining, nobody going to be on point for the Chiefs to stop this ball from scoring even more points. And it's J-Lings that are going to be going to the World Championship.
An incredible performance in the end. A little bit worrying at times, but I wonder how much that was down to just a little bit of anxiety of how close they were to the World Championships. In the end, it's a very effective 3-0 sweep onto the Chiefs. And unfortunately, that will be the end of the Chiefs' run and the end of the Chiefs' chances of getting to the World Championships down in the elimination bracket. And we do have to give them the utmost of respect for how they've performed throughout this season, but unfortunately that run comes to an end and we won't see them at the World Championships tomorrow. But as for J-Lings, exactly the opposite story. Their season started really low. I remember back in Rally, they didn't even win a map in pools. They were really struggling, then they made changes and they've got better and better and better, more respect, not just from their peers in Europe, but also in North America, and now they find themselves a part of the World Championships.
And it's very important to note as well that they've made mistakes today. They have to go back to the hotel and really go through the VOD and iron out some of these mistakes they made, because the games aren't going to get easier tomorrow. They're playing against some of the best teams in the world. They're going into some of the most difficult groups in this World Championship. They have some things to work on. They have to tighten the ship.
Yeah, and the iron's not great in the hotel either, I have to say. I was there for minutes on end, and it just wasn't really doing... You can see, it's just not great. So they are going to have to make some changes. I think they know that, but at the end of the day, the job was get into the World Championships. They have completed that. It's a 3-0, so there is nothing we can take away from them. They looked incredible in games 1 and 2, just a little bit sloppy in game number 3. They don't have to worry about Bazaar CTF or Slayer Catalyst in the end. J-Lings, they got their prize that they were hunting for today, and I'm sure they are going to be over the moon. But now it's time to buckle up. It's time to focus. Get the hard work in tonight. Do as much prep as you can, as much research as you can about the teams you're going to be facing. It's going to be either Pool A or Pool B where they end up, and we know that both of those pools are not easy whatsoever.
Achievement unlocked for J-Lings. Qualify for the World Championships. But is that now the summit of their ambitions, or do they want to go further? Do they want to be a real powerhouse in these pools?
Yeah, can they get into the championship bracket from pools? Because remember, 3 teams progress, 1 team goes home.
Yeah.
And they won't just want to get into the World Championships and then have like a deflating end where they lose all their games in pool play. They'll want to get into that bracket. They'll want to take down the 3rd seed, if not higher. I know these guys very well. I know that they will have that genuine belief that they can disrupt the pool that they end up in.
Yeah. Well, all I know is we'll be seeing J-Lings tomorrow and hopefully even some more days after that. But it's over to Blaze and the boys to break this one down. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Shurzy and Dan. And there we go. We got our 3rd team qualify for the Halo World Championship.
Oh, yeah.
Huge shout out to J-Lings. And they do it in a 3-0 fashion. Yep. And as you guys know, we got another one coming up too as well. You almost saw that crowd behind them kind of gathering for that space station and complexity matchup. But before we get there, let's continue to give J-Lings their flowers, all right? Because a dominant series, Tony.
Yeah, you know what? Get rid of these pillows. I'm done. Give me the pillow.
No.
Give me the pillow. We need to stop sleeping on
J-Lings.
We need to stop sleeping on it. Get it out.
That was quite the bit. That was quite the bit.
All right, you're right.
Right.
We got to. I got to buy into it.
Deal.
I wasn't ready for that. I was like really comfortable, and my pillow was over here. Nice.
My elbows are cold now. You guys been seeing me all stream.
I was like the breeze, the small of my back. I don't like this.
As you said, though, we shouldn't be sleeping on them, okay?
Yeah.
And that really did show in that series right there. They came out as professionals. They locked it in. Now they're going to be either in Pool A or B, as with the Halo World Championship starts tomorrow, and those are going to be two deadly pools. But if it's any one of them, regardless, they just got to bring their A game. They got to build off what they got here today.
Well, I think to like kind of follow up on what Gaskin was saying, right? Like, the job's not done, right? Like, obviously this was one part of the task, right, to be able to get to the World Championship, but the real challenge is what lies up ahead.
Yeah.
And, I do want to give credit to Chiefs, though, because they certainly made that oddball game into quite the competitive matchup.
They truly did.
And I'm almost certain that J-Lings were not prepared for that. And I think that is something that, going into tomorrow and the rest of this competition, they're going to have to keep that in the back of their mind. The competition is only going to get, spicier. It's only going to get more difficult, from this point forward. And you have to be prepared for every obstacle that is to come. But, congratulations, though, to J-Lings. I don't want to take anything away from them because they certainly did deserve this.
No, I fully agree with you, G, because at the end of the day, there's not going to be a point where you're going to be able to get comfortable in this tournament until you hoist that up. Okay, until you put that trophy up, you can't get comfortable. You may have little leads in the series. You may win map number 1, but you're going to have to lock it in, double down, and say, okay, we got to go even harder into the next series, all right? Now, speaking of the next series, it's going to be a tough one. Space Station going up against Complexity. Tell your friends, because we only got one position left in the Halo World Championships, and we're about to find out who gets it right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo World Championship as Jaylings come in clutch and they qualify for the tournament, which starts tomorrow. Today is the play-in bracket. We just got our third and final team qualified. I got Morgan with me here on the couch. My man, how you feeling in this series? Because y'all got a little bit of everything throughout the day, okay? Y'all had a nail-biting Game 5 series. Y'all had a devastating Game 4 series, and then a dominant Game 3 series. A lot has happened. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good and happy to be here. Finally got it done. First series, like I said, Game 5 was crazy. We came out very strong, 2-0 lead. And then I don't know what happened Game 3 and 4. We're we're just making a lot of mistakes. And and then we caught up Game 5.
They got some fight to them, you know, towards the end.
They're a good team, though. They're definitely a good team, so don't take anything away from them. But,
and that's Space Station Gaming that we were talking about in that first series.
Buttons and Drift, they're crazy. They're nasty. But,
So what would you say is the one thing that you guys learned here today as a squad that you're going to take in tomorrow when the pool play starts?
That's a good question. I think just stay composed. Myself, I had a bad series versus Fnatic, the second series. So I got a reset at the end, and I was pretty happy with my last performance.
That series is great. You were hot there, especially towards the early parts of it.
Yeah, but I think I could still play better. So I'm a perfectionist. I always want to take the best out of myself, and I know when I play bad, I know when I play a little bit average. But I feel like if we're all on top of form, we can definitely do damage.
That's good.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it was any team problem that you were having. It was like individual errors being made at the worst possible time. I think we've seen even Flux being a victim of timing with camouflage plays being made against him in gold pipes. I think there was a lot of times in those series where we've seen some of the pivotal plays go against you, and you guys just having to deal with that and the trials and tribulations of it. I think what we really seen today was the good, the bad, and the ugly of Jaylings. I think you spoke about it already, and I love the fact that you take accountability and you say, listen, I didn't have the best series today and I need to improve. And it's always good to hear teammates say that, I had problems and I need the things that I need to fix, because it's far worse. We all know there's teammates out there that will point the finger at everybody else when it's not going their way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, a lot of pitch we were losing a lot of sometimes individual fights, and then small mistakes, especially on this game, can just snowball so bad against you. So but I'm happy we got done. So
that's the worst of it.
You get knocked into the elimination bracket. I want to know a little bit about your mentality, because a lot of teams you get knocked into the elimination bracket early, they might be defeated. What is the mindset like? What are you saying to your teammates? What are you saying amongst each other to be able to come out with the big wins and be able to qualify for Worlds?
I mean, basically what we're saying to each other is we know how good we are. And like I said, I had a bad performance myself, so I knew I just need to reset. And I just went outside, I had a good chat with the team. I was like, guys, this one's on me, and the next one, I'll be back. And I guess that's what we did. So.
Love that.
Hey, yeah. Especially when you could take it upon yourself and say, hey, that was on me, because what plays you messed up, and say, don't put no pressure on yourselves. Let's keep it going. Stay focused. But I always used to love when at least one player on the team stepped up and took accountability and say that's there.
Yeah, because it means I don't have to when I've also played bad.
That's
my favorite thing. It's that was on you, Pete, 100%.
Yeah.
No, you gotta be like, no, man, it's okay. We'll get them next time, even if you aren't actually thinking it at the end of the day. Now, any shout-outs you want to give to the Jayling fans out there before we move on?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of family, my friends. There's too many to name. Obviously, I'll keep it with fans and family. And obviously, the Orc, they do a lot of favor to us. They're helping us a lot with the boot camp and everything. So shout out to them, definitely.
Awesome. And so now, as we move on, we still got one more series left, okay? We'll get a chance to show you guys this bracket in a second, but you know what it is. It's complexity going up against SSG. One more spot remaining. And Morgan, I got to ask you, who do you think is actually going to take it?
Ooh, it's gonna be a good one. I think Complexity will take it. Depending on the maps a little bit as well. I think if there's a shock rifle or a live fire with snipe, I think Spaces you could take some maps. Honestly, they're pretty good.
I think it's so difficult as well looking at it, because you don't want to be the team that gets eliminated at this stage, on the bubble, on the cusp of making World Championships. And we've already said goodbye. Jaylings have eliminated the best ANZ team. Our Complexity about to do the same thing to the best LATAM team. I think it would be great to have some more international representation, but if Complexity are going to be the team to get the job done, so be it.
And I got the map cycle, okay? We're going to Live Fire, King of the Hill, Street Slayer, Recharge Outlaw, Bazaar CTF, and then Catalyst Slayer.
Wow.
See, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be very interesting. Well, especially Live Fire and Recharge. I think this is going to be a very good one.
Yeah, all right. It's going to be solid, okay? We got a good one coming up. All right, now throughout the weekend, we got so many things that's going to be happening. Now, today in the play-in bracket, we do got some of our squads being eliminated, but for those squads who are getting eliminated, they can actually probably be like our last Spartan standing champion, our free-for-all champion. They still got some money to win this weekend, but we also got some community events happening as well. You guys can check it out on over at twitch.tv/Xbox. We even got our cosplay tournament that's going to be happening. Some money on the line for that one. The voices of Master Chief, Cortana's going to be here, so a lot of fun things out there. So if you're in the Seattle area, make sure you come through, and if you already got your ticket and you're just kind of watching a pregame show with us, make sure you bring your controller and you're going to be ready to compete for tomorrow. Tony, do you think you could win the last Spartan standing champion if you were able to play?
Oh, they're lucky I'm not playing. Wicked, I know you flying out right now. I know you trying to. Wicked, I'm talking to you. I'm coming at you. I'm just saying. I was on top of those leaderboards.
Hey, I watched your stream, okay? We played some. You got a shot.
I'm telling you, man. They lucky. And the cosplay contest too. You see, I'm dressed like a caster right now.
Who would you dress up as if you had to do the cosplay contest?
Cortana.
Yeah, you got to.
Oh,
I'd be a mean Cortana.
You would. I ain't even gonna lie.
I could see it too. I could see it.
Yeah, nah, you give her a run for her money for sure. Okay.
Don't make a promise you can't keep.
Well, that's enough of us here on the couch. It's time to get this last series started. I'm going to throw it on over to two GOATs that I know. It's Golden Boy and Washi.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I will pay good money to watch Tony cosplay as Cortana. In fact, I might even at the wrap up of this show just try and go to like a Party City or like one of those Halloween stores and see if I could buy a Cortana costume, just the tightest possible costume I could find, just so that Tony could rock it. You said you'd do it, so I'm just going to put you to the task, buddy.
Yeah, if Tony comes to my house in Cortana outfit for Halloween, I would give him like basically all the candy. I'd be like, take whatever you want.
Take all the candy.
Take whatever you want. And
It's gone off the rails.
It got off the rails a little bit, but I'll wrap up to it later. But taking a quick look at the series here between Complexity and Space Station. These 5 games right here in front of you. King of the Hill on Livefire, Slayer, Streets, Recharge, Oddball, Bazaar, CTF, and Catalyst Slayer are going to decide which one of these teams makes it to tomorrow and continues the world runs, and which one is done.
Yeah, and you know, I think that, look, let's just go ahead and call a spade here, right? Space Station Gaming are coming into this event with a fill-in. They couldn't have their fourth, Pelu here competing. So Nugget, who's a player who has been in this situation in the past, he has competed at a very high level, both in Mexico and internationally. So we know that the skill is there, but I'm going to go ahead and just call it what it is. This is Complexity's game to win. They have to pull this off. If you don't, like, that is a heartbreaking conclusion to your season. Losing to a squad that doesn't have their consistent fourth here would be an absolute heartbreaker, but Space Station knows that, Dave. They can take advantage of that. When that doubt starts to creep in comes Space Station.
Yes, Complexity, they got taken to the wire and lost that close series against Ascend not too long ago. Are they able to bounce back here and take out Space Station? We're kicking off here with Cycle from Complexity. He's over at the C-Plat and contesting the sniper.
And he's a player that we have, I've been gassing up quite a bit on every cast that I've had of him, and he has not let me down. The thing is, though, is that, what you really want to see begin to happen is like when those pressure-filled situations start to mount up, who are going to be the players that begin to step up?
Some issue or something going on here. All right, this is not
Oh, he missed a shot.
Game.
I don't know. Well, let's analyze that one.
Yeah,
he missed a player standing still. I'm having problems. I don't know. I'm calling it now.
This is perfect, though. It gives me more time to talk about Tony Cortana. Now, let me tell you about...
Cortonia.
Cortonia. All right, pretty good.
Cortonia.
Pretty good. But,
there it is. Can someone please Photoshop that, if at all possible? I don't know if it's doable, but Tony, just go ahead and post just a picture of yourself, just full body, and then we'll just go nuts, if that's at all possible. But yes, analyzing Tony's Cortana. I'm kidding. They're just kind of like paint that picture again, right? Like Space Station Gaming are in a very unique position here because I actually feel like, given how things shaked out, like they played J-Links very close. They are a phenomenal team. And those 3 players that are the normal Space Station lineup, great squad. And then you add a Nugget to this, right? You got your coach, and you got him. He's picking up the slack where he needs to. I like that this roster, despite the hardship, has found a way to thrive. on the flip side to that complexity, how do they bounce back after that Ascend game? Because that was a heartbreaker.
It is a heartbreaker, but luckily they got that series break. Sometimes you have to go immediately into that next series.
Yeah.
This is a time where they got a chance to reset. They got to talk about it. They got to say, all right, here's what went wrong. Here's what we're going to do different going to next series. And there's no way for them to take this upcoming series lightly. They're not going to say, all right, we just go through the motions and plan for the rest of the weekend. They realize their tournament life is at stake right here, right now.
Yeah, only one spot left to grab for the Halo World Championship, which starts tomorrow for our pool play competition. All the activities, everything's going to be going down over here. It's going to be great to see everyone coming out. It was a damn good time in Orlando when I was out there, as well as in Raleigh. Like, I had a blast. I missed Kansas City, because my friend decided to get married that weekend. But I just am so ecstatic, Dave, about...
No one cares about your schedule, GB. Quit telling us. I had to go get groceries over on Saturday. I had to drive on over to...
I'm a very busy man.
Yeah.
Guys, I had to back out of the Black Adam premiere to be here, So just saying, right? Like, I got an invite, personally delivered by the bald guy himself. What can I say? That's all a joke, by the way. It was not actually. I'm going to go buy a ticket and watch the movie like everyone else. Anyway, but yeah, this is like... If looking at the bracket though and how things kind of played out for Space Station, I feel like this is the best possible outcome, because if they ended up playing Ascend in this situation, I don't feel as confident about Space Station's chances qualifying for the World Championship tomorrow. And that's not to like bad talk complexity, but I do feel like as you had mentioned, Ascend are so good at playing against those teams when they know that they have that slight upper hand, and they play to those advantages so freaking well. Whereas I think complexity right now, yeah, maybe they did have that break. Maybe they did have that time to recoup. But I feel like Space Station could give them a run for their money here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, it's out of their hands at this point. I mean, it's just how the bracket lies. But
of course,
ultimately, it's like, you got to be like a complexity or a J-Links to get in here. And, complexity is what they have on their plate.
Yeah, well, guys, I did get word from our production team in the back that we are going to be jumping to the matchup as soon as it is ready to go. Had a little bit of a false start there, but don't worry, because we are all ready to go as we're going to kick it off. The last spot of the Halo World Championship is up to grabs. A squad from North America, a squad from Latin America. It's an America's battle to determine who gets that final spot. It's going to be King of the Hill on live fire here. And I'm looking forward to this only because we kind of saw a little bit of that breakout there. Who gets that snipe control, right? How do you try and play the position control as well? But it seems like this time around the sniper rifle is going to be peppered with all sorts of grenades, and instead it's going to be Space Station who managed to obtain control of the power weapon.
Yeah, getting that first snipe, getting the first slay on Vetra. We're going to see if Space Station opts to try to grab some time in the hill or get set for this OS, which is coming up very soon. Well, it looks like tapping buttons already there, but gonna be met with some resistance as Monster heard the snipers over there and gonna be hunting them down.
Dude, the fact that Atso's still causing problems over there, I thought that he was gonna be surrounded and dead in no time, but instead, still alive. He's actually gonna weaken a few of the players here. Tapping button though needs to make a play, but no.
That was actually such a sick move to dash out there. Sure, it did not pay off there for tapping buttons, but tapping buttons was accounting for two scenarios. One, a grenade heading his way, and then two, just separating from that OS in case that person's reticle was on the top of the overshield for him to jump up and grab it. Basically making the best case of getting away and getting that slay.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we praise tapping buttons so much, and also one of the reasons why he was scouted and picked up by a North American team, in Evil Geniuses back in H5. Just goes to show how good this player is, but that can only get you so far. You have to try and capture this objective here, and Space Station are going to be so close, so one break could potentially be a point here for SSG, and they are going to be able to make the break happen, but they can't get a body quite on the point yet, though. Vetra's going to be in a 1v1 here against Drift. Drift is going to be inside of the B hold here, and it seems as if Vetra, he's trying to scout him out. He does end up locating him here, and that is going to be a flip.
That is the flip, but ultimately they need to hold this for so long. They need to get so many slays at any little misstep. Space Station will stop or hop right in there. So it's really going to have to be perfect play here from Complexity for the next 30 or so seconds in order to get this hill.
But it's not unrealistic, Walshy,
No.
because they're doing it. They're creeping up here, and Cycle's got the cutoff, but they do have that overshield, and it is, I think it might have been drained out completely, though. Actually, that player is going to go down. Tapping buttons, though, is going to be on the prowl. He's got some assistance from his teammate. They are going to try and hold this one off, though, as they have some bodies around. Atso's going to be able to get the kill before getting cleaned up himself, and it is going to be SSG holding it, getting that point, and honestly, they were just delaying the inevitable given how much progress SSG made.
Yeah, I mean, you have really no choice but to do that, though. What, do you sit out of the hill and burn more time? Instead, get the game progressing, try to get a point of your own. Otherwise, obviously, get the next hill moving up. And so there's still plenty of time on the clock here for Complexity. Not too much time wasted in hill number 1.
Yeah, exactly. Complexity at least can be happy about that. It is only going to be that first break, that first point earned. So there's not really much to get too concerned about if you are a Complexity fan. For now, though, maybe you might end up seeing another Space Station sniper acquisition, but it doesn't seem like that's going to come to fruition here. Smart play, though, by Nugget to actually take the river, go around on the mud side of the map, and then go in for the flank, because you know that there are going to be a few bodies scattered about here over toward this next hill.
Ooh, and that is such a big turnaround from Vetra.
Okay.
Nugget thought that headshot finished him off.
That's what I thought.
Vetra just ducking in and out of that drop shield, and just a headshot not connecting. Sometimes, or not even sometimes, these top players, they're optimized so much that they're saying, the second that I think this kill is finished, I'm looking towards a new target. Focus on the next thing. And so right there, just not securing that kill, or assuming he secured that kill before turning, came back to bite him.
Man, Atso's been in the kill feed quite a bit. His effectiveness is certainly felt here, and that's going to lead to SSG being able to obtain tower control. You got the overshield that's going to be coming up in a moment, and there goes Atso. He's in a position to do something about this, but no, he can't, as he's going to go down with the overshield in his hands. Neuronical trying to stay alive, and he's got the help there from Monster, but he will get cleaned up by Drift. That being said, Monster does obtain possession of the overshield and could maybe use this for the push. No real choice there for Drift. It was either die to the overshield or die to the player by the tower, and so far, this is looking great for Cole.
Such a huge kill there, too, for Monster. Just spotting out those players over at Sandbags. Trip, can he get some more? Does not matter. Instead, obstacles towards top center. Meets the heat wave and gets the trade.
Complexity looking to get their first point on the board. There's tapping. Knows that there's going to be that player over toward green, and that's the first point for Cole. So there was really nothing that tapping buttons could do, but they did want to try and prioritize where the hill was going to be moving to next, and that is right here inside of the garage. And they do get that kill. That was a massive kill that maybe could have opened up the map for them. So now, Space Station looking to add on.
Yes, and I like this play from Space Station. They have numbers, and they're going to keep staggering these spawns. They had 2 down for Complexity, about to get another kill or 2 here over at green, but Vetra has something else to say about it, as they at least get a couple trades there and break out of this trap, but the damage has been done, GB. About 60% of that hill timer has been acquired by Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, more than half. Devastating at this part of the game here, and no heat wave connection. Sometimes that heat wave can be your best friend, or in the instance there, it is your worst enemy. Nothing but progress for Space Station, and that was honestly a pretty easy second point for SSG Day.
Yeah, it was just dominating the whole time. So I would say only 5 or 6 seconds truly elapsed there during that third hill. Both the first couple hills took 40 seconds off the clock apiece. So we're going to see how these next ones play out, because at first it was looking like we're going to get to more of a time-based game at the end, but if you see teams like Space Station, Complexity hopping those right away and acquiring them right away, we might get to the score limit.
Yeah, for sure. And now Overshield's going to be up for grabs here. No one's been able to get control of it quite yet, but tapping buttons on a great use of the repulsor is going to send buttons back, but no, he's going to get blown up by every single grenade in the kit of these Spartans. Overshield's going to go over to tapping buttons. Actually, did he grab it? Oh no, his teammate actually ended up grabbing it right then and there. So that is huge. They get the overshield, they get the sniper rifle, they have map control to boot. This is beautiful for SSG.
Yes, but right now Complexity are buying time for the flank. It looks like Neuronical has been spotted, and all this time they've been waiting could go to waste.
Ooh, Neuronical's still back there, but there's gonna be 2 players in front of him. Oh, but he gets blown up. Oh man, that would have been massive. SSG go down with 3 players.
They go down 3 players, but they are grabbing time in that 1v1 situation, getting the Hill Guardian medal, and that's going to be 3rd point going to Space Station Gaming.
Dude, I love this, man. Look, you can say all you want. Oh, SSG, they got a fill-in, blah, blah, blah. It's not any ordinary fill-in. Nugget has been in the game for a long time, people. It's about time people stop sleeping on this dude. He's playing his role. He's doing everything he needs, but you also have to give credit where credit is due to Tapping Buttons and Atso, because these guys are contributing so much to the success of SSG right now, and they're placing the bodies in the right possible position, and Complexity are struggling to find solutions.
It's just been a dog pile in the hill from both these teams in the latter half of this game. There has been like 0 wasted time. There's neutral situations waiting for someone else to misstep and make the first mistake. Instead, both teams opt for objective efficiency and just go right towards that hill when in doubt.
I mean, you say objective efficiency, it kind of feels like objective aggression.
Yeah, aggression. Yeah, maybe not efficiency. Yeah,
they're all
right.
up in that business right now, and I love it, dude. I'm okay when you got 2 great teams that just decide to throw the gloves on the floor and just start punching each other in the face nonstop. Let that sight sit with you for a moment here, because that's exactly what we're being treated to right now. Atso tries to get inside of the hill, but doesn't have much progress or success there. And this is going to be a Complexity-controlled middle hill, which is kind of dangerous because this is one of those hills that it's very hard to hold, but it seems like Complexity are gaining a lot of progress and a lot of value every single time they get 1 or 2 down on SSG side.
Yeah, it does feel like they're making those strides, but here we go. Space Station gets a few slays on the board. Now, we're going to have to see how Space Station decides to play this. Every other time so far throughout this game, they've hopped in the hill anytime they've had members of Complexity down. But, however, in this specific scenario, they are so far behind on this top center hill that you could opt just to try to slay out. You could just try to slay it out here, but looks like Space Station decides to go for what I would consider the safer strategy and just jump in the hill.
Yeah.
Generally, playing the objective is the safer strategy if you are uncertain of what to do.
Very true. And also, I think another thing to bear in mind is that really this is kind of like, you know, this is a Giga Chad strategy right now, because SSG were down by a substantial amount, and they have managed to bring this one back. And if Complexity loses 4-1 right here off of controlling this middle hill to SSG, that would be a heartbreaker for them. They have to get this to regain that confidence.
Yeah, undoubtedly the correct play to make there for Space Station, as we've seen them flip this one around. They are just millimeters away from closing this out. They need to clear out that player in the basement who's been using the repulsor to get back up. Guard the sandbags, and here it is.
Oh my
Space
goodness.
Station somehow closes out the top center hill when they were just down significantly.
Bro. Look, in any other situation, I wouldn't have been mad at any team that decides, you know what, this middle hill's chalk. I don't want to fight for it anymore. Maybe we'll just continue to waste some more time. Let the clock kind of be our 5th man, if you will, and then, you know, rotate to the next hill. SSG decided to send the fight straight to Complexity. Complexity were more than 50% in progress on that middle hill, and SSG still fought for it. It just goes to show you, you never give up, you never surrender. Wait, that's a movie, I'm pretty sure. I think it's like Toy Story. Anyway, point is, that was great. Very solid.
Buzz Lightyear said something quite different, but we won't go there. He's saying, Infinity Beyond, never give up, never surrender, whatever.
I don't know, whatever. We're moving on. You know, it's a Disney movie somewhere. But the point is, Complexity, that is not the start that they wanted at all. I mean, obviously, you go down 1-0 in the series, but again, it's like, you kind of feel like Complexity should be the ones that are controlling the pace of this game, but instead it was SSG with the unrelenting aggression, never giving Complexity time to breathe. Look at Tapping Buttons.
Oh my God, pretty much every other member on Space Station, negative or even, Tapping Buttons, 25-15-7, leading his team to a crucial Game 1 victory to keep their hopes alive here in Worlds.
You know what, at this point, I don't even want to say hopes. I actually think, and you are right, it is keeping their hopes alive here. But you know what, man? I think SSG's going into this thing, and they're like, guys, we can win this. And I believe they can. I really believe that they can. If they keep that kind of play style where they don't really allow Complexity a moment to be able to set up and play, you know, to their strengths, I actually think they could get this 2-0.
Yeah, I feel entirely the same way. If they're playing anything like they did in that game number 1, they absolutely can win this. I mean, let's be real. Every team at this tournament, if you're not thinking you win this, what are you doing here?
Oh, yeah.
Get
out.
Yeah, no one's feeling that way. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
All these teams, we're talking literally the best Halo teams in the world, all gathered in one location. These are all these squads. We have every of these 8 teams that started today. These are the last 2 remaining. One of them going to pool plays in Worlds. One of them, unfortunately, their weekend ends here.
Yeah.
Today.
And it's crazy to think about that because Complexity have been such a fixture in the HCS, investing a lot into the scene, and give them a lot of credit for that as well. But so is Space Station, and if anything, Space Station, their season has been turbulent to say the least, and they took a big risk by bringing on, a Mexican team that, and traditionally speaking, like a lot of the teams that are coming out of the LATAM region struggle to be able to get their visas and whatnot, and you've seen it happen so many times in a lot of other tournaments. So to just see this team really, knuckle down, put in the work, and really make a statement in that first game, it makes me very, very happy. But I'm just satisfied that we're getting some insane Halo right now because these are 2 teams that are hungry. They want to be playing for that $1 million. And you're right, Dave. What are you doing if you don't want to be playing for that money?
Here we go, kicking it off. The aggression from Complexity acquires 3 kills, and the Rockets tapping buttons, the last one alive, hiding out over in the arcade. I think you need to be helping your teammates out.
Well, the thing is, his teammates all died, right? That being said,
I'll get a quick round of Pac-Man in. I'll be right back over, boys.
We did talk about the SSG aggression, but I also do want to highlight how Complexity can also do the same thing. Players like Neuronical and Vetra, they get in your face, they'll cause some problems. Cycle, he's the type of dude that he'll like to sneak around and cause problems, create disruption for his opponents. So those are going to be things that I think SSG are going to need to try and shut down. They do actually just that. They don't really allow Cycle to get involved in the conversation in that fight and shut him down. So now they know exactly where these Cold players are going to be. These are 2 kills right for the taking if they want it. Oh, nice nade.
All this battle over at the B Street once again going in the favor of Complexity. That's a huge trade out by Nugget though. Anytime you are the last one alive and you can go 1 for 1 with somebody, that's arguably one of the better case scenarios you can walk away with.
Yeah, that was the best possible situation because you're looking at a 10-5 game, and that 1 kill, as we've seen, in Complexity games in the past, could be the difference between, you walking away with that map 2 win or you potentially losing 3-0.
Not even just that, but look at this Space Station taking out 3 members of Complexity. I would say that's just some butterfly effect from the Nugget kill. There are so many times where that would have been Nugget just dying, all 4 members of Complexity alive, putting pressure on their spawns. Now his teammates have a fighting chance when they got off spawns, and we're seeing that pay dividends. In fact, we're somehow almost seeing a tie game here from Space Station.
Yeah.
They're up by 1.
They've taken the lead. They also have control of the middle of the map, but they don't quite. Do they get away with the Rockets? That's what I'm wondering, and it seems like they do. So Tapping Buttons is going to have control of this, and he has 2 Rockets that he could work with here. He knows that 1 player could potentially be low. He hears the jump up here. He goes in for the melee, and another player maybe around the corner, but a wide shot there just to kind of push that out of the way in case someone was going in for the flank as he saw his teammate die.
More of a panic shot.
Could be.
He should be able to listen to the call-outs from Nugget there, but without having info yet, better safe than sorry. But he also played it so calm and smooth there to get those melees versus the jump up. So many players there would just rocketed and traded right out. Instead, he just realized he had the jump, got the 2 melees, did not panic.
Big double kill for Tapping Buttons. That is going to come from a Neuronical shutdown, though, which was going to be very necessary to stop the run that SSG was going on. 2-kill lead here for Complexity as Drift's going to be caught in the middle of the open field. Has to go back to cover as he is going to be peppered a little bit here, but does have the Bulldog to give him some coverage, and he also has teammates outside of the tram station in case anyone pushes. So for right now, he can breathe a sigh of relief here as Vetra picks up a big kill there against Nugget. And that is the trade. I think SSG, if they continue to trade like that, they're still in this game.
Drift doing a long flank, eventually getting behind A and taking out Neuronical, but essentially that was a period in time where Complexity had a 4v3 going on for the longest bit over towards B and towards top balcony. So sometimes if you are that flanking player, you need to make it quick and fast so that you can take advantage of your teammates' distraction.
It's wild that you can have tapping buttons on the complete other side of the map and still know that he's probably going to be able to get a kill. And that kill gives them a massive tie here in this game against Complexity, who I think at the beginning of the game were feeling a little confident, but now as it continues on, I really like what I'm seeing out of SSG so far. They're not letting Complexity run away with this. They're taking a fight to them time and time again.
And that was just a good pickup from Nugget and tapping buttons, but here comes the push from Complexity. They have over towards Neons under control. They have the tram. Are we going to see the game slow down for the first time in basically what feels like forever?
Yeah.
Guess not.
I think it was partly because they had the rocket and they were like, we want the right moment to be able to strike here. This is actually going to put SSG on a complete back foot now. They're going to have to try and get into the tram station and just remove Cycle and just get a little bit more safety here. But, man, what a game we've seen so far, Walsh.
It's been incredible. Complexity putting the pressure here on towards Tram. Let's hear what the comms look like with Complexity as we go to an Astro listening.
I spawn.
He steps right now. He starts really.
Nice.
He starts really.
That's our pick, guys.
Front A. One shot under A. One shot under A. And then tires as well. Tires as well.
What? The under A guy's not dead.
Tires weak. Tires weak.
She lobby. Get a shot from C.
She lobby.
Ivy.
Nice.
Went back to C lob. He's commando guys.
Commando, one shot.
Planners as well. Planners as well.
Gonna be B side. Euro. You stairs.
Heavy damage. 2B real. They're trying to kill me.
One shot planners. One more.
Nice.
Dead end. Weak.
Nice. Today, guys.
Frost Cody.
Other one. MPD. One shot. B player is really weak. Nice. He was PD.
Nice. Let's go, guys.
Yo, I spawn.
Could be back A.
Or C. Or back C.
Dana, I'm with you. We can play up here together.
25, guys.
Benches. Yo.
Stay alive.
Don't keep BP steps. Commando driveway on me.
Yeah.
Benches weak. 18 one shot.
Benches really.
Commando. Driveway. Red room.
There's two driveways.
C-stairs killed me, Dan. He's walking down now.
Okay.
He's one shot at the bottom of the in the corner. Nice. B steps.
Really. 3 tires.
Rockets, guys. Guys, rockets in 5.
One shot planners. And 1 tires.
Rockets, stay alive, guys. Stay alive. Rockets in 2.
One shot.
Man, the call-outs are hectic, but also just, I got to give credit to Cycle there for staying alive so long and giving a lot of information out to his team as to where these pushes are going to be coming from.
Yes and no. One thing I didn't like there from the Complexity callouts was just too many hypotheticals. They might be here. They might be here.
Yeah, you're right.
Instead, just go with concrete evidence and say what you can truly deduce. Say they're not at B. They're not at back A.
Yeah.
Call out what you know rather than be like, they might be here.
Call out what you know rather than what you think.
Exactly, because right there we're seeing almost just relaying a couple different pieces of information. Like, basically, if you knew someone was covering B, you knew that they would be back A or back C. Let your teammates all do that. They have high Halo IQ.
It's a 2-kill game. Space Station are down by 2. 5 kills remaining for Complexity to walk away with a Game 2 victory here. Tapping buttons on the prowl with the Sentinel Beam. Just find a player is going to go in for the melee. Now, he is going to be very weak here, but he's still there for the support for his teammate, and that's going to tie things up. Vetra's going in for the attack as well, and he's going to die tying it up again to 46-46.
46-47, Complexity in lead.
He
Gets
burns
the
him.
melt there with the,
The Sentinel Beam. It's okay, it's only been 30 years.
It's 47-47 there, but this is just, you'll see anytime someone's weak from Space Station, members of Complexity go flying around the corner, just desperately trying to finish it off. That can be worrisome. Too many players getting tunnel vision on someone one shot.
This has happened in the past where Complexity have benefited from Ascend, most notably pushing in aggressively, one after another. And even when we were talking to Respectful, he had said, you know, we kind of sort of threw in that situation. In this particular instance here, Space Station's not really giving them the opening, but what I do like is that Complexity are waiting for that Space Station mistake to come, but they cannot give up those kills, and that is a huge win there, and that will be the dub. Victory for Complexity as they are going to take game number 2, 50-48. What a game that was.
It was incredible. A little over-aggressive from Space Station at the very end.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're down in those really close scenarios or those end game scenarios, you can't put yourself in those tie fights. You can't put yourself in a spot where someone's gonna be able to melee trade you, and that's exactly what Complexity did. They played it smart. They got Drift weak in the arcade. I believe it was Drift.
Yeah.
Charged right in, got the shot, got the melee, and
Well, and it's a numbers game,
closer.
right? It's a numbers game. You play you play like what you think you see on the map, or not what you think, but what you see on the map, and then you see this one player that's looking to harass you over on the arcade side. So you think, okay, cool, I have this opening here to go after this kill. What I think is very interesting though is that kind of sort of is what happened in the Ascend game, where they were playing in the situation where it looked like they were, in that instance, they were down, but Ascend, looked like they had the openings where they did, but the reality was SSG were always there with the second player, Complexity were always there with the second player to back it up. It was a very similar situation there, and I like Complexity in those clutch 1-kill, 2-kill situations where they got to clutch out a Slayer. They seem to be able to rally together at the final moments effectively, and that has led to them being able to pick up a few critical wins in the play-in.
Yep, a clutch win there by Complexity makes it back to a tie series, which is much better breathing room. You're no longer, no fear of being down 2-0 in a series and have to reverse sweep. They now have a chance to still potentially drop a game if they need to.
Yes.
But we are looking up next at Oddball on Recharge. We saw Complexity lose Oddball against Ascend. Game number 1 last series. It was on Streets. So we're going to have to see if their strategy is a little bit different. Obviously, their opponents are a little bit different here in the form of Space Station, but we didn't really see great play balls from Complexity last time.
No, we didn't
really see them coming out too far ahead in those neutral engagements when there was a play ball scenario. So let's see what they changed or what they fixed at the drawing board between these series.
I think what helps out in this map though is that you do have an actual play ball,
true one.
right?
Yes,
you can actually dump that ball off the side of Hydro and reset the whole map. But to your point, though, Dave, I will agree, because what happens if you're looking to set up ball over toward yellow side of the map? Your options are not to be able to play ball. What happens if you're over toward elevator? What do you end up doing? Are you going to effectively be able to take that ball out to the pit? Because you have a tendency to play it a little further back. And I think SSG might know this and might try and take advantage of that.
Yep, we will be keeping a close eye on that one this series to see when Complexity has the ball near elevator or pipes. Are they getting it out effectively back in the center of the map, kind of resetting it anytime they lose control?
Yeah, we'll be keeping a keen eye on that one for sure. But Space Station are very much in this series. This score line, I think, is something that if you were, put in this matchup together and you were thinking what those scores were going to be, I don't think anyone would have had a 4-1 Live Fire King of the Hill and then a 50-48 Slayer Streets, right? Like, this is a close game. These are two very evenly matched squads, but it goes to show the progress that one can make in just a short amount of time. Orlando was not that long ago.
No, I mean, obviously the bigger factor here is the Nugget factor. The fact that they understand they're playing in the tournament with him. They've been practicing, I'm sure, daily, going over everything, having Nugget getting closer to his peak performance or prime performance versus taking more of a backseat or coach role.
Yeah, and that plays such a huge role here. In Orlando, Space Station, they were in a real uncomfortable situation. Their teammate couldn't make it to the event, and then, a day's notice, Nuggets on the roster having to play, right? And they had no other choice but to do that. Now, here we are. You get that time, you get that comfort. What does this Space Station team look like when we start getting longer into the series? Do they have that endurance to be able to go toe-to-toe against Complexity? So far, so good, but this ball game is going to be quite telling here on both sides, right? Can SSG keep up that momentum, and can Complexity fix the mistakes that they had in their matchup against Ascend when they played ball earlier?
Yeah, we'll have to check it out. I mean, anytime I look at historical games or historical data throughout a series, I generally look at, all right, who's won the objective games? And so far we only have one game in that sample size, and it went towards SSG.
Do you feel like that there is a correlation, though, especially with how King of a Hill is versus ball? Like, kind of weird.
I think there is a correlation across objectives as a whole. I mean, we're only talking one game here, and we're talking a game that tapping buttons went positive 10 and destroyed.
Just
so
dominated.
At some point, when someone's dropping a bunch of kills, guess what? You're probably win that game. Doesn't matter if it's Slayer or objective. So
yeah, you shoot head better, you win game. Or so that is what I've been told. Never really had it for myself, though. At least not in a live event. There was that one time, got eliminated by Reflection. LSU Providence, never forget that.
Actually, that's one thing I would love to hear. I'd love to hear a bunch of GB stories, just you telling me your tournament runs like, well, match number 1, we barely lost this one too. And then
what do you mean barely lost, man? I've won a game. You know?
I said, I'm happy to listen to all these stories later. But right now, we got a couple of actually good teams and 8 good players on the screen right now, battling out for this last spot in the Halo World Championship. They're fighting for one of these pool play spots. The other team has to, unfortunately, sit and watch in the stands this weekend.
Yeah, although there will be a lot of things for you to be able to do here for any of the teams that have been eliminated. You know, you can participate in an Adobe Last Sparring Standing tournament. There's also going to be the FFA, lots of fun community events as well, but no one wants to do that. You want to be playing for $1 million and the title of Halo World Champion. Hoist that beautiful trophy over your head. And as it stands right now, though, very slow start here as far as the score is concerned, as Complexity is looking to move this ball around the map, bring it to an area where they can start to set up. The problem is, Space Station read it like an open book.
I appreciate the positivity, Golden Boy, but if I lost this series and the first thing that comes out of your mouth is saying, hey, dude, you can go over to the booth and play in this, I'm throwing hands. I'm throwing hands. Just let you know, if you're saying that right as soon as you get off the stage.
You can go play if you want, you know? Sure. Let's see if you still got it. Point is, though, for Space Station, they have the ball. And they've actually brought this one over to the Hydro side. So this is exactly what we were talking about before. An area where you can actually play the ball, and that is exactly what happened. That's when you dump that ball on the other side of the map. You dump it into the no man's land, and it resets in the middle of the map. And that is what Space Station did. And despite the best efforts of Complexity, they had the ball for a brief moment, but it actually is going to be SSG who gains possession of it again.
That was like one of the best and most interesting ball rotations I feel like I've seen here on Recharge. They had the kills, they had control of ball and pipes. They must have known pipes behind them was dangerous, and they decided to run through batteries out in a more open, open or vulnerable area and rotated towards elevator and got that play ball. But great ball rotation there from Space Station is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and fascinating too to be able to do something like that. And right now it has benefited Space Station because no one from Complexity has been able to get close to the ball or close enough to be able to add some points to the scoreboard here. Atso with another kill down low, but Nugget's going to be there to back him up as he takes out Cycle with the melee. But watch out for the elevator player though, and Atso's going to have to push into this one with Neuronical. He's got him weakened because of that well-placed nade.
They did everything so right. They got all the kills, and then the spawn over at elevator. Space Station were not ready for it. They did not react to once that elevator spawn happened to rotate to a different direction. Instead, they just met that brick wall of grenades over at elevator and got punished for it. And now ball is in the hands of Complexity.
Yeah, but it's not comfortable, though. You have 3 players that are going to be lurking about in Space Station. You're really going to be looking to Neuronical to be the difference maker here, and so far, so good. He's been able to pick up a few kills, and he is going to be anchoring this position, too, because he is anticipating the push, and he's waiting for anyone to potentially be coming from Whirlpool out of Yellow Pipes into the Bat Ledge. So, Neuronical, I just love watching this guy play because he's very intelligent, he's got great positioning, and his shot is disgusting.
Yeah, one thing that's also a great tell of a strong player or a good supporting player is knowing where they can look across the map to get those extra shots and to help a teammate or get those finishes off from players taking those general routes. Someone getting weakened pipes might reveal themselves over at Bat Ledge or towards Top Gold and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and Halo, well, honestly, in any esport, but, you know, Halo in particular, right, it really is all about that repetition, where those players are going to be coming out of. You know, the common areas, you see a play happen, you've seen it once, you may see it again. So how do you try and react to that play? And actually, that was a great reaction there because tapping buttons could have actually gotten away, but now there's going to be huge gains here for Complexity. They have control of that camouflage as well as the shock rifle, and Cycle put this to good use.
Cycle put a good use. Also, I think we didn't see on the screen was, I believe Monster had a trip kill there before he ended up trading out that melee over towards Top Gold.
Oh,
so
what a nade!
Monster possibly heating up or possibly warming up for once in the series if, in this game because he may have had a slow start with only 5 kills, even including that triple.
Ball's been rotated over to the Whirlpool, excuse me. Drift playing by the box. Lingering about there. Nugget, though, despite that, able to get that kill against Neuronical, and that's another kill that's actually going to go down. And this is a really strange turn of events here, Walsh, because look at the score, look at the time. How often do you see that happen?
Yeah, only 50 seconds remaining here, and the highest score is 23 points on the board. This is looking a little bit like matchmaking when I played in the past, where nobody wants to touch that objective, but both teams respect each other's slays so much, and realizing that if they can get the slays, they can eventually get some time, but just counter after counter, and here it is. Cycle and the Complexity roster have a step at elevator. This could be exactly what they need to pull out ahead of Space Station here.
Yeah. If they are able to get that first round win, it'd be a big sigh of relief for Complexity, but Space Station's still going to be on the run. Atso has located 2 players. He's also going to have the support of his teammate there to boot as well, as actually he's going to push in. That's going to be Nugget tapping buttons on the prowl on the outside, and it is a 1-point game, and the ball has been played over to the tower side, and what a rotation from Cycle, but this actually gives Space Station some good positioning with the ball.
Yeah, it's kind of a little unfortunate here. I mean, I think Space Station still would have been able to make this rotation. I think there's a flank here, though. That's such a big flank from Complexity. Do they go for the play ball here, or what happens? There's just madness going on over at the Hydro side. And I like this play, though. Space Station, they
have the time
grab
advantage.
the ball if they need to. Otherwise, they can slay it and then play the ball late. And look at that preemptive shooting by Atso, realizing somebody comes through that tunnel.
10 seconds remaining. They have to get the ball, but Psycho has the camouflage. He has no other choice to get possession of it, and he does hold it. 6 seconds on the clock, but it's going to stop when the ball's in the hands of one of the players, but it's going to drop down right away, and it's only going to be a few points separating these 2 teams. Tapping buttons with a big double kill, and that is going to give that round win to SSG. Unbelievable. What a round. I don't think I've seen a round play out like that in my time casting Halo Infinite.
No, it was so low scoring, and then so many scrambles there from Elevator to Hydro at the end.
Wow. What a treat we've been given here today for our last match of the day to determine who is going to move forward here in the Halo World Championship, qualifying to either pools A or B, which are going to be quite tumultuous pools, if I'm being honest with y'all. But at this point in the competition, every single team is going to bring their A game here. Tapping buttons, great play out of him, and he has been playing magical in this series. A huge contributor to this team.
Yeah, tapping buttons has really been one of the lifelines here for Space Station, essentially ever since they joined up with this new roster. I mean, he's without doubt the most household name from Space Station. He's been part of the HCS Pro circuit for so long.
Oh, he's been around for a while at this point. You know, former member of Evil Geniuses. It was a quite the move when he was picked up, as a matter of fact. Everyone very hyped about it because it just goes to show how international Halo has grown over the years. But that is the story for another day. For right now, let's focus on the action at hand as Complexity, not looking to repeat the same thing that happened in round 1. They've actually been able to get a decent amount of control, and in fact, getting close to where they were points-wise in the first round, which is wild to think about.
Yeah, no kidding. More points scored here in, the first minute or so of this round compared to what it took a good 4 to 5 minutes in the previous round.
Cycle has brought that ball out to the gold side here. Neuronical is just going to get dominated, unfortunately for him. Goes down, so that's going to prompt this rotation to have to happen here. Weakened players, though, for Nugget. Nugget's got to be able to get at least one, and he's able to do so, and Tapping Buttons was right there to be able to help him out. Tapping Buttons getting picked off, though. Huge killing spree and a perfect shot there for Cycle as well. But Drift, did he just...
He got that finish over towards the frag grenades and then just doubled back, challenged with the shock rifle and got that kill. Unfortunately now for Space Station, too many players trying to be selfless and try to grab that ball, but instead they all just cornered themselves into that pit, and then Complexity are just going to pick them up one by one, but somehow able to fight out there too.
Atso, how did he played his life so well there? That cannot be understated. When a player at one shot is able to stay alive and be effective and get kills, that is absurd. And that is leading to Space Station being able to accrue some points finally. But the problem is Complexity are going to be surrounding them here. Nugget's going to have to back away from this one, but he has no help on the outside. Drift is going to die from a trade, and that's going to be Neuronical getting the ball right back in his hands.
It was starting to look real impressive there, especially the shock rifle plays. I mean, we heard when J-Lings was up over on the caster couch, and they were just talking about how if Space Station are able to get a weapon like that in their hands on recharge, they're going to be able to do some work. But even though we've seen some of the more impressive shots here in individual sprees during these last sequences from Space Station, it's amounted to nothing for time-wise on their end.
And
that
that's
is
a credit
looking
to
scary.
That's a credit to Cole, right? We're wondering like what would happen when the going gets tough for Complexity, and the going is tough right now. They're down by 1, but they're making some smart calls. They're rotating the ball. They're playing it when they need to. They're putting the onus on Space Station to have to be the ones to react to what Complexity is doing. And if they're able to do that and continue to do that, then there's a possibility they get this round win here. And a big kill there for Neurotical is actually going to give them control of that shock rifle.
Yep, and then also Complexity are sniffing out where these players are at. They found Drift. Drift wanted to try to help out on this side of the map, try to get some shots in case someone's going towards ball, but ultimately gave away his location. And that is what you're looking for when you have like a 4-on-2 advantage. You want to know where players are at. And then you can take the fastest route to them. One thing that's more frustrating is when they're hiding, when they're in a bit more of an obscure corner and they can isolate an individual fight.
Yeah, you know what are going to be your typical corners that you're going to want to challenge when you come around a corner. But in this particular case here, right, is when you can get real nerdy with it, where you get real clever and put yourself at an off angle, if you will. But in any case, so looking at what is going on and taking stock of the situation with 1 minute and 55 seconds left on the clock here. Cycle on the lurk, actually causing quite a few problems here, not allowing this team to be comfortable as they have that ball around them, but it's not going to be enough. And oh, that is a big win there from Atso. He has been unreal this half.
This allows Space Station to get a full setup, continue to rotate this ball towards teammates, getting that damage on Vetra. So all that stemming from winning that one-shot battle against Cycle in the pipes.
Atso gets the call. He knows exactly where that player's moving. He's going to wait this one out. No shot connection for him there. And if he ended up getting that kill, would have been really big for them. But Atso on the other side here has to push this, and he needs to go and help out his teammate. Can he do some work with the shock rifle? Oh, he got one more remaining. But no, Vetra gets the kill, but he's going to be one shot. If anyone there from Space Stations for the cleanup, does not work.
Yeah,
all four
were down there for Space Station, unfortunately. So it was do or die, and unfortunately, had to die.
Had to die. Ball still out. Vetra gets control. 1 minute, 25 seconds left on the clock. Space Station need to make a move, but they're throwing bodies at the problem, and it's simply not working. The numbers aren't working out in their favor. You're going to need some heroics here, potentially. And the great assistance from Neuronical to just stop tapping buttons, who was on the prowl. He was actually getting crossed as well from the player over toward gold. And I think at this point, Complexity should feel pretty comfortable about winning this round, given how things have shaked up here. That camo is going to be up as well, so they get control of it. And we haven't really spotlighted the camo all that much because it hasn't really played much of a role with how fast this series has been going. But at this point in time, Dave, it seems like Complexity should be fine.
And look at that, just being extra safe there, Complexity and Neuronical playing that ball in the pit. Yes, Atso had a grapple to take care of it right away and bring it back up towards elevator. But point being is, one thing we were keeping an eye out was, are Complexity gonna play the ball? Are they gonna rotate it well? And we've been seeing that done fantastically, at least in this round number 2.
Yep, they have, and that is gonna be tied 1-1. One more round left to play here. Tied 1-1 in the oddball, tied 1-1 in the series. It's best of 5. Starting things off with Vetra, he's going to get blown up immediately as soon as he slides out of that. And Nugget is going to benefit from a kill there against Monster. And that's 2 players down already. 3 players actually going to be clumped up, though, in the corner. They got to kind of force Vetra off of this position, but he does have that shock rifle if he wanted to re-peek. Doesn't quite work out, though, but he has positioning here in gold, so he can try and create an opportunity here for Cole.
Yeah, just trying to find those angles, poke away some shots, but that's just actually pretty comfortable here. He knew that 3/4 of the Space Station team was over near elevator, all the way across the map, and when you have something like shock rifle or sniper, you just want some distance.
Oh, I like this rotation there from Drift. He's bringing that ball over, but he could not make it to the Hydro side. Thankfully for Drift, Nugget was going to be there to receive the ball, and he brings that one right over to him. Vetra looking to stay alive, but he's actually going to get the trade, and this is going to prompt Nugget to just play that ball, and that's a smart play, but Complexity seems like they do have position control here.
It's about 50-50 in this spot, essentially, when you have control like gold and pipes. It's really tough to know how and when you can grab that ball if you're in the area. Look at this flank from Cycle. If anything's going to get this ball out of there, it's going to be Cycle's distraction over towards the C-plat side.
Yeah, and also just put some attention in that area, and he just got out of there. There was really nothing left to do. The problem is, though, that Nugget responded very quickly, and as a result of that, Cycle is going to go down. Neuronical, though, on the prowl, looking for Tapping Buttons, who has possession of the ball. Big melee, though, and a big kill to boot, but that one shot has been called, so they know that he's going to be back here, and that's why they're going to prompt to just rotate over. They might run into a brick wall, though, because Monster with that kill against Otso is going to allow Complexity to be able to push around Hydro, and Tapping Buttons has a lot of work ahead of him there. So close, but so far away.
Such a huge play. Drift has all the information he needs. Unfortunately, it does not matter. Veteran's going to take him on out, and battle after battle inside the pit. Not sure who's really coming away here, because even though Space Station is able to get those kills, they have the inferior positioning, but doesn't matter, I guess, when you have that big of a number advantage.
Yeah, for real, and I think right now this is quite dangerous here for Complexity. You do know that there's going to be another player around the corner. They get the kills, and they have possession. They're going to continue to add on to this, and he's going to play at the back. Hydro, I love this spot because he can drop the ball and then contribute shots when he needs to, but he could also back away from it too. That player long haul is going to be very effective, but where did he come from? He was out of nowhere. He was one with the water.
Came through the repulsor tunnel.
He was an avatar.
Came through repulsor tunnel, gets a nice trade, but luckily with those fast oddball melees, able to at least trade the kill out, because that could have been devastating if did not get that play ball, or somehow that player stayed alive with the ball over. That would have just thrown a wrench into all of Space Station Gaming's plans.
Oh, Cycle's going to be low, his teammate's going to be low. But even then, though, they get away with this ball. So they're all right for the time being. Adding on to this total here, Tapping Buttons. He's just dropping 30, by the way, casual 30. Let's not forget about Neuronical as well. Oh, I'm sorry, Cycle, I should have put some respect on your name. 34 for Cycle, too. These guys are all crushing it in this game. Uh-oh, Drift done. Bye. He's going to send him out of there. Packing, mind the gap. 3 players spawning over toward the elevator side, and no one from Space Station is going to be on that side of the map. So at least stop them with some grenades. And Drift is going to have to move all the way across here. But at this point, Complexity have that control. They have bodies in this area, and that's why Drift is just going to get deleted.
And here's Complexity's chance to try to steal away this round number 3. They were at a massive deficit, but they got all 4 down from Space Station. They got the shock rifle. Ooh. They have the oddball. Can they close this 15-point gap? Time will tell.
Only 10 points remaining. So far, so good for Complexity. Oh, that nade's going to be deadly if it ended up landing right on that player's face, but he moved away right at the nick of time. They're going to push this one aggressive. They have to make the move. Vetra, he's going to go down. Tapping Buttons able to get to, but Cycle contributes as well. Ball's going to be played in the middle of the map. That was actually a really smart call there to just ditch that over toward mid, and Cycle continues to be a pain.
Yeah, Cycle doing so much damage there, and look at that. Gets the nice pick, gets the damage on Tapping Buttons.
Give it to the boy!
Getting all those kills, getting Golden Boy all worked up. Look at everything Cycle's done there. I was originally critical of him. I felt that he was not being as aggressive or as effective when he first was in that setup. I felt like too many players from Space Station were slipping by and attacking his teammates over at Elevator, but he made up for it with those final executions.
The problem here, though, is even with the heroics from Cycle, Space Station have the ball, they still have the lead. They're going to be able to play this one out, too. They cannot lose too many players, though, right? They also can't be too weak, Space Station, in this fight. They're going to have to play it, and they do so. That's going to be 3 players down. They have 1 player located, Neuronical, right by the ball, and they get control of it again. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Some decent progress made by SSG, but with that spawn over toward Elevator, that's going to be a lot of time gained for Cole.
Yeah, they have to traverse the entire map. It looks like Drift got over there so fast.
I didn't even see Drift.
And look at that flood from the Space Station Gaming roster. They have numbers, and they are just flying, and they keep staggering these spawns. Look at the Complexity kill feed right now. You'll see 3 alive for a second. If they keep pushing and charging this, they'll get another one dead or so. But just until now, they got full strength, and look at that. Neuronical falls down. Now, keep looking at the top left of your screen from Complexity and see if this keeps getting staggered.
Oh, this is real dangerous territory. Now, Vetra might not check this corner here. Okay, I was going to say, if he didn't check that corner, that could have been real troublesome for them. But they are, Complexity, able to get this ball. 80 to 52. Just when I thought the Complexity were going to start to add on to their lead, Space Station have a trump card. In that instance, it was Drift. And maybe this time around, it could be Tapping Buttons. They play the ball in the middle of the pit, but they're getting the kills, Dave. Now they have to start getting that time.
Complexity absolutely starts getting that time if they want to bring it back here in game number 3. Space Station is happy just to trade out slay after slay if they're allowed to. One thing I find interesting, though, is we started to kind of write off the Space Station Gaming roster. When we were talking earlier about Complexity versus Set, we're like, oh, both these teams are making the Worlds, no matter what. That is not the case. Nothing is given here at the Halo World Championship.
That's very true. Space Station making this one hell of a series, showing the guts so that these guys have. They do not want to give up. They know what's on the line here. To be the last team to represent the Latin American region would be massive for them at the Halo World Championship. And most importantly, to have been able to earn it, Dave, after the journey that this team has had. But right now, though, Nautical and Complexity have gotten control of the ball, and they have tied this game up. Is anyone from Space Station going to be around to try and stop this? This is 81-80. Nautical around the quarter, but a beautiful trade is going to keep that control. That's 3 down, though, so they got to be careful.
3 down, all 4 down for just a brief moment in time for Complexity. Now Space Station have to get some time here in this neutral situation. And once again, they resort to this Hydro setup.
They have it.
They have it. Now it's just going to be how fast can Complexity get over there. I don't really see anyone in position. Look at this. Everyone going through the repulsor tunnel. They get picked off. They get the slays.
He held the ball.
Do Space Station run over and grab this? Cycle's already on the stop, but they don't really have much room for error.
Oh my God, look at the help from Complexity. You thought that they were all on one side of the map, but a great response to be able to get control of gold. They're going to bring that ball over to the other side here. Monster has possession of the ball. They have one opportunity to be able to break this. Is anyone in position to do so?
You just saw Space Station just desperating towards that ball. It is coming back to bite him. 5 points separating Complexity from winning game number 3. I don't see Nugget in position, and what a comeback from Complexity.
Way to dig deep if you're Cole Space Station Gaming. It looked like for a moment there that they won that game, but it was on the backs of a brilliant rotation and a great response from that player, Top Gold, to prevent that Space Station Gaming player from gaining possession of the ball. And part of me kind of just wishes that SSG just focus on slaying rather than going after the objective, because you left yourself open in the field with no response.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the victory in their eyes. They saw that ball like, we just got to grab this for a few seconds. As long as I don't get picked off right away, I can dance around these batteries. But they got picked off, and they got picked off again, and that ended up costing them the rest of that round, and that's such a rough way to lose.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaker without a doubt. But again, gotta reiterate this, man. Space Station Gaming are playing with house money right now, and so far they're doing all right. Their hand's pretty solid. Complexity, the onus is going to be on them to have to shut this game down, and they're one step closer to be able to do so. But my goodness, what a run that we're seeing here out of SSG, showing that they have no fear, that they are going to play each and every opponent the same way, aggressively, and not let up on that pedal. But look here, Cycle dropping 45, Vetra dropping 41 of his own, and everyone really in this game. And I feel like at this point, when you get down to the distance like that, Dave, there may be a few standouts, but everyone contributed.
Yeah, I mean, essentially Cycle standing out by far, 12K damage. Same with Tap and Buttons, 12K damage. So both putting out so much across the map. Overall, Space Station got heavily outslayed, and sometimes that could be chalked up to round 2 going so much in favor of Complexity. But still, like, that round 3 was theirs, and it just had to be trade some slays and then grab that ball at the right time instead of forcing the end ball right there.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm a little hot, a little verklempt.
I can see.
I know, you always can see. You always just get my musk, That's what I do. I put it in a little bottle, and I send it to Dave every single month so we can get a whiff, He likes
You've been sending that?
Yeah, it's me. It's me this whole time. I don't know if you know that. By the way, guys, speaking of musk, make sure you tune in tomorrow for Pool Play. What's the connection? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. That's called a segue. Make sure you watch tomorrow, because Pool Play is going to be taking place here, and it is the official launch of the Halo World Championship. If you're just joining us today and you're like, wait a minute, it looks like that they're in a venue and they're commentating Halo and they're using Halo World Championship graphics. Well, don't worry, because this is the play-in where we determine the last 4 teams are going to qualify for pools. We've already settled 3 of the squads. We have Fnatic, we have J-Lings, and we also have Ascend. But this is it. The last spot remains. It can either be North America's Complexity or Latin America's Space Station Gaming, with some real just tyrants on both sides. Amazing players across the board, and what a series this has been so far. I can't wait for Game 4.
Yeah, no, these teams are neck and neck. I I didn't expect them to be this closely matched. I was expecting more like a complexity victory, like a 3-1, maybe some dominating victory here or there. But if anything, it's been more Space Station having a dominating victory in game number 1 and then barely losing there round number 3 in oddball game number 3.
Yeah.
But we are now going to be jumping into game number 4. Does Complexity close this series out 3-1? Or does Space Station tie this one up on CTF Bazaar? Stay tuned, we'll find out.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one because Bazaar is the type of map that it's similar to Catalyst in that when you think that you have the opening, when you think that you're going to have that that flagpole happening, you have to deal with another round of slays because of the way that the spawns are and the cutoffs, right? Also, things you want to keep your eyes on, rockets, as well as the dynamo grenades, as well as the overshield, which Drift has now managed to pick up.
Drift's got that OS, gets a nice pick on Vetra, and look at that monster. You appreciate it.
I appreciate
as a spectator. I think as a Complexity teammate, you're hoping that you trade out a melee and get a little damage on this Polo OS guy.
That's very true, and that's going to be something that Monster, you know, maybe going for the hero play every single time, not exactly what you want to have happen here, but Drift has been a hero in the back of the base, just trying to stay alive and pull a lot of attention over toward him. No one from Space Station has been able to join him in the fray, but they're at least going to be inside of the palm tree location here for Complexity, and it's going to be on Cole to have to clear this one out, and so far, so good.
Yeah, Cole's been clearing out the kills. I mean, even if Euronical dies here, the main point is that they killed Space Station and there's no threat of a flag run.
Yeah. And now with the dynamos almost available, you want to get those and clear out of palm tree or even in front of your base as you're seeing, or in front of the enemy base rather, as you're seeing there. And another thing, this map has so many weapons. You know, you got the Bulldog, you have the rocket, you
look all the chickens over there. Someone throw some feet on the ground. Did you see that over
There's a lot of chickens. You also got chickens, Dave. When all else
look
fails.
Look at them all charging right there in the corner.
Man, they really, really want that feed. You know, it could be just actually hilarious, though. But you know what? When all else fails, pick up a chicken and throw it at them. That should be DLC. Okay?
That would actually be kind of sick.
I wouldn't be mad. Yeah, you know, you can pick up the fusion coil, right? It'd be nice if you could just pick up a chicken and throw it. That's all I'm saying, 3 for 3. Let us pick up the chickens. Hashtag, let us pick up the chickens. Anywho. that will not gain traction at all. So far, though, this has been kind of playing out the way that you'd expect a Bazaar CTF game to play out. A lot of engagements in the mid, you know, and no real clear control. Even with this, right, you have the overshield, and it isn't really going to be that effective. It's going to get drained out, but the player's body in the back of the base could be a problem. But it's not an issue for tapping buttons. He's able to clear that out and clear out the threat in his base.
A lot traded out, 3 down for Complexity, but the game goes in these ebbs and flows. Complexity were on the offensive, trying to make a push into the Space Station game base to get a pull. Didn't work out, they all died, so generally we'll see kind of 3 different battle spirits. One at the Space Station base, one in the center of the map, and another at the Complexity base. Any single time that you're at one of the side bases, that's where you're gonna actually get a chance to see a flag captured, but you almost need to win all 3 rounds of slaying. You need to slay out of your base, slay in the center, then slay over the opposing base before you can grab that flag.
And that's why so many items being available on the map, like the rockets and the Bulldog, should be able to assist you in accomplishing that task. But unfortunately there, the rocket player, I think that was going to be Nugget, ended up getting blown up and killed by the opposing player that he squared up against right outside of that VR room. 2 players now for Complexity going to be tucked away inside of the bases. Tapping buttons are going to be on the prowl on the outside. Gets the kill against Monster. Sees Neuronical, knows that he's low, but I appreciate that he goes back to check, and it does not just go in there willy-nilly. He waits for some help.
Yeah, you see from tapping buttons, realizing that getting those rounds of slays means sometimes taking a step back to the Complexity base and helping the center of the map, especially when something like Overshield's coming up. All these members right now
they have no
are still
idea.
trying to find where tapping buttons at.
Oh,
They
okay.
eventually sniff him out, but he's bought enough time for his teammates to get control of the center of the map. However, I'm a little concerned because you're seeing these members of Space Station all down low. Nobody's up high towards the closets or towards top rockets. Instead, they're all gathered down in the market, and they all are falling.
Yeah, and you know, they were low because they were looking to put as many bodies as they could onto the overshield. The issue is that because they were low, they were actually getting peppered from height. and those players were just there able to pick them off one after another. So the overshield was picked up by Vetra. It's kind of a similar situation we saw in the past, but a difference here is that they get the kills, and now they're going to be inside of the SSG base. The spawns are going to be coming out of the left side of the map there, so over toward the locker side where you're going to see those BR shots being sent toward. Neuronical's there to help his teammate out to boot as well, but he is going to be a little bit weak, so you got to be mindful of that there. And now this flag is going to make its way all the way across the map. They're over toward the alley. Can Atso be the hero that this team needs? The two players are going to go down, and this goes right back to what you were saying before, Walshy. You have to win these rounds of slays, and if you don't win it, you're going to end up in exactly this situation where a flag is bummed right in front of your base. But Complexity, they won that battle, and they get that flag cap in.
That is such a huge start and statement here on Bazaar CTF. Bazaar, unlike pretty much any other map, you can really draw out the time. You can go for slays. You don't have to take the risks of pushing the opposing base. You might only push them like the Palm or the BR. And this is just a much more comfortable spot for Complexity to be in. However, as I say that, 3 members of Space Station are pushed on over to the Complexity side of the map. They got a pull. They have the players spawning over in the sewers. Now, can they get this next round of slays in market or such and get this flag back?
But think about the timing of those kills, right? As they got the kills, they waited a little while, picked up that flag, and as soon as they were in that base, the spawns happened in sewers. They were right in front of their faces the entire time. And that is the difference. That is the difference between that Complexity run and that Space Station attempt.
Yeah, and what a rough time to die. The 6-minute mark, both the rockets and the overshield popped up on the map. Complexity has the OS. No one has the rockets just yet.
There goes the overshield. It's going to be in possession of Neuronical. And a few big shots are actually being applied here that is going to just drain that overshield and remove it from the equation. I think rockets were picked up by SSG because I do hear them in the background being fired. But Neuronical is looking to make this push happen. That was Nugget who used that rocket. I heard another rocket used, so I think it's both of them that's going to be out of this. 1-0 lead for Complexity. Feeling pretty good as they're looking to apply the pressure here to SSG. You got 2 players. They're going to be swirling around the base here, and that's a big kill. And now they're going to start to make this flagpole a reality as they bring this one out to the palm tree. They also have some players. One guy is actually located over toward the battle rifle side of the cold portion of the map, but I don't really think he's going to be able to make much progress with that because the Space Station guys were there for the response.
I like that pull and not committing to it. One thing that could bite Complexity is trying to force a flag cap that they can't get and open themselves up for a counter cap.
Very true.
But there's 3 down for Space Station. Drift, the only one in the center of the map. This could actually be great here for Neuronical and Complexity. And look at how fast he changes his pace of running that flag, realizing the number game they have.
Yeah, and also the position that they have as well, right? They have 1 player by the truck. They had another guy overlooking toward rockets. So that actually created a big opportunity and the ideal scenario for a flagpole. 2-0. Complexity has the lead. They have the lead in the series, and they also have the lead in this game. A big kill there from Nugget, who's been most definitely carrying his weight. SSG looking to make this response happen here. 13 seconds before the overshield is going to be up, but right now the priority is going to be on obtaining the objective, getting that flag over to your side of the base so that you can at least have a brief moment of respite and just only be down by 1.
Now, they also have a couple kills as they bring this flag back, so we're going to have to see if they can roll this into a larger advantage. Do they get this overshield? Looks like Nugget was in perfect position for that OS. Neuronical here from Complexity, kind of over on the side of the map. This is such a tough position to be in. Yes, you want to flank through sewers or go this time when it calls for it, but you need to know when you rejoin forces and join your teammates back in the market to get greater control of the map.
That was a pretty big kill there. Okay, I was going to say the cleanup needed to happen ASAP, and the flag is being ran. And the only one that's going to be there to stop it is Vetra. I believe they're going to have a teammate off respawn to respond. And that's actually going to be Drift, but Vetra wins a big battle. And now it's just going to be Atso versus Vetra. Vetra's doing everything that he can, and he's doing his job effectively here, just keeping himself alive. What a kill from Vetra. He's been a nuisance in the back of this base. Then SSG need to find a solution right now because Complexity are on the move. Vetra with another kill. He's going to bring that flag out. They're looking to take out Drift, and he does so with a double kill. Vetra is on fire. What a playmaker.
This would have been a tie game if Vetra didn't go off like this. Now it might be the dagger as Complexity are moving this counter cap across the map. They're bringing it through the market. Nothing's going to stop them before it gets to the double doors. And Vetra's still on the flank,
and
being such a
behind.
nuisance.
They're spawning behind. So that means that the flag is going to be all the way on the other side of the map. You don't get that advantageous spawn in the more forward position in the sewers to try and challenge from low. It doesn't work out, and you're right back where you started. If you're SSG, it's 3-1, and Complexity are one step closer to qualifying for the Halo World Championship tomorrow.
Bazaar is a brutal map and mode here on CTF. This is just going to be a slow bleed if Space Station aren't able to get some slays and get a flag soon. It's really difficult to double cap on this map.
It is, and you are in a tough position if you're SSG. Your season is on the line here. But after what Vetra just pulled off, man, I would be heartbroken if Complexity don't make it to the championship event, because that was heroics. You wanted to see that. You want to see that player step up in that moment and be that guy. Vetra was that guy. And now Complexity are playing with a lot of confidence because they know exactly what you know, Dave. The time is dwindling and they have a big lead.
Yep, it's just slay. Don't push into the Complexity base and force out spawns. You can still push towards their half of the map, but do not set themselves up for some sort of double cap or give up any sort of cap. And look at this Chronicle being a nuisance, getting that kill on tapping buttons. And this just reduces further the opportunities that Space Station have to get back in this game. It looks all but over to me.
Yeah, Space Station are going to need a miracle if they want to just tie this game. They have less than a minute to do so, and Chronicle is frying. He's 25 kills in, and he is not stopping. No siree. And he's continuing to patrol. And you're right, Dave. At this point, Complexity, they don't have to do anything else. They can just play a defensive, but, you know, slightly aggressive game where they can just get into the faces of Space Station Gaming. Don't let them be comfortable, but still don't really worry too much about pushing into their base because you know you have time on your side.
Yeah, there's a difference between turtling and playing defensive. Right now, Complexity are playing defensive. They're not really pushing past the locker or the BR side. But they're also not sitting all the way back in their base and making it a situation where Space Station just have to get a couple kills and then they can run the flag.
And Atso was asking a question, do you believe in miracles? And I think the question was answered. It's a resounding no. Complexity are going to have no miracles here today. That is it. Complexity, congratulations. You punched in your final spot for the Halo World Championship, playing for $1 million. The journey does not end here today for the North Americans, but unfortunately for SSG and for the organization, one hell of a season, one hell of a journey, one hell of a series. You honestly have a lot to be proud of, but the day belongs to Complexity.
Complexity feels like their work is almost done for the day, but it's actually just getting started. Yeah, the tournament really begins tomorrow for Complexity and all these 16 squads vying for first place at the Halo World Championship.
Unreal, though, genuinely from both teams, and you could tell that both of these squads have wanted in. And Space Station were always going to be the unknown quantity in this play-in bracket. I think a lot of people looked at Fnatic and felt like, yeah, that is, with how these teams play or how these players play, they should qualify. Ascend, your #1 EU team, they should qualify. And then, you know, you kind of had that fourth spot, you know, up and down a little bit. You weren't quite sure where this bracket was going to land. J-Lings managed to, you know, squeak on by. No disrespect, but, you know, J-Lings have always kind of had a bit of an up and down season. So really it just boiled down to what is going to happen here in this with this 15, with this Space Station lineup. And they definitely, you know, showed that they belonged here. But for right now, Complexity, they get the better of them. What an incredible series that was. And it goes to show us the grit that this team has, right?
Yeah. It was looking rough for Complexity at the start of this series. Even going to that game number 2, we almost saw a down 0-2 in that series, and who knows what happened. Literally, games 2 and 3 could have been a toss-up in Space Station. We could have been looking at 3-0 series and a different story here at Worlds.
And that's frustrating, right? That's frustrating for Space Station because look at this. You know, besides the Bazaar game, and Bazaar, honestly, it's like once you get 2 and that time is you know, running out, it's very hard to come back. But it could have been a 3-0 for Space Station, Dave. It could have been a 3-0. And how wild would that have been? But, you know, that just goes to show, right? Good players, they clutch out in those pivotal moments. And that is exactly what Cycle and the boys did here. Very well-earned spot. But as we had mentioned before, right, the work is not done because, yeah, you know, maybe 8 o'clock over here on the West Coast, but you got not a lot of time to prepare for whether you're landing in a group that has Optic or a group that has Cloud9, Walsh.
Yep, they'll get to, like I said, pat themselves on the back temporarily, but really back to the drawing board, kind of figure out exactly how they want to strategize and go into pool play and make it out.
That's right, folks. Well, that is going to do it for us here today, and that is going to do it for the play-ins. We thank you so much for tuning into this because it was something different, and I think a lot of people really did enjoy it. So thank you guys so much for that. But for now, we're going to send it back over to the Cuddle Couch as we have our analyst standing by.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Walsh, for a fantastic cast. And we got our final team for the Halo World Championship. It is Complexity joining the reins of the other squads we saw here today. J-Lings, we saw Fnatic, and also from the top end of the bracket, Sin coming out on top as well. So a great day across the board. But Complexity in that series, it wasn't an easy one, okay?
No.
They were definitely challenged. Tapping buttons was right there, Tony. But, hey, in the end of the day, shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I don't want to take anything from Complexity. They obviously had a great win right there, and it's well-deserved. My problem is that I don't think Complexity belonged in this play-in tournament. When it comes to Complexity Ascent, I think they were too good to be in this play-in tournament.
Yeah.
So I'm happy Complexity made it through the pool play, but I'm sorry, I'm not surprised. I think they need to come out of pool play and really make it through. I want to see them maybe really pull off an upset, make it to that elimination bracket. I don't want to see them get eliminated right into pool play.
Yeah, now I feel you on that one. You want to see them come out and compete. Now we know that they're going to be on one of the top half of the pools, rather in A or B. But Complexity, they showed today that, hey, you know what, we can fight and you know, we can get this one done, and that just stacks our pools, okay? And in a second, we'll get you guys a full look on them and see where we may see where our teams fall into them, but we know the competition that's going to be there. Now, Shurzy, tell me about you. You know, you watching this matchup. You know, Space Station Gaming, they should have got it. What would you love to see for Complexity kind of going into tomorrow?
I think there's going to be expectations on this Complexity team now. I think they pushed Ascend all the way to the distance. They went to a Game 5 Slayer, and fortunately it didn't go their way, but I think they're playing against Ascend, who traditionally were a top 12, top 8 team anyway, so if you can rub shoulders with some of the best of them, I don't see why they can't come into their pool and cause a bit of ruckus, cause an upset here or there, and get themselves that third place spot bare minimum. I think they have a chance.
They definitely do, and they need to take a lot of confidence from today. But as Walshy said at the end, hey, it's not over with yet. Just, you know, get your handshakes, get hydrated, get some rest, get ready to get it done tomorrow. Let's take a look at our bracket and see how things wrapped up, especially if you're just joining us. These are our results. You see Fnatic and Sin qualifying from the top half. They advance into Pool C and D, and at the bottom, Complexity and J-Lings, and you got A and B down there. So we just got word too as well. Fnatic in Pool C, Ascend in Pool D. Tony, we got some great storylines on that one because, you know, I know Fnatic has, I think, TSS in them. They may want to go at it a few times.
They have some boys in there that maybe want to get some revenge, right?
Yeah, I mean, Gaskin has said that nobody wants to see Fnatic in their pool, and Coach Strobe had hit me up and said, well, hold on. We want Fnatic.
Whoa.
We want to go at it.
They got what they want.
You got Super CC and Strobe that would drop from that Fnatic roster at the exact same time. Now they find themselves with TSS. They want that revenge, and honestly, I'm all for it. Watch out for that TSS and Fnatic game. It is going to be absolutely amazing, and there's going to be a lot of emotions when you go into those listeners.
I think these two teams, they round off our pools very well at the bottom. Yeah.
You're looking at, okay, obviously the grudge match in Group C. Looking at Group D, you've got Navi up against Ascend.
That's the
two European teams. The first seed up against the third seed. Navi are not going to be happy or looking forward to tomorrow, knowing that they're playing against two top teams in Pool D, and then having to perhaps duke it out with their arch nemesis, their rivals in Ascend.
I mean, that's going to be absolutely wild, especially with the storylines, and even E United over there and G2 kind of right below those top teams. And hey, you want to be top 2 in that to make it out and go from that winner side. But hey, we'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, we'll see who wins. Now, the teams to watch okay, who do you think has the best chance to kind of make top 2 in those pools, okay? Who do you think is the team to watch?
I mean, as far as making it out, obviously you're looking at Optic Gaming. Optic coming out, off that fresh win in Orlando, and they're ready to step in and take another championship.
And I feel like
are we talking about teams? Are we talking about playing teams making that play?
Yes,
I think
yeah,
if we're looking at the playing teams that qualified that can come in and cause an upset, I don't even think it can be said it's an upset. I think Ascend have that possibility they can go in there. We thought for Orlando they were going to make top 6, and they fell way below our expectations. So it's about can they pick themselves up here and challenge the big dogs?
I agree with you, and also too on the flip end, even when it comes down to J-Lings, okay, they have a great chance in one of those pools. And actually, I feel like in Pool A, they may have the better chance to go for a deep run. If not that, definitely Pool B. Because if they can get top 2 in that one and go from the winner side, I believe that we have 3 teams that came out from the day that do got some decent chances to have a good day tomorrow in pool play if they bring their absolute A game, okay? But that's if they do that, and we'll see where J-Lings falls when it comes down to A and B as well as complexity once those get seeded. And we'll let you guys know that information as soon as we get it. But I think J-Lings got some chance depending in Pool B to be specific.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Ascend and even for Fnatic, they'll be coming up against TSS, and they'll be rubbing their hands together thinking we're quietly confident that we can, at the very least, get out of these pools.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned complexity, and you mentioned Ascend. I'm also going to mention complexity as well.
Yeah.
I think complexity are a team that can go toe-to-toe with almost anybody so far in this league. So I really like a Fnatic versus TSS, but hey, don't sleep on TSS.
No,
complexity, if they catch fire, if they get hot, I think they can beat out anybody.
How do you feel like Complexity's chances would be against Oxygen?
Good. I think Complexity want to go up against Oxygen. I feel like they've been scrimming together multiple times, and most of the time Complexity were able to get the best of them. Obviously, Oxygen now implementing Collect into the lineup, it switches things up just a little bit. But I will say, in the past, Complexity,
it's hard to take down an Oxygen team.
Yeah, in the past, Complexity felt like kind of bigger brother.
Okay, all right. Hey, man, it's stacked up to be an interesting time, okay? Now, you guys know where to watch the stream for today, but tomorrow we got a few more streams popping off, all right? We got all 4 of them lit up and being broadcasted there on Alpha, twitch.tv/Halo. The Bravo stream will be over at twitch.tv/HCS, Charlie HCS Red, and Delta HCS Blue. Don't forget those underscores down there. But if you guys are watching our streams, don't worry, we're going to make sure we hook you up. The watch and win has been activated. And you guys only got to come in and watch for a few hours, but I know you're going to stay for longer because the action is not going to want to tear you away from your seat. You're going to be stuck there at the PC, so make sure you bring some water, stay hydrated, and get those 6 skins there. Now, we had an awesome day. We got our 4 teams. Final thoughts.
I'm excited for tomorrow. I think we've seen some massive series today. We've got a lot of Game 5s. There wasn't those blowouts that maybe we were expecting. I want to say commiserations to SSG and indeed the Chiefs. It's really difficult to send a team home, particularly when you're so close to qualifying and making it to Worlds. But congratulations to the 4 teams, and I think there's going to be some upsets tomorrow.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Tony?
This was a phenomenal warm-up. But now the action starts tomorrow. That's when Worlds start. You know,
is he reading from his script?
We're chilling on the
He has something prepared.
I had a good time. I really did. You know, we had some laughs. We got to see some amazing games. But Worlds, come tomorrow. Let's get started.
Man, Tony has me absolutely hyped, and I hope you guys are hyped at home because the Halo World Championship is going to kick off tomorrow on Friday with the 16 best teams in the world. You don't want to miss out. That's going to do it for us here at the Play-In, and we'll see you tomorrow.